Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Tremendous Peril of the North Slope, Cliff 3-in-1, Mega, Chapter Number 2. Although it was nighttime, the silver color was naturally bright, and with the help of the moonlight, Luo Yuan could barely make out their appearance. This group of silver creatures all had pointed heads and strong bodies, each about a meter long, with a 2 or 3 meter long flesh-colored tail hanging behind, covered with dense barbs, which were terrifyingly intimidating. The 2 sharp incisors glinted with a chilling light under the moonlight, and although the limbs under their bellies were short, they were robust and powerful, with ends that bore claws as sharp as steel knives. At this moment, most of them were asleep, while a few that weren't had small eyes that emitted a blood-red glow, darting around viciously, occasionally baring their teeth at others nearby. Full of ferocity. Cold beasts, a new kind of cold beast never encountered before. And there were so many of them, at least 300 to 400. How could such a large group suddenly appear? Luo Yuan swallowed, nearly trembling as he pulled his head back, then cautiously descended from the rock wall, not turning back as he sprinted away. He was infinitely grateful for his earlier caution at this moment. No, he should be thankful to the leader. If not for Xia Hong's strict demands on the hunting team, which instilled the habit of staying vigilant when outside, even the slightest mistake would have caused the group to stir, and he would have undoubtedly been doomed. No wonder they hadn't encountered the Chunyi camp's logging team in the past half-month. Seeing the formation of those creatures, whether the people from Chunyi camp were alive or dead was uncertain, let alone them going out. It was still unknown if that group of creatures also occupied the mountainside during the day, like they did at night. If they did, the people in Chunyi camp wouldn't dare light a fire during the day, and even if they didn't starve to death, they might have frozen to death by now. I must hurry back to report to the leader. The Chunyi camp is just over 2,000 meters from Great Xia. If this group stays here long-term, who knows when they'll discover the valley. If they do, we'll be in trouble too. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Luo Yuan looked much graver, and his pace back to the valley unconsciously quickened. Inside Redwood Ridge, beside a tree about 4 or 5 meters in diameter, there grew dozens of pale blue plants, whose leaves emitted a faint glow in the night, adding a touch of beauty to the silent, deathly ice and snow forest. Rustle, a faint sound of footsteps came through the snow, and a burly figure approached the blue tree, his face full of joy as he looked at the pale blue vegetation scattered everywhere. The second blue jade tree, indeed the deeper in, the more treasures there are, just 100 meters in, and there are already 2. There must be more further in. The burly figure, having left the hunting team to explore Redwood Ridge alone, was Xia Hong. Seeing the blue frost grass all over the ground, Xia Hong's face lit up with delight, and he immediately crouched down to begin picking them. After finishing the harvest, he tied them up securely with a rope and slung them on his back. Xia Hong stood up and gazed at the blue tree, the joy in his eyes undiminished. Gold and sour powder had become an essential item for the hunting team. As the primary ingredient for refining gold and sour powder, the importance of blue frost grass was beyond words. Once Xia Hong learned that blue frost grass was an accompanying plant of these blue trees, he placed great importance on these trees. Since its trunk was blue and the leaves were smooth like jade, he named it Blue Jade Tree. Unfortunately, within a 500-meter range outside Redwood Ridge, Chung Feng could not find a second one. There were 47 blue frost grass plants beside the previous blue jade tree, which had all been harvested and refined into golden sour powder. During this time, the collection team searched the 500-meter range repeatedly, but could never find a second one. The blue frost grass beside the earlier tree had not grown back yet. Xia Hong had been worried about running out of golden sour powder, but unexpectedly, he found 2 in one night. Over 100 blue frost grass plants, Tonight's harvest is sufficient, and I even saw a cloud miss Tung Jiao. In half a month, we can officially expand the activity range and bring them here to hunt new cold beasts. With blue frost grass on his back, Xia Hong glanced toward the southwest. About 100 meters away in the southwest, there was a cloud-covered area about 50 or 60 meters wide, where the fog was so dense that the outlines of trees were barely visible, and even the moonlight couldn't penetrate, giving off a mysterious sense of danger. That was the habitat of a cloud mist Tung Jiao. Xia Hong had just come from there. Snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep meats had become less effective in enhancing his strength, perhaps due to his body developing an immunity to the meat of these three cold beasts. Previously, this was just Xia Hong's conjecture, but upon witnessing the cloud miss Tung Jiao, he instantly realized there was a strong possibility that his conjecture was accurate. Because at that moment, he clearly felt an intense craving from both his body and heart for the blood and flesh of the cloud miss Tung Jiao. Whether for his personal training needs, or for the richer vegetation and other resources on the inner side, or even to seek a larger space for survival, it became necessary to expand the camp's range of activities. The place where Xia Hong now stood was about 200 meters inward from the previous 500 meters. In this small area, 2 blue jade trees and a cloud mist Tung Jiao had already been found. If they could restore the previous Rogel camp's kilometer activity range, more new species and useful items would undoubtedly be discovered. That thought popped into Xia Hong's mind as he subconsciously glanced deeper into the western side of Redwood Ridge. All the camps surrounding Redwood Ridge were solely on the eastern side. By merging the camps of Chunyi and Lushang, the eastern outskirts of Redwood Ridge, stretching over more than 10 miles from south to north, basically counted as a territory of Great Xiaolong. This is already a large area on its own, but just by looking at the magnitude of the trees in this world, it's evident that this zone is merely the tip of the iceberg in the entirety of Redwood Ridge. In the 500-meter perimeter, the smallest trees have a diameter of 3 meters. Tonight, Xia Hong ventured less than 200 meters deep and saw the largest tree with a diameter exceeding 20 meters. What kind of concept is this? Xia Hong has climbed to the top of many big trees numerous times, trying to peek at the whole picture of Redwood Ridge. Yet every time he reached the top and looked west, larger and thicker trees would always block his view. Some of these trees, even at a glance, appeared tens or even hundreds of miles away, leaving Xia Hong deeply shocked and even filled with a sense of awe. Perhaps the east side we consider ourselves to be in is merely a small piece of Redwood Ridge's eastern section. Not to mention the other end of Redwood Ridge, even how far it extends to the north and south, we know nothing about. With this thought, looking towards the deep west of Redwood Ridge, Xia Hong felt a mix of curiosity and awe rising in his heart. One day, should the question of how big Redwood Ridge truly is ever be solved, the strength of Great Xia would probably not be far behind that of Beishua Town. After the sigh, Xia Hong couldn't help but shake his head, chuckling at how far his thoughts had wandered. Marking the position of the second blue jade tree, he went to the location of the first blue jade tree and collected the previously tied portion of blue frost grass, then quickly returned to the valley. The storm from all directions is no match for the rain of our Redwood Ridge. When there's rain on Dragon Gate Mountain, the snowfield tiger descends. At the pile of rocks at the valley's entrance, Xia Hong shouted the code, which was immediately echoed from within. Then a log in the rock pile slowly retracted, revealing a passage. Although Great Xia is much stronger now than before, under Xia Hong's insistence, the cautious approach is still maintained, and the code practice continues to be used. The description of the iron refining furnace was clear, signifying it was only effective against primary monsters. The world's dangers didn't only stem from deceitful monsters, who knew if other humans they'd encountered were friend or foe. Before having absolute strength to ensure safety, Xia Hong firmly believed that being cautious was undeniably correct. The code practice for returning to camp, although it hadn't been useful thus far, didn't mean it was useless. The 72 lives lost at the early stage at the soil slope, the destruction of the Chuan camp, more than 1,000 lives at Rogel camp, All were bloody lessons Xia Hong didn't want to see repeated. The code practice isn't troublesome, just matching phrases, but during crucial moments, its role is irreplaceable. Even if, at the very least, it's used to enhance the vigilance of everyone at Xia camp, it would still be beneficial. Greetings, leader. The gatekeepers were two young reservists. Upon seeing Xia Hong, they immediately bowed respectfully, welcomed him into the valley, and then quickly blocked the passage with the log again. Then the two stepped forward, took the blue frost grass from his back, with one heading to the southern mine warehouse to store it, and the other remained guarding the tunnel entrance. From matching the code to entering the valley, witnessing the gatekeeper's proficient actions, Xia Hong nodded slightly, showing satisfaction on his face. All camps within the logging realm were divided into 5 departments, each with its main tasks, and given that Great Xia wasn't yet luxurious enough to have logging realm individuals as gatekeepers, guarding duties rotated among the reserves. Since Xia Chuan suggested including those over 30 in the reserve half a month ago, the reserve numbers had approached 400, so selecting 2 daily for gate duties was not an issue. Xia Hong's approval mainly stemmed from using this method to cultivate the reserves ahead of time, instilling a cautious mindset in them before they even ventured outside. With the collection and logging teams growing larger, the number of casualties while out increased frequently, with 7 deaths and 11 missing thus far. Most importantly, after Xia Hong's thorough investigation, he found that these casualties were all unnecessary. Being inattentive when exploring the surrounding environment while collecting wood, only to provoke cold beast and get killed. Panic escaping aimlessly and getting lost in the dense forest. Straying too far from the team and losing track, leading to disappearance. Some even fell from trees, injuring themselves, or accidentally fell into deep snowy pits in the wilds, either disappearing or requiring significant manpower and resources to rescue them back. In short, the ways of casualty were diverse and bizarre. Although this group was small, totaling only 18, they were all in the logging realm and raised with cold beast meat that was obtained at the risk of lives. So how could Xia Hong not feel heartache? While the logging realm didn't possess hunting ability, as long as the numbers were large enough, they were familiar with the terrain and coordinated well. Escaping from low-level cold beast wasn't too hard. The essence of being unfamiliar with the terrain, getting lost, or falling into deep snowy pits was simply carelessness and presumption. The logging team leader now is by Dongying. These two were both originally from the logging team at Rogel Camp, and their wilderness experience might be greater than Xia Hong's. By following these two out, as long as you obey and are a bit more cautious, it is impossible to get lost or go missing, let alone fall into a snow pit. Xia Hong has concluded that these casualties, ultimately, are because part of the new breakthrough members of the logging realm had internal issues. They lack wilderness experience and are not cautious enough. They become overconfident with their newfound strength and rush in recklessly. They think that gathering wood is different from hunting and is not dangerous. And among them, there should have been instances of disobeying the leader's orders. 5 days ago, Xia Hong was furious about this matter, not only punishing several typical cases from the logging team and the collection team, but also reprimanding leaders by Dongying and Cheng Feng severely, thoroughly reorganizing the camp's growing arrogance. The hunting team is personally managed by him, so there are no signs yet. After he got mad at the collection team and logging team, Xiaochuan immediately took the lead with Cheng Feng and by Dongying to establish several rules, including gatekeeping, which was also worked out at that time. In this purgatory-like ice abyss, if you want to survive, you must be cautious, especially when you're still very weak. Xia Hong's authority and position are enough for the more than 800 people in the camp to unconditionally obey his orders. But making everyone immediately develop a cautious and careful character is certainly not feasible. They can only rely on established doctrines and rules, and Xia Hong's strict requirements as a leader to subtly influence and even change everyone. The construction of new homes in the valley is now at the final stages. Thick walls stand tall on all sides. The top is completely sealed off. At the pointed tops of the four corners, someone is even laying down canopies made of bee skin. The main gate has not yet been sealed, and people constantly come and go. The three-tiered structure is already in place, and through the gate, one can see people going up and down, transporting pre-cut wooden boards and iron materials and trips. Seeing everyone busy and enthusiastic, Xia Hong did not step forward to disturb, but headed towards the temporary wooden house ahead. "Greetings, leader! Greetings, leader!" There weren't many people inside the temporary wooden house. A few young children were playing and frolicking. Seeing Xia Hong come in, they imitated the adults and greeted respectfully. Xia Hong smiled and rubbed their little heads, letting them play by themselves. Seeing Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long, the three brothers sitting cross-legged with serious expressions by the iron refining furnace, Xia Hong immediately realized something had happened. These five, after returning from a hunt, should have joined others from the hunting team to help by the new wooden house. "Leader," seeing the five about to rise, Xia Hong quickly gestured with his hand for them to remain seated, then walked to a chair, sat down, and asked, "What happened? Was there a problem with the recent hunt?" Xia Hong thought there was an issue with the hunt, but Luo Yuan shook his head immediately, his face serious, recounting what he had already said earlier. "I went over to the Chun Yi camp again tonight. The previous 3 times, I didn't meet Chen Ying and the logging team. This time, I went directly to their station by the cliff, and at the north slope by the cliff, I saw..." As Luo Yuan narrated, Xia Hong's expression gradually turned grave, and by the end, he couldn't help but stand up from his chair. "Strange cold beasts, hundreds of them, are on the north slope of the cliff." At this moment, the Chunyi camp located at the north slope of the cliff is entirely out of Xia Hong's consideration. Only one thought remained in his mind. Hundreds of unknown cold beasts are entrenched in the north side of the cliff, less than 2 kilometers from the Great Xia camp. If the group of cold beasts follows the hill south for 1 or 2 kilometers, they could invade the Great Xia camp. Looking at Luo Yuan again, Xia Hong asked with extreme seriousness, "How many? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Closing his eyes in recollection for a while, Luo Yuan nodded heavily, responding, "I don't know if there are more elsewhere, but just on that stretch of the north slope, there are at least over 300. I'm sure I didn't see wrong. 1 meter long, with a 2 to 3 meter spiky tail, sharp and strong build, silver fur, 2 sharp incisors, short sturdy limbs, small red eyes." Apart from the size, the silver fur and spiked tail, the word mouse instantly popped into Xia Hong's mind. Enlarging based on the size made his hair stand on end, and the seriousness on his face intensified several degrees. Considering the cold beasts like snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep, the cold beasts of the ice abyss world are unique, but they clearly connect with similar creatures from his past life, and some habits seem quite similar. By that reasoning, these mouse-like cold beasts, currently living in groups, fit. What about the others? The digging ability of mice, their gnawing capability, disease-spreading ability, even their reproduction rates? Xia Hong shivered vigorously, stepping out of the wooden house directly. The 5 people saw this and quickly followed him out. Stepping out of the wooden house, Xia Hong gazed towards the northern mountains of the valley. Considering that the group of cold beasts was less than 2 kilometers away, the seriousness on his face reached its peak. How long until dawn? The 5 followed Xia Hong out of the wooden house. Hearing his question, Xia Chuan answered immediately. "There should be a little over an hour left." "Good, there's still time." "Luo Yuan, you take me to see Xia Chuan. Come with me too, bring weapons and torches. Let's go quickly and come back quickly." "Yes, leader." The 3 of them, with sabers already on their persons, returned to the wooden house to each take a bow and arrows, and strapped several torches to their backs. They left the camp at once. Under Luo Yuan's lead, they swiftly headed towards the mountain wall location of the Chunyi camp. In just over 10 minutes, Luo Yuan led them below the cliff. The 3 quietly climbed up the cliff, making no sound. Reaching the top of the slope, Xia Hong and Xia Chuan slowly extended their heads to look towards the north slope. The reaction from the 2 was identical to Luo Yuan's just moments before. How can there be this many? Shoo, be careful, don't make a sound. After indicating for Xia Chuan to keep quiet, Xia Hong retracted his head, his face turning exceedingly grim. They've been in this valley for only half a year, haven't had much peaceful time. The new homes are about to be completed, yet such a large group of cold beasts appeared nearby. What kind of world is this? Not giving people any way to live. At that time, there were only 15 frostwolves. On his side, there were 5 in the earth-digging realm and about 20 in the logging realm. Even with such forces, 50 people were killed during the migration, and 2 from the logging realm died. In the end, if it weren't for Xia Hong's bluffing strategy against the wolf pack, the results could have been more tragic with more deaths. That was just a pack of 15 frostwolves, and now there are hundreds of unfamiliar cold beasts on the northern slope of the mountain wall. If they move just 2 kilometers south and find the valley, it would be catastrophic for the great Xia. Stay calm. These long-tailed rodents aren't very large, and by the looks and aura, they're not as threatening as snow mane and frostwolves. Their individual strength might not be very strong, but their sheer number is overwhelming. We don't know if they have a leader, and if they do, how strong would that leader be? We can't provoke them easily. We have to think of a plan. From the frost wolf pack they encountered during the previous migration, it was evident that they had a clear division of labor, coordinated seamlessly, and advanced and retreated with order. This shows that there's likely a hierarchy among these cold beasts, suggesting the presence of a leader. Though the leader of the frost wolf pack wasn't seen at that time, Xia Hong remained confident in his assumption. Considering this long-tailed rodent group amounts to nearly 400, there must be a lead rodent. What is the strength of that lead rodent? Could be an intermediate cold beast, and if so, what should be done? Xia Hong's expression grew increasingly serious, his mind racing to figure out a strategy. Beside him, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan knew he was deep in thought and dared not disturb him. They were equally aware of the significant threat this group of cold beasts posed to the camp and were pondering solutions just as seriously. Is it possible to attempt to lure them away somewhere else? Upon hearing Xia Chuan's suggestion, Luo Yuan didn't show any surprise. He had just returned to the camp with the news, and before Xia Hong came back, Xia Chuan had already proposed this idea. Yet, beside him, Xia Hong, after hearing the suggestion, wasn't surprised but instinctively shook his head. But after a brief moment of thought, he showed a helpless expression. This is the only option, but in actual execution, the difficulty is too high. The idea of luring away this group of cold beasts had already occurred to Xia Hong on his way over, but the feasibility posed significant challenges. Firstly, these long-tailed rodents aren't gathering here for no reason. Without understanding why they're congregated here, trying to lead them elsewhere is easier said than done. Secondly, the sheer number of rodents is enormous, 300 to 400 of them. During the guiding process, even the slightest mishap would mean lives lost at best. If they accidentally discover the valley, the consequences would be unthinkable. Finally, regarding the strength, behavior, and attack methods of these cold beasts, especially in such large numbers, how much destructive power they possess remains entirely unknown to them. These 3 challenges combined make it evidently difficult to successfully lead this group of rodents elsewhere. Xia Hong instinctively shook his head, rejecting Xia Chuan's suggestion based on this. Then, he showed a helpless expression because he had to admit it's currently the only feasible strategy they could conceive. When encountering a formidable enemy, there are only 2 options: fight or flee. Fighting is not feasible, neither driving them away nor killing them, as our strength does not allow it. Fleeing isn't feasible either. Last time, 300 to 400 people relocating to the valley met with significant mishap. Now, with nearly 900 people in the Great Xia relocating recklessly, who knows what could happen? Possibly greater threats than the rodent swarm. Moreover, where can they run to? The surroundings of Redwood Ridge are limited. Moving nearby is like not moving at all, but moving far to explore new, unfamiliar environments entails greater risks. So, trying to lure the rodent swarm far away from the valley, though difficult, is currently the only viable option. Leader, look over there, Luo Yuan suddenly whispered, prompting Xia Hong to quickly lift his head and follow his pointing finger. Upon seeing it, his eyes lit up. In a silver rodent swarm on the northern slope of the mountain wall, two rodents were darting in a direction seemingly aimed at the south's redwood ridge. Nighttime is the rest period for cold beasts, and this rodent swarm is no exception. Nearly 90% of the rodents twine their tails, closing their eyes to rest. Only these two are acting independently, seemingly trying to break away from the group. Great opportunity, move quietly and follow. After speaking softly, Xia Hong led the descent along the mountain wall, with Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan close behind. All three moved with exceptional stealth, not daring to make the slightest noise. After the three descended the mountain wall, Xia Hong looked northward again, only to find those two rodents were just 200 to 300 meters from Redwood Ridge. Yet in that last 200 or 300 meters, the rodents stopped moving. They stood in place, emitting faint chirping sounds like they were communicating something. As the three preemptively entered Redwood Ridge from the flank and saw those two were still at a standstill, Xia Hong frowned and, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a torch from his back. "You two wait here, don't move. I'll go first." "Leader, it's too dangerous. Let me do it." Before Xia Hong could finish, realizing what he intended to do, Xia Chuan immediately interrupted, volunteering. On the other side, Luo Yuan was more direct. After speaking, he just dashed out. Watching Luo Yuan rush out and then seeing Xia Chuan beside him, obviously annoyed for being a step slower than Luo Yuan, Xia Hong knew the two didn't want their leader to risk himself, and he was somewhat moved. To deal with the rodent swarm, one must understand their strength. That large group on the north slope, even if given 100 guts, the three of us wouldn't dare to touch them. But by chance, we came across two trying to leave the group. Such a heaven-sent opportunity shouldn't be missed. According to previous hunting experience, lighting a torch a short distance should be no problem. But this long-tailed rodent, after all, being the first encounter with this cold beast, who knows if there will be any unexpected occurrences? Get a bit closer, be ready to help at any time. Although Luo Yuan has been hunting with us for so long, and Xia Hong trusted his adaptability, he still wasn't familiar with these new cold beasts like the rodent. Fearing any accidents, he brought Xia Chuan closer. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan went north for a while. Roughly estimated, the distance between himself and the two rodents was about 100 meters. Then he took out a torch. During previous hunts, the leader always lit the torch when about 50 or 60 meters away from a cold beast. Not familiar with these rodents, let's try a bit over 100 meters first. If it can't attract them, I'll slowly get closer. Technically, snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep have different torch perception abilities, with frost wolf being the strongest, able to perceive beyond 50 or 60 meters. Demon sheep was next, with snow mane being the worst, needing the torch about 30 meters away to perceive it. After half a year with Xia Hong, Luo Yuan became exceedingly cautious, lighting the torch from over 100 meters to test how far the rodents could sense the torch. Fizz! Bang! In the dark forest, a small torch suddenly lit up. Luo Yuan swiftly plunged it into the snow, then quickly ran toward a pre-selected tree. Not far off, seeing Luo Yuan's cautious approach, Xia Hong's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. "Brother, look at those two rodents. What are they doing?" Hearing this, Xia Hong quickly turned to look. What he saw suddenly made his expression turn horrified. The two rodents were actually crouching, stretching out their sharp incisors, gnawing hard at the ground. The problem was the ground was actually being dug open by them, with soil and rocks piling up behind them, and almost instantly, their 1-meter-long bodies burrowed completely underground, disappearing, and in just a few breaths, even their 2 to 3 meter tails fully burrowed underground. Do these rodents have earth-digging realm strength? Xia Chuan, upon seeing this, couldn't help but ask in a low voice with a horrified expression. Xia Hong didn't immediately answer. He pondered with a grave expression for a moment, then shook his head quickly, saying, "Not necessarily." If they truly have earth-digging realm strength, they would have used all their limbs to dig. Just now, they only used their incisors, which should mean those teeth are very hard, and their biting force is also terrifying. Despite denying that the rodents had earth-digging realm strength, just their incisors alone were enough to make Xia Hong's heart pound with fear. Such a hard ground, and yet 2 rodents could dig through it so quickly and burrow inside. If those hundreds on the mountainside north slope came together, how terrifying would it be? Where did those 2 rodents burrow to? The confusion not only troubled Xia Chuan, but also Xia Hong. The rodents were burrowing not into the snow, but hard into the ground beneath. In the somewhat loose snow, cold beasts burrowing around could still be detected. The ground in the ice abyss world was incomparably hard. Once rodents burrowed in, they completely vanished without a trace, impossible to detect any movement. They burrowed as soon as the torch lit up. Just keep an eye on the torch. As long as there's no movement from the rodent group on the mountainside, we'll guard the torch. Those 2 beasts will show up eventually. Xia Hong scanned the ground for a long time without finding anything. So he simply gave up and led Xia Chuan closer to the torch, stopping about 50 or 60 meters from it. He took out his bow and arrow and, together with Xia Chuan, stared intently at the torch. Lighting the torch over 100 meters away, the rodents reacted, indicating their perception ability was obviously stronger than the previously encountered cold beasts. Given this, distance control was essential. Getting too close was not an option. Of course, while keeping an eye on the torch, Xia Hong also continuously monitored any movement on the north slope of the mountainside. If anything seemed off, he'd immediately lead a retreat. Yet, after staring closely for nearly 6 or 7 minutes, with the small torch burning for almost half of its duration, those 2 rodents still hadn't appeared. Xia Hong looked up at the sky, his brows furrowing tighter. Dawn was about to break. If those 2 rodents didn't show up soon, they'd have to head back. It doesn't add up. With the small torch burning for so long, why haven't they taken a bait? Could it be the small torch doesn't attract them? A suppressed, low scream suddenly interrupted Xia Hong's thoughts. Damn, it's Luo Yuan. Quickly, get over there. Xia Hong darted towards the tree where Luo Yuan was hiding. Within 10 meters, he saw Luo Yuan, with his left arm covered in blood and his face pale, running towards him. He had 3 huge claw marks on his chest, oozing blood. At the same time, 2 silver figures swiftly and agilely moved among the branches above the tree. So fast, even their shadows were hard to perceive. One figure leapt down from a branch, its target clearly Luo Yuan. The 2 silver figures were naturally the 2 rodents. Although Xia Hong was shocked by their speed, his hands moved swiftly, holding a large blade as he quickly rushed to Luo Yuan's side and ferociously slashed at the rodent descending from the sky. Whoosh! Xia Hong's basic strength exceeded 20,000 caddies, and the force of his swing swept up the snow on the ground, showcasing its power. The rodent pouncing towards Luo Yuan obviously sensed the threat of Xia Hong's strike and abruptly shifted its body to the left in midair. Xia Hong, unfazed by the miss, withdrew his blade in stride. His intention with the strike was merely to assist Luo Yuan, not expecting to swiftly kill the rodent. Whoosh! However, just as Xia Hong was about to retract his blade, a sudden gust of wind reached his ears. His heart constricted abruptly, and he swiftly turned, ready to block horizontally from the left. The rodent, using the momentum from its body turning left, swung its over 2-meter-long barbed tail towards Xia Hong. Xia Hong's reaction was swift. His side block was indeed effective, but the rodent's tail was soft and incredibly fast. Snap! Ryup! Amidst the sound of a whip and the tearing of flesh, intense pain registered in his mind. Xia Hong turned to see 4 or 5 deep wounds on his waist. Instead of anger, a gleam of joy flickered in his eyes. The rodent had returned to the tree branches, standing alongside the other. Their blood-red eyes filled with fierce menace as they glared down at the 2 below. Leader, they dug from underground to the heart of the tree and directly reached my side. I couldn't escape in time, and one of them bit my arm while another clawed at my chest. Luo Yuan, now safe, spoke with a pale face as he explained the situation to Xia Hong, taking out golden sword powder from his pocket to apply on his left arm and chest. Xia Hong also rubbed some golden sword powder on his waist, stopping the bleeding. He then looked at the tree where Luo Yuan had been hiding, noticing a large hole over a meter wide. He glanced up at the two rodents on the branch, a chill passing through his heart. They had burrowed over 100 meters from afar, tunneling from the tree stump's base to Luo Yuan's side. That entire process took merely 7 or 8 minutes without making a sound. Luo Yuan was of earth-digging realm capability and had hunted with him for half a year, known for his extreme caution. The fact that he didn't notice the rodents until they were beside him said enough. Moreover, these two rodents must have been attracted by the torches, but their sensing ability far surpassed the 3 previous cold beasts. Not only did they detect Luo Yuan's hiding spot, but they also knew to sneak up for an attack. They are smart, cunning, united, possess tremendous biting and burrowing capabilities, exceptional sensory abilities, and tremendous speed, coupled with team cooperation. The rodents' only weakness is, don't be afraid, they may be fast, but their strength is quite ordinary. Despite having his waist scratched by the barbs on the rodent's tail, Xia Hong was not alarmed but pleased, having discovered their strength wasn't formidable. Forget comparing them to Snow Mane. Even Frost Wolf was stronger than these rodents. As Xia Hong voiced his observation, the two rodents on the tree once again charged at him. Their speed was blinding, moving like 2 silver flashes, arriving in an instant from the branch to right in front of him. Aware of the blade's threat in Xia Hong's hand, the two rodents chose neither to use their claws nor to attack head-on. Instead, they bared their sharp, gnawing teeth, attacking Xia Hong from both sides. Xia Hong swiftly swung his blade horizontally to block the left side, while Luo Yuan, with his injuries temporarily suppressed by the golden sword powder, gritted his teeth and charged towards the right, lifting his blade to block the incoming rodent. Clang! The gnawing teeth and the large blade collided fiercely, emitting sparks, seemingly powerful in force. Yet neither Xia Hong nor Luo Yuan, with their backs against each other, moved an inch. Only their hands holding the blade trembled slightly. Their strength truly isn't strong. Having been ambushed before, Luo Yuan was now reassured. He could tell, despite the rodent's speed, that their bite force only amounted to 6 or 7,000 caddies, a power he had no fear confronting directly. Don't be careless, check the blade. But just as he began to feel relieved, Xia Hong warned him. Looking down at his blade, Luo Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier ease swiftly turning tense again. The blade of his weapon, which had just clashed with the rodent's teeth, had developed a large nick, resembling teeth marks, with the edge curling over 3 to 4 inches beyond the dent. So hard, how is that possible? Don't get bitten. Focus on dealing with them first. Xia Hong understood Luo Yuan's shock. Up to this point, the hardest material they had encountered was iron. Yet these rodents' teeth were harder than iron. If it bit a person, it would be disastrous. Xia Hong's face displayed shock, yet also a hint of joy. But there was no time to think about it now. Squeak! The two rodents let out a low cry and lunged forward once more. This time, they bypassed Xia Hong, targeting Luo Yuan instead. More specifically, they aimed for Luo Yuan's left arm and chest. The two rodents coordinated an attack simultaneously at Luo Yuan's already injured left arm and chest. He took advantage of the moment when the rodent on the left had yet to attack, and slashed down preemptively where it was about to bite. Luo Yuan, on his side, wielded his blade to fend off another rodent attacking his chest. The speed of the two rodents was similar, almost simultaneously confronting the two in front. Clang! The situation was exactly the same as their first clash. But this time, the sparks flying from the collision of the great blade and the rodent's teeth were only a single burst. Luo Yuan, who had just blocked the rodent attacking his chest, suddenly turned at the critical moment, blocking horizontally towards the teeth of the rodent on the left, ignoring the one attacking his chest. Originally, Xia Hong had completed storing energy. As Luo Yuan turned, Xia Hong slashed with his blade, and then withdrew it, swinging it around again, changing his stance with the momentum, and completing a second energy charge. Xia Hong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he slashed decisively at the rodent that had just arrived. From a moment, the two switched positions to Xia Hong's second energy charge and his slash towards the rodent. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Most critically, they communicated the entire time with just one glance. No matter how well you cooperate, can you be more synchronized than humans? Xia Hong slashed down, his gaze fierce, and his expression a bit ferocious. The strength of these two rodents, when it comes down to it, wasn't that strong. He and Luo Yuan suffered in their first encounter because they were unfamiliar. Luo Yuan didn't expect that the opponent could so silently dig from the ground to before him. Xia Hong was surprised by the opponent's speed, not expecting its tail to be so agile. With Luo Yuan's sudden positional switch in the battle, with a calculated move against an unprepared opponent, the rodent facing them couldn't react in time. Because of their speed, responding in such a short time was impossible. Additionally, Xia Hong and Luo Yuan were in a state of rest waiting for action. They switched positions at the last moment, sealing the fate of the rodent head-on. The rodent that initially attacked Luo Yuan, upon seeing Xia Hong coming over, had a flicker of panic flash through its eyes, clearly realizing it couldn't react in time. Wish. Xia Hong's slash aimed at the rodent's head seized the timing precisely. The blade cut through the air with a whistling sound, as if the surrounding air had paused for a moment. But just as the great blade was about to strike, the rodent suddenly lifted its head mid-air. Its pair of scarlet eyes shot out two beams of red light about an inch long, seemingly solidified into substance, like two sharp arrows meeting Xia Hong's blade like needlepoints. SSS. The eye beams collided with the great blade, sending a strong recoil force that caused Xia Hong's hands holding the blade to tremble incessantly. The blade that was initially aimed at the rodent's head was deflected over half a meter by the recoil. These cold beasts indeed each have their trump cards. This inch of light must be the rodent's last-ditch effort to stay alive. But you're not quite mature enough to rely on this to survive. Xia Hong's ferocious expression didn't fade in the slightest. He gritted his teeth, steadied his blade, ignoring his cracked tiger's mouth, and forcibly twisted the half-meter off-course blade back on track. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the night sky as the rodent's body fell to the ground with a thud. The massive force of impact almost completely buried it in snow, leaving only its back exposed. Squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the last feeble squeak, its vitality was completely extinguished. Xia Hong looked down at the rodent's broken spinal column, taking a deep breath. Its teeth may be hard, but the strength of its internal bones is average. The inch of light is powerful, but the attack range seems short and might only be unleashed under mortal danger. So as long as these long-tailed rodents aren't in swarms, the threat shouldn't be too great. Whoosh. Leader, it's trying to run. Before he could relax for long, Xia Hong was startled awake by Luo Yuan's alert. Turning his head, he saw the other rodent had turned into a silver streak heading towards the cliffside, and his expression immediately tensed. Can't let it escape. Hurry and chase. Xia Hong shouted lowly, leading Luo Yuan to chase swiftly. The cold beasts possess intelligence and can definitely communicate with each other. If this rodent returns to its group, it will definitely be a big problem. The problem is this rodent's speed is too fast, darting dozens of meters away almost instantly. At Redwood Ridge's perimeter, the cliffside was only 700 to 800 meters away. If they continue to chase for a few more breaths, getting too close to the cliffside would be very dangerous. Yet Xia Hong and Luo Yuan did not slow down. In fact, as they watched the rodent nearing the exit of Redwood Ridge, a hint of anticipation flashed in their eyes. The rodent was clearly aware that Xia Hong and Luo Yuan were slower than itself. Though a smirk appeared on its face, the gleam of ferocity in its eyes did not diminish as it continued to flee without slowing at all. Tung! Suddenly, A sound like a taut string echoed under the rodent's feet. Just shy of the final 10 meters to escape Redwood Ridge, the rodent stumbled, its body tumbling forward several meters due to its intense inertia. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Simultaneously, several arrows shot swiftly from behind, piercing the rodent's fallen body almost inexorably. The rodent possessed a strong life force, still struggling towards the cliff after being pierced by several arrows. However, the arrows seemed relentless, their speed and force growing stronger until the last few arrows pierced completely through the rodent's body and embedded into the snowy ground ahead. The rodent's life force rapidly diminished, its blood-red eyes reflecting a fierce and violent glare as it watched Xia Hong and Luo Yuan approaching from a distance. Seeing the two keeping their distance safely over 10 meters away, continually shooting arrows at it, its expression grew even more ferocious. Suddenly, as if realizing something, it raised its head skyward and opened its mouth, emitting a series of rhythmic calls into the air. Squeak, 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 squeak. It's summoning its companions. Stop it quickly. Squeak, 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 squeak. To say Xia Hong's reaction was fast is an understatement, yet the rodent's communication efficiency clearly surpassed that. With just 2 or 3 cries, a rustling sound began to emanate from the ground. Xia Hong and Luo Yuan turned their heads simultaneously, realizing the sound came from the north slope of the cliff, and their expressions changed drastically. They quickly drew their bows and fired a series of 4 to 5 arrows at the rodent's head. As he issued the warning, Xia Chuan, who had been hiding on the other side of a large tree, blocking the rodent with a white thread and playing a crucial role, also dashed out. He drove the black blade into the rodent's neck. Collect the bodies of the 2 rodents, pick up all the arrows on the ground, leave no traces, hurry, and run first into Redwood Ridge. At Xia Hong's command, Luo Yuan immediately collected the bodies of the 2 rodents. Xia Chuan plucked the white thread, retrieving all the arrows. Having battled for so long, many traces were left on the ground. Xia Hong glanced around, and using his blade, he swept up the snow on the ground. Seeing Luo Yuan had wrapped the rodent bodies in leather, and Xia Chuan had recovered the arrows, he led them and rushed frantically into the depths of Redwood Ridge. The 3 had barely fled for a dozen breaths when the ground began to tremble slightly, soon accompanied by countless squeaks. Squeak, 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 squeak. A large silver rodent head suddenly broke through the earth. It extended its sharp nose, sniffing the air, then immediately turned towards the interior of Redwood Ridge, its red eyes, several times larger than those of other rodents, filled with ferocity. After seemingly pondering for a moment, it withdrew back underground. Squeak, 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 squeak. A squeak louder than any other rodents arose, accompanied by 2 distinct movements underground, one returning to the north slope of the cliff, the other pursuing into the interior of Redwood Ridge, the direction where Xia Hong and his companions had fled. Beside a large tree, Xia Hong lay prone on the ground, holding his breath, his right ear pressed tightly to the ground. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan stood nearby, vigilant, occasionally glancing at him. Still underground, about 200 meters away, pursuing us. It's not because of the rodent corpses. It seems their perception is inherently strong. Xia Hong stood up from the ground, his expression extremely grim. The summoning cry of the rodent, just before it died, had been of some effect. Despite his quick actions, he still couldn't escape the notice of the rodent pack that started chasing them. It had taken more than 10 minutes to run from the north slope of the mountain to here, with a brief stop along the way, during which he heard the sound of the rodent swarm digging towards them from underground. Earlier, he thought the smell of the 2 rodent corpses had attracted the rodent group, so he found a snow pit midway to mark and temporarily buried the 2 rodent corpses. Clearly, he was wrong. Without the 2 rodent corpses, the rodent group was still chasing them, and their speed was increasing. Even running at full speed, the 3 couldn't put much distance between them and the chasers. "Leader, we can't stay here any longer. The commotion is getting louder. Luo Yuan took a few steps south, sensing the grounds trembling and realizing that the underground rodent swarm was closing in. His expression turned anxious. Run first. Xia Hong realized they couldn't linger there and immediately set off northward with the other two. They had paid a high price just dealing with those two rodents. If they were caught by the underground rodent swarm, none of the three would likely survive. But as they ran, they hadn't gone more than a few dozen meters when Xia Hong's face grew even darker. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan glanced ahead and seemed to understand, their expressions mirroring his. They were now in the territory of Lushang Camp, at the northernmost position on the east side of Redwood Ridge. If they continued north, they'd reach Arrow Bamboo Forest, a completely unfamiliar area to them. The ice abyss world, with its unfamiliar environmental dangers, was as lethal as death itself. They couldn't run north. Staying to fight was suicide. Circling back to the camp would endanger more people. What to do? What to do? Ideas raced through Xia Hong's mind until he suddenly turned his gaze westward, inside Redwood Ridge, and his eyes lit up. Change direction. Run inside. Let's see if those beasts dare follow. Seeing Xia Hong suddenly speak and change direction toward the inner west side of Redwood Ridge, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, although puzzled, followed closely behind. For them, the outer 500 meters of Redwood Ridge was a safe zone. Venturing deeper up to 1,000 meters, based on previous explorations by Rogel Camp, they would only encounter some other low-tier cold beasts inside. Despite their strength, they were still within the low-tier range. As long as they were cautious, it shouldn't be too problematic for the three of them. Compared to the northern Arrow Bamboo Forest and other more unfamiliar zones, venturing inside a bit deeper seemed more prudent. But soon, thinking they understood Xia Hong's intent, the two quickly realized their mistake when Xia Hong, having led them into Redwood Ridge, directed them toward a region filled with swirling mist. The three of them knew they were in a life-and-death crisis, so they moved swiftly. Seeing the misty area, they were less than 100 meters away. Leader, that's the territory of a cloud mist Tung Jiao. Is it safe to just rush in like that? Unlike Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, having been an early member of the Rogel Camp, was somewhat familiar with the three types of cold beasts within the 1,000-meter vicinity. Upon seeing the misty area, he immediately understood. When Xia Hong continued to lead them into the mist zone, Luo Yuan thought Xia Hong might not know about the cloud mist Tung Jiao, and thus issued a reminder. I know, just follow me in. It's almost daybreak. If we don't find a way to lose them now, we'll either be eaten or freeze to death. Hurry. Having explored so many times over the past half-month, Xia Hong certainly knew the creature's lair belonged to a cloud mist Tung Jiao. He was intentionally heading here. Snakes and rodents are natural enemies. We might even score a windfall. Cursing his own stupidity, Xia Hong suddenly realized that such a simple truth of snake-rodent enmity hadn't dawned on him until now. Simultaneously, he realized they might benefit from this, making his eyes sparkle. Tear off a piece of fur, dampen it with snow, and cover your face quickly. Upon hearing Xia Hong's order, Luo Yuan immediately complied. Although Xia Chuan was unsure, he too quickly fetched a piece of leather from his coat pocket, packed some snow in it, melted it against his chest, and then covered his face with it. The reason Tung Jiao bears the name Cloud Mist is that its breath expels a poisonous mist. In the logging realm, inhalation is lethal. Even the earth-digging realm, one can last half an hour by covering the mouth and nose with a damp cloth. But after half an hour, continued inhalation causes hallucination and unconsciousness, and excessive exposure can also be fatal. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's explanation, Xia Chuan finally understood. Luo Ming's Cold Beast Scroll had long been committed to memory by Xia Hong. Seeing Luo Yuan saving his breath explaining, he remained silent. The three covered their faces and charged into the mist zone. In the mist zone, visibility was low, but the area was only about 50 to 60 meters in diameter, with just 6 or 7 large trees. Almost immediately after entering, The three of them saw the massive figure coiled around the large tree in the center. An ultra-long tongue jiao, over 30 meters in length, as thick as a barrel, appeared approximately 60 centimeters in diameter. Its body was covered in black scales about the size of a baby's fist, wrapped around most of the large tree, with its tail buried in the snow, as if resting on the ground. Most striking was its gigantic head, much broader than its body, lounging on a bifurcation of the tree. On its forehead, two huge bulges seemed to be the nascent locations of budding horns. Though the tongue jiao's eyes were shut, its nostrils exhaled white mist with each breath, exuding an intense oppressive force. The previous time, Xia Hong had only glanced at the tongue jiao from a distance. Now, watching up close, he felt the pressure of directly facing such a creature. It's hard to imagine that this tongue jiao, like the snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep, was still categorized as a low-tier cold beast. Just how powerful would an intermediate cold beast be? Of course, now wasn't the time for Xia Hong to marvel. Xia Hong once more dropped to the ground to listen. After a moment, a trace of joy appeared on his face. They stopped. Those vile creatures really don't dare to come over. Earlier, the rodents had silently burrowed underground to ambush Luo Yuan successfully because there were only two. But this time, their numbers were significant, and to pursue him, they increased their digging speed, making it impossible to conceal their movement. Therefore, Xia Hong could easily discern their movements each time he pressed his ear to the ground. Although he heard clearly that about tens of meters away, the burrowing noise of the rodent group had ceased, Xia Hong didn't dare to be careless and led the other two to distance themselves as much as possible from the tongue jiao, choosing to climb up a tree to hide. The damp cloth can only filter for half an hour. With less than that until dawn, we can only linger for a few minutes. Regardless of whether the rodent group has retreated or not, we must quickly find another spot. Otherwise, we'd freeze to death even if we aren't eaten by the tongue jiao. As time ticked by, Xia Hong estimated the time, but continuously pressed his ear to the tree trunk, hoping to hear the retreat of the rodent group. Sadly, he heard nothing. But that was to be expected. If the rodents decided to retreat, they would likely follow the same underground path they dug in on, providing little chance of audibly detecting them leaving. It's getting light. Elder brother, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. Xia Chuan clearly sensed the dropping temperature and looked up at the increasingly transparent mist, realizing the night was ending, urgently reminded. Xia Hong frowned deeply. Regardless of the impending dawn, with such a big cloud mist tongue jiao looming nearby, he wanted to withdraw too. But whether the rodents had retreated was unknown. What if they were lying in wait? The tongue jiao represented their lone lifeline, and leaving recklessly only to get surrounded by rodents meant they wouldn't receive a second chance. Retreat first, take a gamble. Xia Hong would prefer not to gamble if possible, because if the gamble failed and the rodents hadn't gone, he would immediately meet his end leaving the mist zone. But regrettably, he had no choice. For humans, the low temperature after dawn was lethal, but it empowered cold beasts, making them widely active and stronger during the day. The imbalance meant death was the only outcome if the three stayed longer. However, just as Xia Hong was about to lead the way down from the tree, a sharp cracking sound of breaking would met their ears. Crack! Xia Hong's face froze, his pupils contracted slightly, and he then moved to his previous spot, pressing his ear once more against the surface. Run quickly! As soon as he heard it, Xia Hong's expression changed dramatically. With a low shout, he dragged Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan with force, leaping down from the tree together. Whoosh! The trunk of the large tree where they'd been perched suddenly splintered, releasing 7 or 8 silver flashes. The sharp-fanged, fleet-footed figures weren't anyone but those long-tailed rodents. Upon landing, before they could even let go, Xia Hong and the other two were instantly beset by 2 or 3 rodents, each from either side. The three formed a back-to-back defensive stance, lifting their knives to fend off attacks. Despite holding off several strikes, they each sustained numerous wounds. Even targeted primarily, Xia Hong received a 3 to 4-inch scar across his face from the rodent's claws, feigning immobility while quietly sending a few to burrow over. These rodents possess intelligence this high. Damned it. Xia Hong couldn't mind his own injuries. His face was severely solemn. If not for the inadvertent noise exposed by the rodents at the last moment, the three of them would have been decapitated had they hesitated to jump down the tree half a second longer. 8 rodents encircled them in a 3-3-2 formation, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their narrow, sinister muzzles bared sharp incisors, chattering as though communicating something. "Elder brother, something's wrong." One wave hadn't subsided when another arose. Xia Hong had yet to figure out how to escape the rodent encirclement when he heard Xia Chuan's voice, low and fearful, from the left. Uncertain, he turned to see Xia Chuan gazing skyward, prompting him to instinctively look up too. At a glance, his back turned ice cold. A massive head hovered in the air, dozens of meters above, staring down at him. It was the cloud mist tongue Jiao from before. Its forked tongue extended a good 4 or 5 meters from its mouth, and the mist exhaled from its nostrils was far denser than earlier. Its fiery red vertical pupils bore no emotion, only sheer ferocity and brutality. When did this tongue Jiao wake? With such a large body, how did it crawl from that central tree to here without making a sound? Xia Hong wiped the blood from his face, already cooled to the core. Initially hoping natural hostilities would entice the rodents to fight the tongue Jiao, with expectations of being the fisherman reaping a reward. Now, far from a windfall, they were trapped by both the tongue Jiao and the rodents. This is the result of being too clever for your own good. Xia Hong was filled with regret, almost wishing to slap himself. In such a predicament, there was no other choice left. Though the cloud mist tongue Jiao looked terrifying, it was still a low-level cold beast. The individual power of the rodents wasn't strong either, and though 7 or 8 was a considerable number, without an ambush, they were not much of a threat to the 3 of them. The key was if they didn't run now, half an hour would pass. Xia Hong clearly felt his head starting to feel dizzy, and the temperature was dropping faster and faster, indicating that dawn was not far off. As soon as he gave the order, the 3 of them simultaneously raised their swords and charged in the direction where there were only 2 rodents. The 6 rodents on the other 2 sides reacted quickly, rushing over to try and block the 3 from escaping, but before they could move, the tongue Jiao above them moved first. Whoosh! A huge tail descended from the sky, smashing towards the 3. Xia Hong didn't need to look up. Just the sound of the wind from the descending tail made him realize how terrifying the tongue Jiao's strength was. He directly abandoned the 2 rodents in front of him and dodged sideways before the tail fell, holding his sword firmly. Boom! The giant tail of the tongue Jiao struck the ground, sending snow flying 10 meters high. Although Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan dodged to the sides at the last moment, they were still sent flying over 10 meters by the sweeping strike that followed. Splutter! Though they quickly got up after landing, both spat blood, clearly having their organs injured by the terrifying force of the tongue Jiao. Unlike the 2, Xia Hong not only dodged the impact of the tongue Jiao's giant tail, but his sword even cut into the tail of the tongue Jiao. Taking advantage of the tongue Jiao's final sweep, he withdrew his sword. A deep cut over a meter long appeared on the tongue Jiao's tail. The strength exceeds mine, should be over 25,000 pounds, but its defense is average. Iron weapons can injure it. Xia Hong took a deep breath, a hint of delight on his face. When the tongue Jiao's giant tail descended earlier, he hadn't attacked proactively, but held his sword horizontally in the air. The wound on the tongue Jiao's tail was caused by its own inability to stop its strength, and the final sweeping strike was obviously a reflex from being wounded by the sword and feeling the pain. Leader, the rodent's movements have slowed. Indeed, they're no longer as agile as before. Meanwhile, from the other side, good news came from Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan. The reason they were hit by the tongue Jiao sweep earlier was that they blocked the 2 incoming rodents for Xia Hong. Both rodents were now marked with cuts inflicted by their swords. With the usual speed of rodents, the two of them shouldn't have managed to injure them. Xia Hong turned to look at the cuts on the rodents, then glanced around at the other 8 rodents. He noticed that their crimson pupils showed a clear dazedness, and their movements were indeed much slower than before, and he realized instantly. The poisonous mist from the Tang Jiao affects the rodents more than it does humans. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, the sound of the wind came again. Xia Hong hurriedly led the other 2 quickly southward toward the place where the rodent group had chased them earlier and finally stopped. Properties counteracting each other. These 2 types of cold beasts are indeed natural enemies. Fortunately, neither of them is particularly strong on their own. As long as we can deal with the rodent group, escaping safely is not an issue. Seeing the toxic mist restrain the rodents, Xia Hong immediately made a decision. The Tang Jiao, though powerful, was of limited threat to them. Escaping wasn't an issue. The rodent group was currently their biggest obstacle to survival. The large group of rodents underground, whether they retreated or not, if they brought the Tang Jiao over, it was the safest bet. If they could instigate a fight between the 2 sides, that would be ideal. Even if they couldn't, if they could scare away the rodent group, they could survive. The Tang Jiao, enraged by the earlier blow, was clearly very hateful towards Xia Hong. Seeing the 3 of them escape, it didn't hesitate to circle around from the trees to chase after them. Of course, during the process, it didn't forget to swoop down and swallow the 8 nearly unconscious rodents on the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The trees of Redwood Ridge were unusually thick and tall, and the Tang Jiao didn't need to land but instead leveraged the trees to chase after the 3, closing the distance quickly in just a short time. The underground is moving. It worked. The rodent group is retreating. As they fled, passing near the area where the rodent group had stopped earlier, Xia Hong could feel the movement indicating the rodents were retreating underground. Though he dared not stop, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Throw the torch. On Xia Hong's command, Xia Chuan immediately understood. While running, he ignited a torch and threw it forcefully in the direction the rodent group was fleeing. Almost the moment the torch ignited, the movements underground ceased abruptly, and the Tang Jiao pursuing from behind had its pupils suddenly contract as its body halted sharply. It's working, run quickly. Once again, Xia Hong couldn't help but marvel at the immense attraction that a torch had on cold beasts. The rodents had chased them from the northern slope of the mountain 2 kilometers to this place, and even after encountering the Tang Jiao, they were unwilling to retreat, showing their intense intent to kill them. Similarly, the Tang Jiao, after being wounded, would certainly harbor strong enmity towards him. And yet, both sides, upon seeing the torch, immediately stopped, making it their sole target. Xia Hong didn't dare look back anymore. Even if a fight broke out between the Tang Jiao and the rodent group, he didn't have the courage to return to take advantage. Surviving the night would already be a miracle. Turning back now would be courting death, a joke risking their lives. Take the 2 rodent carcasses and hurry back to camp. The 3 frantically ran, carrying the 2 rodent carcasses from earlier, and finally reached the camp just before dawn. The newly built wooden house was nearing completion, with only the interior work left. During the day, with the light source blocked, they could continue working, so besides those resting on rotation, a few were still working inside the wooden house. However, most people were still hiding in the temporary shelters. The disheveled appearance of Xia Hong and the other 2 upon returning stirred panic among those in the camp, and everyone gathered around with worried expressions. Bang! Upon entering the wooden house, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan immediately set down the 2 rodent carcasses, called for people to handle them quickly, and followed Xia Hong to the iron refining furnace. Several women from the camp immediately came up with the golden sore powder and shredded soft skin to treat the 3's wounds. Luo Yuan had blood at the corner of his mouth, 4 or 5 claw marks on his left arm and chest. They had already been treated with golden sore powder and were healing, though still bloody, and his back was bruised badly, with several collapsed bones visible, making his injuries the most serious. Xia Chuan had a sunken back, blood at the corner of his mouth, and several scratches on his arm, making his injuries the lightest in comparison. The worst was Xia Hong. Although his injuries weren't as severe as Luo Yuan's, with 3 deep claw marks on his waist and several dangling pieces of flesh, they had been treated with golden sore powder and were already healing. The main problem was his face, with a 3 to 4 inch long scar with the flesh turned outward, looking alarmingly sinister. The 3 not only had severe injuries, but their faces were also noticeably reddish, and their pupils somewhat dilated, showing signs of poisoning. While the others might not know, those from the former Rogel camp, like Zhao Long, immediately recognized it as the toxin from the cloud mist Hung Jiao. Furthermore, seeing the big swords they brought back, not only with nicks, but also large areas of worn edges, one could imagine the perilous situation the 3 had encountered in the past hour, let alone the women treating their wounds, who were all wiping away tears. Even the other onlookers had faces filled with worry and fear. Some of the younger ones even burst into tears, but the adults, worried about disturbing Xia Hong and the others' rest, covered their mouths to prevent them from making noise. Chuan, what's the situation? What happened to the leader? Is the leader going to be okay? The first to regain consciousness among the 3 was Xia Chuan. Seeing Xia Hong and Luo Yuan still resting with their eyes closed, the others immediately gathered around, asking what had happened. Don't make noise yet. Wait for the leader to wake up and speak. Xia Chuan shook his head, motioning for the others to be quiet. Half an hour later, Xia Hong's distracted pupils gradually returned to normal. The reddish color on his face faded, and he fully recovered consciousness. Are the 2 rodents taken care of? Quickly bring them over for me to see. The first thing Xia Hong did upon waking was to ask about the 2 rodents. Xia Chuan immediately ordered them to bring over the handled rodents. Leader, there isn't much meat on the rodent, only 287 pounds. The internal bones weigh 120 pounds. The 2 gnawing teeth alone weigh 20 pounds and are very hard. The remaining 100 pounds of internal bones are like the previous cold beasts, can only be ground into powder. Additionally, its fur is very soft, providing much more warmth than other cold beasts. The value of cold beasts isn't just in their meat. The fur can be used to make writing scrolls, clothing, and various leather products. Some internal bones can be powdered for medicine, and certain key parts can be used for other tools, among other things. Earlier, to maximize the use of hunted prey, Xia Hong had already assigned the task of handling cold beast prey to the craftsman workshop. After handling the rodents, the results were reported by the workshop master Mudong. Upon hearing Mudong's report, Xia Hong touched the silver rodent skin. Although his eyes brightened, the light quickly faded. However, upon seeing the azure rodent meat and the 230 to 40 centimeters gnawing teeth, Xia Hong's eyes regained their brightness, and his face was filled with delight. Leader, did some strong enemy appear? How did you get hurt like this? Was it a powerful cold beast? Leader, let us go with you tonight and fight that cold beast. With so many of us from Great Xia going, we won't be afraid of it. That's right, fight the cold beast. Even if I have to use my teeth, I'll bite a piece of meat off of it. The people around suddenly started speaking one after another. Xia Hong was taken aback when he noticed their expressions transition from panic and worry to indignant, shouting to fight the cold beast. He immediately felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He, Xia Chuan, and Luo Yuan were basically the strongest in Great Xia right now. Even if the 3 of them were like this, these people in the camp understood that even if they went to fight, it would still be a dead end. Yet even so, seeing him injured like this, they set aside their initial fear and worries, instead showing a fierce determination. If not for their high recognition of him as their leader, this group of hundreds wouldn't react like this. A bunch appeared on the northern slope. Xia Hong didn't hide anything and directly spoke about the rodent group. Since the people in the camp were trustworthy, he decided to tell them, and his upcoming plans also involved using the people from the camp. When Xia Hong finished explaining the rodent situation, everyone in the camp fell silent, worry spreading over their faces. Xia Hong felt it too. He pondered slightly, then raised his head to look straight at everyone. The northern slope is only 2 kilometers from the valley here. If discovered by that group of rodents, everyone in our great Xia camp will surely meet a dead end. So we must quickly come up with a plan, either drive them away or guide them away. And we must act immediately. The longer we delay, the worse our situation becomes. Within moments, one person stepped forward. Leader, just tell us what to do. I'll follow your lead. The first to step forward wasn't initially from the Great Xia, but a member of the Rogel camp, now part of the hunting team, Zhou Yuankai. As Zhou Yuankai finished speaking, Yuan Sheng, Hong Gang, Huang Yong, and other members of the hunting team, as well as the logging and collection teams, all stepped forward, expressing their readiness to Xia Hong. With the rodent swarm coming, none of us will survive. Just let me know what needs to be done, and I'll do my part without hesitation. Exactly. It's always the leader taking us out to fight while we've been of no use. Now that we finally have a chance to make a difference, I've been waiting for this day. So please, speak your mind, leader. Just give a command, and I'll be the first to charge forward. Xia Hong sat in his chair, listening to the unwavering declarations, and seeing the determination and fearlessness on their faces, he couldn't help but feel moved. Those who stood up weren't just members of the hunting team, but nearly everyone from the logging and collection teams, even the reserve and ordinary people standing at the back, were part of it. From relocation to camp merger, nearly 7 months had passed, and now Xia Hong realized that everyone in the Great Xia camp was united with no barriers. Faced with disaster, they had bonded together like a tight rope, and each had the resolve to die for Great Xia. The hard work and dedication of nearly 7 months had cultivated numerous abilities in the logging and earth-digging realms. But at this moment, Xia Hong felt that the courage and responsibility shown in the face of disaster were the greatest rewards he could receive. Excellent. In our Great Xia, there isn't a single coward. Xia Hong stood up directly from his chair, visibly enthusiastic. After looking around at everyone, he said solemnly, with our current strength, facing that rodent swarm head-on isn't realistic, and forcing them away is out of the question. So we must find a way to guide them away from here. The strength of a single rodent isn't considered strong. Xia Hong believed that one-on-one, hunting them wouldn't be a big issue. However, the rodent swarm beyond the clifftop was overwhelmingly large. Combined with their silent digging ability and elusive speed, the current Great Xia was no match, and once the camp's location was discovered, it would be a disaster. Guidance is the only way, especially since Great Xia just happened to have torches, the perfect tool for luring cold beasts. Even guiding the rodent swarm away carries tremendous risk. Firstly, where to lead them. There's no alternative answer. To the north of the cliff is the Lushan camp. To the east are unknown mountains, and the south is where their valley base is, which is even worse, so the only option is to lead them west, into Redwood Ridge. The north slope of the cliff is only 700 to 800 meters from Redwood Ridge. For safety, they should guide the rodent swarm as deep as possible, up to 1,000 meters into Redwood Ridge, which is as far as Great Xia can reach. Secondly, how to lead them. According to Xia Hong's idea, lay out torches along the way to lead the rodent swarm to the deepest area, preferably near the lair of their natural enemy, the cloud mist Tongjiao. The difficulty of this operation lies in the fact that the torches must be lit simultaneously, rather than lighting one, leading a short distance, and then lighting the next. Such a method would be cumbersome, difficult to control the distance, and prone to accidents. Furthermore, with such a massive rodent swarm that can burrow, who knows if a few will stray and find the person lighting the torches, and then trace back to find the valley, which would result in unforeseen disaster. Lastly, there are various unexpected situations that could arise midway. For example, according to Xia Hong's plan, laying the path from the north slope of the cliff to the inner side of Redwood Ridge would require at least dozens of torches. Lighting so many torches simultaneously is something they've never attempted before, and what if it triggers a large-scale movement of cold beasts? Laying out so many torches along the way will inevitably run into cold beasts, given their density in Redwood Ridge. The danger for those lighting the torches at these locations needs no further elaboration. and whether the entire rodent swarm will move towards the torches. After entering Redwood Ridge, it's best if the rodent swarm fights with other cold beasts, but what if they don't? Moreover, the torches burn for only 15 minutes, and after they go out, will the rodents settle within Redwood Ridge, or will they return to the north slope of the cliff? If they return, won't their efforts be wasted? Xia Hong explained his entire plan, including the difficulties of implementation, the various possibilities of success or failure, and even his concerns in detail. He explained clearly, and the others understood quickly. Essentially, this approach is an attempt by the weak. From tonight's encounter, it becomes clear that gradually luring them with torches and killing them in batches is utterly impossible. Firstly, the sheer number of nearly 400 makes it an endless task. Secondly, rodents can communicate and coordinate, and if any hunting attempt fails, it could jeopardize the camp's safety. The problem is that the current strength of the camp is entirely incapable of doing so. But to allow them to occupy that area is a dead end sooner or later, so we can only try using torches to lure them elsewhere. This brings up another question. Why is the rodent swarm gathered over there? If it's just an accidental gathering, they shouldn't come back once lured away by the torches. But if the rodent swarm has a purpose in gathering there, then once the torches go out, they will naturally return. The former is fine, but if it's the latter, all the effort and risk of guiding them away would be in vain. Why call it a weak attempt? Because this is currently the only feasible method they have, even if it is very likely to be useless. Can't we move and not live on this side of the valley? Where to move to? East is mountains. Can't go there. Rodent swarm is to the north. Moving over 800 people would create a big disturbance. So north is not possible either. To the south, at most it's 3 kilometers away to the Tower Mountain of Deshur camp. Moving there is no different than not moving. Beyond that is unknown territory, which is even more impossible. Someone proposed leaving, but as soon as they spoke, they were immediately rejected. Then how about? Subsequent suggestions surfaced, yet unsurprisingly, they were either infeasible or excessively difficult and risky. A large group of people, upon hearing suggestions about relocation, visibly showed resistance on their faces. Xia Hong sat silently on the chair, waiting for everyone's discussion. Even though inside he was certain that this was the only method, if the crowd could come up with a better strategy, that would naturally be ideal. Unfortunately, after more than an hour, everyone in the wooden house finally quieted down and slowly turned their gaze to Xia Hong. Clearly, they all realized that the only viable solution was Xia Hong's proposal to lure the rodent swarm into Redwood Ridge. Leader, pick people. Sitting and waiting to die is definitely not an option. At most, I would die. But if I can lure the rodent swarm away, I'd have done a service for Great Xia and gained face. I am willing to go. I'm also willing to go, leader. I'm willing to. Looking at the enthusiastic volunteers, Xia Hong's expression was somewhat heavy, but he still stood up, nodded, and then used coal stone to draw the terrain on the ground, beginning a detailed deployment. From a northern slope of the mountain wall to Redwood Ridge is over 700 meters. Penetrating further inside is over 1,000 meters. Considering the detours along the way, it should be within 3,000 meters at most. With torches set every 100 meters, it would require about 30 people. Use the ignition of the first torch as a signal. Once someone in the back lights their torch, they must immediately withdraw, so I need people familiar with the terrain and who can run fast. Also, tomorrow evening, when setting up torches, the cold beasts dwelling in the trees along the way should be scouted out and avoided as much as possible. Torches and personnel deployment within 500 meters on the perimeter will be arranged by Xia Chuan. Within 500 meters, Luo Yuan and 4 others will join me in charge. The detailed deployment couldn't possibly just come out of thin air. Xia Hong was merely explaining the operation ideas and selecting people. Everything needs to wait until nightfall to the northern slope of the mountain wall to be adjusted based on the actual situation for a more thorough and detailed plan. Once the crowd understood Xia Hong's approach, they enthusiastically offered advice, some of which Xia Hong readily adopted. Soon the 35 personnel and specific execution plan were determined. Among the 35 people, 15 were prominently from the hunting team, while the rest were all members of the lumberjack team, who were the most familiar with the Redwood Ridge environment in the camp. These selected individuals, although understanding the perilous nature of their imminent task, showed no sign of fear on their faces. Technically, this plan doesn't require directly confronting the rodent swarm. In normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger, but as I just said, there might be a few unexpected situations. Therefore, I must state in advance that to ensure the camp isn't discovered by the rodent swarm, those executing the torchlighting task, myself included, must not return to the camp immediately after escaping past this point. They must wait until dawn at the earliest to return, understood? Understood, leader. The 35 people, with somewhat solemn expressions, nodded unanimously in response. Xia Hong didn't say more. Waving everyone away, he glanced at Luo Yuan, who was already awake. Noting that his own waist injury was healing rapidly, he lay down on a chair to rest his eyes, quietly waiting for nightfall. The physique in the earth-digging realm was inherently strong, and with the application of golden sword powder, recovery was swift. By nightfall, he and Luo Yuan should already have regained full mobility without any issue. North slope of the mountain wall, the cold wind is bitter. It was daytime now, and upon first look, only about a dozen long-tailed rodents were left on the north slope. But if following the northern mountain, one would find on a mound over 100 meters away countless flesh-colored long tails exposed on the ground. Those tails seemed to be swaying rhythmically left and right with the rodents' bodies underground, making the scene extremely bizarre and disgusting. In a 3-meter-high cave beneath the ground 30 meters from the mountain wall, Chun-Ing was standing on the shoulders of 2 men, with his ear pressed against the stone wall at the top of the cave, eyes closed, clearly listening to the movements above. The 2 people below saw his expression and clearly realized something, their expressions gradually becoming hopeless as well. They're still there, they're not planning to leave. What's on the north slope? Are these beasts planning to stay here forever? Even if they leave during the day, it doesn't matter. We can't get out. As soon as night falls, they come back and rest above, and we still can't escape. The crystal fruit ran out 3 days ago. The leather, dried grass, and tarpaulin we used before in the cave, everything edible is already eaten, and there are already children fainting from hunger. We can't go on like this, Father. The wood is about to run out too. The camp is about to start eating people, Father. Shut up, quiet. Chun-Ing interrupted his 2 sons' discussion. Although his tone was slightly more severe, he still tried to keep his voice down, fearing being discovered by the cold beast above. But after interrupting them, Chun-Ing didn't know what to say either. Thinking of the current situation, the despair in his pupils grew stronger. This group of rodents came over more than half a month ago, and for some unknown reason, they entrenched themselves on the north slope of the mountain wall and refused to leave. Today marks a full 17 days. The Chunyi camp was originally just a small camp with little strength. The reserves of crystal fruit and wood were not substantial, and a logging team has not gone out for 17 days. The current situation is easy to imagine. Chun-Ing had considered a desperate attempt, but the problem is that with their strength, even a desperate attempt was an extravagance. If they exposed themselves even a little, it would basically mean becoming this group of cold beast food. Last time during the wood puppet monster incident at Rogel Camp, Chunyi Camp lost 5 people from the logging realm. Now, with only the 3 of them in the logging realm, with such little strength, any one of the myriad rodents on the north slope could easily kill them. Chun-Ing once hoped that this group of rodents had some purpose and might leave once they achieved it. But up to now, there were no signs of the rodents leaving. Let's go back and have a look. Chun-Ing led his 2 sons, walked more than 10 meters towards the south of the cave, and knocked on a stone wall, immediately receiving a response from behind. A stone was moved aside, and light immediately poured out from inside. The 3 quickly squeezed in and sealed the stone wall behind them. Behind the stone wall, there was actually a secondary cave that spanned 20 to 30 meters. In the center of the cave was a small bonfire, with 200 to 300 people crowded around it, their faces full of despair and helplessness. The arrival of Chun Ying and his two sons caused a slight stir among the crowd. Yet upon noticing the expressions on the three's faces, the crowd visibly fell back into despair, their spirits utterly crushed. "Whoa, my child, my child." Suddenly, the low sobs of a woman came from the crowd. Chunning followed the sound and found a grown woman by the bonfire, holding a 3 or 4-year-old child, weeping quietly. Chunning reached out and touched the child's neck, discovering that the pulse had already stopped, his face turning even grimmer. Those closest to the bonfire were children and women. Chunning stood up and looked around, finding that most of the children had their eyes closed, barely breathing, with even some already unconscious. On the third day of fasting, in normal circumstances, it would not be enough to starve anyone to death. The problem is the heating system also broke down. With the cold beast directly above, they couldn't risk stoking the fire too much. Furthermore, with the wood supply running low these past few days, warming up has become an even greater strain. Surviving hunger alone could barely be managed, but if you add the cold, even adults wouldn't hold, let alone children. If this continues, the children will definitely be the first to die of starvation and cold, then it will spread to the adults. Channing clenched his fists tightly for a moment, seemingly making a decision, the despair on his face gradually shifting to resolve. He turned to the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. "Tonight, once night falls, Chun Shang and I will charge out of the cave entrance, running north to distract the cold beasts. Chun Ping will lead the others south. If you can run, then run. If not, then we'll all die together." After speaking, Chun Ying ignored the crowd's reaction and sat directly on the ground, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for the night to come. Chun Ping and Chun Shang, hearing his words, also showed no emotional response, only nodded slightly in despair. Upon hearing Chun Ye's plan, the others reacted similarly, if not more hopelessly than them. It's not just these ordinary people. When Chun Yi made this decision, he knew in his heart that of the 277 people left in Chun Yi camp, none were likely to survive. The problem is, doing nothing only guarantees death. Taking action may at least allow a more dignified death. Wei confirmed the child's death a moment ago. He noticed the gleam in many adults' eyes. If they continue to stay inside, not only would they die without dignity, but scenes of inhuman tragedy might occur, which he was unwilling to see. Thus, aside from death, there is no other path. Being weak is the original sin. Who let them be at the bottom layer of this icy world? Since death cannot be avoided, they might as well accept it calmly. With eyes closed, Chun Ying's heart sighed slightly, involuntarily recalling Yang Ning and another he met at Rogel Camp some time ago. If only we were born in a place like Beishua Town, it would be great. The night silently crept in. In fact, during these 17 days trapped deep in the cave for fear of being discovered by the cold beasts, even the smoke from the bonfire was being vented through wooden pipes to the depths of the cave, let alone opening the cave to see whether it was day or night outside. He could only judge based on the noises made by the cold beasts above. During the daytime, the cold beasts would crawl up the North Slope Mountains, and at night, they would crawl back to the mountainside to rest. Hearing the noise above intensify, Chun Ying realized it was already dark. After waiting for a moment, Chun Ying first extinguished the campfire, then led everyone out of the hiding place within a cave, through a 3-meter-high passage, to the outer area where they had previously camped in a large mountain cave. Open the cave. Chun Ying was mentally prepared and didn't dawdle, instructing his two sons and some adults to begin clearing the entrance of the cave. To avoid alarming the cold beasts above, they moved as quietly as possible. Considering they hadn't eaten for days and were weak, the clearing process was extraordinarily slow. Nonetheless, everyone was not impatient, likely knowing that stepping outside meant facing death, so their mindset remained calm. When only a final layer of branches remained at the cave entrance, Chun Ying signaled for everyone to stop and exchanged a meaningful look with them, clearly bidding farewell. Just as he was raising his hand to push away the last layer of branches, thud thud, suddenly, There was a violent trembling from above. Chun-Ing looked upwards, his expression changing in shock, thinking they had been discovered by the cold beasts, and instinctively told everyone to retreat back to the previous cave. "Wait, Father, the cold beasts, they seem to be leaving. They're not heading for North Slope. They're moving toward Redwood Ridge." Qin Shang and Qin Ping had already pressed their ears to the ground, and after listening for a while, they immediately looked up, their faces filled with joy. Qin Ing was stunned for a moment, then quickly lay on the ground, and after listening, his face also showed joy. He quickly pried open a small part of the cave entrance to look outside. Fire! He was momentarily stunned by what he saw. On the western side of the mountain wall, over 100 meters away, although the view wasn't clear, Chun-Ing could ascertain a small flame was burning. At the same time, countless silver cold beasts were leaping down from above, fervently charging towards the flame. No, there's more. Beyond that flame, another one started to burn, followed by more and more, until 4 or 5 small flames were burning close to the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, too far for Chun-Ing to see clearly. "Everyone, hurry outside and run south," until all the silver cold beasts had jumped down and headed west, continuously moving away from the mountain wall while chasing the flames. Realizing this was an excellent escape opportunity, Qin Yi immediately pushed open the branches covering the cave entrance and shouted to those behind him. He did not escape first, but instead let the others run ahead. "Run, run! Hurry, run! Quickly! Those with strength, carry the children, quick!" Chun Shang and Chun Ping did the same. Not only did they not run first, but they actually went to the back and each picked up a child, urging everyone to run quickly. With over 200 people, it was certainly unrealistic to expect all of them to run out quickly. But under the coordination and organization of the Chun family father and sons, and with the cooperation of many adults, the speed was surprisingly fast. In under 2 minutes, everyone had escaped the cave and was desperately fleeing south. The Chun family father and sons followed at the back of the group, constantly keeping an eye on the cold beasts that had moved to the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, while also watching the dangers behind them. Unfortunately, a group of 200 or 300 people was simply too large. When squeezing out of the cave, with their coordination, the speed was quick, but once outside and running south, the speed immediately slowed down. At the same time, a scream suddenly erupted from the group, causing it to split in half, with those in the front running frantically forward, and those in the back actually starting to retreat. The trailing trio of Chun-Ing immediately rushed to the middle, their expressions changing drastically. Seeing the scene in the middle, their hearts turned cold. 3 half-meter diameter holes appeared on the ground, where 3 silver-tailed cold beasts had already killed 7 or 8 people. One of them even had a person's upper body clamped in its mouth. With a light chew from its gnawing teeth, the person was crushed and swallowed. "Hold them back. The rest, keep running quick." Chun-Ing didn't hesitate, pulling out a stone axe and bravely charged forward, with Chun Ping and Chun Shang closely following, rushing up as well. The 3 were clearly planning to sacrifice their lives to create a chance for the rest to escape. The ordinary people reacted quickly, most circumventing to escape, while a few adults gritted their teeth and followed Chun-Ing and his sons, charging toward the silver-tailed cold beasts. "If we're going to die, let's fight these beasts. Everyone else, keep running. Yes, let's fight it." The scene was indeed heroic, yet, sadly, these people were far too weak. The 2 cold beasts hardly moved. With a few leaps, their sharp claws and flashing teeth ended those adults, either slicing them in half or disemboweling them, leaving them in a grim state. The first to rush up, Chun-Ing and his sons indeed entangled the beasts for a few moments. But that was all. In less than 3 or 4 breaths, they were directly flung 5 or 6 meters away by the long tail of one of the cold beasts. The cold beast's tail was full of barbs, and the parts of the trio struck by it instantly turned into a bloody mess. The oldest, Chun-Ing, bled from the corners of his mouth, unable to stand immediately. "Father, let's run. The commotion over at Redwood Ridge is getting bigger. If those cold beasts return, we're done for." Hearing his son, Chun Ping, Ning gritted his teeth, turned his head to see the two cold beasts still massacring the ordinary people in the camp, and without thinking, pushed him aside and forcibly got up, charging at the cold beast on the left. "You run first." Smack! Seeing Ning still recklessly charging, the cold beast's face flashed with a hint of mockery. Its body flickered, and its over 2-meter-long tail whipped out with a crack, flying straight towards Ying's face. Ying's speed was clearly not on the same level as the beast's. He couldn't even attempt to raise the stone axe to block, seeing the barbs on the tail about to pierce his eye. Ying instinctively closed his eyes, a hint of relief appearing on his face. He was over 40, and considering the average lifespan of 40 years for humans in the Ice Abyss world, he was already quite elderly. He had thought everyone in the camp would starve or freeze to death in the cave. Having this mini escape was enough for him. Dragging on this long, quite a few should have gotten away by now. It's worth it. Whoosh! However, just as Ning was resigning to death, a whistle of an arrow suddenly came to his ear, and when he looked up, he saw the cold beast in front of him knocked back 4 or 5 meters. He was stunned. "Bows and arrows, don't let those 2 rodents escape, quick!" A calm and steady command came from behind. Ning and his sons, as well as those yet to run far, all instinctively turned to look back. At this sight, everyone involuntarily froze for a moment. 6 well-dressed, extraordinary youths quickly approached from behind, each with a large knife at their waist and an arrow quiver on their back, stringing arrows as they came, shooting rapidly at the 2 rodents. The one who commanded, the leader, his clothes were described as neat, but neat was far from enough. A light blue velvet hat with 2 5-6-inch white beast teeth, straight white-brown trousers, shiny black beast skin boots, coupled with an imposing black cloak. Majestic, the word popped into everyone's mind, including Ning. Beishua town, more have come. The thought spontaneously emerged in Ying's mind. Such luxurious attire, coupled with the 6 people's lavish weaponry, reminded him of Yang and Li, and thus connected to Beishua town. Leader Chun, stop dawdling. Quickly lead the people to escape. Knows me? Ning was stunned, and at the same time, he clearly saw the approaching 6 men's appearances. Xia, Leader Xia, how could it be you? Go, we don't have much time. Finish them off quickly. Xia Hong had no time to explain to Ning. Giving an order and putting down his bow and arrows, drew his knife and led the charge. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others followed closely behind. The 6 of them directly surrounded the 2 rodents in the center, giving no chance, and charged in to kill. With previous battle experience, leading the encirclement this time, the 3 of Xia Hong were naturally adept. Xia Chuan was the first to move his fingers. Several threads flew straight towards 2 rodents, and with the cooperation of the other 5, they first entangled their limbs. The 2 rodents clearly sensed danger from the 6 people, their expressions slightly flustered, but their reactions were quick, each turning in a silver light, constantly trying to break through the gaps between the 6 to escape. Unfortunately, Xia Hong and the others wielded their blades to block, leaving them no gap. Sparks flew as teeth clashed with blades, and after a dozen clashes, all hit the blades of Xia Hong and his team, showing no signs of breaking through. And with these over 10 headless charges, their range of movement increased, and their limbs were entangled even tighter by Xia Chuan's white threads. Exert force kill. Seeing Xia Chuan's white threads were already taut, Xia Hong seized the opportunity when the rodents were exhausted, shouted fiercely, stepped on the long tail of one rodent with both feet, stomped hard, leaped with the blade, and struck towards its neck. At the instant his shout echoed, Xia Chuan in the distance exerted force with both hands. White threads instantly tightened. Both rodents stumbled, flipped sideways, and fell to the ground. At the same time, Luo Yuan and the 3 Zhao brothers, seizing the opportunity, abandoned entanglement, gathered strength with their blades, and almost simultaneously with Xia Hong, slashed toward the back of the other rodent. Crack, crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out consecutively, except for Xia Chuan in the distance. All 5 of Xia Hong's blades cleaved into the bodies of the 2 rodents. Although the four of Luo Yuan hacked at the spine, the blades reached nearly halfway into the rodent's body, showing the strength of the four. Xia Hong was even more extreme, hacking at the neck. Though the rodent eventually avoided it, he still struck the back of the head. With this strike, the rodent's skull shattered directly, flesh and brains splattered everywhere, leaving not a single intact bone in the head except for those two teeth. Not far away, Chun Ying and his son, as well as a few adults from Chunyi camp, were already dumbfounded, filled with shock in their hearts. These two powerful cold beasts, capable of wantonly slaughtering humans, lasted less than 3 minutes in the hands of these 6 people before being slain. Could these 6 perhaps be gods? At this moment, even Chun Ying, who had previously seen the Xia Hong brothers, couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. When they came to their senses, everyone looked at Xia Hong and his team with only deep admiration and awe in their eyes. Clean up and run quickly. Chun Ying and the others' thoughts were unknown to Xia Hong. He instructed Luo Yuan and the others to clean up the battlefield quickly, turned and saw Chun Ying and the others still standing in place, and couldn't help but speak angrily. "What are you standing there for? Run south quickly." Awakened by his words, Chun Ying and the rest immediately continued to flee south. On their end, seeing Xia Chuan and the others tidying up the battlefield, Xia Hong said nothing, directly led the way south at full speed, with the 5 of them carrying the 2 wrapped rodent corpses following closely behind. Lighting the first torch and taking a detour from the south took over 5 minutes. Watching the rodent swarm pass took over 2 minutes. Just now, it took 3 minutes to kill the 2 rodents, which already exceeded 12 minutes. Xia Hong roughly calculated the time in his mind, realizing that those torches would soon go out, hurriedly sped up his pace, catching up with the personnel from Chunyi camp at the front in just a few breaths. Seeing Xia Hong approach, Chun Ying and the others, despite their injuries, immediately knelt down in excitement. "Leader Xia, great kindness and virtue. Leader Chun, time is tight. No need to say this. Keep leading the people to run." Xia Hong helped up Chun Ying, directly interrupting him, and after pondering for a moment as he saw the slow-moving crowd, he turned and said, "Zhao Long, you 3 take them back to the camp as fast as possible. Chuan and Luo Yuan, stay with me to cover." "Yes, leader." The 3 Zhao brothers immediately nodded in compliance, each carrying a child, then ordered other able adults to carry the children as well, urging everyone to leave quickly. With the organizing of the 3 Zhao brothers and the assistance of Chun Ying and his son, the previously confused crowd quickly became orderly, and the efficiency of the southern retreat improved significantly. Xia Hong and his team already found a tree, stood on it, and watched everyone evacuate before breathing a slight sigh of relief. Luo Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. "Chun Ying and these people, they are really lucky." "Indeed lucky. I saw the faces of Chun Ying and his sons. They haven't eaten for at least 2 or 3 days, must have been trapped too long, ran out of reserve food, and, as they just escaped the cave, they probably intended a final desperate fight, stumbled upon us leading the rodents away. If the timing had been slightly different, none of them would survive." Hearing Xia Chuan's words, Xia Hong couldn't help but nod, internally marveled at the luck of the Chunyi camp people. Fortunately, elder brother suggested checking back on the rodent swarm's movements. Otherwise, those 2 rodents might have slaughtered them all. Tonight's plan, up till now, should be considered a success. None of you 6 came to harm. There weren't many cold beasts along the way. The likelihood of issues with others is low. By morning we'll know. For now, just wait and see if the rodent swarm will return. Xia Hong spoke while keeping an eye on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge to the northwest, hoping the rodent swarm would never return. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan also looked towards Redwood Ridge, their expressions a bit tense. Thud, thud, thud. However, just 3 minutes into the watch, just when the torches were expected to go out according to Xia Hong's calculations, a loud noise came from the ground. First sensing it, Xia Hong was the first to look up, seeing the endless silver rodent swarm returning swiftly towards the north slope of the mountain wall from the northwest edge of Redwood Ridge. Xia Hong's face instantly turned grim. They're back. It seems there's definitely something on the north slope top that's attracting these long-tailed rodents. We can't stay here. Let's go quickly. After speaking, Xia Hong turned without looking back, running south. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan followed closely behind. As the three ran south, their expressions didn't look good. The rodent swarm returning to the north slope of the mountain wall meant that tonight, their high-risk, manpower-intensive diversion plan was completely declared null. Having exerted such effort, and the risk not reduced at all, equated to useless labor, and the three felt exceptionally heavy in heart. With great speed, the trio soon caught up with Zhao Long and the others. Leader, the situation how? Zhao Long instinctively wanted to ask about the rodent swarm, but seeing Xia Hong's face, realized things were awry and wisely held his tongue. Leader Xia, about 100 meters up from the north slope on the mountain, there should be something attracting these rodents during the day. I haven't seen it myself, but hiding in the cave for over 10 days, I can sense it. Chunyi came over at this time, speaking with respect towards Xia Hong. Apparently, during the escape earlier, he learned of Xia Hong's plan from the three Zhao brothers, and seeing the grim faces upon the trio's return, he realized the rodent swarm had come back, hurrying to explain what he knew. Hearing this, Xia Hong nodded. This affirmation from Chun Ying reinforced his earlier suspicions. To draw such vast numbers of rodents, whatever's atop the north slope, is certainly not simple. But whether it's Xia Hong or others, realizing this didn't spark any greed, instead only a deep worry. After all, nothing is more precious than life. The massive rodent swarm presents an overwhelming threat to Great Xia's current capabilities. No benefit, no matter how great, is theirs to claim. Rather, should the rodent swarm move slightly and discover the valley, it would be total disaster for them. As long as they remain on the north slope, any hunting, logging, or gathering by Great Xia outside risk detection. It's like a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The issue of the rodent swarm must be proactively resolved, and it can't be delayed. But the strength is insufficient. What means are there to resolve them? Xia Hong considered solutions for dealing with the rodent swarm as he headed alongside the team towards the valley settlement. Leader, we've arrived, a mere 2 kilometers distance. Coupled with the rodent swarm scare, the group's advance was swift, reaching the entrance to the valley settlement in no time. After over half a year, seeing the gates of Rogel Camp again, the expressions of Chun Ying and his sons showed slight emotion. But upon looking at Xia Hong, their hearts filled once more with hope and longing. On the return, Zhao Long told them not just about tonight's rodent diversion. Rogel Camp is now a thing of the past. The valley is now under the control of Great Xia Camp. Xia Hong is the sole leader. De Shi, Huang Zhao, De Chuan, and over 100 from the former Rogel Camp have all joined Great Xia. With a total of over 800 people, Great Xia Camp now boasts 6 earth-digging realm individuals and over 100 logging realm, a gathering of strong ones. If these revelations were enough to leave Chun Ying dumbfounded, then upon hearing the current system of Great Xia Camp, especially the distribution system for cold beast meat, Chun Ying was left even more astounded. Hunting team, logging team, collection team, camp supply station, and craftsman workshop, 5 major agencies, earth-digging realm 10 pounds daily, logging realm 5 pounds daily. All above 6 years count as reserves with a daily quota of 1 to 2 pounds. Even children under 6 receive 5 pounds per month along with crystal fruit as supplementary food. If not for witnessing the divine presence of Xia Hong and his 6, no matter who said these words, Chun Ying and his sons might have considered them mad. How could this be possible? Is Great Xia's cold beast meat falling from the sky? Bombarded by such information, when Zhao Long mentioned Great Xia's intention to take in the over 200 from Chunyi camp, Chun Ying became completely numb, naturally unable to refuse. He now had only one thought, to enter Great Xia camp and personally verify whether what Zhao Long said was true or false. It doesn't have to be all true. Even if just 1/5, no, even if just 1/10 is true, I'd be satisfied. As they entered the valley, This was the thought in the hearts of Chun Ying and his sons at the last moment. After all, even if Zhao Long exaggerated, with just 1/10 truthfulness, they could still receive half a pound of cold beast meat each day. With such a mindset, the three, following behind over 200 from Chunyi camp, slowly walked through the passage into the valley. It's so warm in this valley, isn't it? Such a large house. Is that canvas on the roof of that house? So many people. How come there's so much wood? So large, so much. Crystal fruit. Is that the scent of crystal fruit at the cave entrance? There's a smell of meat. I smell meat. It's cold beast meat. I've had it before. As they hadn't fully entered, exclamations of surprise and admiration started to emerge from the front of the formation. The three of Chun Ying and his sons, hearing this, felt further curiosity and instinctively quickened their pace to reach the front of the crowd. When they reached the front of the crowd and saw the scene in the valley for the first time, the three members of the Chun Ying family instantly understood why those people had just gasped. First, entering the valley, a wave of warmth hit them, the temperature rising almost immediately. Heaps of timber piled high on both sides of the valley, most of it being golden frostwood. In the outer areas, there were neatly cut planks, and many people were working hard with saws and tools beside them, clearly crafting materials for wooden houses. From a small cave on the southern side of the valley, the aroma of crystal fruit wafted out, almost tangible, and could be clearly smelled even from dozens of meters away. Someone emerged from the cave, holding dozens of azure blue cold beast meat, each weighing hundreds of pounds by sight. Others carried bags of crystal fruit inside, and came out with their bags empty, clearly storing the crystal fruit inside. Unsurprisingly, it should be the warehouse of the great Xia camp. In the center of the valley stood a massive square wooden house, approximately 200 meters long on each side and 15 meters high. The wooden house gleamed with a faint golden light in the firelight. Chuning could tell at a glance that it was all made of golden frostwood. The roof was four-cornered, piled high with snow, yet at the eaves, the bee-skin tarps under the snow were clearly visible. Generally, the outermost layer of bee skin with fur is suitable for clothing. The second layer is more durable and resistant to decay, suitable for writing records. The third layer is toughest and hardest, often used in tarps at the camp. Ordinary bee-skin tarps would not shock Shening, though. The issue was the vast area of this wooden house, with its roof entirely covered with bee-skin tarps, which was incredible. The walls of the wooden house appeared about 6 meters thick, all formed from single golden frostwood logs, with large iron reinforcements visible at the joints. The two grand doors of the wooden house were 5 meters high, mainly of wood but bordered with iron bands, exuding a sense of weight even from afar. The doors were wide open, with people carrying planks in and out, their hands mostly holding wooden tools, while some even had various iron tools. The second and third floors of the wooden house featured half-meter diameter wooden windows. Through the open windows, and by the firelight from inside, it was clear people were busy at work. A spring-like warmth, endless timber, freely obtained cold beast meat and crystal fruit, a giant wooden house interlaced with iron artifacts, people's hands holding various iron tools. At first sight, the Chuning family was completely dumbfounded. Much less, in the camp, people were gorging on cold beast meat, including children, the smallest appearing less than 10 years old. Moving the massive lumber, there were 40 to 50 people with logging realm strength. In front of the wooden house, for campfires were set up, each with dozens of complete bee skins roasting on the spit, women beating them with wooden sticks, clearly processing the hides. Young children ran about, brandishing wooden toys, laughing and playing. Seeing all this, the Chuning family was left speechless, and the other 200 from Chenyi camp were even more so. Have we reached heaven? Is there such a place in Redwood Ridge? Is this the great Xia camp? Everyone stood stunned, eyes full of disbelief, many even thinking it was a mirage, instinctively pinching themselves. Realizing it was all real, everyone, including the Chuning family, broke into smiles. Over half were moved to tears with joy. But after the joy, they all turned worriedly toward Chening. The Chuning family shared this anxiety, especially seeing Xia Hong and others, upon entering the valley, went straight to the large wooden house without discussing the arrangement for Chunyi camp, leaving Chuning uneasy. Would such a powerful great Xia really take them in? While Chuning was anxious, a young man, even younger than his sons, approached with a smile, calling out to him. Leader Chun, rest assured, since our leader decided to take you in, we won't go back on our word. Here, we're all family. Come with me to register. Seeing the young man's friendly face yet imposing stature, even more so than his own, wearing a uniform like what Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan had, Chuning dared not show arrogance, promptly bowing respectfully with his sons. May I ask, who is this gentleman? The young man appeared surprised by this address, but seemed pleased, chuckling and waved it off, saying, just call me Shiping. I'm no lord, just a member of the camp supply station, following Lord Xiachuan's order to record the new arrivals. Please follow me. Shiping? Hearing this name, Chuning paused, as if realizing something, and hesitantly asked, might you be Shiping's? Old Chun. Before Shiping could respond, an excited voice came from behind. Chuning turned his head, immediately showing excitement on his face. Old Shi. Seeing Shiping approaching, the young man deferentially made way. Chuning immediately realized he had guessed right. Old Shi, your son is remarkable. Shiping's aura surpassed his own, wearing one of the rare, full-set uniforms of the Great Xia camp. Directly under the command of Xia Hong's brother, Xia Chuan, it showed his significant standing in the camp. Not bad, not bad. Hearing the envious tone, Shiping was greatly pleased. Though aware of Chun Ying's misunderstanding, he did not explain, laughing heartily, leading Chuning and others from Chunyi camp to register. The population of Great Xia was close to 1,000. With living spaces limited, there was no need for a stringent household system. Registration was merely to note numbers, names, and ages, aiding in organization. As individuals from Chunyi camp, all 200 plus, reported names and ages. Shiping noted them on the leather scrolls, quickly categorizing them. A total of 212 people, 37 are under 6, not yet of age for cold beast meat. They'll receive 5 pounds of meat monthly. It can be smashed with crystal fruit for supplementary food. The remaining 172 are all reserved for the militia, with strength under 1,000 pounds, and a daily quota is 1 pound. Additionally, Leader Chun, Qin Shang, and Chun Ping, all of Logging Realm. The collection team currently has vacancies, so you have no choice but to join. Once in the team, the daily quota is 5 pounds. Previously, Chunyi camp escaped from the cave with 277 individuals. Still, being pursued by those 2 rodents midway resulted in over 60 deaths, leaving only 212. Little Stone, just call me Uncle Chun. Please don't call me leader anymore. Now that I'm part of Great Xia, it would be a joke to continue that. Seeing Shiping, Chuning relaxed. They'd known each other from years ago, and he recognized the name Shiping because he'd seen him as a child. Thus, he spoke more freely now. Noticing everyone was assigned to different teams and the cold beast meat quotas were announced, Chuning was naturally pleased. The cold beast meat was secondary. Most importantly from Shiping's arrangements, he was sure Great Xia genuinely intended to accept them. It wasn't just him. Chun Shang, Chun Ping, and the rest from Chunyi camp realized they were part of Great Xia from today, feeling settled, no longer anxious. Old Chun, you're lucky. The wooden house should be complete in 2 days. You'll get to live in a new house upon arrival. Haha, being early doesn't beat impeccable timing. Haha. With a settled heart, Chuning was more inclined to chat. Hearing Shiping's tease, he just shook his head and explained how they arrived. Shiping had missed the discussion about the rodent horde, though Shiping was present. Hearing the harrowing escape of Chunyi camp and the massive rodent horde on the northern slope, Shiping comforted Chuning, but soon realized the significant threat facing Great Xia camp. Learning the rodents were drawn away, but returned to the northern slope, knowing that Great Xia was not yet out of danger, Shiping and Shiping showed worry. In sharp contrast to the joy of Chun Yi camp's people, Xia Hong had just returned to a temporary wooden house. Seated alone, Xia Hong wore a look of worry, his brow furrowed deeply. He'd maintained this attitude since returning to the camp. The torches aren't working. We can't fight them, can't flee either. Must we truly just wait for doom? To wait idly by, hoping the rodents wouldn't find the valley camp. What's the difference from awaiting death? There must be a way. First, calm down. According to Chuning, the lure for the rodent horde is above the northern slope, farther from the valley, and hopefully unnoticed. If things turn serious, we'll take everyone back to the mound. Constantly without a good plan, Xia Hong forced himself to stay calm. Though the crisis was near, it hadn't arrived yet, and they couldn't panic. Exhausted from the night outside, Xia Hong lay back in his chair to rest. Though before he could relax, Xia Chuan and Mu Dong entered. When they approached, and Xia Hong opened his eyes, Xia Chuan was the first to speak. Leader, the people from Chunyi camp have been settled, totaling 212, including those above 6. As Xia Hong listened and nodded, he learned more details about Chunyi camp's many children and adults and their gender ratio beyond the system's knowledge. Once Xia Chuan finished, Xia Hong looked to Mu Dong, who displayed an eager expression, guessing what was about to come. Leader, tomorrow, the wooden house can be completed. Despite still pondering the rodent horde, hearing Mu Dong, Xia Hong couldn't suppress a hint of joy. A new home, after over half a year of construction, was finally near completion. The significance of the new dwelling was no longer as great as before. 6 months of preparation, taking nearly 7 months in total, a massive amount of golden frostwood, iron, or regardless of cost, almost everyone in the camp involved. If so much manpower and material were invested solely to improve living conditions, then Xia Hong was just being irrational. The greatest purpose of the new dwelling, built at such a high price, was to defend against the cold beasts constantly expanding out of Redwood Ridge. According to the original design of the wooden house, with 6-meter-thick golden frostwood walls, reinforced at key points with iron fittings, even when faced with cold beasts like snow mane with powerful impact, there wouldn't be any risk of collapse unless 100 charged at once. The cold beasts expanding from Redwood Ridge currently include snow mane, frost wolf, and golden sheep, which means once the wooden house is built, they can protect themselves even if the cold beasts discover them during the day by hiding inside the wooden house. If discovered at night, they can even use the house's defenses to hunt the attacking cold beasts. Improving living conditions is merely incidental. After all, compared to safety, comfort is not considered a significant need at all. Unfortunately, with the arrival of the rodent swarm, Xia Hong's plans were all for nothing. With the rodents' abnormal tunneling ability, the large swarm on the north slope of the mountain wall, Xia Hong even has doubts whether this wooden house, or even a house made purely of iron, can stop them. Before getting rid of that swarm of rodents, the security guarantee brought by the new wooden house is certainly minimal, and Xia Hong is not the only one who understands this. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the other 5 also know. The second night, in the temporary wooden house, just after Xia Hong finished eating cold beast meat, feeling the long-awaited immense heat within his body, his eyes immediately showed a joyful expression as he quickly stood up and started practicing long boxing. Xia Hong's basic strength of over 20,000 pounds, combined with his mastery of the long boxing routine, can display a force of up to 30% more, which is over 26,000 pounds. Such terrifying strength accompanied the fist pouring out crazily, with explosive sounds ringing continuously, causing the outer walls of the wooden house to tremble and the bonfire inside to crackle fiercely. Today is the last day of the completion of the new residence, and there's a lot to do. Almost all the adults in the camp went to help, leaving only about 100 young children in the temporary wooden house. The harsh environment made these children understand the importance of strength early on. Seeing Xia Hong's imposing boxing now, their eyes were full of admiration and awe. Some of the braver ones even imitated Xia Hong's moves and began practicing earnestly. No wonder he's the leader. Even the sound of his punches is louder than others. Nonsense. The leader is the strongest in our great Xia. My father is in the hunting team, and he said the leader alone can hunt cold beasts. I will definitely become as strong as the leader in the future. Luo, and stop bragging. You're not even 6 yet, and can't even swallow big chunks of cold beast meat. Yet you want to become as strong as the leader. Ha ha. Ha ha. Indeed, Luo and boast too much. Zhou Ping, you also got stuffed eating cold beast meat yesterday. Don't think I don't know. Just wait, once I can eat big chunks of cold beast meat, I will definitely be stronger than you. Fine, then let's see who's stronger. The whispers of the children inside the house, though lowered, could not escape Xia Hong's ears as he was practicing his punches and hearing their childish arguments. He couldn't help but smile wryly. If he remembered correctly, among the two arguing, Luo and his Luo Yuan's son, and Zhou Ping is Zhou Yuankai's son, both are not yet 6 years old. Nowadays, children in the camp are not the same as before. The last time, it was tested that the minimum age to eat cold beast meat is after 6 years old, so the age standard for reservists was directly lowered to above 6 years old. In other words, anyone in the camp over 6 years old is now included in the reserve, while children are 6, although unable to digest large pieces of cold beast meat, can still improve their physique by making baby food from mashed crystal fruit and cold beast meat. These children under 6 each have a personal monthly quota of 5 pounds, plus their parents, who are at least in the reserve, making most of their daily diet to include cold beast meat baby food. In just a few months, changes have already taken place in these children eating the cold beast meat baby food. Not only have they grown rapidly, but their physiques have also soared like calves, and they often practice boxing with other adults, completely changing from their past frail and weak image, adding much vitality to the valley. Xia Hong knows well that this is only a short-term change. Improving physique is a gradual process, and this batch of children's current changes are merely a beginning. Being able to eat cold beast meat baby food under 6. Once they start formally eating cold beast meat at 6, with the foundation in place, their training speed will definitely far exceed their predecessors. And as generations continue to propagate, the physique of people born later in the Great Xia camp will also rise to an extremely terrifying height. Perhaps, one day, as long as they are descendants of the Great Xia, their physique will far exceed other humans, and even rival cold beasts, unafraid of deceitful monsters. Thinking too far ahead, Xia Hong chuckled softly, shook his head, and just as the heat in his body had almost dissipated, he walked to the force-measuring stake beside the chair, tested it, and nodded. As expected, the previous slowdown was because of immunity to the first 3 types of cold beast meat. Eating mouse meat restored it. We need to devise a plan to hunt different types of cold beasts. With the speed of strength enhancement finally restored, Xia Hong naturally felt relieved and joyful. The limit of 30,000 jin was not far off. After the excavation level, the next step is the cold resistance level. Reaching that stage would allow free movement under sunlight. As a normal human, Xia Hong's yearning for sunlight was profound. Only he truly understood it. Almost a year in this world, and he had yet to see what the daytime world looks like. But after reaching the limit of 30,000 jin, how to break through to the cold resistance level, I still have no idea. Perhaps I should scout the arrow bamboo forest in advance. When the time comes to go to the hive camp, I'll be prepared. Xia Hong pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something, shook his head with resignation, and patted his forehead. The most urgent task is the rodent pack on the north slope of the mountain wall. Without solving this big issue, everything else is pointless, so let's not waste time with wild thoughts. Xia Hong was unclear about the strength of the cold resistance level, but at least he could be certain that even if his basic strength broke through to 30,000 jin, handling the rodent pack alone was utterly unrealistic. The rodent pack needs dedicated monitoring to prevent any unexpected occurrences, but the person assigned should be more agile. Let's think, who should be sent? Before pondering for long, Xia Chuan's slightly excited shout came from the door. Leader, the wooden house is completed. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong couldn't help but feel a bit excited as well. He stood up from his chair and followed Xia Chuan out of the temporary wooden house. Make way, let the leader in. Within the valley, a massive crowd gathered at the entrance of the giant wooden house. Upon hearing Xia Chuan's call, everyone turned their heads to look at Xia Hong and stepped aside, making way for a path. As Xia Hong walked through the path, he took in the excitement and joy on people's faces along the way, and he couldn't help but start looking forward to the new residents. Arriving in front of the wooden house, the 5-meter-high light gold structure and the black iron-framed door came into view. Standing by the entrance was the excited Mu Dong. Seeing Xia Hong approaching, Mu Dong helped push open the door. Behind the door was a 5-meter-wide passage. As Xia Hong took the first step inside, Mu Dong followed closely, starting the explanation, and a large group of people followed them in. The two doors are 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, both edged with black iron, with iron latches fixed beneath. People inside can hook them, and once hooked, no matter how much force is used from the outside, at most the wooden parts might get smashed, but toppling the two doors is impossible. Next is the first floor corridor, 5 meters wide and 75 meters long. The left and right sides are rooms partitioned by boards, each room 10 meters by 10 meters wide, totaling 360, divided into southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast sections, all with corridors and marked signs. At the end of the corridor is the central hall, 50 meters by 50 meters, with 4 load-bearing pillars and 8 more spread across the other 4 sections. This area is specifically for collective activities. Leader, look at this iron refining furnace. As Mu Dong explained while walking, Xia Hong had reached the central hall. In the middle of the hall, a more than 2-meter diameter iron refining furnace hung from a thick chain connecting above. Looking up, Xia Hong noticed that the second and third floors of the wooden house had left a large hole over 5 meters in diameter precisely for the iron refining furnace's ascent and descent. As expected, Mu Dong stepped forward and pulled one end of the chain. With a gentle tug, the iron refining furnace slowly ascended to the second floor, where he let go to latch the chain. Even though the iron refining furnace had ascended to the second floor, the firelight still illuminated the first floor's hall, with no reduction in bright light, just as before. The iron refining furnace now serves not only as a light source, but also for heating and iron refining. Considering the functionality on all 3 floors and its weight contributing to the wooden house's stability, I designed this device. The iron refining furnace's chain is hooked with the cast iron beams on the ceiling. The beams are interconnected with key iron components in other areas. In case of external force attacks, applying weight to the iron refining furnace greatly enhances the building's stability. Pulley systems, elevators, connected structures, and the previous mortise and tenon joints, woodworking components. How many new things has Mu Dong come up with? He's truly a talent. Even Xia Hong's gaze towards Mu Dong slightly changed. While Xia Hong had the ideas for these things, doing them from scratch with bare hands was certainly beyond him. Yet Mu Dong managed to create all these things with the tools and concepts provided, almost unbelievable. Not only Xia Hong, but the large group of people who came and mirrored the sentiment of Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden, looking around excitedly to the extreme. Indeed, although most of them were involved in the construction, the majority only handled a small part. Their understanding of the entire wooden house was naturally less comprehensive than Mu Dong's, so their amazement upon hearing his introduction was no less than Xia Hong's. Mu Dong gestured invitingly, leading Xia Hong and others to continue moving left. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 wooden staircases, clearly leading directly to the second and third floors. Because the stairs were right in the middle, once on the second floor, everyone arrived directly at the central hall. Meanwhile, Mu Dong continued his explanation. The second floor is 5 meters high and is meant to serve as the camp's council hall, so the space has been maximized. Additionally, it connects to the iron refining furnace, the blacksmith room, the martial arts training ground, the alchemy room, the craftsman workshop, and the camp supply station, making it a multifunctional floor. The second floor has fewer partitions than the first, only 280 in total. The first floor is underground, and for safety reasons, no windows have been installed. The second floor is different, with windows 10 meters apart on all four sides, large enough to accommodate two people. If there is an enemy invasion, these windows can be used for observation, archery, or even throwing objects without any problem. Moreover, the second floor has a large warehouse, located behind the camp supply station room, where all materials from the southern mine have been transported. In the future, distribution of cold beast meat will also take place here. Having introduced the second floor, Mu Dong then led everyone to the third floor. The height of the third floor is the same as the first, 3 meters, but the layout is different. Being the highest, it is relatively the safest, so a 3-meter-wide outer corridor has been left on all sides. The rooms inside are relatively large, with a side length of 20 meters, totaling only 100 rooms. The largest room has been reserved behind the central hall, 30 meters wide. Leader, would you like to go in and see? Xia Hong slightly raised his eyebrows, glanced at Mu Dong, and nodded. Obviously, this largest room was reserved for him as the leader. Mu Dong walked to the back of the central hall and pushed open a large door. Xia Hong followed inside, with Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, Zhao Long, and many others curious to see the spectacle, also following in. A 30-meter-wide room certainly wouldn't contain just one space. What Xia Hong saw upon entering was a hall of over 100 square meters. All around the hall, more than 20 wooden racks were arranged, each holding iron basins, all lit, illuminating the entire hall brightly. In the center of the hall were 17 wooden chairs, with the one on the north being his custom-made seat. 8 more ordinary ones were placed on both east and west sides, with beast fur cushions on them, evidently also custom-made. At the back of the hall stood 2 large wooden screens, 3 to 4 meters long, carved with 3 types of cold beasts. Behind the screens was the bedroom, featuring a large 2-meter wooden bed covered in beast fur, a large wooden tub filled with water, a 1-meter-long lounge chair, a wooden cabinet against the wall, and wooden smoke exhaust pipes densely lining the ceiling. The novelty and beauty of these objects dazzled not only others from the camp, but even Xia Hong himself. But soon, Xia Hong's brows furrowed as he turned to Mu Dong, asking with a slightly serious tone, "Is this all you've been tinkering with over the past 6 months?" Noticing Xia Hong's slightly stern expression, Mu Dong tensed up a bit and immediately explained with clasped hands. "Rest assured, leader, everything except those 24 iron basins in this room was made from wood, crafted over the past few days whenever I found time. When making large components, there were 37 extra kilograms of iron. Seeing no other use for it and without you asking, I privately asked Lord Xia Chuan to help make those 24 iron basins. Just as he did last time when making chairs and clothes for himself." Mu Dong once more invoked Xia Chuan's name. Watching the items filling the room, Xia Hong turned to Xia Chuan, who was smiling at him, and eventually said nothing. Mu Dong had made it clear that everything was made of wood, and the only iron items, those basins, were crafted from leftover iron, just 37 kilograms. Xia Hong had no aversion to comfort and enjoyment. It was a basic human pursuit. With the issue of the iron explained, he could accept everything before him. Currently, the wood stockpile at the Great Xia Camp was overflowing, and a widespread use of wood products was not a difficult task. The products Mu Dong crafted for himself were just slightly ahead of time. It was only a matter of time before everyone in the camp would use these items. The other people in the wooden house, looking at these objects, were filled with both envy and anticipation, clearly realizing that soon they would be able to use such things themselves. After observing the entire room, Xia Hong didn't say anything further. He merely nodded and led everyone back to the council hall on the second floor. "Leader, can we move in tonight? Can we choose any floor or room to live in?" No way. The leader must have already made the arrangements. The rooms on the third floor are so large, they're obviously reserved for the leader and several lords. People like us would be lucky to live on the first floor. Upon returning to the council hall, people in the camp couldn't contain themselves, eagerly asking questions about moving in, their impatience unmistakable. Having toured the entire structure of the wooden building, everyone seemed to have a rough idea in their hearts. Not to mention the third floor, with its massive spaces and the luxurious large room intentionally set aside, clearly prepared for the leader. Naturally, those living on the third floor would be the camp's most important members. The layout of the second floor was like that of the first, but with differences. The second floor had a reserved council hall, more space than the first floor, a warehouse, blacksmith room, martial arts training ground, camp supply station, among other facilities, clearly making it more functional than the first floor. And seeing everyone's eyes fixed on the rooms on the second floor, knowing this was their main target to fight for, Xia Hong shook his head with a slight smile and gave Xia Chuan a look as a signal. After Mu Dong informed them yesterday that the wooden house was about to be completed, Xia Hong had already pulled Xia Chuan and several others aside to discuss the method of room allocation. Leaving aside the 100 rooms on the third floor for now, the combined rooms on the second and first floors total 640. It's naturally out of the question to let these people go in and live chaotically. With authorization given, Xia Chuan stepped forward. These rooms are considered one of the camp's resources, so how they are divided should naturally be announced by him, the camp supply officer. Everyone, the construction of the new house wasn't easy. The manpower, material resources, time, and the coal, iron, and wood spent were immense. You're not only members of Great Xia, but also, more or less, participants in the construction of the wooden house. Moving in is, of course, a rightful matter. Xia Chuan paused, then shifted his tone suddenly and said in a deep voice, "But it must be said that even among members of Great Xia, contributions to the camp vary. As for the leader, ever since leading the camp from the slope, our Great Xias would crystal fruit, cold beast meat, medicine, coal, iron, and all the resources vital for the camp's survival, all originate from him, and he is willing to share them with us unconditionally. If it weren't for the leader, forget about reaching the logging realm or the earth-digging realm. The likelihood of survival for us would be very slim. Whether it's me or any of you here, saying that this life we have was given by the leader is not an exaggeration. Wouldn't you agree?" Xia Hong stood at the back and raised his eyebrows slightly, listening to Xia Chuan's preamble. Objectively speaking, he felt that Xia Chuan's words were not unreasonable. But standing there listening to someone praise him to his face, he couldn't help but feel a bit different. Yes, right, without the leader, forget about breaking through to the logging realm. Back at the slope, I would have been killed by a wood puppet monster. I wouldn't be alive now. Xia Chuan is right. Without the leader, I, Luo Yuan, would have died at the hands of the wood puppet monster long ago, with no chance of breaking through to the earth-digging realm. Lord Xia Chuan speaks the truth. Without the leader, I, Shi Ping, would have died over by Tower Mountain long ago. It would have been impossible to live the current life. In fact, even slightly clever people knew Xia Chuan was laying the groundwork. But the thing is, what he said was indeed based on truth. The earliest people of Great Xia are a given. The people from Rogel Camp, without Xia Hong, would have been doomed by the wood puppet monster. The people from Deshur Camp, without Xia Hong, would have perished when Tower Mountain was destroyed. The families of Huang Zhao and Dechuan, their leader, had also benefited from Xia Hong, and the remaining average folk wouldn't be living the life they have now without relocating here. And the over 200 people who just relocated from Chunyi Camp, let's not mention, without Xia Hong's rescue efforts, they wouldn't have survived either. As Xia Chuan said, the current 1,095 people in the camp, without Xia Hong, their chances of survival were slim. Not to mention, after joining Great Xia, they don't have to do anything, and they have bee skin skirts, crystal fruits, even cold beast meat, things they only dreamed of before. Survival, fulfillment, warmth, and even the opportunity to cultivate has now been achieved. Of the over 100 logging realm members and 5 earth-digging realm members, which one would dare to say that it's not thanks to Xia Hong's benevolence that they are here today? The 1,000-plus people below, at this moment, unanimously agreed with Xia Chuan's words, and the continuous sounds lasted for over 10 minutes. If Xia Chuan hadn't gestured to stop, it might have gone on much longer. Good. It seems the leader's contributions are evident, and you're all thoughtful people. Since contributions vary in degree, the camp's resources and benefits should be allocated according to the size of contributions. More work, more gain. Less work, less gain. Everything should be distributed based on the amount of contribution. Today, on the occasion of the new house's completion and the opportunity to allocate rooms, I also want to discuss with you the new contribution value regulations just established by the leader. Please listen carefully. Realizing that Xia Chuan finally got to the point, everyone quickly raised their ears to listen carefully, as this concerned their future living in the camp. Firstly, what is the contribution value regulation? Simply put, apart from the leader, all those in the logging realm and above from the camp will have personal contribution value points at the camp supply station. These points are personally yours. You can spend points to order wooden items, clothing, hats, and various things from the craftsman workshop, or exchange them at the camp supply station for coal beast meat, beast skin, iron, coal, weapons. Xia Hong certainly wasn't listening. This contribution value rule was a concept he proposed last night, and then he discussed it with Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and others. Simply put, those in the logging realm and above can bring back their gains from outside in the future, exchange them at the camp supply station for contribution points, and then use those points to exchange various wooden items, beast skin products, as well as coal beast meat, coal stone, and even iron or iron products with other institutions. The current Great Xia camp has just over 1,000 people. Overly complicated rules definitely wouldn't apply, but managing in a haphazard way like before is also not quite appropriate. So, this new contribution value regulation can only be regarded as a simplified version for now. After Xia Chuan had roughly explained the new contribution value regulation, he added, in short, before reaching the logging realm, the ration of cold beast meat remains the same as before. Once breakthrough to the logging realm is achieved, from then on, whether it's cold beast meat, wooden products, animal skin products, clothes, ironware, or weapons, everything must be purchased with contribution points. Doesn't this mean the higher the cultivation, the more exhausting it is for a person? If one hasn't broken through to the logging realm, they can instead do nothing and reap the benefits? After this statement, the ordinary people in the camp had no particular reaction, but many above the logging realm exhibited expressions of disbelief, with several clearly planning to voice their skepticism about this regulation. However, before they could speak, Xia Chuan had already added an explanation. Don't rush, let me finish. Firstly, those without contribution value can only enjoy the basic ration of cold beast meat and crystal fruit, and have no qualification to exchange for other wooden products, animal skin products, or ironware, let alone weapons. As soon as Xia Chuan finished this sentence, those who responded quickly immediately understood. It seemed to be just a difference in exchange qualification, but those who possess contribution value will clearly become the privileged class in the camp from now on. Wooden products, animal skin products, clothes, ironware, and even weapons will only be used by those of the privileged class in the future. Moreover, this new regulation is obviously still in its early stages. As the camp develops and grows and resource varieties increase, the rights and resources enjoyed by this group of people will undoubtedly increase as well. Lord Xia Chuan, can you briefly describe the methods to obtain contribution points and the prices of some items at the camp supply station? Upon hearing this question, Xia Chuan's eyes lit up immediately, thinking to himself that someone finally asked the right question. He looked around and found that it was an old acquaintance who had asked. It was Hong Mu, the son of the previous Chuan camp leader, Hong Gang. Xia Chuan smiled at him, and, seeing everyone looking at him with curiosity, stopped being mysterious and directly spoke. All right, the hunting team is temporarily managed by the leader. I'll take the members of the logging team and collection team as an example. Going out once every night earns 1 contribution point. Bringing back 2,000 pounds of golden frost tree counts as 1 point. For 1,000 pounds of red frost tree counts as 1 point. Bringing back crystal fruit, every 50 pounds counts as 1 point. Every blue frost grass stalk exchange count for 10 points. Discovering a new ice tree, each counts for 2 points. Discovering a new blue jade tree, each counts for 100 points. Discovering other new tree species will be rewarded according to the appraisal results at the time. Xia Chuan explained the way and quantity for members of the logging team and collection team to earn contribution points, and, after giving everyone a moment to digest, continued. As for the camp supply station, the price of cold beast meat is 2 pounds per contribution point. Cold beast skin prices vary by tier, with fur for clothes exchanging at 20 points per meter, second tier skin at 10 points per meter, third tier at 5 points per meter. I'll stop here. Beast teeth, beast bones, coal, iron, and golden sore powder can be learned about later. Xia Chuan paused and added, but let me clarify in advance. The prices of supplies will change with the camp's reserve levels. If the camp supplies increase, these items will naturally become cheaper, so everything depends on our joint efforts. At this point, most in the camp could basically understand. Essentially, they would scavenge raw material resources from the outside world, return to the camp to exchange them for contribution points, and then the camp would process these resources uniformly into finished products for which they would then use contribution points to exchange. 1 point of contribution equals 2 pounds of cold beast meat. A standard logging realm member goes out once a night for 1 point. With their logging capability, cutting down a 4 to 5,000 pound golden frost tree in one night is no problem. Converted, that's at least 3 contribution points earned in one night, equivalent to 6 pounds of cold beast meat, which is higher than the previous ration. Not just those in the logging team, but also the collection team, and indeed all logging realm members in the camp, began calculating in their minds, and without exception, according to the new rules, they could obtain 1 or 2 more pounds of cold beast meat every night on average than before. Consequently, almost everyone's face was full of joy. This was exactly as Xia Chuan had anticipated. When discussing the rules with Xia Hong, it was established based on this standard. The fastest way to get everyone in the camp to embrace the new regulations was to make them realize the benefits brought by the new rules are greater and better than before. As for this new contribution points regulation, the most crucial point is that the camp must have hard currency. Coal and iron are resources Xia Hong is currently in urgent need of and naturally won't be opened up, but cold beast meat can surely be used. Upon hearing the new regulations, the first thing people considered was the price of cold beast meat, enough to prove its uniqueness. Using it as a hard currency is most appropriate. Besides, it's also necessary to control the types of materials that can be exchanged and their unit prices because the supplies are limited. If the prices are set too low, they'll be exchanged for quickly, which will be problematic. These things were discussed by Xia Hong with Xia Chuan the previous night. Currently, the prices of various materials at the camp supply station, craftsman workshop, etc., were deliberated overnight and should be suitable for a period. If there are problems later, they can be adjusted without issue. Lord Xia Chuan, could you tell us approximately how many contribution points are needed to exchange for a set of clothes? Obviously, he was not the only one who cared about this question. All right, let me explain. To make a complete outfit, you'll need approximately 4 meters of first-layer beast fur, which equates to 80 contribution points. That's just for materials. After getting the materials, you'll need to go to the craftsman workshop for custom making. Mudong, why don't you explain? Seeing Xia Chuan turn his head towards him, Mudong also stepped forward and said with a smile to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the price for custom-made clothes at my place isn't low. A full set of adult clothing, including inner and outer wear, a hat, long pants, and a coat, is a total of 4 pieces. The prices based on materials and craftsmanship are 20, 10, 15, and 30, totaling 75. The raw materials are 80, and the custom making is 75, which adds up to a total of 155. This price immediately made quite a few people click their tongues. Calculating based on the usual way of gaining contribution points in the logging realm, without any surprises, one can earn only 3 to 4 points per evening, which means even if you don't exchange a single pound of cold beast meat, you'd still need approximately 2 months to exchange for a complete outfit. Is it possible not to exchange a single pound of cold beast meat? Anyone who has enjoyed the process of basic strength enhancement cannot resist the temptation of increased power. Moreover, being born in the ice abyss, everyone knows the importance of strength. Not exchanging for cold beast meat is impossible. All right, we're finished discussing the new regulation. Now let's talk about the housing distribution. Xia Chuan turned to glance at Xia Hong, and after getting a nod, he continued to speak. The reason we talked about the new contribution value regulation just now was to prepare for the housing distribution. Considering the total population of Great Xia is 1096, with many of you having families and children, we'll first allocate to those with families. Upon hearing this, many people in the camp immediately showed smiles on their faces. In every family, as long as one person has contribution value, you can pick a room on the second floor. Those without contribution value should pick on the first floor. Partners and direct family members can live together. Unmarried individuals will live separately by gender, with each room accommodating 10 people according to their numbers. Those with contribution value can live on the second floor, while those without will stay on the first floor. I'll be in charge of the detailed sorting, and I'll announce it later. Additionally, members of the hunting team may pick a room on the third floor. People weren't surprised at the general result of this housing allocation. According to what Xia Chuan said earlier, those with contribution value are members at or above the logging realm level and will reside on the second and third floors. Those without contribution value are ordinary people and will only reside on the first floor. What they didn't expect was the allocation based on family units. This means as long as one family member is in the logging realm, they can live together on the second floor. Wait, it's not just the second floor. Xia Chuan just mentioned those without contribution value aren't eligible to exchange for supplies, but didn't say they can't use those supplies. As long as a family member is in the logging realm, they can exchange the supplies, and their family can use them too. The benefits of being part of a family became immediately apparent at this moment. A few single men and women in attendance suddenly found their thoughts becoming restless. Noticing the change in expression among these single men and women, Xia Hong, standing above, couldn't help but feel somewhat pleased. His design for contribution value and housing distribution was intentionally aimed at encouraging single individuals in the camp to hurry up and form families. The difficulty of exploring the outside world is indeed immense. Around Redwood Ridge, only Lushan Camp remains unincorporated. Once they merge, it's foreseeable that Great Xia may not be able to absorb much of the population for quite some time. Given such a situation, the only way to increase the population is through childbirth. Currently, there are only about 300 women in the camp, and a small portion of them are children. The gender ratio is extremely unhealthy, making it even more unsuitable for those of marriageable age to remain single. The living conditions in the camp have improved a lot. Food is no longer scarce, and cold weather is not an issue either. With these new regulations, it's foreseeable that more small families living together will emerge, and people's willingness to have children will surely increase incrementally. Xia Chuan systematically began arranging the distribution of new housing, and all members of the camp began joyously moving to their new homes. Even though it was night, the enthusiasm for moving to new houses was high. The new wooden houses were brightly lit, and almost everyone's face was filled with smiles. Immersed in this light-hearted and lively atmosphere for a while, Xia Hong finally carried the cold beast meat by himself up to the third floor and returned to his small room. The rodent swarm is still around, meaning the crisis hasn't passed yet. Whether we can defend this building is still uncertain. I don't have much time to waste. Xia Hong thought to himself, took a deep breath, positioned himself, and began practicing boxing in the wooden house, constantly absorbing the energy accumulated in his body. Clang, clang. On the third day of moving into the new residence, on the second floor in the blacksmith room, Xia Hong, bare-chested, continuously hammered a massive piece of iron before him. On both sides of the massive iron, it was in a half-fan shape with a radius of about 75 centimeters. In the middle was a round iron piece, roughly 10 centimeters thick by sight, with the sides hammered very thin. One look, and you could tell they were blades. Below the furnace, there was also a 2-meter-long black iron rod. The head of the rod had a groove, clearly fitting the middle part of the massive iron being hammered. Xia Chuan, leading Yuan Cheng, hurriedly walked over. Seeing the massive iron already taking shape on the furnace, a glint of excitement flashed in both their eyes. Seeing Xia Hong still hammering away, the two did not disturb him and just stood waiting. Hiss! Only when Xia Hong finished hammering, plunging the massive iron into the prepared water beside him, releasing a burst of white steam, did Xia Chuan approach and start speaking. Big brother, everything is arranged. The camp's current total population is 1,096. Adults over 15 number 642, those aged 6 to 15, 322, and under 6, 132. Divided by family units, only 182 households have been allocated houses, making up about 70% of the total population, approximately 702 people. Of these, 7 households on the 3rd floor, 92 on the 2nd, and 83 on the 1st, leaving 394 people, 293 adults, and 101 minors. Among the adults, 204 are male, 89 female. Not many are from the logging realm, with only 16 people, 12 men, and 4 women, all placed in 10-person rooms on the 2nd floor. The rest are all assigned to 10-person rooms on the 1st floor. The minors, as you instructed, include 52 children under 6, who have no self-care ability and are all assigned to logging realm families for adoption. Those over 6 number 49, with some self-care ability. Those willing to be adopted are arranged as such. Those unwilling are all placed in 10-person rooms on the 1st floor to live together. The current overall situation is that, besides your room on the 3rd floor, a total of 8 rooms have been allocated, 7 singles and 1 5-person room, with 92 rooms remaining. On the 2nd floor, 95 rooms have been allocated, including 92 singles and 3 10-person rooms, with 185 remaining. On the 1st floor, 111 rooms have been allocated, including 83 singles and 28 10-person rooms, with 249 remaining. Although Xia Hong was focused on grinding the massive iron in his hands, he listened to Xia Chuan's words word for word. Hearing Xia Chuan reporting the numbers one by one in an orderly manner, a trace of approval emerged in Xia Hong's eyes. It was easy to recite these numbers, but coming up with them definitely required spending a lot of time conducting detailed investigations. With the system, he's always had a sense of the camp's total population, but understanding the population structure, the number of adults and minors, still depended on Xia Chuan leading people to distinguish and categorize them. What's your estimate? How many people can this wooden house accommodate at most? Xia Hong suddenly asked. Hearing the question, Xia Chuan pondered for a moment before giving an answer straight away. Currently, the camp rooms we've allocated are less than 1/3. Based on the space used so far, this wooden house can accommodate a population of at least 5,000 under normal circumstances. If we squeeze in, it could even double without a problem. If we really squeeze, it could accommodate 40 to 50,000. It would just be very cramped and uncomfortable. Before the rodent problem is resolved, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Great Xia Camp's population shouldn't see a major surge for a long time. The current wooden house is already sufficient for their needs for a long time. Even though the emergence of the rodent issue made the significance of the new residents less than initially anticipated, having been prepared for half a year, with its completion now fully realized, Xia Hong still breathed a sigh of relief. If the rodent problem can be stopped, it should at least offer protection against other cold beasts. The new contribution system has also been formally implemented. All members above the logging realm in the camp have been documented and registered. The camp supply station has increased its staff to 10 people, with someone specifically in charge of recording everyone's contribution points daily. From tonight, those above the logging realm wanting cold beast meat or other supplies will have to exchange them with contribution points. Hearing the formal implementation of the contribution system, a smile appeared on Xia Hong's face as he asked, "Have you calculated whether the consumption of cold beast meat in the camp is higher or lower than before, after the implementation of the new system?" Xia Chuan clearly had thought about this question and answered with a smile. Logically, it should be more, but judging by the situation over the past couple of days, it should be less. The previous logging realm quota was 5 pounds daily. According to the new system, as long as they aren't lazy, earning 3 contribution points per day is quite easy, converting to about 6 pounds per day. Cold beast meat is readily available for them to redeem. According to the usual calculations, the camp's overall consumption should definitely be higher than before. But Xia Hong immediately understood Xia Chuan's reasoning. These past couple of days, many people have been asking Mu Dong about the customization prices for various wooden and iron products, as well as clothing in the craftsman workshop. I've noticed that these are almost all families with a high demand for various itunes. I heard Luo Yuan's partner at home is pushing him to buy a ready-made garment. When we heard that, we couldn't stop laughing. Hearing Luo Yuan's embarrassing situation, Xia Hong burst into laughter. Women naturally have no resistance to clothing. It's not that they are vain, it's mainly because the camp now has the conditions. The new contribution system was meant to provide them a normal channel to enjoy these resources by contributing to the camp. Using this method to encourage them to contribute more to the camp was the original intention of this system. However, they must understand that power is fundamental. Without sufficient strength, no matter how well they dress, eat, or live, is all just an illusion, like drawing water with a bamboo basket futile. Hearing Xia Hong speak in a slightly serious tone, Xia Chuan fully agreed and said, "Of course, as I see it, the current situation is just because the new regulations have just been implemented. Many people are just feeling a novelty. In a few days, they should come around and understand this principle." Xia Hong nodded. The cruelty of the ice abyss world is understood not just by him. Even the children under 6 years old in the camp know the importance of strength, let alone Luo Yuan. As Xia Chuan said, the current enthusiasm is just a phase of novelty. Once this period passes, they will naturally understand what is most important. "Leader, is this giant axe a new weapon you crafted?" While speaking earlier, Xia Hong's hands had not been idle. Seeing him embed the polished fan-shaped giant iron piece onto the 2-meter-long black iron rod nearby, Yuan Cheng, who had been watching intently for a long time, couldn't help but ask. A 2-meter-long, double-edged giant axe appeared in Xia Hong's hands, with 10 silver forging patterns clearly visible on the axe head. The edges of the axe blades faintly emitted a silver-cold light, already sharpened. Whoosh! Xia Hong lifted the giant axe and casually swung it in front of him. Instantly, a gust of wind arose, even moving him several steps, showing the weight of the giant axe. Seeing Yuan Cheng's undisguised fondness for the giant axe in his eyes, Xia Hong chuckled lightly and teased. "What? Do you like it?" Yuan Cheng instinctively wanted to nod. He indeed had a preference for heavy weapons. However, considering how massive this giant axe was and the many iron ores it must have consumed, and knowing that Xia Hong personally crafted it, it must have significant use. So, he shook his head instead. Xia Hong could see through his thoughts and laughed, saying, "Even if you like it, I can't give it to you now. I have great use for it. Besides, even if I gave it to you now, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to wield it." Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan was stunned, showing a peculiar expression. Yuan Cheng also had an odd expression, chuckling as he said, "Leader, don't underestimate me. How about letting me try?" "Oh, he even has a temper now?" Xia Hong couldn't help but want to tease Yuan Cheng, so he nodded, handed the giant axe over with a smile. Yuan Cheng reached out and took the axe handle. The moment Xia Hong let go, Yuan Cheng immediately stumbled forward, lurched a meter or two ahead before finally steadying himself. When he looked up, his flushed face was full of astonishment. "Leader, this giant axe is too heavy, isn't it?" "Ha ha ha, 2,800 pounds. How about it? Can you wield it?" Hearing Xia Hong's teasing, Yuan Cheng showed a look of defiance. He then stood firm, took a deep breath, and surprisingly swung the giant axe a dozen times with gritted teeth. Thud! After Yuan Cheng's arms gave out, placing the giant axe on the ground, Xia Hong was completely stunned. When Yuan Cheng stumbled upon receiving the axe, it wasn't that he couldn't lift it, he was just careless. He hadn't expected the giant axe to be so heavy. Xia Hong knew this too. In the logging realm, The basic strength was 5,000 pounds. The giant axe weighed 2,800 pounds, so lifting it shouldn't be a problem. But lifting and wielding are two different things entirely. The weight of a weapon is closely related to the user's basic strength. If a weapon is too light, it won't carry enough momentum, significantly reducing its lethality. Moreover, the user might be too strong, risking breakage. If it's too heavy, it burdens the user a lot, affecting speed and flexibility, and in severe cases, can cause exhaustion, making combat very dangerous. Before, Xia Hong tested that for normal weapon use, the weight should ideally be controlled at 1/10 of one's basic strength. The giant axe he crafted was basically designed at the strength limit of the earth-digging realm. Even Xia Hong found it challenging to use. Continuously swinging it a dozen times wouldn't be possible without over 10,000 pounds of strength. This thought crossed Xia Hong's mind. When he saw the smile on Xia Chuan's face, he immediately realized something and sharply turned to ask Yuan Sheng. "Well, kid, did you break through?" "Leader, I intended to tell you when I arrived, but I didn't get the chance." "Ha ha ha. Well, you gave me quite a surprise." Feeling elated, Xia Hong, recalling Yuan Sheng's eager look at the giant axe earlier, was filled with a grandiose spirit and said aloud, "When your strength surpasses 25,000 pounds, this giant axe will be yours." Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Yuan Sheng's pupils burst with joy, and he became extremely excited, bowing deeply to Xia Hong. "Thank you, leader. Yuan Sheng will definitely train diligently in the future." The seventh to reach the earth-digging realm turned out to be Yuan Sheng. This indeed greatly exceeded Xia Hong's expectations. At the inception of the hunting team, the strength of the 8 initial members from Robo Camp was undoubtedly superior to others. Subsequently, Luo Yuan and the Zhao brothers first broke through to the earth-digging realm, also verifying this. As for Xia Chuan, he only rose because he gained the wood puppet Gik inheritance, allowing him to stand out before Luo Yuan, but not Yuan Sheng. Xia Hong initially expected the next breakthroughs to come from members of the original RoboCamp. Unexpectedly, Yuan Sheng managed to surpass them. Seeing Xia Chuan guess the purpose of the giant axe in an instant, Xia Hong didn't hide it and nodded lightly. The tongue jiao we saw last time was over 30 meters long and had a waist as thick as 60 to 70 centimeters, larger than the biggest golden-eyed demon sheep we had encountered before. Furthermore, because its body is so long and the trees in Redwood Ridge are large enough, the tongue jiao can coil and move on the trees. Despite its massive size, it is incredibly agile. The most crucial aspect is that poisonous fog. Due to the poison fog, the time to hunt down the tongue jiao is at most half an hour. If it can't be killed within half an hour, we must retreat. If we consider situations where we fail to hunt and get chased, the time is even less. The larger the size, the stronger the vitality. High agility makes it difficult to pursue. The hunting time must be very short. Considering these 3 characteristics together, to successfully hunt the tongue jiao, you can't drag it out. You must inflict the greatest damage in the shortest time. The knives and bows used in the camp right now are clearly a bit inadequate. Even the big knives are too light and small, not to mention the bows and arrows. Even with pure iron arrows, they'd probably just scratch the tongue jiao. Let's see if this giant axe can be effective. Xia Hong spoke while picking up the big knife next to the furnace, the very shock frost saber he had previously crafted himself. The shock frost saber, including the blade and handle, is 1.5 meters long, and the back of the blade alone is 12 centimeters thick, weighing 620 pounds. If someone who doesn't know better heard Xia Hong say too light and small, they'd probably think he was out of his mind. But the truth is, it actually is so. Too light and small, depending on who you're comparing it with. Compared to the snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep, the big knife certainly isn't small or light, but in front of the tongue jiao, that description is absolutely fitting. Seeing the shock frost saber, Yuan Sheng's eyes lit up. During this period, Xia Hong hadn't crafted any new weapons. The camp currently still only has 5 big knives. The shock frost saber is naturally in Xia Hong's hand. The other four were initially in the hands of him: Luo Yuan, Zhao Long, and Hong Gang. But as Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao broke through to the earth-digging realm, the two big knives in his and Hong Gang's hands naturally went to those two. If Yuan Cheng hadn't had one initially, he wouldn't be so eager, but having it and then losing it, that's tough. Part of why he'd been trying hard to break through to the earth-digging realm was to regain the use right of the big knife. Originally, he wanted to take back the previous big knife, but seeing the shock frost inside Xia Hong's hand, Yuan Cheng immediately shifted his goal. This saber was crafted personally by Xia Hong, and he had used it for some time. Not to mention, it's the first weapon of the Daxia camp, holding significant meaning, much more precious than the original one. If I could use it, that would be just... Noticing the desire all over Yuan Cheng's face long ago, Xia Hong deliberately twirled the big knife a few times to tease him. Seeing Yuan Cheng's gaze fixed on the moving knife, he laughed several times and directly tossed the shock frost saber to him. All right, I know you want it. You can use this big knife first. I'll be using the giant axe for the time being. Yuan Cheng caught the shock frost saber, joy spreading across his face. But after thinking for a moment, he quickly looked up with a trace of hesitation and handed the saber back. Leader, you just crafted this giant axe, and you might not be familiar with it yet. How about you use the shock frost saber first, and when you get used to the giant axe, I'll use this big knife. Xia Hong raised his eyebrows slightly, shook his head, and didn't take the knife. Don't worry about me. You both come with me to the mine. After speaking, Xia Hong pulled out a long sheep horn chisel from behind the furnace, leading the two directly downstairs, heading towards the southern mine. The supplies in the mine have all been moved to the warehouse on the second floor of the wooden house, making it much more spacious now. Clang, clang, clang. As the three walked in less than 5 or 6 meters, they heard rhythmic chiseling sounds inside, along with the idle chatter of Luo Yuan and the other four. Luo Yuan, how heavy is your piece? Should be over 60 pounds. So much. My last piece was just over 40 pounds. One piece that's 60 pounds, that's a profit. 6 contribution values can be exchanged for 12 pounds of cold beast meat. If we get another piece today, we can get over 20 pounds of cold beast meat. I can't exchange everything for cold beast meat. My house doesn't have any furniture right now, and the wife is complaining. The full set, including a wooden bed, wooden barrel, chairs, and other items, requires 75 contribution points. I've got to save up for a while and exchange them all together later. Yeah, my wife, too, took the kids to the craftsman workshop to see the wooden bed and came back immediately demanding it. It requires 25 contribution points. I need to dig for 2 or 3 days to exchange for one. It's expensive, but comfortable. That wooden bed comes with a bee skin mat. It's so soft to lie on, much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Not to mention women and kids. Even I wanted it after I tried it. The logging team, the collection team, the craftsman workshop, and the camp supply station all have their own channels for earning contribution values. Only our hunting team doesn't have one yet. The leader didn't mention when it would be announced. The logging team gets 1 point per outing. Shouldn't we get at least 2 points? Definitely higher than theirs, but we don't know the specific distribution yet. The leader will probably allocate based on each person's contribution. We'll know then. Every day when I come home, the wife and kids just keep telling me they're missing this or that. It's annoying. There's no other way. Cold beast meat certainly can't run out. If you want to exchange for those things, you just have to earn more contribution points. Ha! There truly are a lot of things in the craftsman workshop. Mudong somehow figure out how to make them. Women and kids can't stop looking, always coming back to trouble us. Hearing the content of the four's conversation, Xia Hong couldn't help but chuckle a few times. It's funny, among the 7 people in the earth-digging realm in the camp right now, only he, Xia Chuan, and Yuan Cheng aren't married yet. Luo Yuan and the 3 Zhao brothers all already have wives and kids. Besides Luo Yuan having an only child, Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao each have 2 sons, and the eldest Zhao Long is even more exaggerated, with his wife giving birth to 4, 3 sons and a daughter. together with the new contribution value regulations, is the official division of households in the camp on a family basis. Accompanied by various wooden products, leather goods, and custom tools launched by the Craftsman Workshop and the exchange of supplies at the camp supply station, these families have a huge demand for contribution values. Because of the current scarcity of resources and the tight supply of craftsmen, the prices of various items are still set very high. Even for Luo Yuan and the four Zhao brothers, it's a bit strenuous to exchange for them, let alone other families in the logging realm. But as resources become more abundant and craftsmen increase, the prices of these materials will surely also gradually decrease. The time when everyone can use them will come sooner or later. Leader, you've arrived. Greetings, leader. Upon seeing Xia Hong come in, Luo Yuan and the four others hurriedly stopped their conversation, put down the sheep horn chisel, and bowed to him. Xia Hong nodded slightly, took out the sheep horn chisel in his hand, walked to a spot on the rock wall that hadn't been mined, and began to dig. Ding! As soon as the first strike was made, Luo Yuan and the four others, along with Xia Chuan and Yuan Sheng, who followed Xia Hong in, were immediately taken aback, and then all six of their gazes focused on the sheep horn chisel in Xia Hong's hand. Why does the chisel give off such a crisp sound when mining? That chisel isn't made of iron. It's really not. It's white, isn't it? It's the teeth of a rodent. Sharp-eyed Xia Chuan was the first to notice. The other five reacted immediately. The body of the sheep horn chisel in Xia Hong's hand is still made of iron, but the head is surprisingly made from the rodent teeth brought back earlier. Ding, ding, ding. Without disturbing Xia Hong, the six of them continued watching and noticed that Xia Hong had only chiseled over 100 times before the iron or on the rock wall started to wobble. Their faces immediately broke into wide grins. Clang! Half an hour later, as the piece of iron or fell to the ground, Xia Hong breathed a huge sigh of relief and released the sheep horn chisel in his hand. Leader, can this rodent tooth be used for mining? With an ordinary iron pick, it takes us at least 2 hours to mine one piece. Using this iron tooth, efficiency is directly doubled. After catching his breath for a while, Xia Hong picked up the iron ore on the ground, his face filled with joy. Previously, when fighting with rodents, he noticed that the hardness of their teeth was even harder than iron, and he already thought they could be used for mining. But he didn't expect the results to be so good. It doubled the rate. A single earth-digging realm could mine up to 400 pounds of iron ore in one day. If it were coal, it could reach 800 pounds. Leader, can this rodent tooth be made into a weapon? Too light, definitely won't work as a weapon, and the bones of coal beasts are brittle, cannot be shaped at all. Once the tip wears down, it's permanent. At best, they can be used as disposable bone tools. Only used for mining brings the greatest gain. Before Xia Hong could respond, Xia Chuan immediately answered Luo Yuan's question. Xia Hong also nodded. Up to now, the various types of coal beast bones they've encountered can only be used as disposable bone tools or ground in a bone powder for medicinal purposes. They haven't run into anything that can be smelted like iron. A rodent has 2 chewing teeth. It takes 4 to make one chisel. We previously killed 4 rodents, enough to make another one. In the future, the camp will use these chewing teeth chisels for coal and iron mining. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the other four's eyes lit up. With a sheep horn chisel, you can only mine about 100 pounds of iron ore at most in a day. Converting into contribution points is 10. But using this chewing teeth chisel, that can be 40 contribution points in a day. Right now, there are only 2. You all take turns using them. Once more long-tailed rodents are killed, make more and it'll be good. Xia Hong naturally understood what they were thinking. After speaking, while looking at the iron ore in his hand, Xia Hong let out a slight sigh. Unfortunately, the logging realm still can't participate in mining. Although the chewing teeth chisel can enhance mining efficiency, it still cannot mitigate the rebound force from the ore. In other words, without basic strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, one still cannot endure the rebound force during chiseling and naturally cannot mine. Xia Hong slightly shook his head, He had always been trying to find a way to let the logging realm participate in mining. Is it the material rules? No wonder it's called the earth-digging realm. As long as you haven't reached this cultivation realm, you can't extract underground resources. At this moment, his hope for that idea was extinguished completely. Since you six are all here, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow night, after dark, follow me to the inner region of Redwood Ridge to hunt the dragon. At these words, the six people's expressions immediately brightened. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan had both seen Tang Jiao. Although its appearance is intimidating, they had some understanding of its strength, so their faces were not filled with fear, but rather with eager excitement. As for Zhao Long and his two brothers, as well as Yuan Cheng, they belonged to the fearless out of ignorance group. They were not only curious about this new species, Tang Jiao, but also about the inner region beyond 500 meters of Redwood Ridge that they had never ventured into. Its small size naturally means its meat yield is not high, with an average yield of less than 300 genes per rodent. Previously, a total of 4 rodents were harvested, totaling just over 1,000 genes of meat. The slowing pace of strength enhancement is due to the immunity against the meat of the previous 3 types of cold beasts. Having confirmed this point, Xia Hong decided to save this over 1,000 genes of rodent meat for himself. The problem, however, is that his daily consumption limit has now shockingly reached over 50 genes. Even if all the meat were reserved for himself, it would last less than 20 days. Most importantly, after inquiry, he learned that both Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan were also experiencing a slowdown in the rate of strength enhancement. Though the decline is currently not significant, based on Xia Hong's own experience, once such a sign appears, it tends to accelerate quickly, so it won't be long before there's a shortage of new variety cold beast meat. Firstly, training is the top priority, and improving strength definitely can't stop. Secondly, there's concern about the rodent group. Since the normal method can't solve the rodent group on the north slope of the mountain wall, Xia Hong has to think of other ways. Teng Jiao's properties are oppositional to rodents, so seeking solutions from Teng Jiao is undoubtedly more reasonable. Lastly, compared to the rodent group and other unseen cold beasts, the strength of Cloud Mist Teng Jiao is at least not as overwhelming, within an acceptable range. On the second day, as night fell, Yuan Cheng enthusiastically packed away the shock frost saber and acquired a bow and a quiver of iron arrows from the camp supply station. He proceeded to the log cabin entrance for assembly. The leader is so strong. That massive axe must weigh at least 1,000 genes, right? 1,000 genes? Are you kidding? Even a big saber weighs 700 to 800 genes. This massive axe is huge. It must be at least over 2,000 genes. Yes, over 2,000 genes. The leader's strength is incredible. You don't say. The leader is the strongest in Great Xia. Just stepping out of the cabin, Yuan Cheng found a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Hearing the exclamations from the crowd, he immediately curiously squeezed in. Bang, bang, bang. At the log cabin's main entrance, Xia Hong gripped the massive axe with both hands, his eyes like lightning, moving his body deftly while swinging it rapidly. The 2 semicircular axe blades cut circular horizontal edges in the air. With chops, slashes, sweeps, smashes, and even upward thrusts, Xia Hong performed various movements effortlessly, as if the 2,800 gene massive axe was light as air in his hands. When wielding a regular large saber, the strong edge slicing through air creates whoosh sounds. However, as Xia Hong swung the massive axe, it produced booming sounds, with its powerful momentum scattering the accumulated snow around him, leaving a bare surface within a radius of 5 to 6 meters, demonstrating his formidable might. Bang! Xia Hong's burly frame and a massive axe seemed to merge into one as he leapt into the air and powerfully cleaved downwards, creating a loud boom and splitting a half-meter deep-wide trench into the ground. This swing changed the expressions of the closest onlookers. They clearly felt the tremor in the ground. At this moment, Yuan Cheng finally understood why Xia Hong had a strange look on his face yesterday, when he worried about Xia Hong's ability to wield the massive axe. The leader wielding the massive axe looked even more skilled than Yuan Cheng using his saber. No, not just more skilled than him, but more skilled than anyone in the camp wielding a saber. The leader can master anything instinctively, surely a reincarnation of a deity. At this moment, not only Yuan Cheng, but also Luo Yuan, the Zhao brothers, and even Xia Chuan were compelled to think this, let alone the other camp members. Xia Hong, of course, was unaware of these thoughts in their minds, but from their eyes, he could roughly guess. Xia Hong chuckled lightly twice, but didn't explain. There's nothing like instinctive mastery in this world. Even if there is, it wouldn't be him. The 4 routines of the Grand Ancestor Long Fist were originally designed to be used with various cold weapons, and combined with his previous life's extensive background in weaponry, his adaptation speed was so quick. His basic strength had already reached over 20,000, towering over the entire camp. Wielding such a heavy, massive axe, the resulting momentum was naturally exaggerated, plus he carried an aura. It's normal for them to have these thoughts. Xia Hong, holding the axe in both hands, initially planned to practice more, but seeing more people gather around, he frowned slightly and shouldered the axe, then turned to face Xia Chuan at the front of the crowd, asking, "Is everyone here?" From within the crowd, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, the Zhao brothers, and the just-arrived Yuan Cheng, totaling 6, immediately stepped forward. All 6 were neatly attired, their expressions solemn, each holding a large saber, carrying a bow and arrows, with a large leather bag strapped at their waists. "Let's set out. Tonight's hunt will be just the 7 of us. The rest of the hunting team is responsible for patrolling the outer perimeter, coordinating to protect the collection team and the logging team, and standing by to support us as needed." "Yes, leader." After the 6 answered loudly, the remaining 9 members of the hunting team also immediately stood out. Although some looked a bit dejected for not being able to follow Xia Hong's group of 7, they quickly adjusted their mindset and responded in unison. "Yes, leader." Seeing everyone ready, Xia Hong led the 15 out directly. The collection team and the logging team had already headed out earlier. Once entering Redwood Ridge with the 15, Xia Hong had the additional 8 disperse to patrol the designated regions, while he led the group of 7 deeper. During the last entry, a total of 2 blue jade trees were found. The area around both trees was empty, not to mention sprouting new blue frost grass. Even seedlings had not emerged yet. The blue jade tree first discovered by Chang Feng has been almost 3 months since the first harvest. According to him, it has just sprouted. Given the current growth rate, the new batch may need another 4 months, meaning the growth cycle of blue frost grass is at least 7 to 8 months. Xia Hong thought for a moment, then slightly shook his head. An 8-month growth cycle is indeed long. However, thinking of the extraordinary healing effects of the golden soar powder, Xia Hong was relieved. Even though there are only 3 trees now, the amount of golden soar powder produced is roughly sufficient. We just need to discover a few more later. "Leader, over there, isn't that the territory of the cloud, Miss Tang Jiao?" While Xia Hong was focusing on the blue frost grass, the other 6 members, especially Yuan Cheng among them, were becoming noticeably impatient. The 500-meter range is actually not large, with a cloud mist zone caused by the cloud mist Tang Jiao being roughly 50 meters in radius. In reality, as soon as they crossed the 500-meter boundary, the group had already seen 3 cloud mist zones nearby. But Xia Hong did not take them there. Instead, he chose to bypass 2 of the cloud mist zones, finding 2 blue jade trees. Now finally reaching the 3rd cloud mist zone, upon chatting with Xia Chuan and learning that it was the territory of the cloud mist Tang Jiao, Yuan Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Don't worry, you'll have your chance to fight soon." Signaling Yuan Cheng to be patient, Xia Hong did not leave, but instead took a piece of leather from his bosom, wrapped a ball of snow in it, and then placed it in his bosom. The others, seeing this, immediately straightened their expressions and followed suit. Before we start, I'll emphasize the 3 points once again. First, the cloud mist Tang Jiao is very large, has a strong sense of awareness, and moves very quickly, So even if you move a little slower after entering the cloud mist zone, you must be extra careful. Do not alert it before attacking it. Second, when you enter, it is likely coiled around a tree. To strike first, you must climb the tree and use arrows. The cloud mist Tang Jiao's defense isn't strong, and specially made iron arrows can pierce it, but due to its large size, arrows alone won't be enough to kill it. So after the first round of attacks, everyone must immediately come down and fight it together. Third, and most crucially, our hunt time is only 20 minutes. Once 20 minutes have passed, regardless of success or failure, everyone must withdraw immediately and cannot linger. Despite having said it several times already, Xia Hong's tone remained very serious. After speaking, he scanned everyone with his eyes and continued. As for the contribution value acquisition method for the hunting team, I've only mentioned one so far, which is that going out each night earns 2 points. Now, I'll tell you the second way. Upon hearing this, the 6 immediately perked up their ears and listened carefully. It's based on the type of prey. Currently, the camp can deal with 5 types of prey, divided into 5 levels of difficulty. Long-tailed rodent 200 points, bone spur frost wolf 240 points, long-tongued snow mane 280 points, golden-eyed demon sheep 350 points, and cloud mist tongue jiao, the highest at 380 points. After Xia Hong stated the conversion of contribution value for the 5 types of prey, he did not continue speaking, but silently observed the reactions of the 5 others besides Xia Chuan. Judging solely by cold beast meat, this contribution point pricing is clearly unreasonable. The rodent is fine, as a single one yields just 200 to 300 pounds of meat. Considering the conversion of beast skin and bones, the overflow isn't too much. But snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep are different. These 3 types of prey, each adult yielding over 1,000 pounds of meat. At the current camp rate of 1 contribution point for 2 pounds of cold beast, these 3 types of prey, just the meat alone, should be worth at least 500 points. Not to mention, there are also the beast skins and bones. Even accounting for the camp needing to assign personnel to process the prey and other associated management fees, it's clear that the hunters are still at a loss. But it depends on what these people think. The fixed housing, safety, food and heating, weapons and tools provided by the camp, even Xia Hong's initial investment, all these are hidden costs. Once you factor these in, the hunters surely aren't at a loss. In fact, not only the hunting team, but also the logging team and collection team have noticeable losses in their contribution value acquisition rules, meaning the contribution points received from handing in provisions to the camp are insufficient to reclaim the full value of what they submitted. To put it bluntly, the contribution value system itself is a means of levying a tax on everyone, depending on whether you think the tax is worth paying. In the camp, anyone with any sense has already figured it out. Fortunately, in recent days, the feedback received occasionally suggests that everyone is quite satisfied, likely because Xia Hong's contributions and the camp's recent prosperity are evident. However, that's the response of the logging team, collection team, and ordinary people. This group, at most reaching the logging realm, does not have hunting abilities. What they care most about is cold beast meat. Currently, the camp supply station has set the price of cold beast meat within their acceptable range, which is why it is widely approved. This is the reason. The hunters are different, especially the 5 members of Luo Yuan in front of him. Xia Hong did not plan to lead the hunting team forever. The hard currency of the camp, cold beast meat, would soon be obtained by them. If they were dissatisfied with the current distribution method, then Xia Hong would really have to make a new one. Leader, how do we divide the contribution points for the prey during joint hunts? The 5 of them remained silent for a short while before Yuan Chang was the first to speak. Hearing the question, Xia Hong had a peculiar expression, but after thinking it over, he still replied, "Under normal circumstances, it's naturally based on the role each of you plays. This is something for you to discuss among yourselves during your joint hunts. If I'm out hunting with you, I won't take any contribution value. You all can split it evenly." The leader is magnanimous. Hearing Xia Hong's words, the 5 of them suddenly showed joy in their eyes. Luo Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Xia Hong chuckled and shook his head. He was the leader, And what's more, he had the strength and didn't really need these things, so it was fine to distribute them to others. Seeing that the five had no other questions, Xia Hong still wore a peculiar expression. After glancing around at the five, he continued, "Do you have any objections to the contribution point conversion for the 5 types of prey?" Hearing Xia Hong's question, the 5 looked puzzled for a moment but all shook their heads. This made Xia Hong's expression even more peculiar. Could it be that these 5 people couldn't do the math? Luo Yuan noticed Xia Hong's expression, evidently realizing something, and his face showed a hint of anger. He said, "Leader, you are underestimating us too much. Putting everything else aside, we risked our lives before to save us and provided so much cold beast meat for our cultivation without any compensation. Such selflessness ensures our safety. Without the leader's contribution, we would have no chance of breaking through to the earth-digging realm, and the Great Xia wouldn't be what it is today. We venture out hunting with the intention of contributing to the Great Xia. If we kept tabs on every little thing and only thought about ourselves, would we even be considered worthy of being part of the Great Xia?" After Luo Yuan spoke, Zhao Long and the other 2, as well as Yuan Cheng, immediately understood. So Xia Hong had remained silent for so long because he thought they would be dissatisfied with the prey contribution point conversion. "If not for the leader, I would have died long ago and wouldn't have the good life I have now. Leader, even if it's 200 or 300 points, even if you ask me to hunt for free, I, Yuan Cheng, have no objections whatsoever. The leader's great kindness is etched in our hearts. Even if the 3 of us brothers do more, it wouldn't match what you, the leader, have done before. Just like Yuan Cheng, as long as the leader gives the word, the 3 of us will charge ahead, go through fire and water without any complaints." Their declarations moved Xia Hong slightly. Xia Hong glanced at the 5 before finally turning his gaze to Xia Chuan beside him. Xia Chuan had a helpless smile on his face. He pouted at Xia Hong. Xia Hong also chuckled and shook his head. Though he made no sound, he immediately understood what Xia Chuan meant. "See, I knew it would be like this." The contribution point conversion for the 5 types of cold beast prey was something Xia Chuan and Xia Hong had discussed together. According to Xia Chuan's initial plan, the contribution points for the 5 types of prey were much lower. It was Xia Hong's fear that Luo Yuan and the others would object that made him insist on increasing them. Xia Chuan had said at the time that the 5 would not mind, but Xia Hong did not believe it. Now, it seems Xia Chuan was right. Or perhaps Xia Hong did not fully appreciate the exemplary influence he had and his high prestige among the people in the camp. "Well, I was being petty. Your noble awareness ensures that all my efforts were not in vain. The stronger the Great Xia becomes, the better your lives will be. Conversely, the better your lives, the stronger the Great Xia will naturally become. Just remember one thing. The future of the Great Xia is deeply connected with each and every one in the camp, and the 2 complement each other." "Got it, leader." The 5 answered in unison, greatly invigorating Xia Hong's spirits. He looked up towards the cloud mist zone and pointed distantly with a large axe. "Remember the 3 points I mentioned earlier? Prepare to enter." After speaking, Xia Hong led the way, and the remaining 5 quickly caught up behind him. As the toxic mist grew thicker, Xia Hong felt the air becoming extremely unsuitable for breathing. He quickly pulled out the thoroughly soaked leather from his chest and covered his nose and mouth with it. The other 5 did the same. With their noses and mouths covered, the 6 of them plunged into the cloud mist zone. Estimated body length is around 35 meters, 65 centimeters thick, similar to the one we encountered earlier. The range of the cloud mist zone is roughly 50 meters in diameter. After cautiously advancing about 10 meters into the cloud mist zone, the group looked up and already spotted their target. Xia Hong spoke in a low voice, muffled by the cloth covering his nose and mouth, so the sound wasn't very clear. However, the 6 who were close by could still hear him well. The trees in Redwood Ridge were already large, with the cloud mist zone's 50-meter range encompassing only a few dozen large trees. The Tengjiao was right above a large tree in the center area. The trunk of that tree had a diameter of about 8 meters, not the thickest, but the main trunk was exceptionally tall with many offshoots extending to the sides, where the body of the Tung Jiao was coiled twistedly, with only its tail hanging to the ground. I'll go to the one on the left. The six of you, Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and Zhao Bao, go to the front one. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yuan Cheng, go to the one at the back. Once under the tree, no one should make any noise. Climb up quietly, and after finding a good position, decide on your attack strategy to deliver a single, powerful strike and inflict the greatest damage possible. For climbing the tree and finding a position, I'll only give you about 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, watch for my signal, and we'll attack together. Judging from previous hunting experiences, with such a massive creature as Tung Jiao, expecting a one-hit kill is impossible with the strength of their group of 7. If that's the case, they can only aim for a severe hit to minimize costs for subsequent hunting. After Xia Hong finished speaking, he kept silent and gestured toward the trees in front and behind Tung Jiao. The 6 behind him immediately split into 2 groups and sneaked over with no sound. Seeing all 6 begin to climb the trees, Xia Hong also moved under the large tree on the left, tightened the giant axe on his back, and started to climb up. Tung Jiao's position was too high, at least over 10 meters off the ground, with only its tail hanging down to the ground. Without climbing, they couldn't reach its main body. In the cloud mist zone, all was silent and tranquil. Only 7 black silhouettes ascended the trees' trunks silently. While climbing, Xia Hong suddenly felt an icy sensation in his right hand, followed by a sticky feel, causing a moment of alarm. What is this? Exerting force with his left hand to hold steady, Xia Hong withdrew his right hand and, shocked, saw a large glob of translucent sticky liquid on it. Slightly raising his head, he noticed another large glob on the bark above. Why does this seem like some kind of secretion? Startled, Xia Hong looked up quickly and realized the secretion came from Tung Jiao, which was sleeping. To be accurate, it was the saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth as it slept. He chose the tree on the left because Tung Jiao's head was drooping directly above this tree. Tung Jiao's saliva didn't seem to flow continuously. Although its mouth corner hung a strand of saliva, it accumulated slowly and seemed like it would take a long time to fall. The glob on the tree must have dripped previously. Without further thought, Xia Hong continued to climb. As he passed the large glob of saliva, a fragrant scent filled his nostrils, suddenly invigorating his senses and brightening his eyes. Can this saliva neutralize poison? Covering their mouth and nose with damp cloths didn't completely block the cloud mist zone's poison, but their earth-digging realm physique allowed them temporary resistance to this filtered poison mist. Upon entering the cloud mist zone, a strong discomfort was felt within their bodies. But just now, after inhaling the fragrant scent of the saliva, Xia Hong distinctly felt the discomfort within him disappear instantly. Confirm it later. Focus on the task first. Suppressing his excitement, Xia Hong took some saliva with his hand and smeared it on his face, then continued climbing. For those long experienced in hunting, tree climbing was no challenge. A height of just over 10 meters would usually take 7 or 8 seconds at most. But facing Tung Jiao for the first time, coupled with Xia Hong's repeated instructions, everyone climbed cautiously, taking roughly 2 to 3 minutes to reach the top. Being the first to reach the top, Xia Hong carefully moved to a horizontal branch, glancing at Tung Jiao's head, which was less than 10 meters away from him. Tung Jiao's eyes were tightly shut, and the white mist from its nostrils almost solidified. The 2 bulges on its forehead intensified its ferocious visage. Xia Hong, concentrating his mind, worried about startling it with his proximity, withdrew the giant axe from his back, turned, and looked towards the other 2 trees. Xia Chuan and the 3 brothers, Zhao Long, were ready. Each of the 6 had drawn their weapons. Seeing Xia Hong looking over, they nodded at him from a distance, signaling their readiness. Taking a deep breath, Xia Hong extended his right hand, preparing to signal. As he turned to look at Tung Jiao, panic suddenly gripped him. The previously closed eyes of Tung Jiao were wide open. Its pair of red vertical pupils stared intently at him, even pivoting slightly to glance at the front and back trees. And that's not all. The body of Tung Jiao, originally coiled around the middle tree, had somehow spread out, entwining all 3 trees occupied by the 7, including Xia Hong. Astonishingly, this Tung Jiao had silently moved so much without any of them noticing. How is this possible? Attack! It's already discovered us. The hairs on Xia Hong's back stood on end, a chill running through him as he shouted to the 6 on the other trees. Simultaneously, he gripped his double-edged giant axe firmly and charged directly toward Tung Jiao's head. Hearing Xia Hong's voice and realizing Tung Jiao had awakened, the 6 immediately sprang into action. Xia Chuan leapt forward, left hand holding a flying line and right wielding the black blade, lunging toward Tung Jiao's back. Luo Yuan, position higher, jumped and swung directly at Tung Jiao's spine. Yuan Sheng tightened his grip on the shock frost saber, pushing off the tree and slicing horizontally at Tung Jiao's flank. The Xiaolong brothers at the front didn't use blades. Skilled in archery, they were positioned to have a clear line of sight to Tung Jiao's eyes. As Xia Hong's shout echoed, the 3 fired their pre-loaded iron-black arrows swiftly. It was likely more than just a little early. It silently wounded its body around the 3 large trees they were climbing, without them detecting the slightest movement. This Tung Jiao awoke much earlier than I anticipated. When did it wake? When did Tung Jiao wake up? Xia Hong had no time to consider this question now. The moment he drew the giant axe and charged forward, he realized this hunt was likely far more challenging than expected. Roar! Crack! 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 Indeed, as he had anticipated, Tung Jiao let out a roar, and its 30-meter-long body suddenly exerted immense power, with the sounds of 4 trees breaking one after another. The 3 trees where the 7 of them were perched, along with the 1 Tung Jiao, was coiling around, for trees in total, each over 6 meters in diameter, snapped directly. The meticulously prepared 6 people, including Xia Hong, who knew in advance, saw their efforts go to waste. As the trees collapsed, Xia Hong halted his charge, retracted the giant axe, grabbed onto the tree trunk, and leapt away in the direction of the fall. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yuan Sheng also fell from the trees. Although the black arrows of Zhao Long and his brothers were launched, their footing was unsteady, significantly compromising their accuracy, falling far short of hitting Tung Jiao's eyes. Bang! Bang! Scatter! Find your own opportunities. The 4 trees crashed in batches, with 2 loud crashes, and after dodging, Xia Hong shouted to the other 6 people and charged straight at Tung Jiao, who also landed on the ground. Whoosh! The giant axe shook the air, emitting a whooshing sound that made Tung Jiao's pupils contract slightly, seemingly able to sense the immense power within Xia Hong. Tung Jiao's ferocity was also gradually being stimulated, its immense body twisting and turning rapidly, quickly freeing itself from the collapsing trees. Tung Jiao's abdomen contracted, its upper body rose from the ground, and with an angry roar, its massive tail whipped up a gale as it swept horizontally towards Xia Hong. Whoosh! 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 Several sharp arrows sped in from the flanks, precisely from the now-recovered Zhao Long and his brothers. They launched arrows continuously, releasing more than a dozen shots in 3 or 4 breaths, all targeting Tung Jiao's eyes. At the same time, on the other side, Xia Chuan stood atop a broken tree trunk, his hand deftly maneuvering the white thread as he darted left and right around Tung Jiao's body. Luo Yuan and Yuan Sheng preferred a direct assault, with both wielding large knives from left to right, charging towards the base of Tung Jiao's upright form. Amidst dealing with so many attacks, Tung Jiao's sweeping strike towards Xia Hong was no longer as formidable as before, and needing to evade arrows and shift its body, Tung Jiao even showed signs of withdrawing its tail. Did I permit you to withdraw it? Xia Hong, ready to withstand with the giant axe, fixed his gaze. Having been pursued by the rodent swarm earlier, He was already aware of Teng Jiao's strength, and he didn't consider this sweep much of a threat. Instead, he wanted to use Teng Jiao's power for a strike of his own. To his surprise, Teng Jiao was forced back by the other 6. Caught off guard, Xia Hong was not going to let it go, nor could he stand by while Teng Jiao escaped the 6 others' attacks so easily. The double-edged giant axe cut a fierce wind in the air as Xia Hong charged forward, seemingly gaining some momentum from the axe, his body reaching peak speed, catching up with Teng Jiao's withdrawing giant tail instantly. As he neared Teng Jiao's body, Xia Hong spun with the axe, raising it high and striking down from above. Wham! This powerful axe swing, nearly containing the limit of his bodily strength, emitted a fierce whistle, the cold gleam from the double-edged blade strikingly visible in the night. Sure, the giant axe, inevitably, cleaved into Teng Jiao's tail, which hadn't yet withdrawn. Green blood spurted several meters high, and Xia Hong could clearly feel that the bones in Teng Jiao's tail had no resistance against the giant axe, directly fracturing. This one axe actually cleaved straight through Teng Jiao's body, with 7 or 8 meters of tail severed, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Double-edged blade, with a radius of 75 centimeters each. Your bulk may be large, but in the face of this giant axe, it's still not enough. Taking a deep breath, Xia Hong looked at the severed Teng Jiao with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This giant axe wasn't just aimed at Teng Jiao. It could be said it was tailor-made for massive prey. Roar. The sound of the injured Teng Jiao now carried a trace of alarm, no longer as aggressive as before. Clearly, it hadn't expected Xia Hong's power to be so formidable. Following Xia Hong's strike, Teng Jiao was met with even more precise and intense attacks from the other 6 people. With black arrows whizzing by, Zhao Long and his brothers nearly emptied the arrow quiver on their backs in one go. Although Teng Jiao struggled desperately to retreat, barely avoiding the arrows, many still hit its forehead and body. The large knives of Luo Yuan and Yuan Cheng were already shearing Teng Jiao's body, and as Teng Jiao's body flipped over, they constantly shifted positions to inflict maximum harm with their knives. Having exhausted their arrows, Zhao Long and his brothers also drew their knives and joined the fray, pushing back Teng Jiao, who was already overwhelmed, into a constant retreat. In a brief moment of struggle, it glanced around at the crowd, its eyes flashing a red glow before finally fixing its gaze on Yuan Cheng, the closest to it. Such subtle movements went unnoticed by anyone present. Worried that the serpent might escape, Xia Hong moved to the front, flanking it together with Xia Chuan from both sides. Seeing the creature's head move less and less, Xia Hong stopped wasting time and swung his axe directly at its face. Hiss! In this critical moment, the serpent creature suddenly flipped its body, swinging its head around to face Luo Yuan and the 5 attacking it, opening its mouth wide. A thick green mist spewed forth from its mouth. The speed was so swift and the mist so dense that it didn't seem like mist being spewed, but rather a green light beam. Get out of the way. After hunting for so long, with the group's heightened sensitivity and caution, Xia Hong's warning was hardly needed. The moment the serpent turned its head, Luo Yuan and the 5, including Xia Chuan at the rear, were already dodging. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, Zhao Long, and the others managed to evade in time. Only Yuan Cheng, who had just broken through to the earth-digging realm, perhaps eager for heroics, was climbing above the serpent's abdomen. Being the closest, he couldn't dodge in time. Though he covered his mouth and nose and tried to avoid the attack, the mist still hit him on the back. The serpent, with its mouth still open, seemed intent on intensifying the mist. Xia Hong, who had moved to the serpent's rear, showed an urgent expression on his face, quickened his movements, and wielded his large axe, slashing horizontally from right to left. Crunch! The serpent, already at its wit's end, was completely severed by the blow. Its head and over 10 meters of its body collapsed, and the green mist from its mouth gradually faded away as it had nothing left to sustain it. The successful serpent hunt elicited a moment of relief from Xia Hong as he gazed at the creature's three-segmented body on the ground. However, Yuan Cheng's anguished scream immediately made his heart clench and worry again. Xia Hong set down his axe and quickly ran to Yuan Cheng's side. The other five, visibly tense, gathered around. Yuan Cheng's eyes were bright red as he lay on the ground, struggling and wailing. His back clothes had been completely burned away, and his skin was rapidly ulcerating, spreading alarmingly fast to other parts of his body. Hold him down first. Don't let him move. Wait for me. Xia Hong hesitated only briefly before instructing the five to restrain the now semi-conscious Yuan Cheng, while he turned to search for something on the ground. The five, unsure of why, nevertheless quickly restrained Yuan Cheng. A semi-conscious individual at the earth-digging realm, driven by extreme pain, could unleash tremendous strength. The five, gritting their teeth, held him down, one on the head, the others on his limbs. Yet even so, they struggled to restrain Yuan Cheng's forceful writhing on the ground. This serpent's poison is terrifying. Seeing Yuan Cheng in such a pitiful state, the five felt an involuntary chill. Watching the ulceration on Yuan Cheng's back spread to his arm, they couldn't help but feel some sadness. Especially Xia Chuan, who was closest to Yuan Cheng. His eyes were full of reluctance. At this point, it seemed hopeless. However, Xia Hong soon returned after searching among the broken trees, holding a large glob of viscous liquid in his hand. Xia Hong rushed forward, ignoring the confused stares from the five, and smeared the thick, transparent liquid on Yuan Cheng's back and arms. The five restraining Yuan Cheng were suddenly taken aback, then immediately showed expressions of joy, as they clearly felt that the moment the liquid was applied to his back, Yuan Cheng's struggles decreased significantly. And then they continued to diminish. The serpent saliva is actually the antidote to the poison mist. Seeing Yuan Cheng's back rapidly recovering, Xia Hong's mood instantly relaxed. He marveled at the wonder of the species and immediately realized something, looking at the saliva with eyes that suddenly lit up. No need to wait. Pack up and let's go quickly. Yuan Cheng's back was recovering from the ulceration, and the speed was quite rapid, but there were still no signs of him reviving. Sensing a growing discomfort within, Xia Hong promptly ordered everyone to pack up and leave. Xia Chuan carried Yuan Cheng off the ground, while the four people, including Luo Yuan, each carried a segment of Teng Jiao's body, following behind Xia Hong as they returned to camp together. The whole operation just now took less than 20 minutes in total. Teng Jiao's strength wasn't that formidable. The only troublesome part was the poison mist. Without me, your team's difficulty in leading a hunt would still be considerable. For the time being, you should remain on the outskirts when leading hunting trips. Yes, leader. The five people hurrying along in the back showed some excitement upon hearing Xia Hong's words. With prey like snow mane, frost wolf, and demon sheep, as long as they weren't encountered in groups, the six of them leading the hunting team could hunt with no difficulty. Xia Hong had previously mentioned that he would let them take charge. With Xia Hong's current statement, it was clear that their performance had gained his approval, and he was planning to officially hand over the hunting team to them, which naturally stirred a sense of excitement within the six of them. How did this Teng Jiao discover us just now? Zhao Long, carrying a segment of Teng Jiao's head, asked in a puzzled tone. At his query, everyone began to ponder. Xia Hong also furrowed his brows. This question had been on his mind too. In the ice abyss world, the extreme cold temperatures make it difficult for smells to spread. Whether cold beasts or humans, it's hard to determine enemies through scent. Similarly, the extreme low temperature makes all objects, including humans, have very low body temperatures when outdoors, making it impossible to rely on heat sensing. Moreover, they had minimized noise based on previous hunting experience, during which nighttime was a rest period for cold beasts. As long as they weren't provoked, they wouldn't wake up. Last time, when being chased by a rodent swarm, it was the same. There wasn't a sound, yet Teng Jiao discovered us early. Could it be that the entire area shrouded by clouds and mist is Teng Jiao's sensing range? Hearing Luo Yuan's speculation, everyone's eyes lit up, including Xia Hong's. But then Xia Hong shook his head and said, "A sensing range of 50 meters is unlikely. If it had such a great power, then this Teng Jiao wouldn't be something we could handle. Moreover, if it had discovered us as soon as we entered the cloud mist zone, tonight's hunt wouldn't have been this easy." From discovering Teng Jiao upon entering the cloud mist zone to arranging everything and all 7 climbing up trees, the whole process took at least 10 minutes. If they had been detected that early, Teng Jiao would have had plenty of methods to deal with the 7 of them. One thing is certain. Both the previous and tonight's Teng Jiao detected us in advance without us realizing. If you think about what common traits these 2 Teng Jiaos exhibited while they made their dens, you should find the answer. Upon Xia Hong's mention, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan immediately began recalling. Apart from Xia Hong, only they had seen 2 Teng Jiaos. The tail. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan simultaneously blurted out, evidently thinking of the same thing. Hearing the word tail, Xia Hong was momentarily startled. Then a spark appeared in his eyes, and a look of sudden realization came across his face. That's right. The tails of both Teng Jiaos that lurked in the trees were inserted into the snow on the ground. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan's guess is probably correct. Teng Jiao most likely senses ground vibrations with its tail to determine enemies. Close to the truth. Next time before hunting a Teng Jiao, test it out. Xia Chuan, remember this when you return, and if confirmed after testing, make sure to record it in the Great Xia Cold Beast record. Yes, leader. Detecting the seriousness in Xia Hong's voice, Xia Chuan solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Hong wasn't spending time guessing Teng Jiao's adversarial methods and habits without reason. After every hunt, he would lead everyone in reviewing the process, summarizing individual losses and the traits of different preys. The main purpose behind this was to compile the Great Xia Cold Beast record. Since seeing the Cold Beast scroll left behind by Luo Ming, Xia Hong began this project. From the current perspective, most of the casualties during camp hunts were due to unfamiliarity with the prey. Hence, collecting information on various cold beasts became especially crucial. The current Great Xia Cold Beast record documents only 7 cold beasts: Snow Mane, Frost Wolf, Demon Sheep, Rodent, Teng Jiao, Thunder Kuei, and Blue Moon Elf, with the latter 2 yet to have been encountered. But as the hunting team's activity range expands, they encounter more cold beasts, and the records will surely grow. Future generations benefit from previous efforts. Although the current documentation seems redundant, it will be immensely valuable for those later joining the hunting effort at camp. Reducing member casualties during hunts, increasing hunting success rates, demystifying cold beasts to make them less enigmatic. The compilation of the Great Xia Cold Beast record is of immense significance to Great Xia. Xia Chuan also understood this reason, which is why he responded to Xia Hong's instructions with such solemnity. The group quickly returned to the camp. There's a large snake. It's huge. The leader hunted 3 of them. Not 3, just 1. It was cut into 3 parts. So terrifying. As soon as they carried the 3 parts of the serpent into the camp, it drew a crowd of onlookers. The adults were unfazed, just pointing and commenting. Some of the children, however, hid behind the adults, scared yet eager to look. Some of the younger ones were even frightened to tears. "Leader, leave it to us to handle." Shiping walked up through the crowd and, after Xia Chuan gestured, took the serpent's body from Luo Yuan and the others. The hunting team now handed over all the game they brought back to the camp supply station for processing. Xia Chuan was the camp supply officer, but he was also a member of the hunting team, so he usually let Shiping and others handle these chores. However, before Shiping could leave, Xia Hong called him back. "The serpent's body is dangerous. Wait for me to handle it." Shiping nodded immediately. Though the camp supply station had plenty of experience processing prey, the serpent was a new type of game, so Xia Hong's special instructions were to be followed. Xia Hong didn't rush to handle the serpent's body, but first returned to the second floor of the wooden house with Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and others. Upon reaching the second floor main hall, Xia Chuan put Yuan Cheng, who was on his back, down. Xia Hong moved closer, examined his back, and saw that most of the sores had scabbed over. He breathed a sigh of relief and took some Tung Jiao saliva from his pack to apply. Have someone specially take care of him here and wait for him to wake up. Xia Chuan nodded, knowing he didn't even need to find someone himself. Yuan Cheng's mother, Su Lan, had already been waiting anxiously nearby with a worried face. While others were focused on the game, Su Lan's eyes were only on her severely injured and comatose son. With so many people downstairs, she hadn't been able to get close. Now, she finally heard Xia Hong wanted someone to care for her son, so she rushed over immediately. Auntie, don't worry, Cheng is okay. He should wake up soon. Seeing Su Lan gently stroke Yuan Cheng's scabbed wounds, wiping away tears. Beside her, Xia Chuan quickly offered some comfort. Meanwhile, Xia Hong, holding that lump of slime, had already gone to the second-floor alchemy room alone. The alchemy room was empty, with only a medicine decoction pot in the middle and a large array of neatly categorized wooden cabinets against the wall. Xia Hong went to the medicine decoction pot, opened the lid, scooped a bit of the slime, and put it in. Unknown item. Usable for medicine. Appraisal cost. Coal 50. TSK. Seeing the appraisal price, Xia Hong couldn't help but click his tongue. Last time, Changfeng's appraisal of blue frost grass cost only 20 units. Yet this slime's appraisal fee is this high. 50 units of coal resources convert to 1,000 pounds of coal stone. Camp, Great Xia, level 0. Lord, Xia Hong. Population, 1096. Resources, wood 28275 coal, 322 iron, 120 silver, 0 gold, 0. Activated buildings 4. Iron refining furnace, level 2. Wooden mannequin, level 1. Medicine decoction pot, level 1. Polishing stone, level 1. Inactive buildings 5. Green bamboo fence, marking stone, yellow earth, small wooden table, rough iron chain. The resources were not unaffordable. As the earth-digging realm's population grew and the new buildings were completed, the aggregation speed of coal and iron resources had increased significantly. If not for forging that giant axe yesterday, which used 280 units, the surplus of iron resources would still be a bit more than coal. The new house has only been built for 3 days, and now we have 2 chewing teeth chisels. The coal and iron income will only increase moving forward. 50 points it is then. The more it costs, the more useful it is likely to be. Moreover, it might even be the key to dealing with the rodent swarm. Although it hurt a bit, Xia Hong still promptly invested 50 units of coal resources into the medicine decoction pot. As the coal stone went in, the medicine decoction pot radiated a burst of light, and information about the slime also surfaced in Xia Hong's mind. Name: Tung Jiao saliva. Usable as a supplementary material for preparing Dan medicine. Can be applied to cure external wounds caused by Tung Jiao poison. Can be sniffed to alleviate Tung Jiao poison mist in the body. As expected, the first and second uses of the Tung Jiao saliva were, as Xia Hong had guessed. This slime had a peculiar fragrance, so it wasn't surprising it could be used as a supplementary material to prepare Dan medicine. Its application on Yuan Cheng's back resulted in the immediate healing of his festering wounds, which confirmed this second function. Only the third had Xia Hong furrow his brows slightly. It could merely be sniffed to alleviate, not cure. In other words, it only slightly improved the effect of covering one's face with a damp cloth, allowing someone to endure the Tung Jiao poison mist for a longer time. It couldn't completely block the poison mist effects on people. It seems like other supplementary materials are needed to refine it into a Dan medicine. Xia Hong's expression slightly tensed as he looked at the medicinal resources recorded by the medicine decoction pot, which had already reached over 40 kinds. Yet, currently, the only formed formula remained the golden sword powder. He couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. The medicine decoction pot automatically synthesized formulas based on appraised materials. Luck sure isn't on our side. Chung Feng has collected over 20 types of medicinal materials during this time, and yet no formula can be synthesized. Xia Hong didn't blame Chung Feng. Judging from the over 20 types of medicinal materials he had brought back in this period, it was clear the collection team wasn't shirking their duties. The main issue was that there weren't many with pharmaceutical knowledge in the team. If there were some pharmacological knowledge, they could possibly bring back related medicinal materials through association, which might slightly increase the probability of synthesizing a formula. He himself had no knowledge of pharmacology, and the civilization of the Ice Abyss world was inherently incomplete. There may be people with this knowledge, but Great Xia Camp definitely didn't have them. We can only wait for Chung Feng to slowly explore on his own, or hope for a gifted individual to appear. Otherwise, we should rely on piling coal stones, letting the medicine decoction pot continuously identify medicinal materials, which could also increase the probability of synthesizing new formulas. For now, these seem to be the only methods. Xia Hong shook his head and stored all the Tong Jiao saliva in the wooden cabinet against the wall, labeled them, and then left. After leaving the alchemy room, Xia Hong went directly to the camp supply station. In the camp supply station, Shi Ping and 3 others were surrounding a gigantic wooden table, on which was piled the Tong Jiao that they had just brought back. "Greetings, leader." Xia Hong slightly waved his hand, walked up to the Tong Jiao, and looked back at the 4. "Start processing, be careful. Before this Tong Jiao died, it could spray poison mist from its nose and mouth, so be extra cautious when handling the head area." "Understood, leader." Great Xia is no longer what it used to be. With daily hunts, there are naturally people specialized in processing prey. Cold beast materials are managed by the camp supply station, and those responsible for handling the prey also come from there. From the actions of the 4, it was obvious that Shi Ping was just there to notify, while the other 3 were the main butchers handling the prey. Skinning, extracting tendons, deboning, dividing the meat. The 3 wielded butcher knives, working together seamlessly, their process fluid and smooth. Xia Hong watched in awe until they started processing the head of the Tong Jiao, when he hurriedly focused his attention, stood up, ready to respond to any emergencies. The Tong Jiao poison mist is lethal if inhaled in the logging realm. Even though the Tong Jiao was dead, who knows if the poison mist had weakened? If a few logging realm hunters died just from processing the Tong Jiao's body, it would be a huge loss. Fortunately, the 3 from the camp supply station were indeed very experienced in handling prey. The 3 carefully cut open the head, especially the nose and mouth areas that Xia Hong had mentioned, using small knives to slowly carve them out. With such meticulous procedures, the 3 extracted a fist-sized chunk of throbbing meat from the Tong Jiao's throat area. Inside that meat, there was a pure white round pearl, emitting a white stream, continuously expanding outward, making the meat bulge like a living creature, quite mysterious. The 3 wrapped the meat in leather cloth and handed it to Xia Hong beside them. "Leader, this pearl should be the toxin's source." Xia Hong had already stepped forward to take the meat. There was no need for an explanation. Smelling the scent emitting from the meat, he immediately realized that the pearl inside was the source of the Tong Jiao poison mist. "What are your names?" The 3 were taken aback for a moment, then looked pleasantly surprised and answered immediately. "Reporting to the leader, my name is Tong Xinglong." "Reporting to the leader, my name is Tong Xingxing." "Reporting to the leader, my name is Ying Yi." Upon hearing their names, Xia Hong raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder they were unfamiliar. All 3 of them were originally from the Rogel camp. If he remembered correctly, Tong Xinglong and Ying Yi were 2 of the 15 logging realm hunters from Rogel camp during the merger. As for the last one, Tong Xingxing, judging by his name and appearance, he was clearly Tong Xinglong's brother. "How are your contribution values calculated at the camp supply station?" The 3 were slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Xia Hong to ask that. After a moment, Tong Xinglong answered, "The 3 of us handle the prey." Lord Xia Chuan said, Regardless of the size of the cold beast, every 500 pounds of meat accounts for 1 contribution value. Aside from this, distributing cold beast meat each night to the reservists and monthly to children under 6 is also our responsibility, and each time accounts for 1 point. Besides these 2 methods, if we want to earn more contribution points, we can help the logging team or collection team when the camp supply station isn't busy. 500 pounds for 1 point, and a single cold beast often yields over 1,000 pounds of meat, which is 2 points, adding a point for distributing cold beast meat. That's a baseline of at least 3 points every night. Taking extra help into account from other areas, the camp supply station's compensation is actually quite comparable to that of the collection and logging teams. You guys are doing well. In the future, when processing prey, even if no one reminds you, be as careful as you were this time. Especially with unfamiliar prey, be sure to be cautious. If we're unharmed during the hunt outside, but something happens due to your processing, that would be bad. Yes, leader. Hearing the care in Xia Hong's tone, a touch of emotion flashed in the eyes of the 3, who quickly nodded respectfully, filled with admiration. Xia Hong pondered for a moment, then said to Shi Ping behind him, "Add 3 contribution points to each of them." Shi Ping heard this and immediately nodded in compliance. Tong Xinglong and the other 2 were incredibly excited. If Xia Hong hadn't stopped them, they might have knelt down to express their gratitude. No need for that. I thought this Tong Jiao's body it might be troublesome to deal with, but it turns out you did well. Keep up the good work in the future. To be personally asked their names by Xia Hong, along with the bonus of 3 contribution points, that was already an unexpected pleasure. Upon hearing Xia Hong's last verbal commendation, the 3 were even more inspired. Rest assured, leader, the 3 of us will certainly work diligently in the future. All 3 bowed their heads simultaneously, formally saluting Xia Hong. All right, you 3 continue handling it. Shi Ping, stay here, and after it's processed, send all the Tong Jiao spine to the blacksmith room. Yes, leader. Shi Ping also nodded in compliance, and when he looked up again, he found Xia Hong already gone. To be personally commended by the leader, you 3 are quite lucky. Huh? Hearing Shi Ping's teasing, Tong Xinglong and the other 2 burst into hearty laughter. As soon as Xia Hong stepped out of the camp supply station, he was informed that Yuan Cheng had awakened, and he hurried to the main hall. By the iron refining furnace in the main hall, Yuan Cheng had indeed awakened. Although he was still lying down and his complexion was pale, the wounds on his back had improved significantly, and, judging by his mental state, his recovery seemed quite good. Greetings, leader. Seeing Xia Hong approach, everyone quickly paid their respects, giving way for him. All right, you don't need to move, just keep lying down and recovering. Seeing Yuan Cheng struggle to get up, Xia Hong immediately stopped him, taking another look at his back, estimating that he should recover in a day or 2, and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Next time you go hunting, don't get so close to the prey. Consider yourself lucky this time. I found out in advance that Tong Jiao saliva could detoxify, or else you wouldn't have survived. I was too reckless this time. Yuan Cheng will definitely keep this in mind from now on. Yuan Cheng nodded heavily in agreement, a hint of fear lingering in his eyes. The lesson this time was harsh. If he didn't wise up, it would cost him his life. He understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing the fear in his eyes, knowing he had learned his lesson, Xia Hong didn't say more. There are only 7 in the earth-digging realm at the camp, which isn't many, and losing any one of them would be a heartache for Xia Hong. More so since Yuan Cheng is one of the old members from Great Xia, who followed from hill to here. They shared deep bonds. Leader, why is your leather bag smoking? Upon hearing the reminder, Xia Hong quickly turned to check the leather bag hanging at his waist and was momentarily stunned. The leather bag was indeed emitting thin, white smoke. Spread out, everyone quickly spread out. Realizing something, Xia Hong shouted, urging everyone to disperse. Inside the leather bag was the Tong Jiao poison sack he had just taken from the camp supply station. Seeing everyone scatter, and even Yuan Cheng on the ground being carried away with no one showing symptoms, Xia Hong let out a sigh of relief. looking at the leather bag he had resealed tight, frowning deeply. Wasn't the tongue jiao poison sac wrapped in chunks of meat? It didn't disperse earlier, so why is it suddenly leaking now? After pondering for a moment, Xia Hong turned his gaze to the iron refining furnace. A hint of realization crossed his face. He then slowly moved the leather bag closer to the furnace. Sizzle. As the temperature of the leather bag rose, the Teng Jiao poison sac inside emitted a faint sizzling sound, thin streams of white smoke slowly rising. Xia Hong quickly pulled the leather bag away. Understanding immediately set in. While squatting to check on Yuan Cheng, the leather bag at his waist was too close to the iron refining furnace, inadvertently heating the Teng Jiao poison sac inside, which caused the toxic fog to release. High temperatures can unleash the toxin from the poison sac. Realizing this, Xia Hong's expression sharpened. Then a glimmer of excitement filled his eyes. His demeanor turned ecstatic. "I've got it, haha, I've got it." Xia Hong tightened his grip on the leather bag, his expression full of excitement. "Someone go to the mine and inform Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, all 5 of them, to meet me in the blacksmith room. I'll be waiting inside." Since the hunt tonight took a short time, and it was still early before dawn, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan had headed to the mine to gather iron once they returned. "Yes, leader." As someone went to notify the 5, Xia Hong didn't linger in the main hall, heading next door to the blacksmith room. Once in the blacksmith room, concerned that the Teng Jiao poison sac might leak again, he carefully wrapped it with another layer of leather. After pondering in a chair for a moment, the 5, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others, hurriedly entered from outside. "Please have a seat." The camp's abundant wood supply ensured an ample amount of wooden chairs in the blacksmith room, alchemy room, and the main hall, which are public areas. Seeing the curiosity on the faces of the 5 seated, Xia Hong didn't keep them in suspense. He recounted the matters of the Teng Jiao poison sac and saliva. Zhao Long and his brothers were fine. Though they had seen the rodents, they weren't present during the time when they were chased by the rodent swarm into Teng Jiao's territory. At the scene were Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, who, after hearing about the poison sac and saliva, thought for a moment, and instantly their eyes lit up. The 2 exchanged a look with Xia Hong, immediately understanding why he had gathered them. "Leader, if I'm not mistaken, you intend to use the Teng Jiao poison sac against the rodent swarm on the north slope?" Luo Yuan was the first to ask. Seeing Xia Hong nod, confirming his guess, his expression first showed excitement, but after a moment of thought, he shook his head. "No, based on previous experiences, they aren't afraid of Teng Jiao. They'd charge through the toxic fog zone without hesitation. Trying to drive them away with toxic fog won't work. Moreover, the Teng Jiao poison probably won't kill the rodents, at most impair them, slowing their actions." Luo Yuan paused to glance at Xia Hong, immediately realizing that driving them away wasn't Xia Hong's plan. "Your plan, big brother, is to use the toxic fog to weaken the rodents, then we'll strike all at once, slaughtering the entire swarm." Xia Chuan continued Luo Yuan's thought, but even as he said it, both he and Luo Yuan, along with Zhao Long and his brothers, wore skeptical expressions. It shouldn't be possible. Even if the strength of 300 to 400 rodents is weakened by the fog, it wouldn't be something they could handle. Not just 7 in the earth-digging realm. Even with all the logging realm members from the camp, they probably couldn't overcome the rodent swarm. What if, in addition, we have this? Understanding what was on the minds of the 5, Xia Hong slowly walked to the wall of the blacksmith room, drawing a bow and arrow, and showed it to the 5. But then, after pondering for a moment, their eyes immediately lit up. The defensive ability of the rodents is not strong. Bows and arrows are indeed useful. We tried last time. Bows with a pull of over 10,000 pounds are extremely lethal to them. If shot accurately, they can even achieve a one-hit kill. Not feasible for the logging realm, but at least they can severely injure them. With enough quantity, hunting them isn't a problem. If we can release a lot of Teng Jiao poison mist, slowing them down, the accuracy of the bows and arrows will surely be high. Hunting them this way would indeed not be difficult. Moreover, if we can find a good position, we might not even have to suffer too many casualties. It's really possible. The only difficulty is that the number of rodent creatures is vast. To really deal with them, we need a large number of bows and tongue jiao poison sacs. Compared to Luo Yuan and the others, Xia Chuan spoke last, clearly considering the situation more comprehensively. He struck at the heart of the most difficult challenge with his words. Xia Hong nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. Chuan is right. To deal with those rodents, a large number of bows and tongue jiao poison sacs are needed. Actually, more logging realm and earth-digging realm would also be required if possible, but we simply don't have enough time. If possible, Xia Hong certainly did not want to face the rodent swarm now. He could completely wait until the numbers from the earth-digging realm and logging realm of Great Xia were sufficient to resolve the hidden danger of the rodent group. The problem is that rodent swarm won't give him that much time. Within less than 2 kilometers of distance, they could discover the valley at any moment. If we don't seize the time to address it proactively, we're just waiting for death. Knock, knock, knock. Leader, the Tongue Jiao spinals have arrived. The knocking broke the meditation of the 6 inside the room. Come in. Shi Ping pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Xia Chuan and the others, he first bowed to them, then handed over a bundle of Tongue Jiao spine to Xia Hong that he was holding. That Tongue Jiao has been completely processed. Besides that venom sac, there's also 5 pounds of thick liquid, likely the saliva the leader mentioned, with 2,210 pounds of meat, 38 meters of spinal cord, and all bones have been ground and stored. Xia Hong nodded to indicate understanding, then turned his gaze to the spinal cord in his hands. The Tongue Jiao spine, with its elasticity, toughness, and durability, is the perfect material for bowstrings. There were already ready-made bows and arrows in the camp, and Xia Hong had studied them before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. The camp currently has 11 bows, although the bow bodies are all made of 10 forged iron. The strings are only double-strung, with a pull of 5,000 pounds, which is actually not suitable for the earth-digging realm. Isn't that right? As Xia Hong spoke, his gaze shifted to the 3 Zhao Long brothers. Zhao Long nodded. The 3 brothers had a high proficiency in archery and a deep understanding of bows and arrows. After pondering for a moment, he responded, Indeed, during the previous rescue of the people at Chunyi Camp and the recent hunting of the Jiao, I felt the same. With my current basic strength, using a bow with a pull of 5,000 pounds for a long time would likely lead to the string snapping. Double strings are indeed insufficient. For humans in the logging realm, with basic strength above 5,000 pounds, ordinary bows and arrows obviously cannot be used normally, let alone those in the earth-digging realm with basic strength above 10,000 pounds. Longbows generally comprise about body and bowstring. The iron in this world, unlike in the past, though strong, has certain resilience and elasticity, hence the bow body materials must be made of iron. Wood doesn't even need to be tried. It can't even be used to make arrows. Previously, Xia Hong tried based on past life experience, using iron for the arrowhead and wood for the shaft. The result was that the arrows were too light, and when shot, not only was the attack power greatly reduced, but even the accuracy was abysmal. As for the bowstring, it's the Tongue Jiao spine. Generally, bows used in the logging realm have 2 strings, and if you want to increase the pull, you must add more strings, which naturally requires more material. Don't worry about the bows for the earth-digging realm. A 5,000-pound pull bow is already enough to handle the rodent swarm. The camp's current logging realm numbers are enough. The main task now is to quickly craft a batch of bows and arrows. Secondly, to enhance the archery skills of all the logging realm in the camp. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, the 5 of them all nodded. Currently, there are 152 individuals in the logging realm at the camp. In the short term, more people might break through to the earth-digging realm, but the number won't be high. Upon hearing the number of logging realm, Xia Hong nodded slightly, seeming satisfied. When construction on the log cabin started, there were already 140 people in the logging realm at the camp. But since then, when the collection team and logging team went out at night, 18 people were lost. Considering that, from the completion of the new cabin to today, in about a month, 30 people have newly broken through to the logging realm. A single 5,000-pound pull iron core bow requires at least 350 pounds of iron ore. The amount of iron used for an arrow is not much, just 5 pounds, but a bow needs to be equipped with at least 50 arrows. So, making a complete set of bows and arrows requires at least 600 pounds of iron ore, similar to the amount used for a broadsword. After calculating for a while, Xia Hong continued. To be safe, when dealing with the rodent swarm, the entire camp's logging realm should participate. Based on this calculation, we need to craft at least over 100 sets of iron core bows. It requires 600 pounds of iron ore to make a set of bows and arrows. 100 sets require 60,000 pounds of iron ore. The 6 people present calculated this number in their minds, and their brows slightly furrowed. The camp currently has 7 earth-digging realm members, 2 of whom use chewing teeth chisels with a daily mining output of 800, while the other 5 use ordinary sheephorn chisels with a daily output of 500, totaling 1,300. 60,000 pounds of iron ore would require about 1.5 months to mine. The reason everyone frowned was because of the time. Mere mining would take 1.5 months, but what about forging? The logging realm does not have the ability to forge, so these over 100 iron core bows must also be forged by the 7 of them. Moreover, the camp's hunting activities cannot stop, and the 7 of them cannot spend all their time on just mining and making bows. The time frame is too long, which is definitely not acceptable. So during this period, we must find a way to go over there and risk hunting a few more rodents. If each person can have a chewing teeth chisel, the mining speed would increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan and the 5 others immediately brightened up and nodded. If all 7 could be equipped with chewing teeth chisels, the daily mining output of iron ore could reach close to 3,000, which would mean 60,000 pounds could be achieved in just 20-odd days, doubling the speed instantly. In addition, we need to hunt a few more tongue jiao, prepare more venom sacs and saliva, and currently, the tongue jiao spine for making bows is still insufficient. For the 300 or 400 rodents, naturally, we need to prepare several more venom sacs. The saliva that can be used to detoxify our people should also be prepared more. The spinal cord is even more critical, as the bows used in the logging realm need to be equipped with double strings. Making one requires 2 meters of spinal cord, and the tongue jiao we hunted tonight has a fairly good length with 38 meters of spinal cord, which without taking losses into account, can roughly make 19 bows. But they need to make over 100 bows, so at least 160 meters are needed, meaning they need to hunt at least 5 more tongue jiao. The reserve of cold beast meat is currently abundant, so for the next month, the hunting team won't need to venture out. Once Yuan Cheng's injuries heal, I will take you 6 out to hunt another 5 tongue jiao. In the meantime, you 6 will join me, putting our all into mining. Yes, leader. Having made the decision, Xia Hong did not delay and began to deploy accordingly. By the way, Chuan, go inform Shurqing right away that during this period, everyone in the camp who is above the logging realm must allocate half their evening each day to practice archery with him, and he should teach them well. Since there aren't enough bows and arrows at the moment, inform Mu Dong to have the craftsman workshop rush out a batch of wooden ones for them to practice with. Once the bows and arrows are ready, there won't be time to train. Yes, leader. Xia Chuan nodded in compliance, leaving immediately to inform Shurqing. Looking at the remaining 4, Luo Yuan, Xia Hong spoke up directly. Time is running out. You 4 continue to the mine, and I'll stay here to make bows. Once night falls tomorrow, we'll head to the north slope of the mountain wall and see if we can find an opportunity to hunt a few more rodents. The 4 nodded in compliance, turning directly to head down to the mine. 120 points of iron resources are only enough to make 4 bows. There should still be a bit more at the mine. I'll first mass-produce the bows, then move on to the arrows later. Xia Hong took out iron ore directly, placed it into the furnace for smelting, and began the tedious process of bow making. In fact, the efficiency of forging weapons at the Great Xia Camp is considered very high. According to the initial statement by Luo Ming, an ordinary tin forge blade would require at least 2 earth-digging realm individuals working together, spending 3 to 5 days on it. However, at the Great Xia Camp, with a polishing stone, an earth-digging realm individual can forge a piece of tin forged weapon weighing around 700 pounds in one night. The iron core bow only weighs 300 pounds, allowing the Great Xia Camp to forge 2 in one night, a remarkably high efficiency. But when thinking about making 100, Xia Hong still felt it was too slow. No rush, no rush. First use up the iron ore on hand, then focus with the other 6 on mining. Once there's enough iron ore, with 7 earth-digging realm individuals working together, the bow-making speed will pick up. While the iron ore was being smelted into liquid, Xia Hong didn't remain idle, consuming a supply of cold beast meat that had been prepared in advance, and began training diligently. After notifying Shi, Xiachuan also headed directly to the mine to mine iron ore with Luo Yuan and the 4 others, racing against time. Upon receiving the notification, Shi immediately called upon his son Ping, then went separately to find by Dongying and Cheng Feng, relaying Xia Hong's orders to them. The collection team and logging team, including the hunting team, everyone in the camp from the logging realm must dedicate half of each evening to practicing archery. Though Cheng Feng and Bai Dongying didn't understand, they confirmed it was Xia Hong's order and promptly complied, notifying all members of the collection team and logging team. After ensuring that all from the logging realm, including the 9 members of the hunting team and the craftsman workshop, were informed, Ping went to the mine to report back to Xiachuan. Xiachuan, who was mining, didn't turn around but thought for a moment before responding directly. Also tell them, from now on, we will hold an archery skill contest every 10 days. The top 3 will be rewarded with 10 contribution value points, and those from 4th to 10th will be rewarded with 5 points. Yes, sir. Ping was momentarily surprised, but his face soon filled with joy. After nodding in compliance, he joyfully went off to inform the others. Xiachuan naturally understood why he was so happy. Although Ping only had the strength of the logging realm, he had inherited his father Qing's considerable skill in archery. Though the top 3 were uncertain, he could definitely make it into the top 10, which is why he felt so joyous. Brilliant idea. With contribution value as a reward, they will definitely practice more diligently. Chuan, it's no wonder the leader appointed you as the camp supply officer. Impressive. Once Ping left, the 4 who were mining alongside Luo Yuan couldn't help but give Xiachuan a thumbs up. Even without the competition, these from the logging realm in the camp would certainly train seriously, given that they need the skills for future outings. But with this competition in place, they would undoubtedly practice even more earnestly. The overall increase in archery skill across the camp would also likely happen more rapidly. Faced with the praises of the 4, Xiachuan remained calm, replying in a deep voice. The faster their archery skills improve, the bigger the camp's chances of success against the rodent swarm. In the end, they're practicing for themselves. The contribution value is merely icing on the cake. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan and the 4 slightly straightened their postures, nodding in agreement. Let's hurry in mine. The leader is still waiting on us. Sure. The 5 of them lifted their tools once again, accelerating their extraction efforts. Clang, 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 hiss. 10 days later, inside the blacksmith room, Xia Hong, Luo Yuan, Xiachuan, and Zhao Long, all shirtless, were hammering away at the iron ingot on the furnace, the clanging of the hammer echoing incessantly. On the left side of the room, several people from the craftsman workshop submerged the red-hot iron ingot into a wooden barrel filled with clear water, which immediately generated billowing smoke. Once the temperature of the iron ingot cooled, they promptly sent it to the furnace, handing it over to Xia Hong and the others for further hammering. On the right side of the room, Mu Dong was directing 2 people to stretch one end of the Tung Jiao spine tightly while pulling the other end himself, installing the spine onto the already forged iron core bow. At the doorway, people were constantly coming in and out, some delivering iron ore, while others stretched their necks to see if a new bow had come out of the forge. Twang! Mudong, having finished stringing the bow, pulled firmly on the iron core bow in his hand, confirming that both the tension and the sound were fine. He immediately looked up and shouted towards the doorway. The 30-second iron core bow is ready. Come grab it quickly. Coming, coming, coming. Before he could finish speaking, Shi Ping, who was waiting at the door, had already rushed over. After taking the new bow from Mudong's hand, Shi Ping exclaimed in astonishment. So fast. It's only been half the night, and the leader has already finished too. Yes, the leader is getting faster and faster at forging. Tonight alone, he might single-handedly forge 3 bow bodies, and with Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long, they should be able to make 6 tonight. Shi Ping turned his head to look at Xia Hong, standing by the furnace, a deep respect rising in his eyes. Everyone below is waiting. I'll take the bow over first. Mudong nodded, watched Shi Ping leave, and then continued organizing the Tung Jiao spine with 2 others, preparing for the next bow. In 10 days, 32 bows. The iron and coal resources have kept up with the consumption. At the current pace, the number of iron core bows should break 100 in just 10 days. Even though Xia Hong had been forging nonstop, he clearly heard the conversation between Shi Ping and Mudong. After estimating the progress a bit, he realized that they were only 10 days away from completion, allowing his nerves, tense for 10 days, to finally relax a little. In the past 10 days, he wasn't just staying here forging iron. After forging 2 bows on the first day, the next night, he took the hunting team to the north slope at the mountain wall. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, and they didn't encounter any lone rodents. Using torches to lure them was too risky, so they had no choice but to abandon that and prioritize hunting Tung Jiao. The rodents were too many and couldn't be provoked easily, unlike the Tung Jiao. Past the outer perimeter of 500 meters, there were quite a few Tung Jiao inside Redwood Ridge. Last time, they had spotted 3. Previously, they had dealt with 1, and that night Xia Hong led the hunting team to handle the other 2 all at once. Tests showed that Tung Jiao indeed use their tails to sense enemies, but the range is limited to roughly 10 meters. As long as the distance is managed precisely, starting with bow and arrow, followed by a main attack with a large axe, hunting them wasn't too difficult. The 2 Tung Jiao yielded 2 venom sacs, over 40 pounds of Tung Jiao saliva, and 75 meters of spine. Adding the previous 38 meters, Xia Hong now had enough materials to craft 56 iron core bows. The spine was sufficient for now, but the next challenge was securing more iron ore. With the help of 2 chewing teeth chisels, the 7 of them could at most mine 1,300 pounds of iron ore per day. At that time, Yuan Cheng's injuries hadn't healed, and with only 6 people, the output was even lower. Realizing it would take a long time to gather enough iron ore, Xia Hong could only take risks, bringing Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan each day to the north slope by the mountain wall, trying their luck. Fortunately, their luck changed on the 3rd day. 2 rodents unexpectedly wandered out of the north slope. Xia Hong seized the opportunity, using torches to lure them from the extreme position, and successfully hunted 2 rodents, adding another chewing teeth chisel to the camp. With 3 chewing teeth chisels, the 7 of them managed to mine up to 1,600 pounds, enough to forge 5 iron core bows a day, with some extra to spare. Of course, to minimize bow-making time, as long as they had enough iron or materials, only 3 people were left to mine in the cave while he led 3 others to forge bows. If there wasn't enough iron ore for all 4 to be forging simultaneously, they would descend to help with the mining. In this way, the efficiency was much faster. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long used iron hammers made by Xia Hong. Initially, the 3 of them could only forge 2 iron core bows a night, but as they forged more, their skills improved quickly, with each of them now capable of crafting 1 bow each night. Of course, with the added advantage of a polishing stone and being the strongest among them, Xia Hong's forging skills were even higher. Initially, he could only forge 2 bows in a night, but now he could single-handedly forge 3. Resources wood 30295, coal 1021, iron 40, silver 0, gold 0. Iron ore is about to run out, and in 3 more nights, the Tung Jiao spine will nearly be used up too. It's time to hunt more Tung Jiao. Plus, I need to check the movement of the rodent group at the North Slope, try my luck, and see if I can encounter any lone rodents. It would be best to obtain 2 more chewing teeth chisels to increase the speed further. Looking at the dwindling iron resources, Xia Hong's expression grew serious as he handed the newly forged bow mold to the people in the craftsman workshop. Making bows couldn't rely solely on Xia Hong and the others in the earth-digging realm. Their main role was to smelt the iron, forge the bow mold, and then hand it over to the craftsman workshop for cooling and shaping, string the bowstring, and test a longbow with a pull strength of 5,000 pounds by Mu Dong personally, finally considering it fully completed. When making the bow mold, if the curve of the bow body isn't controlled well, it can't cooperate with the bowstring to release enough tension. Such a bow will severely affect range and attack power, making it unusable and only fit for remelting and remaking. The tightness of the bowstring installation is especially important. If installed too tightly, it could break easily with any external force. If too loose, it cannot work with the bow body to release sufficient pull. The latter is fine, as it can be readjusted. But if the former breaks, the 2-meter Tung Jiao spine would be wasted. When Xia Chuan and the other 2 first started participating in making bow molds, they had to remelt quite a few times. Mu Dong was the same, losing 2 Tung Jiao spines in the process. Fortunately, with increasing experience in bow making, their mistakes have become fewer and fewer. In the past few days, they have achieved a 100% success rate, with Mu Dong attaching the bowstring and confirming there were no issues after testing. The 3rd longbow Xia Hong forged that night was completely formed. At the same time, in another area, Xia Chuan and his team also completed their bow mold, handing it over to the people at the craftsman workshop. Once Mu Dong had attached all 3 bowstrings and successfully tested them, Xia Hong finally exhaled, telling everyone, "The iron ore is almost used up. Let's all take a break for now and save up iron ore for a couple of days before proceeding." Everyone visibly relaxed a bit. For 10 consecutive days, not only were Xia Hong and the 7 earth-digging realm members working nonstop, but Mu Dong and the craftsman workshop team were also working almost continuously at night. Saving up iron ore for 2 days means they can rest for 2 days, which naturally lifted their spirits. Of course, those who could relax did not include Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long. The earth-digging realm members still needed to continue mining in the caves. Collecting iron ore was their primary task. Though exhausting, Xia Chuan and the other 2 showed no signs of fatigue or boredom, instead remaining enthusiastic and driven. Firstly, with Xia Hong leading by example, working faster and producing more than them, they dared not complain. Secondly, the bow making was not just for the campsite, but also for their own safety against the rodent swarms. Thirdly, crafting each iron core bow themselves gave them a strong sense of accomplishment. It's important to know that in the Redwood Ridge area camps, only 11 iron core bows were made over several decades. Yet in the past 10 days, under Xia Hong's leadership, they managed to forge 36. With progress accelerating, the goal of 100 iron core bows was within reach. This sense of achievement isn't something that can be easily described in a few words. Once over 100 iron core bows are crafted, the strength of the Great Xia Camp will undoubtedly ascend to a new level. 100 bows fired simultaneously is a thrilling sight, and even the rodent swarms on the northern slope of the mountain wall won't be able to resist, especially with the Tung Jiao poison pouches. Seeing Mu Dong lead the group away to rest, Xia Hong also took Xia Chuan and the other 2 out of the blacksmith room, ready to head down to the mines. But just as they reached the first floor, a commotion came from the doorway. Su Ning, 200 meters, hit on target. Good. Su Ning, impressive. Curious, Xia Hong hurried out to find over 100 people lined up in the valley, taking turns shooting arrows at targets set up in front of the wooden house. After Su Ning finished shooting, Shi Ping recorded his score on a wooden board. Then another person took Su Ning's bow, aiming at the target. This person's skill wasn't as good as Su Ning's. Though they also hit the target, they chose the 100-meter target and hit on target. Luo Kai, 100 meters, 10 hits. From a distance, Shi Ping walked out again, loudly announcing that person's score before another took their turn to shoot. Is this a contest? Seeing the targets lined up ahead, ranging from 50 to 200 meters, and combined with Shi Ping's movements, Xia Hong immediately guessed. Beside him, Xia Chuan, realizing Xia Hong wasn't aware of the archery contest, quickly stepped forward to explain it to him. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong's eyes lit up. Not bad. This contest can help them quickly improve their archery skills. With contribution value rewards and the chance to show off in front of people, gaining both fame and fortune, it's no wonder everyone was so enthusiastic about the contest. We could also organize a ranking for basic strength improvement, maybe monthly or on another schedule, divided between the logging realm and earth-digging realm tiers, with the greatest improvement receiving certain contribution value rewards. Xia Hong immediately realized that this contest could extend into training and even more activities. Xia Chuan, hearing this, also brightened up and quickly nodded. Understood, leader. I'll arrange it. In the Ice Abyss world, it's only natural for everyone in the camp to be soldiers, with training as essential as eating and drinking. Short weapons, archery, wilderness survival skills, and various hunting knowledge must be mastered by all. Previously, the archery practice in the camp wasn't as extensive as it is now due to the shortage of iron core bows. There were only 11 in total. When the hunting team went out, Xia Hong kept just one in the camp, not allowing many to practice. Now, with the number of iron core bows suddenly increased to 47, while not enough for everyone to have one, it's enough for over 100 to take turns practicing. People are naturally social creatures, and with everyone beginning to practice, competition and comparison are bound to arise. Plus, with Xia Chuan's 10-day contests, participants can stand out in front of the entire camp and gain contribution value rewards. This can be seen from the intense atmosphere of the competition. Shi Ping, 200 meters, 10 rings. Wow, Shi Ping's archery is this strong too? Nonsense. Our archery instructor Shi Qing is his father. After all, he's also made it to Class A, and there are already 9 people in Class A, with only half the participants finished. It seems those in Class B can't make it into the top 10. Definitely, the number of people making it to Class A will surely exceed 10. How are the rules of this competition designed? Seeing Shi Ping also participate in the competition and arouse a burst of amazement with his results, Xia Hong was curious about the rules of the competition, so he turned his head to ask Xia Chuan. Since Xia Chuan designed the competition, he knew it well and said, anyone above the logging realm, except for the hunting team, can participate. Targets are divided into 200 meters, 100 meters, and 50 meters, each with 10 rings. Based on the target chosen by the contestant, they are divided into Class A, B, and C. Only hitting the 10 rings counts as a score, right? Hearing Su Ning and Shi Ping's results, along with several others, all being 10 rings, Xia Hong immediately understood the rules set by Xia Chuan. As expected, Xia Chuan nodded upon hearing this. Xia Hong thought for a moment, but said nothing. These rules seem strict, but they are undoubtedly beneficial without any drawbacks. Those who venture out to hunt know best the harshness of the Ice Abyss world. If one can't achieve perfect accuracy in static shooting, then they're simply not qualified to deal with the powerful and cunning cold beasts of Redwood Ridge. But what if the number of people in Class A exceeds 10? Since only those hitting the 10 rings count as having a score, those qualifying for Class A all have the same results, making it naturally difficult to distinguish rankings, and Xia Chuan's rewards are to be given according to rankings. For this issue, Xia Chuan was clearly prepared, pointing with his hand to the left side. Xia Hong looked in the direction he pointed and discovered the quietly standing wooden mannequin on the left side of the crowd, and immediately understood. All right, let them compete. Let's go to the mine first. Xia Hong was about to lead Xia Chuan and others away, but just as he began, he was discovered by someone behind. The leader is here. The leader also came to watch us compete. Quick, make way for the leader. Folks, why not let the leader also shoot an arrow for us to see? That's right. I've never seen the leader shoot an arrow. Yeah, let the leader also shoot an arrow for us to see. No one knows who first suggested that Xia Hong should shoot an arrow to try. The crowd immediately became enthusiastic apart from a few members of the hunting team. These people had never seen Xia Hong shoot. Of course, even if they hadn't seen it, they had heard from the members of the hunting team that Xia Hong's archery skills were excellent, which is why they were cheering. Smiling, Xia Hong waved his hand, originally not wanting to try, but seeing the crowd's enthusiasm and Shi Ping even leading by handing the bow over, he could only shake his head helplessly. All right, since you all want to see, I'll give it a try. However, I won't compete with you for rankings, just watch. Faced with such enthusiasm, Xia Hong no longer declined. Reaching out to take the longbow handed by Shi Ping, he focused slightly, and the coal stone in the abdomen groove of the wooden mannequin on the other side immediately lit up. After a burst of light, the wooden mannequin transformed into a bone spur frost wolf, walking to the other end of the wooden house, about 200 meters away from Xia Hong before stopping. The cold beasts of Redwood Ridge are not static targets. Whether hunting, gathering, or logging, once encountered, they will not foolishly stand still waiting for your arrow. As Xia Hong finished speaking, the bone spur frost wolf transformed from the wooden mannequin suddenly gathered strength in its limbs and charged at him like a bullet. Among the 5 types of cold beasts encountered so far, the frost wolf's speed is second only to the rodents. For the frost wolf, 200 meters is less than 10 moments of time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the frost wolf moved, Xia Hong was already bending the bow and knocking the arrow, shooting 4 arrows in quick succession. Except for the first arrow, which took 1 moment, he shot the remaining 3 arrows almost immediately without aiming. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at the frost wolf, and all took a deep breath. The first 2 arrows hit the frost wolf in its eyes, and the terrifying impact carried by the 2 arrows caused the frost wolf's head to flip backward, almost sending its body flying backward. The next 2 arrows predicted the trajectory of the frost wolf's backward movement and directly penetrated its shoulder blades, pinning its body to the ground. Thud! Thud! Growl! The frost wolf, transformed from the wooden mannequin, was extremely realistic. Although hit by these 4 arrows, its life force was not entirely severed, and it struggled madly on the ground, roaring, freeing itself from the 2 arrows in its shoulder blades, and began retreating, seemingly trying to escape. Xia Hong's eyes shone slightly. The mimicry of the wooden mannequin was indeed realistic to the extreme, almost perfectly replicating the reaction of a cold beast. Of course, he didn't stop moving. He quickly stepped forward a few steps, once again drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, shooting 6 more arrows in succession at the frost wolf, dodging left and right. 1 arrow pinned its head, 4 arrows pierced its body, and the last arrow hit its tail. The frost wolf, transformed from the wooden mannequin, was finally pinned to the ground by Xia Hong's arrow. After Xia Hong finished shooting 10 arrows, there was silence all around. Just now, Xia Hong's 10 arrows took only about a dozen breaths. A dozen breaths, for those present who just participated in the archery competition, isn't even enough time to draw a bow, knock an arrow, and aim. But Xia Hong not only shot 10 arrows, but also didn't miss any. Almost every arrow hit precisely as he intended. Even by the wooden mannequin's judgment, he had successfully used a bow to hunt a frost wolf. Is the leader skilled at everything, even archery? The leader's archery is ridiculously strong. This isn't just strong, it's godlike. Doesn't that mean the leader can hunt alone with a bow? Gulp. Shi Ping squeezed through the crowd to the front and found that nearly half of Xia Hong's arrows were buried in the ground. He swallowed hard, eyes full of astonishment and shock. It's important to know these arrows all passed through the frost wolf's body before reaching the ground. Not only was it so accurate, but the strength was also several times ours. No wonder No wonder the leader said he wouldn't participate in the rankings. If he did, what competition would we have for the top 10? Shi Ping had always been proud of his archery, having been guided by his father, Shi Qing, since childhood, and his inherent talent wasn't low. But after witnessing Xia Hong's 10 arrows, he suddenly became a lot more clear-headed. The leader's archery was also taught by my father, and he hasn't practiced for long, yet he's so much better than me. It seems only by participating in real hunts, facing real cold beasts, can I quickly improve my archery skills. I must quickly enhance my strength and strive to join the hunting team, soon to go out with the leader and Lord Xiachuan. His previously prideful archery skills turn out to be so lacking. Shi Ping was somewhat hit by this realization, but at the same time, his spirit was ignited with a stronger fighting spirit, eager to elevate his archery to Xia Hong's level. Shi Ping calmed himself, looked up, and noticed that while everyone was fervently discussing, Xia Hong had already quietly headed toward the mine with Xiachuan and a few others. Watching Xia Hong's back, Shi Ping's eyes were full of reverence and fanaticism. All right, let's continue the competition. We can't compare to the leader's skills. If one day we can reach even half his ability in archery, we'd be very fortunate. As the crowd's excitement gradually calmed, Shi Ping stepped forward to announce the continuation of the competition. No wonder you didn't want the hunting team members to participate. These people's reactions are a bit over the top. At the entrance of the mine, Xia Hong, who had just walked in, shook his head slightly, recalling the camp's exaggerated reaction after his demonstration, his expression somewhat odd. Ha ha ha, leader. After all, none of them have officially hunted, and they've seldom seen cold beasts, let alone such remarkable archery. Luo Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Xia Hong's skill was undeniable, but merely comparing archery, many in the hunting team were actually better than him. For example, Zhao Long, standing nearby. Not really. The leader's archery isn't weak at all. Plus, his basic strength is much greater than ours, making his arrows deadlier. It's normal for those people to have such reactions after seeing it. Hearing Zhao Long's words, Xiachuan nodded and laughed. If the hunting team members were to compete with them, it would be unfair. I guess even Yuan Sheng could take one of the top 3 spots. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Even Xia Hong couldn't hold back a few chuckles. In the hunting team's 15 members, the least adept at archery was Yuan Sheng. Chuan, your archery isn't much better either. When I have time, I'll practice for a few days and let you take the bottom position. The laughing foursome had unknowingly walked deep into the mine. Yuan Sheng, who was mining inside, clearly heard Xiachuan's earlier tease and couldn't help but retort. Ha ha ha! Xia Hong laughed a few times and led his 3 companions quickly inside. Greetings, leader! Yuan Sheng, Zhao Hu, and Zhao Bao, busy mining, turned back to salute upon seeing Xia Hong enter. Xia Hong waved a hand, signaling the trio to stand up. He looked at the ground with only about 20 pieces of iron ore, his face slightly troubled. We're running low on iron ore, and soon the spinal cords will be insufficient too. Tomorrow night, let's first check the north slope of the mountain wall to see if we can kill a few more rodents, and then go over to Redwood Ridge to hunt a few tangjiao. Everyone nodded at his words. Daybreak is near. Let's light a fire in the cave. Together, we'll mine more iron ore today and try to speed up progress. After Xia Hong finished speaking, he picked up the sheep horn chisel and started digging. Luo Yuan and Zhao Long followed suit, while Xiachuan went outside, soon bringing in a lot of wood. Once the fire was burning and the cave warmed up, he too took up the sheep horn chisel and joined the 6 in mining. Those in the logging realm can live a bit longer, but generally not beyond 50. The lifespan in the earth-digging realm, inferred from Luo Ming's father, Luo Feng, is about 60, but the exact limit is unknown. If calculated by the common logic of the previous life, people with such strong basic strength and physical fitness, their average lifespan should not be this short. But here, of course, is the Ice Abyss world. Xia Hong is only 18 this year. Although he doesn't yet have lifespan anxiety, who wouldn't want to live longer? He had carefully thought about this issue before. In his opinion, the main reasons for the short lifespan of humans in the ice abyss world are three. First, the extremely cold climate. Second, the dim environment. Third, the inherently nocturnal activity pattern of humans, which defies common sense, as well as severely abnormal sleep habits. The damage of the extremely cold climate to the human body is self-evident. Merely the prolonged absence of sunlight can significantly impact lifespan. As for the third point, it's not that humans want this, but they have no choice. The sun in the ice abyss world emits extremely cold light. Xia Hong personally experienced it once when the demon sheep attacked on the dirt slope. After breaking through to the earth-digging realm, he tried once again, and it was the same. Those not yet at the cold resistance level cannot see the light at all. Unable to see the light, they can only choose to be active at night. Moreover, the daytime in the ice abyss world lasts only 4 hours. Most of the day is night. According to Xia Hong's observations, the vast majority of people in the camp sleep about 4 hours a day in daylight. They already can't see the light, their routines are inverted, and their sleep time is severely insufficient. It's only natural that the average lifespan is not high. Xia Hong cannot solve the problems of light exposure and inverted routines, including extending sleep time. After everyone has become accustomed to 4 hours of sleep, it's challenging for him to correct it. So far, what Xia Hong can do and has done is to order children under 6 in the camp to sleep 2 more hours each day. Even so, many children still can't accept it. As soon as it gets dark, they naturally wake up and then can't fall back asleep. If children are like this, there's no need to mention adults. A long-standing collective habit, handed down for years, is hard to alter in a short time, and Xia Hong understands this well. It's akin to the habit formed by humans in the previous life, working from sunrise to sunset. Only the people in the ice abyss world just happen to be the opposite. If it can't be changed in a short time, then it can only be slowly influenced and altered over time. Of course, the most thorough way to solve the short lifespan problem is cultivation. As basic strength increases, the body constitution also leaps continuously. This is the common understanding of everyone, including Xia Hong, and it is the main reason for their obsession with cultivation and pursuit of strength. A body that grows stronger is bound to have a longer lifespan. The threat of the rodent swarm is imminent, and the progress of Bao making must be accelerated. In the past 10 days, including Xia Hong, 7 people in the earth-digging realm have basically slept only 2 hours a day. This is also why iron or mining couldn't keep up with the Bao-making progress. Clang, 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 clang. In the mine, the sounds of chiseling by 7 people have been ringing from dawn to the late night of the next day. Xia Hong and the others continued mining for 15 hours before finally stopping. Correspondingly, there's a pile of iron ore at each person's feet. Xia Hong weighed his pile, then looked at the others. Report how many pounds you've mined. Give an approximate number. Xia Chuan, I have about 520 pounds here. Luo Yuan, 490. Zhao Long, 130. Zhao Pu, I had some before, adding up to a total of 450. Zhao Bao, I also had some before, adding up to a total of 430. Yuan Cheng, same as them, adding up to a total of 470. The efficiency of mining isn't just affected by tools, but also by strength. The greater the basic strength, the faster the mining progress naturally becomes. Before we came to the mine, the chewing teeth chisels were used by Zhao Hu and the other 2. In their subsequent mining, they used the sheep horn chisel and estimated to have mined just over 100 pounds, but adding the stockpiled ones, they had over 400 pounds each. After he entered with Xia Chuan and the other 2 to enhance mining speed, he took one of the chewing teeth chisels, and the remaining 2 were used by Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, so their mining amounts are relatively high. Zhao Long has been using the sheep horn chisel, so his amount is the least. How much did you mine, leader? When Luo Yuan asked, the other 5 all turned to look at the pile of iron ore beside Xia Hong's feet, and their eyes immediately showed astonishment. About 840 on my side. Each piece of iron ore weighs about 40 to 50 pounds, so seeing that pile, everyone had a rough idea But hearing Xia Hong report 840 pounds, they couldn't help but marvel at Xia Hong's high mining efficiency. My basic strength is about twice yours, so my mining efficiency is naturally faster. When your basic strength catches up with mine, you could do it too. Xia Hong didn't make a big deal of it. After 15 continuous hours of mining, the 7 of them had basically reached their limit, and a yield of over 3,300 pounds was considered lucky. We can now make 11 bows. Let's take a break. There's still 9 hours until dawn, so let's all go back to rest for 4 hours, then go to the northern slope of the mountain wall. We still have to hunt Jiao tonight. We're out of spinal cords. Mining is not an easy task. Although all 7 of them were in the earth-digging realm, after 15 hours they were already exhausted and definitely needed rest. Outside, it was midnight. At the wooden house door, over 100 logging realm were fervently practicing archery. Xia Hong and the others didn't feel like watching and gave a brief greeting to everyone before heading to the 3rd floor to rest. "Sir, the top 10 results of the competition are out. Please have a look." Xia Chuan had just walked up to the 3rd floor when Shi Ping caught up from behind and handed him the list of the top 10. Xia Chuan, who was exhausted, didn't have a mind to look closely and just glanced over it. Seeing the top 3 were Su Ning, Qiu Peng, and Shi Ping standing right in front of him, he immediately smiled. "Not bad, kid. Yeah, is your sister in it too?" Xia Chuan surprisingly saw Shi Lu's name at the end of the list. Shi Ping showed a shy smile, nodded, and said, "My sister's archery skills were already decent. She trained diligently during this period, combined with some luck, and got the 7th place. For future archery competitions, the reward amount for contribution value will remain unchanged for now. They will be held every 10 days. You and your father will be responsible, and just report the results directly to me." Hearing Xia Chuan was assigning the task of archery competitions to him and his father, Shi Ping was instantly thrilled and nodded heavily, saying, "Rest assured, sir, Shi Ping will certainly do it well." Shi Ping was not very old, even 2 years younger than Xia Chuan. From his perspective, he couldn't see the great benefits of being responsible for this task. His excitement was simply because Xia Chuan entrusted such an important task to him, which was an affirmation of his abilities. Also, archery was fundamentally an interest of both him and his father. His father, Shi Qing, would be even more delighted when he knew. "By the way, has everyone been informed about the rodent group?" Xia Chuan walked a few steps, remembered something, and turned back to ask. Shi Ping nodded immediately upon hearing this and replied, 10 days ago, when the camp announced the intensive archery training, it was already communicated, and the people in the logging realm are generally aware. All right, you may go now. I need to rest. Later, I need to go check the north slope of the mountainside with the leader and hunt the dragon tonight. Sir, please rest first. I'll take my leave now." Shi Ping watched Xia Chuan leave, admiration and envy filling his eyes. His admiration stemmed from the fact that he knew Xia Chuan and the others were so tired because they had been mining in the cave for over 10 hours. The mining objective was to make enough bows and arrows for those in the logging realm to deal with the rodent group on the mountainside, ultimately for the safety of the camp. Envy came from Xia Chuan's last remark about going out with the leader. It could be said that anyone in the camp who had advanced to the logging realm wanted to join the hunting team and go out with Xia Hong, himself included. Last time when the hunting team brought back the Tung Jiao prey, it was already widely known. One prey could earn several hundred contribution value, not to mention exchanging for cold beast meat. It was almost enough to exchange for 2 sets of clothes. Of course, contribution value was just one aspect. With Xia Hong's high status in the hearts of everyone in the camp, going out with him was itself an event of great honor. The hunting team no longer recruits from the logging realm. To get in, one must advance to the earth-digging realm. I must hurry and train. Shi Ping encouraged himself silently, quickly went downstairs, and joined everyone to continue practicing archery. Not too many people are needed. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, come with me. You 4 stay here and report any situations. For hours later, not far from the north slope of the mountainside, Xia Hong motioned Zhao Long and the other 4 to stay put down the huge axe on his back, and only carried a bow and a quiver of arrows. He led Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, who were similarly equipped, as the three cautiously moved towards the north slope. The three quietly climbed up the slope and simultaneously peeked toward the top of the north slope. This glance made all three faces slightly change. Move! It did move. Last time when we checked, it wasn't certain, but now it is confirmed. It moved to the southern mountain, about 100 meters or so. Look at the northern grassland. It was covered by the rodent group when we came earlier, so we couldn't see it. Hearing Xia Chuan's words, Xia Hong glanced toward the grassland and confirmed that the rodent group's position had indeed moved about 100 meters south. His expression immediately turned grim. He had come here 3 times in the last 10 days with people. The purpose of coming here was, of course, not just to make a few more chewing teeth chisels. More importantly, it was to observe the rodent group for any signs of movement. He hadn't hoped for the rodent group to leave on their own. Just wished they would remain still until he forged enough bows and arrows. But now that hope is gone. The valley is about 2 kilometers away from here, and the rodent group only moved a mere 100 meters, which may seem insignificant. The real concern for Xia Hong is that this movement indicates an unpredictable risk that has increased. Why did they move? Is there a problem? Will they continue? Will their next move be further towards the southern mountaintop? Today, that's 100 meters. Will they move a kilometer tomorrow, or even 2 kilometers? Do they move at night, or during the day? If this group of rodents discovers the valley during the day, even if they are prepared with 1,000 bows and arrows, it is a dead end. Several questions popped up in Xia Hong's mind in quick succession, his expression constantly changing. He swiftly interrupted his thoughts, and a sense of urgency filled his heart. Big brother, look over there. Before he could figure things out, Xia Chuan on the other side seemed to have seen something, his tone suddenly becoming extremely heavy, signaling Xia Hong to look quickly. Xia Hong hurriedly turned his head, looking in the direction of Xia Chuan's pointing finger. Upon seeing it, his face immediately darkened to an extreme degree. On one side of the mountain wall's north slope, exactly where Xia Chuan was pointing, there were unexpectedly 40 to 50 rodents of various sizes. That group of rodents was noticeably much smaller than others, with the largest one being half a meter in length, its fur sparsely covering its body, and its tail's bar being very short. The smallest was only 20 to 30 centimeters long, and being so far away, it wasn't very clear to see, only appearing flesh-colored, clustered together, exceptionally disgusting. These are rodent pups. They've only been here for a little over a month, and they've already started breeding, and the number, so many at once. The total number of these rodents was about 300 to 400, and in just over a month, they produced 40 to 50 more. Looking at their size, they're growing quite fast. If they continue to breed like this, what will happen? Luo Yuan's words caused Xia Hong's brows to furrow deeply, with even a trace of horror in his heart. He knew the breeding ability of rodents. Let's go. There's no chance tonight. We need to hunt the serpents and speed up the progress. Seeing no rodents alone, Xia Hong didn't waste any more time. After observing for a moment, he led Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan down the north slope, then sought out Zhao Long and the others, quickly heading towards Redwood Ridge together. The rodent swarm had moved over 100 meters southward. Moreover, they've started breeding. This thought was the only one in Xia Hong's mind. The sense of urgency in his heart instantly soared to the extreme. Originally, the achievement of crafting 36 iron core bows within 10 days was somewhat satisfying. But after witnessing the rodent swarm tonight, it was instantly shattered. Not fast enough, still not fast enough. The efficiency of bow making must be further improved. If this rodent swarm is not dealt with quickly, if anything goes wrong, it will be them resolving the threat to the Great Xia camp. Xia Hong is not the only one who realized the severity of the situation. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long, along with the 4 others who learned of the situation, instantly became tense. Tonight, focus on finding, hunt as many as possible, and try to gather all the necessary spinal cords at once. Then increase the speed of bow making when back at the camp. The situation is critical, and during this period, we must all minimize rest, crafting the bows as quickly as possible, and we need to act ahead of time. Yes, leader. The six who understood the seriousness of the situation quickly nodded in agreement, their expressions matching Xia Hong's seriousness and solemnity. The most difficult part about dealing with Tang Jiao is its toxic mist, as one can only endure for half an hour after covering with a wet cloth, so the hunting time must be controlled within half an hour, and even less if possible to allow sufficient escape time. The time used must be very short. That is the only challenge. After Xia Hong discovered that Tang Jiao saliva could alleviate the toxic mist, hunting Tang Jiao with the 7 of them working together posed no difficulty. Xia Hong led the 6 of them in a frenzied search within the range of a kilometer, consecutively hunting 3 Tang Jiao, estimating they could acquire over 100 spinal cords. Yet he was not satisfied and chose to continue searching with the 6. We also need to leave enough time for mining. We probably won't have time to hunt Tang Jiao later, so let's finish it once and for all, find one more, kill it, and return. None of the 6 objected and continued searching with Xia Hong. Quickly, 2 hours later, another Tang Jiao fell with a crash. Xia Hong and the 7 of them had perfectly completed their task for the night. 4 Tang Jiao, based on their body length, and at least more than 130 meters of spinal cords, the bowstring materials are already sufficient, and the next task is to fully focus on mining and bow making. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, the 6 who fought all night instantly breathed a sigh of relief. All right, pack it up, go back to the previous location, bring the bodies of those 3 Tang Jiao too, and head back. Xia Hong motioned for the 6 to pack up the prey while he began carefully searching on the tree where Tang Jiao just occupied. Soon, Xia Hong found a mass of saliva in the middle part of the tree. He packed all the saliva with a leather bag, waited, and Xia Hong's face immediately showed a smile. Not bad. Lucky enough, it's over 10 pounds. The previous 3, plus tonight's 4, Xia Hong had already hunted 7 Tang Jiao in total, and he had gotten the hang of the pattern of Tang Jiao saliva production. Although saliva is a secretion of Tang Jiao, its body would have no more than 10 pounds at most. Xia Hong speculated that after reaching a certain quantity, Tang Jiao would spit it out, and it might evaporate quickly after being spit out. Whether there is Tang Jiao saliva on the tree depends on luck. Accurately speaking, it's about whether the hunted Tang Jiao had secreted recently. The luck tonight was decent. Among the 4 Tang Jiao hunted, 2 were found to have saliva on the trees they occupied, totaling an estimated 30 pounds. Adding the ones inside the bodies of the 4 Tang Jiao, it should total around 60 pounds. Something's here. After collecting the saliva, Xia Hong carefully searched the tree and unexpectedly made a new discovery at the top. At the top of the tree, there was a fruit the size of a fist. Moreover, the smell of the fruit was extremely similar to that of Tang Jiao saliva. That's right. This tree doesn't seem like a common species either. Xia Hong took out a small knife to cut through the outer cold crystal of the bark, and, as expected, the bark was green. Vermilion frost, golden chill, iceful, blue jade, and with this one, there are already 5 types of trees discovered. Cut a piece and bring it back to Chengfeng, and have the collection team people pay attention. Exploring the tree species is supposedly the task of the collection team. But since they are all currently in the logging realm, they can't venture deep inside and can only find some rare vegetation outside, resulting in little new discovery of tree species. Having finally discovered another new tree species, Xia Hong naturally paid attention. Of course, the fruit on the tree was the most important. Xia Hong picked the fruit and put it into the leather bag. Coming down, Xia Chuan and the others had already brought over the other 3 Tang Jiao prey. All right, let's head back. The 7 of them quickly returned to the camp with 4 Tang Jiao. Bringing back 4 Tang Jiao in one go, the shock among the camp members was imaginable. But soon, after Xia Hong revealed the movement of the rodent swarm on the mountain wall's north slope, everyone immediately understood Xia Hong's insane Tang Jiao hunting motive. Having only the 7 of them in the earth-digging realm feeling pressured is definitely not enough. Dealing with the rodent swarm can't solely rely on the 7 of them. Crafting so many bows is to let everyone in the camp at the logging realm contribute. Since that's the case, Xia Hong naturally wouldn't hide it from them. During this period, we 7 will speed up bow-making progress. You can't help with hunting serpents, mining, and bow-making, so just focus wholeheartedly on improving your archery skills. Pay attention, there isn't much time left. Once there are enough bows and arrows, I will lead you to deal with the rodent swarm. I'm warning you now. If you don't practice hard now, you might risk your own lives if something goes wrong, understood? Understood, leader. Hearing Xia Hong's words, all of the over 100 logging realm members responded solemnly and in unison. All right, everyone get back to your tasks. Zhao Hu, Zhao Bao, Yuan Cheng, continue mining. Xia Chuan and the others come with me to the blacksmith room for bow making, and Mu Dong, stay on standby with the craftsman workshop people. In the coming days, everyone involved in bow making will only get to rest in turns. In short, people can rest, but bow making cannot stop unless the mining progress can't keep up. Do you understand? Understood, leader. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the 6 others, including Mu Dong and the bow-making participants, all answered in unison as well. Seeing everyone full of enthusiasm, Xia Hong nodded in satisfaction and without further ado, led the way to the second-floor blacksmith room. Upon seeing this, the others went to mine, practice archery, or prepare for bow-making. Everyone quickly got into the state of action, casting the bow body, forging the bow arc, making grooves, stringing the bowstring, testing the pull strength. No matter which task it is, it requires extreme diligence and attention to detail. The more rushed one is, the easier it is to make mistakes, leading to material waste and making it not worth the effort. Those practicing archery outside can be passionate, but those making bows cannot, regardless of their enthusiasm. They must be serious and meticulous to ensure a high yield and avoid unnecessary waste. Stringing the bow and testing the pull strength are not difficult. Mu Dong has already successfully strung the bowstring for 36 iron core bows, and his experience is highly extensive. As long as the bow body is ready, he can string the bowstring in less than half an hour. The most challenging part of bow making is casting the bow body. Firstly, blacksmithing itself is a difficult, cumbersome, and time-consuming task. Secondly, in the whole camp, there are only 7 people with forging skills, and 3 need to be allocated to mining. With only 4 engaged in forging, the efficiency is naturally extremely limited. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long have just been introduced to forging, and although they've improved a lot over the past 10 days, they can only forge at most 1 bow overnight. Xia Hong, being more experienced than the 3, with higher basic strength, naturally forges more efficiently, making 3 bows overnight. The 4 combined can make 6 bows a day, whereas the 3 at the mine in Yuan Cheng, using chewing teeth chisel, can extract only around 1,200 pounds of iron ore per day, enough for just 4 bow bodies. Whenever there seems to be a shortage in the iron ore supply, Xia Hong would take Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan to the mine to replace the 3 from Yuan Cheng in mining. He can now mine up to 800 pounds a day. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan are slightly stronger than the 3 from Yuan Cheng, thus mining a bit faster. The 3 from Yuan Cheng can extract at most 1,200 to 1,300 pounds a day using the chewing teeth chisel, while the 3 of them can go up to about 1,800 pounds when they take over. By doing so, the bow-making progress remains smooth, and for several days there have been no bottlenecks. The 7 of them rest only for 1 or 2 hours each day, and under such an overloaded operational state, the efficiency of bow-making naturally keeps climbing. Especially Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Zhao Long, whose forging skills improve rapidly, going from making 1 a day at the beginning to collaborating and producing an additional 1 to 2 bows a day later. On the first day, 6 product bows. On the second day, 6 product bows. On the third day, 7 product bows. On the 7th day, 8 product bows. On the 9th day, as dawn broke, in the valley, everyone who practiced archery all night was looking weary, returning to the wood cabin one by one to get some sleep. Ping, with a joyful look, came down from the second floor, exited the cabin, and hurriedly walked towards the mine. Clang, clang, clang. Walking into the mine more than 10 meters, the crisp sound of chiseling came from ahead. Shi Ping quickened his pace, and upon seeing the three, Xia Hong diligently mining, he immediately bowed and said excitedly, "Leader, yesterday's output was 6 bows." Clang. 6 bows? Xia Hong thought he misheard and quickly stopped to look at Shi Ping. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan on the other side also paused and looked at him. Under their gaze, Shi Ping felt a little nervous, but still nodded and said, "Yes, 6 bows." Lord Zhaolong was the first to forge one. Then he helped the 3 from Yuan Cheng forge, and according to the latest count, 6 have already been produced. Zhaolong's forging skill is improving quite rapidly. Xia Chuan, who had stopped, couldn't help but praise when he heard this. Xia Hong nodded, and after thinking for a moment, immediately understood. In this period, the person who made the most bows was undoubtedly him, but in terms of forging time, it had to be Zhaolong. Since there were only 3 chewing teeth chisels, whenever the supply of iron or couldn't keep up, he would take Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan down, leaving Zhao Long above to continue blacksmithing. Over these 8 consecutive days, 6 of them took turns mining, while only Zhao Long continued forging on top, so his skills naturally improved quickly. "How many iron core bows do we have in the camp now?" While signaling to Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan to bring over the iron ore, Xia Hong turned his head and asked Shi Ping about the number of iron core bows. In the past 8 days, a total of 49 have been made. Adding the previous 36 and the 11 originally in the camp, there are now 96 iron core bows. How many meters of tongue jiao spine are left? 27 meters. Resources: wood 42102, coal 560, iron 188, silver 0, gold 0. Upon entering the mine, the iron resources were already exhausted. In one evening, the 3 of them extracted a total of 1,880 pounds of iron ore. There are now 96 iron core bows. After calculating in his mind, Xia Hong asked Shi Ping, "How many iron arrows do we have now?" All weapon-related supplies are managed by the camp supply station. Xia Chuan had been busy, so Shi Ping was in charge of these matters. Upon hearing Xia Hong's question, he immediately provided the answer. "We initially had 550 arrows, plus the 500 arrows the leader made 5 days ago. We now have a total of 1,050 arrows. Making arrows is different from bows. Forging arrow blanks is not difficult, and a sharpening process can be entirely handled by the logging realm, so the forging efficiency is very high." Upon learning that iron arrows were insufficient 5 days ago, Xia Hong immediately set up a batch. He forged the arrow blanks himself and gathered 20 to 30 people for sharpening. In 2 to 3 hours, they produced 500 iron arrows. Each bow needs to be paired with 50 arrows, which means we still don't have enough arrows. Xia Hong's expression turned slightly solemn, thinking that the iron ore at hand was barely enough to produce 600 arrows, and felt slightly helpless. Luckily, their luck in mining was quite good. Otherwise, they surely wouldn't have kept up. These 8 days, their 2 groups, his group mined for 4 days, Yuan Cheng's group mined for 3 days, and there was one day when all 7 of them went down a mine together. With the system in place, he had a clear understanding of the total mining output. His group mined a total of 7,920 pounds after 4 days. Yuan Cheng's group mined a bit less, with an output of 3,850 pounds. On the day the 7 of them mined together, they extracted 2,300 pounds. That means in 8 days, the total mining output was 14,070 pounds, plus the remaining 3,300 pounds from before, adding up to 17,370 pounds. The 49 bows alone used 14,700 pounds, and in between, they also made 500 arrows, using a total of 2,500 pounds, which adds up to exactly 17,300 pounds. The mining and consumption tally up perfectly. Over these 10 days, As soon as the iron ore was mined, someone immediately took it to the forge for crafting. Hence Xia Hong said that both their bodies and the iron ore were nearly at their limits. The quantity of iron core bows is sufficient. No need to make more. However, a slight decrease in arrows is acceptable, just not too little. Dawn is breaking soon. Today during the day, everyone should take a good rest. Once night falls, the 7 of us will continue mining. All the upcoming iron ore will be used for arrow production. Yes, leader. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan both sighed in relief. Although their earth-digging realm bodies exceed ordinary virtues, they are not made of iron. Over the past 8 days, they've only slept 1 to 2 hours a day, spending the rest of the time mining or forging upstairs. They've long reached their limits. Finally having 4 hours to rest, the 2 of them cherished it, immediately putting down the chewing teeth chisel and heading back to the cabin to rest. Xia Hong was no different. He went up to the 2nd floor to take a look at the blacksmith room. Knowing that Yuan Cheng and the others had gone to rest, he quickly returned to his room to sleep. The 4 hours during the day passed in a flash, but Xia Hong and the others had a sound sleep, restoring most of their vitality. Without dawdling, Xia Hong led the 6 others down into the mine directly. However, he only mined for half a day, extracting about a dozen pieces, around 400 pounds of iron ore, and handed over the chewing teeth chisel to Zhao Long before leaving when it was around midnight. Returning after less than an hour, Xia Hong came back with a solemn expression. I'll go and expedite the iron arrow production first. You all continue mining, and once any iron ore is mined, immediately have it sent up. In one day, make as much as you can. The rodent migration is heading south, and we cannot delay any longer. The 6 heard the words, understanding that Xia Hong had just gone to the north slope of the mountain wall again. Their expressions turned solemn, and they turned to expedite their mining efforts. Xia Hong did not delay either, collecting all the mined iron ore from everyone with a heavy expression as he left the mine. In the past 9 days, of course, he wouldn't just stay at the camp making bows. Every other day, he would go to the north slope of the mountain wall to check on the rodent migration. Since the relocation 9 days ago, the rodent migration had moved south twice again, and the distance surpassed the previous, already exceeding more than 400 meters. The valley was less than 2 kilometers from there in total, meaning the rodent's range was now only over 1 kilometer from the camp. The time left for them was running out. In front of the wooden hut, more than 100 logging realm members in the camp were still practicing their archery skills frantically. Compared to 20 days ago, the camp was evidently more opulent. 96 iron core bows, although insufficient for everyone to have one, were more than enough for practice. Greetings, leader. The leader is here. Greetings, leader. Continue practicing, don't mind me. Xia Hong gestured for everyone not to mind him, stood watching for a while, and showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. At the 100-meter target, there were almost no missed shots, all hitting the bull's eye. At the 200-meter target, the hit rate was also 100%, although not too many had perfect scores for now. Compared to 19 days ago, the archery skills of these people had clearly advanced significantly, showing they hadn't been slacking off. This was expected, given the life-and-death nature of the situation. These people were all aware of the rodents nearby and knew why Xia Hong wanted them to improve their archery skills. To slack off in such a situation would indicate a severe lack of fear. Without disturbing their archery practice, Xia Hong went straight up to the 2nd floor. Before going to sleep yesterday, they had already stockpiled 1,880 pounds of iron ore. After waking up and a half-day's work, the 7 of them collected more than 1,100 pounds, totaling over 3,000 pounds. With these over 3,000 pounds, over 600 iron arrows can be forged. Combined with the already existing ones, the total is 1,650 arrows. We definitely can't provide 50 arrows per bow, but even at a 40% reduction, allocating 30 arrows per bow would require at least 2,880 arrows, meaning we're still short 1,230 arrows. Each arrow requires 5 pounds, so we need over 6,000 more pounds. In the past 19 days, Accounting was what Xia Hong did the most. There was no way around it, given the great Xia's inadequate strength, insufficient resources, and the painfully slow mining speed. Over 6,000 pounds. At least there's hope now. Xia Chuan and the six can mine about 1,500 pounds a day. Combined with my effort, it can reach 2,200. The speed of arrow production is swift. When the iron ore's depleted, I'll join in mining. It should take less than 3 days. In comparison to bows, the process of arrow making is much easier. Xia Hong only needed to forge the arrow blanks, while the arrowheads were left to others to polish. Previously, he had completed 500 in just over 2 hours. As soon as he forged one arrow, someone would take it over and start polishing it, maximizing efficiency. 600 arrows were completed in less than 3 hours. Seeing that the iron ore from a mine wasn't being delivered, Xia Hong went down. He accompanied Xia Chuan and the 6 others for 2 days, mining nearly 4,500 pounds of iron ore. After crafting 900 arrows, he went back down again. Xia Hong was like a tireless machine. Of course, it wasn't just him. Xia Chuan and the 6 others, even Mu Dong and others responsible for polishing, were the same. Seeing their relentless efforts, the over 100 people in the logging realm of the camp practiced archery even more diligently. Ordinary people, aside from training, were also doing whatever they could manage. The entire camp seemed charged with an indomitable spirit. On the 3rd night, the final batch of 300 arrows was completed. Xia Hong still didn't leave the blacksmith room, but instead called for Shi Ping to go to the mine and informed Xia Chuan and the 6 others to stop mining and to bring the last batch of iron ore. Shi Ping left the blacksmith room with over 300 arrows. In no time, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others came in, drenched and exhausted. Phew! Big brother, are the iron arrows enough? Xia Chuan placed a bag of iron ore by the furnace, exhaled deeply, and plopped down on the ground. The 5 behind him, including Luo Yuan, did the same. It's enough. These 3 days must have been exhausting, right? The exhaustion on Xia Chuan and the others' faces answered without needing words. For 3 consecutive days, they even ate meals in the mine, resting for just an hour a day, sleeping right there, the level of fatigue imaginable. No need to mine anymore. You 5, go rest first. A hint of fatigue flashed in Xia Hong's eyes, but seeing the over 20 pieces of iron ore Xia Chuan had just placed, he forced himself to stay alert and instructed the 5 to go rest. The 5 were already utterly drained. With Xia Hong's order, they immediately got up to return to their rooms, leaving only Xia Chuan in the blacksmith room. Big brother, is there something? Obviously, Xia Chuan also wanted to rest, but knowing that Xia Hong kept him there for a reason, he asked first. Xia Hong nodded and asked, how many in the logging realm are there now in the camp? Though Xia Chuan had been mining all this while, he was aware of the camp situation through Shi Ping and others at the camp supply station. There are already 212. Upon hearing the number, Xia Hong's tense nerves relaxed a bit, and a long-lost expression of excitement appeared on his face. When the new houses started, there were 140 in the logging realm. Due to unforeseen events on outings, 18 were lost, and in less than 2 months, it had suddenly surged to 212. It seems the pressure brought by the rodent swarms isn't just felt by us. The recruits have also been training hard these days. Xia Chuan nodded and laughed. Another reason is they all want to try the bow. Now, there are enough iron core bows in the camp, but only those in the logging realm can practice. Combined with the archery contest every 10 days, naturally, they are more eager to participate. Hearing this, Xia Hong's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, humans are social beings. With such a strong atmosphere of archery practice in the entire camp, plus the contribution value reward from the archery contests, those who can't participate would naturally find ways to quickly break through. Following this thought, should the camp add more weapon contests in the future? This should greatly help in enhancing overall strength. No, now isn't the time to think about these things. Xia Hong suppressed his thoughts and, looking at Xia Chuan, spoke about the real issue. You should go rest too, and once rested, start selecting people. Pick the 96 with the best archery skills, and when night falls tomorrow, we will act." Hearing this, Xia nodded solemnly. The camp's overload operation for the past 20 days or so was ultimately for the group of rodents on the north slope of the mountain wall. Now that the preparations were complete, they would face them head-on. "Big brother, only choose 96 people? How about letting the other logging realm?" "No use." Xia Hong immediately interrupted Xia, saying seriously, "Even if the rodents are affected by the Tung Jiao poison mist, their speed and strength surpass those of the logging realm. Without bows and arrows, going there wouldn't help, and they might even affect others and get killed in vain." Xia Hong had considered this problem earlier. Apart from bows and arrows, there were no other ways to harm the rodents from afar. Even poison rodents wouldn't be affected differently. Moreover, besides the 96 bows, the remaining iron weapons were just one giant axe and 5 large blades. Not enough to arm everyone else. Can't have them engage in close combat with the rodents, can we? Whether with or without weapons, those in the logging realm fighting any cold beast up close is suicidal unless you throw lives at it. Moreover, the main attack method this time is archery. Can't have these 96 shooting arrows in the back, while over 100 people are battling rodents up front. That would be even more unreasonable. If time allowed, I'd also like to make more bows, but it's not feasible now. Over 100 bows, nearly 3,000 arrows, plus the 7 of us. If managed well, dealing with those rodents shouldn't be hard. Someone get Mu Dong here. Yes, leader. Someone who had been standing guard at the door immediately went to carry out Xia Hong's order. Xia Hong tinkered in the room for a whole night, with Mu Dong staying the entire time. It wasn't until dawn that the activity in the blacksmith room finally ceased. "Deliver these 3 bows to the Zhao Long brothers. I'm going to get some sleep first." "Yes, leader." Mu Dong nodded in compliance, looking at the 3 sets of bows and arrows laid out on the ground with a strong sense of accomplishment on his face. The 3 bows on the ground were visibly a whole size larger than the previous ordinary iron core bows. The bowstrings were reinforced with several more layers, clearly making them much stronger than the previous bows. "Mu Dong, did the leader call us?" The Zhao Long brothers, who had been watching the archer selection on the first floor, quickly came up upon hearing the news. As soon as they entered the blacksmith room, without seeing Xia Hong, they asked in confusion. But immediately, their eyes were drawn to the bows and arrows on the ground. "This?" Zhao Long directly picked up one, then reached out to pull the string, feeling the powerful tension of the bow body. His eyes lit up with excitement as he looked back at Mu Dong with expectation on his face. Mu Dong smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "These 3 bows were probably crafted by the leader especially for you 3, each with 50 arrows. The leader said you should take them and get accustomed to them first." All 3 nodded in excitement, and Zhao Hu took a bow while not forgetting to ask, "Where is the leader?" "The leader hasn't closed his eyes for almost 30 hours and has gone to rest." The 3 nodded upon hearing this, a sense of respect rising in their hearts. "The leader is more exhausted than all of us. He deserves a good rest." In these over 20 days, they and the 6 from Sichuan took turns mining and forging, finding it not an exaggeration to say they were exhausted to the bone. But the most worn out was definitely leader Xia Hong. Mining, forging bows, making arrows, he did everything, and even accomplished much more efficiently than them, doing even more work. It was precisely Xia Hong's enthusiasm that inspired the 6 of them and everyone else at the camp to persist and complete such a high-load task. 96 bows, plus these 3, should be enough for those rodents to feast well. Sichuan is already selecting archers, and perhaps by nightfall, we'll go to the north slope of the mountains to deal with those rodents. Let's find a place to practice first, so we don't disappoint the leader later. Mu Dong nodded, hurriedly heading downstairs as well. He, too, was in the logging realm, hoping to pass the archer selection and join Xia Hong in dealing with the rodent group on the north slope of the mountain. When Xia Hong woke up, it was already completely dark outside. Realizing he'd overslept, Xia Hong quickly got up and went downstairs. Arriving at the main hall on the second floor, the meeting place of the camp, he discovered it was already filled with people. The front row was all holding longbows, carrying arrow quivers. Glancing around, Xia Hong immediately understood these are the 96 people Xia Chuan had selected. Apart from these 96, more than 100 people stood around, with expressions of some frustration on their faces, obviously not having fully recovered from the disappointment of not being selected. Leader, the 96 are all ready. Xia Hong walked to the front of the crowd, hearing Xia Chuan's words, turned his head to look at the people below with a stern expression. Normally, you'd only be in the logging realm, not qualified for a hunt for cold beasts outside. But the situation now is special, and you all know it. The rodent group is right next door. To ensure the camp's safety, we must take the initiative. With that, Xia Hong scanned the 96 before him and said solemnly, First, congratulations on standing out from over 200 people. You're fortunate to have this chance to go out with me tonight. But at the same time, you're also unfortunate, because that rodent group, whether in number or strength, far exceeds your imagination. Tonight's proactive action, though I have some confidence, I can't ensure absolute safety. Any accident might make an injury lucky, and losing your life isn't impossible. That's why I say you are also unfortunate. Xia Hong's eyes flickered, seeing none among the 96 showing fear. He asked solemnly, Are you not afraid? Not afraid. I'm not afraid. For the camp, even if it means death, I'm not afraid. That's right. We have been consuming the cold beast meat that the leader fights, and we haven't contributed much in regular times. Now we finally have a chance to do something for the leader. How can we hesitate? For great Xia, I'm not afraid of anything. Without the leader, I would have died long ago and couldn't have the life I have now. Exactly. Thanks to the leader, I've had such a good life for so long. Even if the leader asked me to die now, I'd be willing. Whoever's afraid, let me have a chance. I'm not good with archery. Otherwise, this honorable death for the leader wouldn't be your turn. That's right, my basic strength isn't low. It's not good archery. If anyone doesn't want to go, exchange with me, I'd willingly take your place. For a while, not only the selected 96, but many unchosen in the logging realm, and even some reserves, expressed willingness to swap for those unwilling to go. Good. With such word from you, I'm relieved. Though Xia Hong had somewhat an idea of his prestige among the people at Great Xia Camp, hearing such words personally stirred his emotions nonetheless. The entire Great Xia Camp, hundreds and thousands, held unconditional trust in him, even to the point of disregarding their lives. Wasn't this all a result of his tireless efforts over the past 6 months? Xia Hong was always a person who reciprocated kindness. He knew exactly how much he had given for the people in the camp, and saying he didn't expect any return would be a lie. What he wanted as repayment was this unquestioning trust at this very moment. I won't say much more. You just have to remember one thing. Every action on tonight's outing must follow my orders. Remember the words you just said. Tonight, regardless of who you are, even if I ask you to die, you must grit your teeth and bear it. I don't want anyone having issues, understand? Understood. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, the Zhao brothers, Yuan Cheng, and the 96 selected in the logging realm all raised their heads, answering in unison, with voices like thunder shaking the eaves. Xia Hong felt a surge of pride, speaking loudly. Good. The momentum is not bad. I had mentioned to you earlier that a single rodent's contribution value is 200 points. Normally, you 96 probably wouldn't have a chance to earn so much contribution value. But tonight is the opportunity. Let's see who can seize it. The 96 below, upon hearing this, immediately became excited. Even Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, the 6 in the earth-digging realm, had their eyes light up. Even though Xia Hong reminded everyone not to speak, the sound of over 100 people walking, even if it was just the collective noise of footsteps in the snow, became quite loud, not to mention any other sounds. Luckily, the north slope, where the rodent group was located, wasn't far from the valley, less than 2 kilometers in total, and as the rodent group migrated south, the distance became even shorter. With so many people moving out collectively, and all from the logging realm, Xia Hong was uncharacteristically bold this time, choosing not to circle around Redwood Ridge. Instead, the group headed north directly along the mountain's base upon exiting the valley. Everyone stopped. We're almost there. When they were still more than 200 meters away from the north slope, Xia Hong raised his hand to halt the team. The cold arouser, which Xia Hong had already given to Yuan Cheng, was not with him today. Instead, he held a long, narrow weapon in his hand. The weapon was sheathed, making it hard to tell if it was a sword or a saber, and from the sheath, it was only about an inch wide, with a total length of about 1.7 meters including the hilt. This unusual weapon had aroused a lot of attention when Xia Hong brought it from the camp, but given more pressing matters tonight, everyone temporarily suppressed their curiosity and refrained from asking. As discussed earlier, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yuan Cheng, the three of you take half the people to guard the west side. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, Zhao Bao, and the rest of you follow me to climb the rock wall and attack the main force. Don't worry about the rodents escaping to the north, but if they run towards your side, unleash arrows with all your might. Understood, leader. Xia Chuan and the other 6 nodded solemnly and immediately dispersed to inform the others below. Even though the team had been divided into 2 before setting out, Xia Hong's plan still needed to be communicated clearly to everyone to avoid any issues during the operation. Xia Hong looked up for one last glance at the rock wall's terrain, appearing slightly stern. Having been here so many times before, he was already intimately familiar with the North Slope's topography, and the plan to deal with this rodent group had long been prepared. The valley Great Xia took over from Rogel Camp was located directly east of Redwood Ridge, nestled between 2 mountains extending north and south, each with altitudes between 2 and 3 kilometers. These mountains stretched south and north. Great Xia's previous dirt hill base extended from the southern mountain. The northern mountain extended 4 to 5 kilometers, hosting the bases of Chunyi and Lushan camps within its length. The base of Chunyi camp was less than 2 kilometers from the valley. The rodent group, now occupying the cave like cuckoos in a nest, perched directly above it on the hillside. The hillside rises about 100 meters over the ground, and only by climbing the rock wall on the west can one see the rodent group on the slope. Less than 2 kilometers south of the slope lies the valley. To the east is an even higher, more mysterious, and dangerous high mountain. The nearest to the north is the base of the Lushan camp, beyond which is the Arrow Bamboo Forest. Descend the rock wall to the west, and its Redwood Ridge. If the rodents are willing to go deep into the East Mountains, that would be ideal. If not, driving them further north is also feasible, but allowing them south or into Redwood Ridge is out of the question. Just guard these 2 choke points. Whether they die or flee is up to them. Indeed, the nearly month-long operation had no intention of annihilating the rodent group. Xia Hong's objective from the start was merely to drive them away. Nearly 400 rodents were not something Great Xia's current strength could hope to completely eradicate. Thinking so would be a pipe dream. Driving them away was the wise strategy. To the south was the valley, so the rodents couldn't be allowed through. Redwood Ridge was their habitual area, and while small groups of rodents could be manageable, if too many got through, the valley's base could be exposed. Too risky, thus not viable either. Reaching the rock wall and seeing 10 prearranged rattan ropes, Xia Hong quietly whispered to the nearest Xiaolong. Everyone, when climbing up, silence is imperative. Not a sound, and assume your positions upon reaching the top, waiting for my command. Zhao Long nodded, quietly passing the instruction to Zhao Hu. Everyone, when climbing up, silence is imperative. Not a sound, even after reaching the top. Assume your positions and await the leader's orders. Zhao Hu passed it to Zhao Bao, who then relayed it to the others, the command cascading until all 48 heard and focused their gaze towards Xia Hong at the forefront. Xia Hong, too, refrained from speaking further, instead pointing to the rattan ropes. The Zhaolong brothers first selected 3 of the rattan ropes to climb, followed by 48 people in his wake, divided into 10 groups, all ascending. Xia Hong quietly watched from below until everyone was up before he climbed up last. The area on the rock wall was about 20 meters long and only 2 or 3 meters wide, located over 100 meters away from the North Slope rodent group, with only 4 trees in between, barely obstructing the view. Though the area was small, and the 50-plus people were divided into only 2 rows and crouched, it was still quite crowded. Xia Hong squeezed to the forefront, observing the rodent group not far away, with most still asleep and only a few awake, allowing himself to relax a bit internally. He did not speak. Instead, he took out a transparent Dan medicine from his bosom, giving Zhao Long nearby a meaningful look. Zhao, who understood the signal and mimicked the action, then informed the next person. Just like in the previous messaging process, everyone else received the signal and took out a pill identical to the one Xia Hong was holding. Thanks to this green saliva fruit, the medicine decoction pot developed the formula for the primary detoxification pill. Otherwise, relying solely on Tang Jiao saliva, I wouldn't dare bring people here. Xia Hong silently thought to himself, a look of relief on his face. The saliva can only alleviate the Tang Jiao's toxin through inhalation and cannot completely detoxify it. But now, these primary detoxification pills in their hands can completely negate the influence of the Ting Jiao toxin upon consumption and, judging by the name, evidently also work on other types of primary toxins. The green saliva fruit was found on the tree where the Tang Jiao was nesting during the last hunt. After bringing it back and processing it through the medicine decoction pot, the formula for the primary detoxification pill was immediately developed. More fortunately, the most consumed ingredient in the primary detoxification pill formula is the Tang Jiao saliva, while the green saliva fruit, though important, is only required in small amounts per batch. The primary detoxification pill, with each batch yielding 20 to 25 pills, allowed Xia Hong to use up the entire green saliva fruit at once, refining 10 batches in total. Thus, the 100 or so people heading out tonight each received 2 pills, which is more than sufficient. Seeing that everyone had taken out their detoxification pills, Xia Hong led by example and placed the pill into his mouth, with the others following suit. Once the pills were ingested, Xia Hong gave Zhao Long and his brothers a glance. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, Zhao Bao nodded and stood up, each taking out a blue chunk of fist-sized meat from their bosoms, within which a pure white pearl was wrapped, with white air currents ceaselessly swirling around it. Each of the 3 took out a specially made iron arrow, then pierced the blue meat chunk through the arrow, securing it in the middle. They drew their bows, aimed at the rodent horde, and finally turned to glance at Xia Hong, clearly waiting for his command. Xia Hong did not hurry but turned to the others, raised 2 fingers, and loudly declared, 2 things, remember. First, as soon as the poison mist disperses, everyone must shoot all 30 arrows as quickly as possible while ensuring accuracy. Second, rodents might burrow towards you. If you haven't finished shooting your arrows, find a position on your own initiative. Individuals, teams, no matter the method, just kill them. Once you've used up your arrows, run immediately, but do not run towards the valley, only towards Redwood Ridge. Understood, leader. Considering his past life experience, Xia Hong previously thought about whether to concentrate everyone and take turns shooting to form a continuous rain of arrows, probably resulting in stronger impact and lethality. But after trying it once in the valley, he immediately gave up. Firstly, they numbered just over 100, too few, and taking turns would result in too small a range of arrow rain, causing inadequate area damage. Secondly, the alternate shooting aimed for speed rather than accuracy. Even if the rodents were hit by the Tang Jiao poison mist, they weren't entirely motionless. If accuracy wasn't achieved, the arrows would essentially be wasted. Considering various factors, Xia Hong decided to let everyone operate freely. After all, they were all from the logging realm, possessing basic strength exceeding 5,000 pounds. With the bow and arrow enhancement, as long as the hit rate was high enough, it shouldn't be difficult to hunt the rodents affected by the Tang Jiao poison mist. Act now. The earlier conversation had already startled a few awakened rodents. Seeing them starting to act, Xia Hong immediately gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xia Hong's words fell, Zhao Long and the other two, who were ready to go, drew their longbows to a full moon shape and released instantly. Swish! The moment the three specially made iron arrows rubbed against the bow body, a fierce spark was ignited, instantly setting the bloom meat chunks in the middle ablaze. The three iron arrows, like fire meteors, sped fast and unyieldingly, drawing a straight white smoke trail in the serene night sky. Zhao Long's arrow targeted the left, Zhao Hu aimed in the middle, and Zhao Bao the right. Their targets seemed to neatly split the entire rodent horde into three sections, aimed directly at three spots. Of course, they weren't aiming for open ground. Thunk! The three brothers, having comparable prowess, shot their iron arrows almost simultaneously. The targeted distance wasn't that far apart, and the three iron arrows nearly punctured the heads of three rodents at the same time, resonating a single sound in the quiet night. The three rodents didn't even let out a scream before being pierced directly through the skull by the sharp arrows, pinned to the ground. Bang! Simultaneously, the bloom meat chunks on the iron arrows were completely burned through. The tongue jiao toxin sacs inside instantly exploded, spreading three thick white mist clouds that quickly enshrouded the entire rodent horde and continued expanding outward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, squeak. Ever since the three rodents were killed, the rodent horde had been roused, but everything happened too swiftly. Only after the white mist spread did a chorus of countless rodent cries emerge one after another. Unlike ordinary rodent noises, hundreds of giant rodents hissed and called together, causing a tremendously frightening clamor. Though the white fog was thick, it soon thinned considerably and did not affect visibility. At Xia Hong's command, 48 people, plus the three Zhao Long brothers, all drew their bows and nocked arrows, shooting crazily at the mouse swarm within the white fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless iron arrows whizzed by, and the closest wave of mice had not yet reacted when their bodies were already filled with arrows. Over a dozen even had their pupils pierced, dying instantly with a single shot. The rodent swarm, responding hastily, all turned their eyes towards the people to the south, opening their sinister gnawing teeth, revealing murderous intent in their eyes. Squeak! A sudden clear mouse cry rang out, and the rodent swarm immediately began to act. They astonishingly pressed forward against the rain of arrows, rapidly moving toward the south. These vile creatures, to not be afraid. Xia Hong saw very clearly that the rodents enveloped by the tongue jiao poison mist had become very slow. In just the first wave, everyone had basically shot more than 3 arrows, and though there were few one-shot kills, at least 40 or 50 were severely injured. Despite such heavy losses, the rodent swarm still attempted to charge towards us. Could that commanding cry just now be from the leader of the mouse swarm? Never taking his eyes off the rodent swarm, Xia Hong did not find anything unusual within it. A hint of ferocity emerged on his face, and he shouted fiercely at everyone. Continue accelerating with our shots. Everyone, move forward and find your positions. Clang! As Xia Hong's voice fell, he drew out the extra-long weapon from his waist and was the first to charge out from the slope. Charge! Brothers, follow the leader and push forward. These beasts are poisoned, trying to overturn the heavens from such a distance. Kill them. The leader has charged. Why should we be afraid? Get closer and shoot. I've already hit 2 heads. This rodent swarm isn't so formidable. The pressure from hundreds of rodents was still intense. The shouting from everyone was to actually cover their inner fear. But the first ones to truly follow Xia Hong out quickly were the Zhao Long brothers. Their strength greater, fear naturally less. As for the others, led by the few shouting, they gradually followed and charged out from the slope. Of course, rushing out wasn't to engage in close combat with the rodents. As the rodents charged toward them, they had already gathered into a bunch from what was previously a large mass. The purpose of Xia Hong ordering everyone forward, Firstly, it was to find better positions for shooting. Secondly, to close the distance and improve accuracy. Thirdly, purely to boost the morale on their side, psychologically exerting maximum pressure on the rodents. Xia Hong had no doubt about the intelligence of the cold beast. Especially from having dealt with the rodents a few times, their intelligence was definitely not low. The north slope was just over 100 meters from them, with only 4 trees in between. Charging more than 10 meters forward, the group naturally split into 4 waves, each occupying a big tree, using it as a barrier to continue their frenzied shooting at the approaching rodent swarm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the iron arrows whistled by their ears, and as they noticed they were only a little over 10 meters from the foremost rodents, Xia Hong's gaze sharpened. He motioned with a gesture behind him and continued to charge forward. The group saw the gesture and immediately understood, adjusting their iron arrows to aim higher, no longer targeting the forefront of the rodent swarm. Meanwhile, Xia Hong had already collided with the foremost rodents. In his hand was an incredibly long weapon, recognizable at the end as a blade. Yet as a blade, its edge was exceptionally narrow, only an inch. At the same time, it was extraordinarily long, including the hilt, a total of 1.7 meters. If not sharpened, from a distance it would look more like a long staff, compared to the large knives they used before. This blade, no matter how people looked at it, seemed odd. However, Xia Hong, charging forward with the blade held in both hands, quickly demonstrated the terrifying power of that long blade to everyone. At the instant before contacting the first rodent's body, Xia Hong's body suddenly accelerated. The long blade slashed from right to left horizontally, bringing a sharp knife arc with its forward momentum. The rodents afflicted by the tongue jiao poison mist had slowed down, their reactions dulled. Facing the suddenly quickened knife arc, they could only dodge clumsily. Compared to other cold beasts, with a body length of only 1 meter, the rodents were more agile and easily leapt to the side to evade. Rip! However, though their body dodged, their tail couldn't be withdrawn in time. Not to mention Xia Hong's basic strength. The breadth of this 1.5-meter knife arc was beyond imagination, easily severing the rodent's long tail and even slicing off a significant portion of its hindquarters. Squelch! The rodent, losing balance with its tail severed, floundered on the ground a few times before Zhao Long from afar pierced its skull with an arrow, pinning it dead to the ground. Leader, this knife, what's it called? Quite formidable. Zhao Long, after shooting the rodent, was filled with astonishment as his eyes looked at the long blade again. A blade. Xia Hong spoke the name of the weapon in his hand, continuing to charge at the other nearby rodents without looking back. His hands deftly wielded the blade in slashing motions, with the knife arcs along the way slicing 2 or 3 rodents directly in half, severing more than a few tails. With small bodies, long tails, agile movements, and much faster than other cold beasts, wielding a cumbersome great axe was clearly not suitable. Before crafting those 3 10,000-pound iron embryo bows for the Zhaolong trio, Xia Hong was already contemplating what weapon he should use. Xia Hong pondered for a long time and finally thought of the E-blade, one of the 4 systems of Tang knives. As the name suggests, the E-blade, due to its length and delicacy, initially symbolized solemnity and grandeur, and for a long time was used as a ceremonial implement for royal or important occasions, with little practical combat use. However, during the Ming Dynasty, a famous general combined the E-blade with the long spear, devising a method suitable for battlefield duels and flag captures, giving the E-blade practical combat value, reinvigorating this weapon. The E-blade is best suited for charging into formations, opposing many foes with few, and due to its long blade, it has a wide attack range, making it highly effective against speed-type enemies. To deal with cold beasts like the rodent creatures, which have long tails, swift speed, and large swarms, the E-blade is the perfect weapon. These are not merely Xia Hong's speculations. At this moment, Xia Hong is proving with his actions just how powerful the E-blade is against rodents. As time slowly passes, under the influence of the tongue jiao poison mist, the rodents become more affected, their speed slows and their reactions dull. Xia Hong's blade is nearly invincible, slicing through the path he takes. Every rodent encountered, even if its body isn't split open, at least loses a segment of its tail, and the worst cases have their heads directly sliced off. Even some that luckily survive under Xia Hong's blade can't escape the ensuing rain of arrows. Xia Hong charged forward, and in less than 10 minutes, it is estimated that each person in the trees fired 4 to 5 rounds, adding 5 or 6 dozen more rodent corpses to the ground. Including the first wave, at least 60 to 70 rodents have died, more than 100 are critically injured, nearly a quarter of the entire rodent swarm. I refuse to believe Yuval beasts aren't afraid of being killed. The intent was to expel them, but if there's really a chance to wipe them out, Xia Hong wouldn't easily let it pass. Thinking to himself, he saw the rodent swarm still not retreating, his face turning fiercer, and he shouted back to the people behind him. Keep pressing forward. If they don't run, slaughter them all. Xia Hong lunged forward even harder, and the others surrounding the 4 big trees, upon hearing his shout, also advanced again, launching a new round of attacks. The blade gleamed coldly, the iron arrows a storm of sudden gusts. On the entire north slope of the mountain wall, there were only 2 sounds, the squeaking of rodents and the whistling of iron arrows. Moreover, it was clear that the former sound was diminishing. Burrow into the ground, dream on. After slicing off another rodent's long tail, Xia Hong's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the flank, finding 3 to 4 rodents gnawing frantically at the ground with their teeth, attempting to burrow, and he immediately charged towards them. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Under the influence of the Tung Jiao poison mist, the rodent's burrowing speed was significantly slower. Just as Xia Hong rushed over, 3 iron arrows flew from behind, piercing directly into the mouths of those rodents. The strong penetration of the iron arrows directly went through their heads, protruding a significant portion at the back. Leader, they're retreating. The rodent swarm is retreating. Xia Hong, who was already engaged at close range with the frontline rodents, couldn't notice the situation behind him. On hearing Zhao Long's joyous shout, he quickly paused and raised his head to gaze into the distance. A smile spread across his face. Indeed, quite a few rodents began fleeing westward, and the rest also started to follow suit. They're truly frightened. Slow down. Give them time to retreat. After several rounds of attack, without even needing to look, Xia Hong knew everyone's arrows were likely down to about 10, and as the rodents began to retreat, the hit rate of supplementary shots would definitely not be high, so he immediately ordered the group to slow down. Meanwhile, a massive group of rodents coming down from the western mountain wall, thinking they could escape to Redwood Ridge, hadn't even entered when 2 iron arrows, identical to those from the north slope, poison bags in tow, shot over. The lead 2 rodents were nailed by the iron arrows, the poison sacs burst, and the dwindling white mist refilled again. Kill! Xiachuan's cold and sharp voice resounded. The waiting 48 people, who had long been unable to hold back, drew bows and nocked arrows, unleashing another gale-like rain of arrows upon the rodents that had just fled down in panic. Everyone continue shooting. Don't let them come back. Push them south. Don't leave them any paths. The disorderly, panicking rodent swarm. Just as they twisted their heads, trying to return to the top of the mountain wall, Xia Hong's cold voice echoed from the top of the slope. Accompanying his voice were several dozen iron arrows breaking through the air. The western Redwood Ridge blocked, the eastern mountain wall sealed, and Xia Hong was leading everyone southward to close them in. The demise of the rodent swarm seemed imminent. Of course, they still had one way out, the north. I want to see, will these vile creatures run or not? Xia Hong glanced around at everyone, especially checking the arrow quivers on everyone's backs. Noticing that most still had 7 or 8 arrows left, his heart stirred slightly with a daring thought emerging in his mind. But looking at the remaining rodent swarm numbers, still about 2/3 left, he immediately dismissed the thought that just arose in his mind. Xiachuan, Luo Yuan, Continue speed up. Leave them all here." Xia Hong shouted to the people on the western side, then gave the same order to those behind him, and once again charged fiercely towards the rodents below. The exceptionally long E-blade wielded its might again. Mirroring the situation on the north slope, Xia Hong plowed through as if into an uninhabited territory, continuously compressing the eastern outermost rodents inward, slaying 6 or 7 in no time. The outermost rodents kept retreating inward, obviously scared. Yet, witnessing this situation, Xia Hong's hand was powerful, but his heart began to sink even more, and his face subtly showed some anxiety. Are these beasts not frightened? They still won't flee. Whether the rodents were scared, Xia Hong didn't know. But he truly began to panic, because he clearly felt the arrows shot from behind him were becoming fewer. Zhao Long's group was about to run out of arrows. Of course, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan's group still had quite a few arrows left. But the favorable situation now was achieved through a two-pronged attack. Once the rodent swarm realized there were no arrows on the eastern side, the consequences wouldn't be favorable. Without bows and arrows, engaging in close combat in the logging realm with rodents, even if weakened by the Tang Jiao poison mist, it would be a dead end. Still not running. Gritting his teeth, Xia Hong forged ahead, killing a few more rodents, then continued to charge forward, until he nearly charged 10 meters deep into the rodent swarm. He finally saw from afar. The rodents on the northernmost side were finally starting to retreat. Phew! Close in and drive them further north. Xia Hong had already reached the rear of the mouse swarm. After confirming that the swarm was retreating, he swiftly severed a fleeing rodent in two without even looking back and issued his command. The two groups, who were already converging toward the south, immediately slowed their arrow-shooting speed and closed in faster upon hearing Xia Hong's order. On the eastern mountain wall, Zhao Long and his brothers led the group, sliding down the slope along the stone wall. Though the summit was over 100 meters above ground, it posed no threat to those in the logging realm. Upon landing, they shot arrows while quickly moving towards Xia Hong's position. On the western side of Redwood Ridge, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan led their group, continuously shooting arrows to fend off the rodents and accelerating towards Xia Hong. In no time, the two groups had converged. They were now just over 10 meters away from Xia Hong, who was at the forefront. Xia Hong charged too fast. The dozen or so rodents surrounding him had already been halved by his strikes. Whether he was completely immersed in the battle or simply unsatisfied, he continued to pursue relentlessly. Zhao Long, you three continue leading the team. Don't get too close. Luo Yuan and Yuan Cheng, come with me to support our leader. Seeing Xia Hong had caught up with the rear of the mouse swarm and was directly charging in, Xia Chuan couldn't stand by any longer. He shouted at Zhao Long and his brothers, then rushed over with Luo Yuan and Yuan Cheng to assist. Xia Hong had already merged with the rear of the rodent swarm, making it impossible for those behind to shoot arrows in his direction. This meant Xia Hong no longer had the cover and support of bowmen. The three of them had to rush in to help. The trio, confident in their earth-digging realm strength, underestimated the poisoned rodents. But once within the swarm, they realized their naivety. Xia Chuan, the first to charge in, felt a strong sense of danger, reflexively drawing his black blade to block behind his head. Whoosh! Two red glows, each an inch long, suddenly attacked, colliding fiercely with the black blade. Though the black blade blocked the red glows, Xia Chuan's arm trembled violently, and he was flung back 2 or 3 meters. If not for Xia Hong's timely support, he would have hit the ground. Be cautious. These red glows have strong penetrative power, but a short range of just 1 or 2 meters. Use threads to disrupt them. And with Yuan Cheng and Luo Yuan's help, the three of you can easily defeat them. Understood, leader. Luo Yuan and Yuan Cheng approached, both looking slightly disheveled. Yuan Cheng even had a wound on his arm, evidently suffering from the rodent's red glows. Earlier, being too far away and it being nighttime, they hadn't seen clearly and mistakenly thought the poison rodents couldn't emit red glows. They now realized that the pressure Xia Hong faced, slaying the rodents with ease, was far greater than they imagined. Our leader is incredibly strong. With his E-blade, which has a wide and long attack range, dealing with the rodents is easy. We're slightly weaker, so we must cooperate. I'll distract, and you two attack. Got it. Xia Chuan manipulated his threads, entangling the nearest rodent. Luo Yuan and Yuan Sheng quickly followed with large blades. Having previously suffered losses, the rodent's red glows posed no further threat to them. Just as Xia Hong said, together they found it easy to slay the rodents. The rodents left here were already few in number, mostly chased down by Xia Hong. The three only needed to deal with 4 or 5 in total. Even as Xia Hong conversed with the trio, he continued fighting. In moments, another 3 or 4 rodents lay beheaded by his E-blade. Having cleared the nearest wave and seeing the remaining rodents 20 meters away, Xia Hong hesitated slightly, decided not to pursue further, and instead eliminated nearby, slower rodents. Behind, Zhao Long checked his arrow quiver, then glanced at Zhao Hu and Zhao Bao's quivers. Discovering they had only 6 or 7 arrows left, his brows furrowed slightly. He loudly asked the group, "How many arrows do you have left? Report your count." 7 arrows. I have 6 left. Only 2 left. 7 arrows. 5 arrows. 6 arrows. No surprise. Hearing the group's responses, Zhao Long's expression grew more solemn. He had estimated how many arrows everyone had left. Most here tonight were from the logging realm, with similar skill levels and archery practice durations, making their archery skills fairly comparable. Xia Hong gave the 3 brothers 50 arrows each, and their shooting speed was double that of the others. Having just 6 or 7 arrows left, most others, aside from a few more skilled, likely had 6 or 7 arrows as well. You can pause now. The rodent swarm is retreating. Follow me to pursue a bit more and be ready to shoot at any moment. Xia Hong instructed as he focused on this side after Zhao Long's question and heard the group's responses. 6 or 7 arrows meant they could muster 1 or 2 decent rounds of attack at best. The rodent swarm was retreating, and knowing they couldn't trap them all here, it was wise not to deplete all arrows, saving some for unforeseen needs. Then, under the leadership of Zhao Long and the other 2, they quickly caught up with Xia Hong, who had deliberately slowed down. Though the rain of arrows had ceased, the horde of rodents still scurried northward. Xia Hong led the group for nearly 2 kilometers, until they saw a frost-white bamboo forest in the distance. His spirits lifted slightly, and he waved his hand to halt everyone. "Is it the arrow bamboo forest?" Xia Chuan asked softly. Xia Hong had already shown him the map left by Luo Ming, so he recognized it at a glance. Xia Hong nodded, his gaze shifting to the left side of the bamboo forest, where he saw a 3 to 4 meter wide mountain path. His eyes flickered slightly. As Luo Ming had said before leaving, taking this path through the arrow bamboo forest would lead to the Pingxi Plain, where there's a giant camp named Beehive. If things went smoothly, Luo Ming should be there by now. No wonder Luo Ming wanted to wait until the crystal fruit season was over. This arrow bamboo forest is almost connected to Redwood Ridge, and there should be quite a few cold beasts dwelling inside. Luo Ming had mentioned that every year when the ice tree bears fruit for 3 to 5 days, cold beasts would enter the arrow bamboo forest. During this period, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, passing through wasn't a big issue. The fact that it could attract a large number of cold beasts means this arrow bamboo forest is definitely not simple. If there's really any danger inside, driving this horde of rodents into it would be quite fitting. Continue shooting and drive them in. Seeing the rodent horde slow down as they near the arrow bamboo forest, Xia Hong immediately ordered everyone, no matter if they wanted to enter or not, they had to. Though the mountain wall on the east side had no one blocking it, climbing it would take time. The rodents, already panicked by the arrow fire, dared not run toward the high hills on the east side. The influence of Tung Jiao poison was still present, slowing their burrowing efficiency. A volley was launched as over 100 people fired simultaneously, sending another wave of arrows. The rodent horde had no other choice but to enter the arrow bamboo forest. Xia Long, lend me your bow. Seeing a few rodents at the front hesitating, Xia Hong turned and took Xiao Long's bow. Xiao Long handed him an iron arrow as well. Xia Hong took the iron arrow, placed it on the iron core bow, and looked at the leading rodents, squinting slightly. His hands suddenly exerted force, pulling the bow to a full moon and then adding even more force, almost deforming the bow body. Twang! Xia Hong let go with his right hand, and the bowstring emitted a thunderous sound as the iron arrow shot out with terrifying speed, dragging the surrounding air along its path. In almost an instant, it spanned over 100 meters. Thunk! The sharp arrow pierced straight into the head of the foremost rodent, the immense force carrying it forward 3 or 4 meters. The arrowhead protruded from the back of its skull, pinning the rodent to the ground. It didn't have the chance to even squeal or struggle instinctively. Pinned there, it immediately died. Everyone still shooting saw Xia Hong at the front, their eyes showing nothing but admiration and fervor. At such a distance, a single arrow kills. Even Xiao Long and the other two likely couldn't achieve this. But for the leader, it seemed as simple as eating or drinking. Once more, not satisfied with a single lethal shot, Xia Hong called for more. At the sound, Xiao Long quickly handed over another arrow. Twang, 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 twang. Xia Hong shot 4 arrows in succession, all hitting targets at the front of the rodent horde. Though lacking the force of the first shot, causing one-shot kills, they still caused significant disturbance and panic among the leading rodents. At this moment, not only Xia Hong was shooting, others hadn't stopped either. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rodent at the forefront, possibly excessively terrified, let out a series of sharp cries before dashing into the arrow bamboo forest. This movement triggered a chain reaction, as over 200 rodents at the back also started moving, all crazily fleeing northward. Xia Hong's final 5 arrows inadvertently became the straw that broke the camel's back. The rodent horde surged toward the arrow bamboo forest. Phew! It was only at this moment that Xia Hong truly felt relieved. He took a deep breath and returned the longbow to Xiao Long. They fled. The rodent horde has fled. Ha ha ha, of course. With the distance and the poison affecting them. Staying here would make them sitting ducks. They had to flee. I shot 27 arrows, missing just one. What are you bragging about? I shot 28 and hit every single one. Neither of you stand a chance. I hit 25, and 7 arrows hit rodents in the eyes. I just don't know if those rodents died. Quit boasting. I saw it myself. The 3 adults, Xiao Long, at least killed over a dozen rodents combined. You guys are nothing compared to them. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yuan Cheng were also formidable. They took out 6 or 7 rodents together just now. The leader is even more formidable. I didn't see him on the mountain, but when he came down, he alone killed over a dozen rodents with that long blade. Tonight, he probably killed the most. Of course, the leader stormed right into the rodent horde. Who could compare? With the long blade in the leader's hand, the rodents couldn't dodge at all. So powerful. It's called the E-blade. The leader said himself, I heard. As the rodent horde disappeared into the arrow bamboo forest, everyone relaxed significantly. Many even began discussing the battle that had just occurred, boasting about how many rodents they had hit. After all, these were nearly 400 low-level cold beasts. Under normal circumstances, even with more than 100 people present today, even if everyone in the Great Xia camp risked their lives, they wouldn't dare to fight against this group of rodents. 99 bows, over 3,000 iron arrows. Unexpectedly, they really resolved this formidable threat. Xia Hong's heart was in turmoil. He looked back at everyone, waved his big hand, and was about to ask people to gather the prey on the ground. But before he could speak, he felt a slight tremor under his feet. Everyone quiet down. Instinctively, Xia Hong thought the movement beneath his feet was caused by everyone's excitement, so he signaled everyone to quiet down. But as soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized something was wrong. With the hardness of the ground in the ice abyss world, it's impossible for a group from the logging realm to cause such movement. Get out of the way. Xia Hong turned his head and shouted to everyone, then suddenly flung his body to the side to dodge. He felt it vividly. The movement was right under his feet. The people, confused and startled, quickly reacted out of instinct, scattering in all directions. It all happened in an instant. Xia Hong flung himself to the ground. Everybody scattered, and before their movements were complete, the spot where Xia Hong had just stood burst open with a red glow about an inch wide, breaking through the earth. The red glow broke through the ground almost instantaneously. Before Xia Hong could fully dodge, it had already pierced through the sole of his foot, shooting straight toward his head. "It's over." Panic flashed across Xia Hong's face, his pupils filled with blood. Despite his reaction to dodge his head, the speed of the red glow was just too fast, making it impossible to fully evade. A pierced head would mean death, or at least losing half of his life. "Leader!" At that critical moment, Xia Hong didn't even know who was shouting. He just felt himself being slammed aside, followed by the red glow piercing through something with a muffled sound. Xia Hong couldn't care less about his pierced foot. He whipped around to find out that it was Luo Yuan who had pushed him away. Luo Yuan had been thrown back over 10 meters, a fist-sized blood hole in his shoulder, and he fell to the ground, his state unknown. Even worse, the red glow piercing through Luo Yuan's shoulder continued forward, penetrating the bodies of 7 or 8 more people, 2 of whom were unlucky enough to have their heads pierced, making survival impossible. "Something is underground. Everyone scatter. Xia Chuan, save Luo Yuan." Dragging his injured leg, Xia Hong shouted angrily at everyone and looked back at the ground he had just stood on, now with a newborn fist-sized round hole, his pupils constricting. This red glow, whether in size, speed, or lethality, was completely different from those emitted by the earlier rodents. Not to mention, it shot out directly from underground. Judging by the distance from the initial tremor, the red glow's origin was definitely 5 or 6 meters deep, which meant this underground rodent had an attack range far beyond other rodents. It's the leader, definitely the leader. These cold beasts indeed have a leader. Whether from the exceptionally high intelligence of cold beasts or the previous encounter with the frost wolf pack during migration, Xia Hong had vaguely sensed it before, but he dared not confirm as he hadn't seen it. Now, he could finally confirm it. However, it's a little too late. Looking down at his pierced foot, despite the pain-induced cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Xia Hong ignored it, pulling out some golden sore powder from his pouch and hastily applying it, then immediately turned to give orders. "Everyone, stay where you are. Do not move. Do not make any sound." Since it's hiding underground to launch a sneak attack, no matter the strength of this rodent king, at the very least, its nature must be extremely cautious. If it doesn't emerge, it can only rely on hearing to determine human positions. With the ice abyss world's low temperature, even above the ground, it's extremely difficult for species sense to travel, let alone the rodent king hiding underground, making it impossible to determine human positions through scent. It can only rely on hearing. As Xia Hong's words fell, everyone immediately froze in place. Even Xia Chuan, who was carrying Luo Yuan, stood still. The previously noisy environment turned silent in an instant. Sure enough, as everyone remained motionless, the movement underground also stopped abruptly, with no subsequent red glow shooting out. In the whole field, only Xia Hong was moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop, but his earlier command to keep quiet had already exposed his position. Xia Hong could clearly feel that the rodent king was darting around beneath his feet, sticking closely to him, evidently preparing to shoot his second red glow. This vile beast, even underground, it moves so fast, it's over. The rodent was already fast, especially given that the underground rodent king wasn't affected by the tongue jiao poison. Realizing that no matter how he ran, the underground rodent king was right behind him, Xia Hong felt somewhat desperate. Based on the penetration power and speed of the first red glow, there's no way he, with his injured foot, could dodge. Once the second red glow shoots out, he would inevitably die. "Big brother, I'll help you. Leader, I'll assist you." Just as Xia Hong was in despair, 4 voices suddenly rang out in succession from the crowd. It was actually Xia Chuan and Zhao Long's 3 brothers. At this moment, Xia Chuan had placed the unconscious Luo Yuan on the ground. While rushing towards Xia Hong, he constantly shouted, and Zhao Long's brothers did the same, charging while shooting arrows madly at the underground area behind Xia Hong. Shouting, shooting arrows on the ground, it's all obviously futile. How could Xia Chuan and the Zhao Long brothers not know? The 4 were using this method to divert the attention of the underground rodent king for him. He surely knew. Don't come over. I have my own way. Xia Hong's gaze swept over a big tree nearby. A flash of inspiration in his mind. He shouted at the 4, then clenched a long blade in his mouth. Enduring the intense pain from his foot, he directly climbed up the tree. Since I can't avoid it, then I'll draw you out to see how strong you really are, you fiend. The attack range of a normal rodent's red glow is only 1 or 2 meters, extremely limited. Although the rodent king is stronger than a normal rodent, judging from the first red glow earlier, it can't be more than a little over 20 meters. Standing on the ground, there's naturally no way to avoid it. But up in the tree, it's different. Xia Hong gritted his teeth and climbed to a height of over 20 meters, then pressed his ear against the tree, focusing on listening for movement inside. Seeing Xia Hong's movements, Xia Chuan and the 4 immediately realized. Although they all stopped their bodies, continuing to stand still, their eyes remained full of worry while looking at Xia Hong. Crack! The scene quieted down again, and Xia Hong, lying prone on the big tree, heard a faint but rapid cracking sound, realizing that the rodent king was digging its way up from the tree's base. His pupils suddenly contracted. Glad you're coming. In fact, even without distinguishing by sound, Xia Hong had already clearly felt the tree shaking when the rodent king was digging up to less than 5 meters. The noise made by the rodent king when digging is so loud, not as strong as those ordinary rodents. Though Xia Hong found it amusing, his hands gripping the blade already bulged with veins, and the cold gleam in his pupils reached its peak. The rodent king seemed determined to get him, tunneling upwards without hesitation. In about 4 or 5 breaths of time, it had passed the halfway point, now only less than 10 meters away. Xia Hong tightly gripped the blade, keeping a close eye on the movements below the tree, remaining completely still as the rodent king dug upwards, until the moment the rodent king reached a position 5 or 6 meters away from him and suddenly stopped moving. Xia Hong moved. He pinpointed the position, leapt down from the tree's top, using his uninjured foot to fiercely kick off a tree branch, leveraging the recoil to switch his blade into a spear and thrust it with all his might into the spot where the rodent king had just paused. Xia Hong's basic strength had already reached 21,000 earlier. In the almost month-long frenzy of crafting bows, he hadn't stopped consuming cold beast meat from rodents and tung jiao, adhering to the extreme standard daily. Although he didn't specifically test it, Xia Hong estimated his basic strength was at least between 23,000 and 24,000, definitely enough to pierce through a heap of cold beast bones, let alone mere tree bark. Whoosh! There was no suspense. The tree's surface was pierced by the blade. Its force was so great that the blade's 1.5-meter blade nearly all went in, leaving only the handle, still in Xia Hong's grasp, visible outside. Squeak! From inside the tree came an angry rodent screech, but instead of fear, Xia Hong's face showed an excited smile. He let go immediately, falling while turning to shout at the Zhao Long trio. Look at where my blade is. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long-form hunting synergy meant there was no need for Xia Hong's reminder. He had only half spoken when the Zhao Long brothers' custom iron arrows had already sliced through the air, firmly landing near the blade's location. Not only were the first wave of 3 arrows complete, but 2 more waves followed, a total of 9 custom iron arrows embedded into the tree, with barely the ends left outside, testifying to their immense power. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rodent king inside the tree, struck somewhere unknown, let out a more furious and slightly wretched screech than before. Crack! A tail, 7 or 8 meters long, suddenly extended, splitting the tree in half from the middle, revealing a giant rodent over 4 meters long, with its head up and feet down, wedged in the middle of the tree. The tree collapsed, bringing the giant rodent down to the ground. Unlike a normal rodent's silver coat, part of the rodent king's fur had already turned golden. Its pair of bright red small eyes were fixed intensely on Xia Hong, full of hatred and venom, its 2 huge incisors gleaming with a chilling light, while the 7 or 8 meter long spiked flesh-colored giant tail behind it swayed menacingly, incredibly intimidating. Its size is 4 times that of a normal rodent. No wonder it made such a commotion inside the tree earlier. Unlike others' focus, the moment the rodent king hit the ground, Xia Hong saw a long cut under its armpit and 4 or 5 bloody holes on its back. Evidently, inside the tree earlier, his E-blade and the Zhao Long trio's arrows had inflicted harm on the rodent king. Though not severe, they had at least wounded it. Furthermore, the moment the rodent king emerged from the tree, despite its subtle expression, the fleeting sense of disorientation was noticed by Xia Hong, and combining this with the rodent king's previous inaction and its choice to attack from underground, Xia Hong easily surmised. The venomous mist of the tongue jiao. Even the rodent king would be affected. Everyone gather and draw your bows. Target it, but don't shoot. As the rodent broke through the tree, the scattered group had already begun to close in, and hearing Xia Hong's command, they immediately accelerated to cluster together, all simultaneously drawing bows and arrows aimed at the rodent king. Works! The moment he raised his hand, a flash of fear in the rat king's eyes was fleeting yet caught by Xia Hong, bringing him a flicker of joy. Don't shoot, just hold the pose, see if it dares to advance. To be honest, though they hadn't confronted the rat king head-on, just based on the fact that his own strike had only hit its underarm, and Zhao Long and the other two's arrows caused some wounds. Most likely, in its full strength, they wouldn't stand a chance against the rat king. Although the rat king was forced out and poisoned by Tang Jiao, they were unsure how much its strength was affected, and recklessly engaging it could cost them dearly. Exaggerating a bit, even total annihilation wasn't out of the question. With his legs severely injured, he couldn't exert his full strength. Judging by the rat king's size and the red glow it emitted earlier, it was likely an intermediate cold beast they hadn't encountered before. Who knows what other tricks it might have besides the red glow? Moreover, the rodent swarm had been driven back, so there was no need to risk everything fighting the rat king. Safely repelling it would be the best outcome. Kill the rat king? Xia Hong quickly dismissed this idea. Among them, perhaps only 6 in the earth-digging realm could hurt the rat king, and Luo Yuan was unconscious, leaving them 1 short. Zhao Long and his brothers were out of arrows, and it's fanciful thinking to believe the remaining arrows from the logging realm could harm the rat king. The problem is, the rat king isn't aware of this fact. Previously, despite the slaughter of the rodent swarm, the rat king was reluctant to show itself. Even after the swarm's retreat, it only sneaked attacks from the underground on Xia Hong and the others. And even now, after being forced out by Xia Hong's scheme from the tree, it did not attack immediately. These 3 points alone show the nature of this rat king. To put it nicely, it's cautious. Bluntly, it's afraid of death. Afraid of death and smart. That's easier to handle. Just as Xia Hong speculated, with over 100 people raising their bows simultaneously, the rat king, targeted by so many iron arrows, had a fierce look on its face, yet its feet remained still, and its tail stopped swaying, accompanied by an increasingly dazed look in its eyes. It gave up attacking, intending to retreat. At this moment, even without Xia Hong saying a word, the others understood his intentions. Everyone held their bows and arrows, glaring angrily at the rodents, ready to shoot their iron arrows at any moment, without daring to make any move. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. However, a sudden burst of squeaking from the north cast a shadow over Xia Hong's heart. A trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Not only him, but the other 90-plus people, including Xia Chuan, felt the same. The more than 200 rodents that had just burrowed into the arrow bamboo forest came scurrying out again. Although scattering in different directions, some were heading their way. How did this group of rodents come out again? At this moment, in stark contrast to the 100 people of the great Xia camp, the Rat King's face was twisted with a sinister, brutal, and smug expression. It seemed to have foreseen the fate of the group before it, and was smiling. However, the Rat King's twisted grin didn't last a few seconds. The rodents coming from the north were in obvious panic, much like when driven into the forest by Xia Hong and the others earlier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of iron arrows suddenly sped forth from the arrow bamboo forest behind the rodent group. This rodent group wasn't coming of its own accord, but was being driven out. Are there people in the arrow bamboo forest? Everyone from the great Xia camp, including Xia Hong, was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, they heard voices from the forest, and joy spread across their faces. Who drove this stinking bunch of rats into the forest? So unethical. There are many iron arrows stuck in them. Probably people from another camp. Around here, it should just be Beehive. What other camps are there? Beehive is north of the bamboo forest on Pingxi Plain. This must be from somewhere else. From within the arrow bamboo forest, more than a dozen figures gradually emerged. All were armed with strong bows, continuing to fire at the panicked rodents as they advanced. Unlike the people from the great Xia camp, the arrows from these individuals were incredibly powerful, killing with a single shot, reminiscent of Zhao Long and his brother's earlier performance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as the more than 10 figures appeared, the Rat King raised its head and made a few sounds. The previously disorganized rodent group, upon hearing the sounds, quickly gathered towards the east, and the Rat King transformed into a silver light, darting into the middle of the swarm. In no time, the group of over 200 rodents became a rustling silver wave heading towards the depths of the eastern mountains. The Rat King just fled so decisively. So, Xia Hong felt relieved, turning to see the group emerging from the arrow bamboo forest, his face first showing gratitude, then slowly advancing a few steps, intending to express his thanks. Indeed, there are people here. Didn't old Lu say this place only had one medium camp called Rog, and a few small camps? So many bows and arrows. This doesn't look like a small or medium camp. Those emerging from the arrow bamboo forest had clearly noticed the people from the great Xia camp. The words from the two at the forefront conveyed information that made Xia Hong's expression change slightly, and just as he was about to reveal their identity, unexpectedly, another voice came from the opposite side. Was it your group that drove the rats into the bamboo forest? Hearing the questioning and blaming tone in their voice, realizing they were dealing with another difficult group, Xia Hong's expression immediately darkened, standing firmly with his injured right foot stepping back a bit. Then he realized something, giving a signal with his eyes to Xia Chuan beside him, and quietly said 2 words to him. Torch! Understanding the signal, Xia Chuan quickly took out a torch and immediately lit it. Upon seeing the appearance of these 15 people, everyone present, whether it was Xia Hong, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, or the others, felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts, regardless of their outward expressions. They're all so young, and they're all wearing beast skin clothing too. Judging by their appearance, the 15 in front of them seemed to be of a similar age to the brothers Xia Hong and Xia Chuan. Though Xia Hong rarely mentioned his own age, everyone at the camp knew, thanks to the early settlers of Great Xia, that he had just turned 19 this year. Xia Chuan was even younger, having just turned 17. In the Ice Abyss world, where the average lifespan was only about 40 years, the younger one was the greater potential they possessed. This was common knowledge. Not only was Xia Hong the strongest in the camp, but his potential for growth, simply based on his age, was unmatched by anyone there. Even Xia Chuan, who had been taught by the wood puppet monster, couldn't compare. And now, the 15 people who walked out of the bamboo forest were evidently of a similar age to the brothers Xia Hong and Xia Chuan. More than that, the clothing on these 15 people wasn't just beast skin skirts, but complete outfits. The youth who had just questioned them was even wearing a golden brown beast skin coat from some unknown cold beast. I am Xia Hong, leader of the Great Xia Camp in Redwood Ridge. Indeed, we drove the rodent herd into the bamboo forest just now. But as far as we know, there are no other human camps in the Arrow Bamboo Forest. May I ask which camp you are from?" As Xia Hong spoke, he lit a torch and, along with Xia Chuan, Zhao Long, and two others who also held torches, moved closer to the newcomers. If someone were to place a hand on his back at that moment, they would find it soaked with cold sweat and his body trembling at a very subtle frequency. There was no choice, it hurt. Although the sole of his foot, pierced by the Mouse King, had been treated with golden sore powder, it wasn't an ordinary wound and thus didn't heal quickly. Great Xia, a leader in the earth-digging realm, truly weak. Their numbers aren't small, though. Upon hearing the mocking tones from the other group, Xia Chuan and the others holding torches immediately showed displeased expressions. Yet, Xia Hong remained unperturbed, quickly analyzing the information in their words. The other party had mentioned old Lu and even knew about the Rogel camp. It was likely that Lu He had merged the entire Lu Shang camp into the camp these 15 people belonged to. 15 people in the earth-digging realm, all in full clothing and armed with longbows, emerging from the Arrow Bamboo Forest. There was no denying the strength of their camp. However, Xia Hong was most concerned about their earlier mockery aimed at him. The leader in the earth-digging realm, truly weak. Given their casual mention of the hive camp earlier, it wasn't hard to deduce that there must be a cold resistance level or higher strongman in this group's camp. Large-scale, perhaps even giant, or more. Mirror Immortal Camp, Himeng. Leader Xia Hong, this Arrow Bamboo Forest has been under our camp's domain since 3 months ago. What do you mean by driving the rodent herd inside? The speaker was estimated to be about 2 meters tall, towering even over Xia Hong, equipped with a longbow and wielding a broad-bladed sword. He stepped forward as he spoke, his voice loud and carrying a heavy sense of pressure, intentionally pausing before adding leader after Xia Hong's name. The distance between the 15 people and Xia Hong was now less than 10 meters, and Duan Meng, the leader, was even closer, just 5 or 6 meters away, with the torchlight illuminating their faces. Seeing that the torchlight didn't elicit any strange reactions from the 15, Xia Hong felt a portion of his tense heart relax. Unafraid of the torchlight and with no connection to deceitful monsters, there was nothing much to fear. It wasn't surprising that Xia Hong was cautious. According to Luo Ming, the ice tree matured once every 4 months, causing cold beasts to flock to the Arrow Bamboo Forest. This alone indicated that a human camp here was unlikely. Although this group of 15, including Himeng, claimed to have taken over the Arrow Bamboo Forest 3 months ago, there was no telling if it was true. The lack of fear towards torches implied a low likelihood of dealing with deceitful monsters. Of course, that didn't mean there were no issues at all. Himeng's aggressive tone and the fierce expression on his torch-illuminated face showed that he was determined to address the matter of them driving the rodent herd into the Arrow Bamboo Forest. Since it only became yours 3 months ago, it stands to reason that we in Great Xia were unaware. Moreover, we haven't caused any casualties, so why be so aggressive? Perhaps it was Himeng and his group's arrogant demeanor that pushed Xia Chuan to step out and speak. However, upon hearing his words, no one from the opposite side responded. Himeng merely gave him a disdainful glance and continued to focus on Xia Hong without saying a word. Xia Chuan's chest slightly heaved with anger, a flash of ire crossing his face. Clearly, the other party deemed him unworthy of speaking, preferring only to converse with Xia Hong. Xia Hong raised a hand to stop Xia Chuan from speaking further, his expression darkening significantly. He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, an unintended mistake. If you insist on pursuing it, then let's not waste words. Just lay down your terms. Himeng lifted his gaze slightly, realizing Xia Hong might be about to yield. His face showed even more contempt as he raised the broad-bladed sword in his hand, pointing at the rodent corpses on the ground, and said arrogantly, "Since you recognize your mistake, consider that pile of mouse meat on the ground as your compensation to the Mirror Immortal Camp. Get out obediently." So it turns out they were aiming for the mouse meat pile. Xia Hong's frown eased. The other party's behavior, so akin to humans, not only failed to anger him, but also put him at ease. Of course, his relief came from confirming the other party's human identity, not from finding their demand reasonable. Yet before he could respond, Xia Chuan, Zhao Long, and even all the logging realm members from Great Xia behind couldn't restrain themselves. In your dreams, why should we give you what we fought hard for? These are the spoils we earned with many deaths and injuries, and you want them all? In your dreams, a lion's big mouth, shameless. Did you also get poisoned by Tang Jiao and become confused? The rodent corpses on the ground were estimated to number 40 to 50, and including those on a mountain slope and top, there were at least over 80. 80 plus prey surrendered on command. There was no way the 15 people in front of them would agree with that. Xia Hong raised his right hand slightly, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and after watching He Meng and the others for a few seconds, a hint of hostility appeared on his face. Did you hear that? Even before He Meng heard Xia Hong's inquiry, his face had already turned dark with discomfort from the mocking cries of the crowd. Now, the expressions of the other 14 grew even colder. Though Xia Hong's words sounded like a question, the meaning behind it was clear to them. At the wave of Xia Hong's hand, the over 100 people from Great Xia had already drawn bows and arrows, aiming at them, along with the 5 earth-digging realm members up front. Xia Hong's words were not just a threat, but a clear statement that the prey on the ground belonged to Great Xia, and no one could take them away. Leader Xia Hong, to be blunt, Great Xia's strength isn't enough to be recognized by the Mirror Immortal Camp. I warn you, Great Xia cannot afford the consequences of being at odds with us. He Meng seemed to add pressure to his words by moving a few steps forward. He paused, then continued. How about this? Leave half. This is the bottom line, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. You can leave. Whoosh. A swift iron arrow suddenly flew towards him as a response. He Meng quickly retreated several meters, staring at the iron arrow embedded less than a meter from where he had stood, still visibly quivering from the impact. His expression froze. Get lost. This word was almost shouted out at the 15 by Xia Hong. As soon as he spoke, Xia Chuan and the others nearby, along with the over 100 from Great Xia not far behind, all joined in. Get lost. Swoosh. As the crowd shouted, get lost, the simultaneous sound of drawing bows and the friction of over 100 iron arrows against bow bodies was unmistakable to anyone not deaf. All right, Great Xia has guts. Xia Hong, is it? The Mirror Immortal Camp will remember. As He Meng retreated with his men, they only dared to take 4 or 5 rodent corpses along the way, their panicked state forming a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. Ha ha! Such little courage. Over 100 bows. They're at best in the earth-digging realm. How could they possibly match that herd of rodents? Ha ha! I thought they were something special. Didn't they flee helter-skelter? Ha! Everyone from Great Xia erupted in laughter. Yet Xia Hong remained calmly in place, not relaxing even as he watched all 15 disappear into the arrow bamboo forest. He waited over a minute before turning to speak to the others evenly. Start collecting the prey and be thorough. Retrieve all the scattered iron arrows you can. Leave none behind. Yes, leader. Upon hearing the command, everyone agreed enthusiastically, eagerly turning to gather the rodent corpses on the ground and the iron arrows embedded in them were scattered around. Xia Chuan, on his side, hoisted Luo Yuan back up again. Xia Hong moved closer for a look, noticing the bloody wound on Luo Yuan's shoulder was dressed with golden sore powder, and his breathing was gradually stabilizing, giving him much relief. Brother, your foot. Seeing the blood hole on Xia Hong's foot, Xia Chuan's face showed worry, but before he could finish speaking, Xia Hong raised a hand to stop him. When Xia Hong subtly gestured toward the arrow bamboo forest behind them, Xia Chuan quickly understood, nodding slightly, and said no more. Take your time, gathering everything without showing any sign of fear. Once done, have others take Luo Yuan back first. We'll guard the rear. Yes, brother. After speaking softly, Xia Chuan immediately found someone to carry Luo Yuan and led a group to the north slope top to clear the prey there. Though Xia Hong stood still, his gaze was fixed on the direction of the arrow bamboo forest the entire time. Not until everyone had gathered the prey and arrows did he move. There are a total of 83 rodents. The iron core bows suffered no damage. Adding the remaining arrows everyone has to the recovered ones, there's still over 2,100 iron arrows left. 2 people died, with 8 severely wounded from the red beam attack by the Mouse King at the end, only about a dozen light injuries. While collecting prey, Xia Chuan also gathered information on the number of recovered iron arrows and casualties, and reported it all. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong said nothing, merely nodding, waiting until everyone, mostly carrying a rodent on their person, finished packing before speaking. Let's head back. The group of over 100 from Great Xia began their journey home. Xia Hong and Xia Chuan, with 4 others, kept to the rear of the procession. The 4 of you, stay a bit farther from the group and keep constant watch behind us. Understood, leader. The purpose of Xia Hong's arrangement was clear to the 4 of them. They immediately dispersed to the rear of the group and began their vigilance. In the Ice Abyss world, the locations of different camps had to be kept confidential, especially when one's own side was still rather weak. In desperate circumstances, Xia Hong couldn't trust human nature, nor could he afford to. Counting the days from the disaster on the Earth slope to the later reception of Rogel Camp's valley, Xia Hong has been in this world for exactly 1 year. Throughout this entire year, there were no newborns in Great Xia. Xia Hong had not given it much thought before. Before the new wooden house was built, the living conditions in Great Xia were truly too harsh. There wasn't even a roof for shelter, nor land to stamp in. Under such conditions, he felt embarrassed to ask people at the camp to have children. Initially, he never even considered increasing the population by encouraging births. But Yu Yuan's birth could be a sign that the willingness to have children among the camp's people is increasing, and Xia Hong began to take birth seriously. Inquiring about the marital status of Lin Kai and others was not just about gossip. Xia Hong's deeper goal was to understand the number of childbearing age people in the camp to see if any measures could be taken to stimulate births. Lushan Camp has already been merged with others, so there are no known other camps around Redwood Ridge. Given Great Xia's current strength, it might be a long time before they can leave this area, which means that increasing the population by merging with other camps is not feasible for now. If that's the case, then stimulating births is the only way. Looking at little Yu Yuan, who had yet to open his eyes and his arms, a long-lost softness rose in Xia Hong's eyes, and his heart was filled with deep joy. Suddenly, a whimsical thought came to mind. Xia Hong turned to the crowd and chuckled. From the start of the disaster on the Earth slope to today, how long has it been in total? Does anyone remember? Over a year, right? It should be about a year and 4 months. A year and 5 months. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the earliest members of Great Xia spoke one after another. Seeing everyone speak one after another, with a vague sense of time passing, Xia Hong shook his head slightly, showing a touch of helplessness on his face. This is the aftermath of the disconnection and extinction of civilization. The concept of years, months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds everyone has, yet with no dedicated tools and people to record, everyone relies entirely on memory and impression for time's passing. If I haven't remembered incorrectly, the 4th harvest of crystal fruit has ripened, and when the 5th ripens, we can determine approximately how much time has passed. As soon as Xia Hong spoke, everyone's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. Yes, relying on memories certainly doesn't compare to the stability of the crystal fruit's maturation period. The ice tree bears fruit every 4 months, which is a recognized fact by everyone. 4 months for a harvest, then 4 harvests are 16 months, and when the 5th is ripe, it should basically be around 20 months. Crystal fruit, blue frost grass, green saliva fruit, and other vegetation, the harvesting period post-maturity, including the birth years of new camp infants in the future, all need to be documented with year, month, and day. It's unacceptable not to have a clear time frame. Today happens to be the camp's grand victory, so with little Yu Yuan's birth, let's just set it down. The others below were fine hearing this, but the collection team's people's eyes brightened immediately and nodded in agreement. Leader, if I'm not mistaken, the ice tree's maturity period should be around these days. If we directly fix the date, our collection team and logging team can plan their outings according to the date, which will greatly increase efficiency. Chung Feng spoke up, clearly having long led the collection team, making him the most sensitive to the passage of time and also understanding how crucial Xia Hong's proposal was. In that case, starting today, the Great Xia Year will officially be implemented, marking today as the first year of the Great Xia, the 1st of January. Xia Hong's tone was a bit excited when he said this. The others didn't understand, but he was someone with experiences from 2 lifetimes. He understood, well, that the establishment of a calendar is the beginning of civilization. Given Great Xia's current scale and capability, it certainly couldn't claim anything about civilization, let alone the grand goal of restoring human civilization. But at least it's a start. Without mentioning the many practical benefits of a calendar or how much it can help the camp's development in the future, its significance alone is extraordinary. Initially, it doesn't show much, but when the Xia calendar combines with all external vegetation's growth cycles, cold beast activity cycle, even climate change, it's when it truly holds value. Yu Feng, Yu Yuan is your son, so the matter of the Xia calendar will be handed over to you. Besides perfecting the calendar content based on messages brought back by the outing teams, make sure to record any major decisions or changes that have happened or will happen in the camp. Birds leave their voices when passing, and people leave their names after living. Since we live in the Ice Abyss world, the Great Xia camp needs to leave its traces here, so that one day, if Great Xia really falls due to bad luck, it can still leave some words in this world, not only convenient for future generations, but also so we here would not have come for nothing. Xia Hong's words seemed to open a door for everyone present, whether it's Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng in the earth-digging realm or others in the logging realm, and even many ordinary people, all had a thoughtful look on their faces. Before, their world was simple, foraging, improving, surviving. But now, upon hearing Xia Hong's words, they had some new thoughts growing in their hearts. Birds leave their voices, people leave their names. Leave your trace in the Ice Abyss world. Leave a trace along with the Great Xia camp. Xia Hong didn't bother explaining much to everyone. How to live is a grand question. In truth, if explained in detail, he couldn't clarify it either. But at the very least, the current Great Xia camp can already provide these people with more choices, granting their lives broader possibilities. To truly understand this issue, it has to be done personally through all life struggles. He himself is no different. All right, everyone get back to your business. 83 pieces of prey need processing, many iron arrows need to be retouched, and quite a few injured people need treatment and recovery, which is why Xia Hong asked the camp to pause all operations for 3 days. Of course, the most important reason was still to avoid anyone from the unexpectedly appeared Mirror Immortal camp coming to their door, descending to the Ice Abyss world and being born in the Redwood Ridge area. Inwardly, Xia Hong couldn't help feeling his luck wasn't bad after all. Not to mention Great Xia camp. Although weak, basic conscience and ethics remain, and it's very united, which is why despite Xia Ding's misfortune, he can remain loyal to everyone. Subsequent people like De Shi, Huang Zhao, De Chuan, and even the recently merged Chunyi, regardless of whether it's their leaders or subordinates, and regardless of their strengths, their dispositions were quite benevolent. Not to mention, there's also Luo Ming who willingly handed over the Treasure Valley. Although Luo Ming's intention was to protect his son, the fact that he made arrangements to settle the remaining camp members before leaving his own duties as a good leader wasn't abandoned. Traveling from the Earth Slope, Xia Hong encountered good camps and people. He feels his good luck lies mainly here. In truth, given the harshness of the Ice Abyss world, Xia Hong always felt similar behaviors like Yang Ning and Li Hu, where people's lives were treated with indifference and used as bait for deceitful monsters, should be more common. The harsher the environment, the greater the goodness or evil humanity can unleash. In fact, The previous statements by Yang and Li confirmed his thoughts. In some large, mega camps, using human lives as bait should be normal. If lives were disregarded, any worse behavior would be nothing surprising. Therefore, the weaker the camp, the more it should hide its tracks. It's not just to guard against cold beasts and deceitful monsters, but also to guard against humans. For any camp stronger than Great Xia, without knowing how it treats people or its modus operandi, contact should absolutely be avoided to prevent a situation that could lead to annihilation. Xia Hong returned to his room on the third floor, sat on a chair, and looked at the large hole in the sole of his foot, slightly shaking his head. No matter how potent the golden sore powder, such a wound could not heal in a short time. At this healing speed, it will take at least half a month. Xia Hong turned to look at the table next to the chair, where 5 pieces of cold beast meat lay. His cultivation expenses did not need him to exchange for contribution points like others. Xiaochuan assigned a person daily to place 50 pounds of cold beast meat in his room. 83 rodents. The meat yield is estimated at 20,000 pounds. Including a few tongue jiao captured recently, cultivation costs are at least covered, so being injured is good. During this half month, I can focus on cultivation to possibly increase my strength and see if I can reach the limit of 30,000 pounds. Having not tested, Xia Hong estimated that his basic strength was about 24,000, and judging by previous improvement rates, it seemed tough to reach 30,000 pounds within half a month. Plus, the injury on his foot affected normal boxing practice, so the efficiency in absorbing cold beast meat essence would likely drop. Whatever can be improved should be improved. Given the Mirror Immortal camp, they must have cold resistance level strong people, so it's necessary to break through soon. Even if not reaching the limit, I should find a way through the arrow bamboo forest to see Pingxi Plain. As of now, Xia Hong still didn't know how to break through to the cold resistance level. From He Meng and his men's conduct, the sudden occurrence of Mirror Immortal camp made their practice style easy to guess. They have practically taken over the arrow bamboo forest, and He Meng was even close to traversing it to this side of Redwood Ridge. It's likely not long before Mirror Immortal camp's activity range expands northward to Redwood Ridge. By then, it's inevitable that Great Xia will confront them. Breaking through to the cold resistance level is currently the most crucial matter. Tasting cold beast meat in his mouth, Xia Hong also solidified the main targets of his next stage. If a leg is injured and immobile, then use the other leg or else the fists. In any case, it's about exerting strength. There will always be a way. However, Xia Hong's intensive cultivation had not continued for even a day. The next day, before nightfall, Xiaochuan brought people upstairs, interrupting him. "Leader, there is something urgent for you." Slightly frowning, Xia Hong stopped his cultivation and sat back on the chair. "Come in." Xiaochuan came in first, holding a bunch of iron arrows, followed by 2 others, Tong Xinglong and Tong Xingxing, both responsible for processing hunt at the camp supply station. The 2 covered their palms, sweating profusely, seemingly in pain. What happened? Seeing the 2 in pain, Xia Hong quickly got up. "Brother, that Rat King's blood has something wrong." Xiaochuan came over, showing the bunch of iron arrows in his hands to Xia Hong. "Didn't you draw the Rat King up the tree before and wounded it with a knife? Then Zhao Long and the others shot 12 arrows in total? We've retrieved all the iron arrows last night, including those 12 from the tree." "Go on." Having taken the 8 iron arrows from Xiaochuan, seeing the bright red bloodstains on the arrowheads, Xia Hong was first startled, then listened on to Xiaochuan, turning his gaze to Tong Xinglong and Tong Xingxing. "Last night, we retrieved 96 of 5,000-pound iron core bows, along with Zhao Long's 3 10,000-pound iron core bows, and all iron arrows, letting Tong Xinglong and the 2 of them handle the cleaning and retouching." Tong Xinglong and Tong Xingxing then showed the palms to Xia Hong. Their palms had small, burnt areas, with the wounds already blackened, and wisps of light smoke still rising. These 8 iron arrows must have struck the Rat King's body, and the bloodstains on the arrowheads are its. When we tried to clean these 8 iron arrows just now, Our hands were immediately burned upon contact with the bloodstains. The moment Xia Hong saw the bright red bloodstain, he already had a rough idea. Cold beast blood is typically a dark green. Seeing a bloodstain as red as human blood was a first for Xia Hong. Is the blood of intermediate cold beasts red? With this suspicion, Xia Hong stared at the blood on the arrowhead for a long time, then impulsively reached out to touch it. Big brother, leader, be careful. Just having suffered from a mishap, Tong Xinglong and his brother quickly admonished him, as did Xia Chuan. But Xia Hong just shook his head. Not stopping, he proceeded to touch it. Since hitting the Mouse King last night, at least 30 hours had passed, yet the blood on the arrowhead still remained distinctly liquid. Sizzle. A wisp of blue smoke rose from his fingertips. The intense burning pain shot through his mind, but Xia Hong's hand did not flinch, and instead his face showed immense excitement rather than fear. This burning sensation, it's a lot like the feeling after eating cold beast meat. That's not right, it's not just similar, it's essentially a fortified version of eating cold beast meat. This burning sensation with... After pondering for a moment, Xia Hong suddenly looked up and asked the three in front of him, "Is it dark outside now?" Xia Chuan promptly replied, "In a little while." Upon hearing this, Xia Hong immediately took the iron arrow in his hand and led the three of them out of the room, skirting around the hall to the door of the corridor. The third floor had a 3-meter-wide corridor reserved on all sides, separated from the inside by a door. Opening this door in front would lead to the corridor. Xia Hong carefully pulled the door open, leaving a small gap. Whoosh! Even though the gap was only fingertip wide, the moment the light from outside came in, it brought a gust of strong wind, making a whooshing sound. The chill in the sunlight was clearly visible, clashing with the warmth inside the wooden house, creating water stains in the illuminated areas, and the temperature around the three of them dropped noticeably. And this is within the radiation range of the iron refining furnace. If illuminated in other places, an ordinary person would unlikely last more than a few minutes and would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Despite having seen this cold sunlight before, such a scene defying common sense still felt incredibly bizarre to Xia Hong. Calming his mind slightly, Xia Hong reached out and placed the finger, which had just been burned from touching the iron arrow, under the sunlight. The wound is healed. Is it regenerating? Xia Chuan and Tong Xinglong, along with his brother, were filled with surprise and amazement. Underneath the sunlight, Xia Hong's finger wound slowly healed. Not only did it heal, but the skin appeared even healthier in tone than before. Hiss! Xia Hong drew in a sharp breath, swiftly retracting his finger, seeing it had healed. A thin layer of frost had formed, and then he turned to Xian Chuan and the two of Tong Xinglong's brothers, his face breaking into a broad smile. By sheer accident, you guys stumbled onto a breakthrough approach for the cold resistance level. Not being foolish, the trio quickly grasped the significance of Xia Hong's actions. Big brother, are you saying that to break through the cold resistance level, intermediate cold beast blood is needed? Precisely. The burning sensation he experienced just after touching the blood instantly brought Xia Hong back to the time before on the hillside, when the golden-eyed demon sheep attacked, recalling the sensation when he encountered sunlight. Moreover, this burning sensation is very similar to the heat generated inside after consuming cold beast meat, but the feeling is much stronger and it affects the outer layer of the body, the skin membrane. To break through the cold resistance level, it seems one needs to use the blood of intermediate cold beasts to reshape the skin. During this entire process, one's basic strength should continue to increase, but the most crucial aspect is gaining the ability to function under sunlight. The only uncertainty is the required amount. Feeling the subtle improvement around his fingers, Xia Hong was already 90% certain. The only question is how much blood from intermediate cold beasts would be necessary. Turning to look, Xia Hong discovered it was Tong Xinglong mimicking his actions, placing his injured hand under the sunlight, only to retract it quickly, unable to endure the cold. Don't try it recklessly. You're still at logging realm. This cold light can't be endured by you. Just apply some golden sore powder to the wound and let it heal naturally. Handle your prey more cautiously next time, especially the intermediate cold beasts. Yes, leader. Without saying much more, after helping deal with the bloodstains on the 8 iron arrows, Xia Hong let the 3 of them leave. Back in the room, Xia Hong took out his e-blade. Pulling the e-blade out of its sheath, as expected, the green blood of the ordinary rodents had nearly dried to residue on the blade, while a small amount of bright red blood had gathered and flowed to the tip of the blade. Last night, his e-blade was the first to injure the Mouse King. Xia Hong carefully cleaned off all the blood from the e-blade, then sheathed it and sat down again to continue practicing. Trying to practice using just a little blood stain clearly wouldn't work. To hunt intermediate cold beasts, judging from the strength of that rodent, his current hunting ability is definitely insufficient. Not to mention others, at the very least, he must first elevate his basic strength to the limit of 30,000 pounds before considering it. This being the case, unless my breakthrough method is wrong, there's no need to venture into the Arrow Bamboo Forest. The Pingxi Plain can be deferred. Xia Hong's only motivation for breaching the Arrow Bamboo Forest path to the Pingxi Plain before was to visit the hive camp and search for a way to break through the cold resistance level. Now that this issue is resolved, there's no need to venture further. Just right, during this time, I won't compete for the 10,000 pounds iron embryo bow. Let them 3 fight for it, also gets them to do more work. Xia Hong continued to stay on the 3rd floor, and thus half a month passed until the 16th of January, the first year of the Great Xia. And even Luo Yuan, who was more severely injured, had recovered and was able to step out of the wooden house, but Xia Hong still hadn't come down. At the entrance of the Great Xia Valley, Xia Chuan led a hunting team of 13, returning dusty and tired from the outside. Xia Chuan, 3 prey, how is it getting more each time? Luo Yuan, who was outside the wooden house with his children practicing boxing in the reserves, saw the hunting team carrying 3 prey from afar, looking somewhat incredulous. The hunting team, as long as they didn't go beyond the 500-meter boundary of Redwood Ridge, didn't need Xia Hong to personally lead. His injuries hadn't healed, so only Xia Chuan and 5 others in the earth-digging realm led the original 8 in the logging realm outside. In the past half a month, Xia Chuan had gone out 4 times, but each time he only brought back 1 or 2 prey. Tonight, he brought back 3 in one go, clearly showing that his hunting skills had become more adept. While Luo Yuan was speaking, the young ones in the reserves who had yet to break into the logging realm stopped their practice, turning their heads to look at the people in the hunting team, their eyes full of envy and admiration. The people in the hunting team, hearing Luo Yuan's praise, all lowered their heads and chuckled lightly, instinctively turning slightly to look at Huang Yong and Li Yun. Who told you to stop? Get back to practicing right now. Look at you all, haven't broken into the logging realm for so long and still try to slack off, wasting the cold beast meat. Luo Yuan didn't notice the subtle actions of the group. Seeing the reserve stop, he immediately turned and yelled at them. Ho! Ha! Most of the adults in the camp had broken through, and the reserves were mostly teenagers. Luo Yuan's strict attitude was evidently effective. Upon hearing the voice, they immediately started boxing again. Luo Yuan, practice them lightly. Don't break these kids. Ha ha! Don't worry, practice them hard like this. These brats ate cold beast meat. They're full of strength. They need to train to become something. Young ones, your brother Luo can't go out hunting recently. No contribution points. He's feeling pent up. Don't provoke him. Ha! The hunting team chimed in jokingly. Hearing Yuan Cheng tease him, Luo Yuan couldn't help laughing in response. Get out of here, Yuan Cheng. I have 3 to 4,000 contribution value on my account. Even if you go out 10 more times, you won't surpass me. That's not necessarily true. I already have over 1,000 on my account. Tonight, 2 snow manies, a golden sheep. I can at least get nearly 100 points. I'll soon break the 2,000 mark. Just wait. Surpassing you is only a matter of time. All right, enough chatting. Go to the camp supply station and hand in the prey. Seeing everyone getting more and more engrossed, with no sign of stopping, Xia Chuan couldn't help but interrupt. The conversation between Luo Yuan and Yuan Sheng was just a snapshot of the current enthusiasm for contribution points in the camp. Mu Dong at the craftsman workshop was constantly innovating, producing new wooden and bee skin tools with an increasing variety. Especially the recent addition of over 100 bows and arrows, which were very tempting for those in the logging and earth-digging realm, and everyone could foresee that as the camp's coal and iron resources become abundant, more and more weapons and iron tools would certainly appear at the camp supply station in the future. All these things could be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points themselves are a form of wealth and quantify one's contribution to the camp, so naturally, everyone started to secretly compare with each other. This comparison led to the increasing enthusiasm for going out among those in the logging and earth-digging realm, providing more motivation to extract resources for the camp. Such an atmosphere was exactly what Xia Chuan had hoped for. The contribution points rule was originally established for this very scene. On the second floor of the wooden house, after handing in the prey with the hunting team and registering everyone's contribution points, the others gradually left, leaving Xia Chuan alone, looking up at the third floor. The leader still hasn't come down today. The person in charge of registration at the camp supply station was Shi Ping. Hearing Xia Chuan's question, he shook his head and replied, "No, but when I delivered the cold beast meat today, the leader was practicing boxing. Judging by the sounds, his legs should be completely healed. He's probably just wanted to train a bit longer." Xia Chuan nodded, saying softly, "That's fine too. Usually, he let us out hunting and had to manage many things in the camp, so he didn't have much time to train. Now, during his injury, it's good to focus on cultivation for a while." Shi Ping agreed, nodding, looking at the third floor with a touch of respect in his eyes. As one of the 96 logging realm archers, Shi Ping was part of the group that successfully drove away the rodent swarm, where Xia Hong played a decisive role. Not mentioning Xia Hong's own battle achievements, just his calmness and wisdom in forcing the Mouse King to appear, he was more than worthy of the most credit. Having such a leader in the Great Xia is the greatest fortune for him and everyone else. From the 15 people that appeared that night, the strength of the Mirror Immortal camp is undoubtedly strong, and the leader must have felt pressured. In the end, it's because our strength is lacking and we can't alleviate his burdens. If more earth-digging realm members could emerge, the leader wouldn't be so exhausted. Luo Yuan, without anyone knowing when, had come upstairs. Xia Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Indeed, the strength of the Mirror Immortal camp is strong, but that's not an excuse for their arrogance. If they occupy Arrow Bamboo Forest, so be it. As long as they don't cross the boundary, we can coexist peacefully. However, if they dare to cross into Redwood Ridge, then we might as well." "What? Are we going to fight them?" A voice came from upstairs, interrupting Xia Chuan directly. Recognizing Xia Hong's voice, the three of them immediately looked up with joy. Xia Hong, draped in a beast fur cloak and wearing a pair of new black beast skin boots crafted by Mu Dong, walked towards the three with a smile on his face, his stride full of energy. Upon seeing Xia Hong, the three of them were momentarily stunned. It wasn't about how he was dressed or the fact that his leg had healed. Mainly, around Xia Hong's body, there seemed to be an intangible aura of blood vitality, overflowing with energy and with an intense sense of power, bringing a palpable pressure upon his approach. "Big brother, have you reached the limit of 30,000 pounds?" Xia Chuan asked uncertainly. Luo Yuan's face immediately showed a look of anticipation. "Not yet, but less than 3,000 are left." Less than 3,000 left meant over 27,000 pounds. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan both looked astonished. Shi Ping, who hadn't broken through to the earth-digging realm yet, showed a deep admiration. "Leader, your speed is astonishingly quick. I've been in the earth-digging realm for over 2 months, and my strength is only at 14,000 now, increasing by just over 1,000 pounds each month on average." Luo Yuan finished, and Xia Chuan immediately nodded. "I'm about the same. At my current rate, reaching the 30,000-pound limit would take at least another year." "No!" Xia Hong immediately shook his head, smiling as he denied Xia Chuan's estimate. It won't take that long. I broke through to the earth-digging realm about 8 months ago. In the initial stages, the growth rate was about the same as yours. Your bodies should have developed a resistance to the snow mane and the 3 types of cold beast meat, which is why the growth rate has slowed. Just switch to tongue jiao and mouse meat. Go ahead and change. Hearing this, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan shook their heads. Leader, let's leave the tongue jiao and mouse meat for your use first. We're still seeing increases at the moment, and we'll use it when the reserves build up a bit more. Upon hearing Luo Yuan's words, Xia Hong immediately understood their concern. Recently, to make bows, Xia Hong hunted quite a few tongue jiao, and together with the 83 rodents harvested this time, the camp had stockpiled nearly 30,000 pounds of tongue jiao and mouse meat. 30,000 pounds sounded like a lot, but the problem was he used plenty too. He now needed 50 pounds a day. Since obtaining mouse meat, it had been roughly 40 days, meaning he'd used over 2,000 pounds himself. Having driven away the rodent swarm, hunting more rodents would be difficult in the short term. Without him leading, hunting tongue jiao would be challenging, so Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan likely intended to leave these types of cold beast meat for him. No need. I don't require that much right now. Based on my current consumption, just save 1,500 pounds per month for me. The rest can be open for everyone to exchange, but the price can be higher than the 3 snow mane types. The cold beast meat is no longer a scarce resource for the great Xia, including tongue jiao and mouse meat. If necessary, he would personally lead hunting expeditions. It might be hard to find rodents, but tongue jiao was easy, and the yield per catch was large, so occasional kills could last a long time. The price setting was also straightforward. Hunting tongue jiao and rodents is harder than the 3 snow mane types, making them an advanced cold beast meat, so requiring more contribution points for exchange is reasonable. Understood, leader. Besides going out, the most important task for Xia Chuan now was managing the supplies at the camp supply station, including setting the contribution value prices for various supplies. Hearing Xia Hong's suggestion, he quickly caught on. By the way, leader, there's good news I haven't shared with you yet. What's the good news? Seeing Xia Chuan's mysterious demeanor, Xia Hong immediately showed interest. Luo Yuan, obviously unaware as well, turned his head to look at him. Huang Yong and Li Yun have already broken through to the earth-digging realm, and as far as I know, Hong Gang, Li Pinkai, Ying Xian, and Yufeng are not far from breaking through either, likely within 10 days or so. Hearing this, Xia Hong's eyes lit up. Luo Yuan's mouth dropped open, recalling the 3 prey Xia Chuan brought back tonight and everyone's performance when they returned to the valley. He finally understood, shaking his head and laughing. I see. That explains why your haul was so large tonight. Adding 2 more to the earth-digging realm, and within the next 10 days, for more breakthroughs were expected. No, it should be more than just 4. Huang Yong, Li Pinkai, and the 4 Xia Chuan mentioned were all members of the hunting team. Besides Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, and the Zhaolong brothers, the start line was similar for everyone else. Once a breakthrough begins, it means it's close for everyone. The earth-digging realm's boom period has arrived. Xia Hong felt a wave of excitement. With all 15 members of the hunting team breaking through to the earth-digging realm, the camp would not only experience a qualitative leap in strength. More importantly, mining capabilities would increase exponentially. He still had 83 rodent teeth. 2 rodent teeth could make a chewing teeth chisel, meaning 41 chisels from 83 rodents. 15 earth-digging realm members, each with a chewing teeth chisel. The camp's iron and coal output would skyrocket. In the upcoming hunting trips, just the 8 of you come with me. Let the 7 who haven't broken through stay in the camp and focus on cultivation, breaking through as soon as possible. Yes, leader. In the southern mine of the valley, Xia Hong looked pleased as he converted all the iron, ore, and coal stone covering the ground into system units. The previous hundreds of iron core bows had depleted the camp's iron ore completely, and the surge in wood wasn't even worth mentioning. Xia Hong clearly remembered that when he set out previously against the rodent swarm, the system had only over 500 units of coal left and no iron at all. Now, there was so much, with coal being 20 pounds per unit, which converts to 36,400 pounds, and iron 10 pounds per unit, which is 12,600 pounds. Today is the 16th, and he hadn't mined at all in the past half month. Clearly, this extra batch of resources was mined by Xia and others. Big brother, I've worked with Yuan Sheng to equip several more chewing teeth chisels, so our mining efficiency is much higher than before. Luo Yuan and you are injured, so only Yuan Sheng, Zhao Long, and I 5 in total have been mining. We each have a chewing teeth chisel, and in the past 15 days, apart from going out for hunting 4 times, we spent 6 days mining iron and 5 days mining coal, bringing out this much. The coal mine yields 200 pounds a day, the iron mine 100 pounds, and the higher the basic strength in the earth-digging realm, the more the increase, with the chewing teeth chisel doubling that, leading to a 4-fold basic output. With 5 people, that's over 4,000 pounds of coal and over 2,000 pounds of iron per day, converted to system units as 200 each. Adding to the remaining coal from before, the mining efficiency of Xia and the others perfectly matches the system's resource numbers. Huang Yong and Li Pingkai have broken through, and more will follow. The iron production should increase, and before long, this iron mine in the valley might be insufficient for us to mine. Xia Hong shook his head with a smile, naturally not taking Xia teasing seriously. The exact size of the valley's iron mine is unknown, but can supply Camp for over a decade. Based on the size of individual iron or pieces, even if Great Xia's mining capacity increases several times, it would take years to finish it. This earth-digging realms boom mainly consists of the 15 people in the hunting team. Not much, however, when the current logging realm gradually breaks through to the earth-digging realm, the camp's mining ability is expected to take a huge leap. If that happens, the valley's iron mine really might not be sufficient. Xia Hong, with a slight movement of his mind, instructed Xia who was next to him. But we can prepare in advance. Let the collection team keep an eye out for black tribulus when they go out, marking them if found. There's no need to worry about coal mines, since the golden frost trees of Redwood Ridge are numerous, indicating a rich underground coal deposit. The black tribulus is an accompanying vegetation of iron ore. Finding it means finding iron ore. Xia nodded in agreement, hesitated a moment, and then asked, Leader, the arrow bamboo forest has now been assigned to the Mirror Immortal Camp. So how should we deal with the original Lu Shang camp territory in Redwood Ridge? Upon hearing this, Xia Hong did not immediately answer, but instead lowered his head in contemplation, feeling somewhat regretful about Lu Shang camp. If it weren't for the appearance of the rodent swarm, the hundreds from Lu Shang camp would now also be people of Great Xia, but they were delayed by the rodent swarm, and the Mirror Immortal Camp emerged from the sidelines. By convention, as everyone is merged into the Mirror Immortal Camp, the land that originally belonged to Lu Shang Camp in Redwood Ridge should naturally go to the Mirror Immortal Camp. But this is unreasonable. Moreover, Great Xia would not agree. The Lu Shang Camp's territory was initially divided by Camp for everyone's benefit. Without Camp, they wouldn't have gotten any land within Redwood Ridge. Camp gave them land mainly due to the connection of being surrounding camps of Redwood Ridge. And now that Lu Shang has merged into Mirror Immortal Camp north of Arrow Bamboo Forest, they're not considered people of Redwood Ridge. So this land naturally can't go to them. A point that Great Xia wouldn't agree to is even simpler. In summer, other sides of Redwood Ridge are unclear, but the east side, in Xia Hong and the camp's view, belongs to Great Xia's sphere of influence. To give up the rights in the 500-meter breadth to the Mirror Immortal Camp, it's unrealistic and impossible. Don't deal with it. Send people to gather and hunt as usual. If they encounter Mirror Immortal Camp intruding, warn them the first time, act the second time. I want to see if everyone in Mirror Immortal Camp is as arrogant as he Meng. A cold glint crossed Xia Hong's eyes. On his return from the North Slope the last time, it was long after he realized that he Meng initially demanded all his prey and then only half, which was clearly testing the waters. A test that was evidently for the subsequent control and oppression. If he had conceded even a little, the outcome might have been completely different. This made Xia Hong realize that from the first meeting, Meng and his group had a deep-seated hostility and strong aggressive intent towards him and his people. Recollecting these incidents, Xia Hong not only felt a lingering fear, but also developed a clear dislike for the Mirror Immortal camp, and even a caution towards other camps. Just right, I haven't been to the northernmost side. For the time being, I'll hunt there and also keep an eye on Arrow Bamboo Forest to prevent any new actions. The territory of Lu Shang Camp lies on the far north side. Previously, to respect Lu Shang Camp's opinion, Great Xia never crossed the line. Now, deciding to include that territory into their influence, Xia Hong no longer had any reservations. Big brother, are you preparing to hunt intermediate cold beasts? The key to breaking through the cold resistance level is intermediate cold beast blood, which Xia Chuan knew. Hearing Xia Hong mention hunting in the northern area, he immediately asked, "Hunting intermediate cold beasts." Xia Hong recalled his previous encounter with the Rat King, a hesitance flickering across his face, causing some hesitation in his heart. The strength of that Rat King was undeniably powerful, needless to say, in a one-on-one battle. But honestly, as long as there are enough earth-digging realm individuals with well-prepared weapons, if the opponent isn't in a group, they could be defeated. The only crucial point is, rodents are low-level cold beasts, but the leading Rat King is intermediate, which suggests other types of cold beasts might also have a hierarchical division. It's unclear if other cold beasts are like rodents and are led by a head rat leading a group of normal rodents. If so, hunting any intermediate cold beast would be a fool's dream. Xia Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I don't think so. So far, rodents are the only ones seen in groups. Snow, manies, frost." Before he could finish the word wolf, Xia Chuan hesitated, his expression freezing. Clearly, he also remembered the encounter with the frost wolf pack when moving from the hill to the valley earlier. Even though we didn't see the head wolf that time, it's likely frost wolves also gather in packs. Thus, snow manies and demon sheep might also group, so hunting intermediate cold beasts shouldn't be rushed. Verification must come first. As Xia Hong spoke, he led Xia Chuan out of the mine. At this time, there were still 3 to 4 hours before dawn, and many people lingered outside the wooden cabins. Whether practicing fist techniques, collecting snow water, practicing archery, or playing around, whenever these people saw Xia Hong pass by, they would respectfully stop and salute him. Xia Hong nodded with a smile, saying nothing more, but with a brief glance, he noticed over 100 of them, with more than 10 wearing clothes, and was curious. Recently, there have been quite a few new clothes. It's not that they couldn't afford it. With the camp's current hunting capacity, as long as the clothes weren't as exquisite as what Xia Hong was wearing, having a set for everyone wasn't difficult. The issue is that these clothes require contribution value to exchange, and they aren't cheap. If I remember correctly, a set of clothes requires 155 contribution points, with a bee skin and custom order from the craftsman workshop. Do these people all have so many contribution points? Xia Chuan chuckled. Big brother forgot about the rodent swarm. That night, many people received a sizable amount of contribution value, aside from those in the earth-digging realm, mainly members of the hunting team and a few from the logging realm, each receiving over 200, with the highest getting 320, so exchanging for clothes is naturally manageable for them. That makes sense. Have they all exchanged for clothes, with no one redeeming bows? A weapon is the greatest security. Xia Hong was curious that such a simple truth couldn't be overlooked by camp members. The demand for clothes clearly isn't higher than that for bows. Upon hearing the exchange prices Xia Chuan set for the 2 types of iron core bows as 802,000, he understood immediately. This pricing, besides those in the earth-digging realm and members of the hunting team, seemed out of reach for others, requiring at least half a year's savings. No wonder many opted for clothes. Big brother, is the set price too high? Seeing Xia Hong's slightly grave expression, Xia Chuan was uneasy, fearing he was blamed for setting the price too high, preventing people from exchanging for them. Xia Hong smiled lightly, shaking his head approvingly. No, it's very appropriate. The difference between the right of use and ownership matters. Weapons are lifeless in the camp supply station and are ultimately meant for use. The rental fee can be low, even directly distributed in emergencies like the rodent incident. But ownership differs. Once bows are redeemed, they become personal items, lost, broken, transferred, or worn out. The camp doesn't intervene, tantamount to direct sale, so the price must be set high. An ordinary iron core bow weighs 300 pounds, from mining iron or earth-digging realms efforts to forging it himself into a finished product. The resources, effort, and sweat spent are substantial. An 800 contribution value price, given the current scarcity of iron core bows and the applicable number in the camp, is absolutely appropriate. By the way, is Luo Yuan's injury healed? Almost. He left the wooden house a few days ago. Should be very soon. Notify everyone for the next 3 days. All in the earth-digging realm shall mine iron ore. After 3 days, I will take you 8 to the northern area, the collection and logging teams following suit, surveying the territory in the 500-meter span of former Lu Shang camp thoroughly. And from now on, the entire eastern side of Redwood Ridge will belong to Great Xia. Any other camps are not to interfere. Upon hearing the final statement, Xia Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, nodding solemnly in homage. Yes, leader. As they talked and prepared to enter the building, just as they stepped through the door, a sharp scream came from the valley entrance, immediately alarming everyone outside, including Xia Hong and Xia Chuan. What's happening? Their expressions changed rapidly, both swiftly heading towards the valley entrance. Xia Hong and his companion were the first to rush to the tunnel entrance. Seeing the scene before them made their hearts pound. Inside the tunnel, a wailing and screaming man engulfed in flames was writhing and rolling on the ground, desperately reaching out for help. His body was already starting to dissolve from the fire, but upon seeing Xia Hong approaching, he recognized him at once. It's me, Wang He. Save me, please save me. Leader, save me, save me. At the mouth of the mountain tunnel, there were guards posted every day, ensuring that only those who presented the correct password when returning from outside were allowed to enter. The 2 guards had retreated in a panic and quickly explained the situation to Xia Hong as he approached. We were assigned to guard duty tonight. We just heard someone outside give the password, thinking it was the collection team or the logging team returning. So we opened the door and found it was Wang He from the collection team who went missing some time ago. As soon as Wang He entered the tunnel, he self-combusted after just a few steps. Xia Hong listened intently, frowning, until the man named Wang He on the ground was burned to ashes, just as the 2 finished their recount. A few months ago, among the missing members of the logging team, there indeed was someone named Wang He. But it's been 3 to 4 months. How could he suddenly return, and why is he involved with some deceitful monster? Upon hearing Xia Chuan confirm Wang He's identity, Xia Hong's frown deepened. At the moment they saw the man self-ignite, both he and Xia Chuan knew that this person on the ground was no longer the original Wang He. Since the camp had a surplus of wood, torches and solidified fire oil had been in abundance. Torches could act as bait for cold beasts during hunts. Solidified fire oil could be used to ward off deceitful monsters. Since both resources were plentiful, Xia Hong decided to make use of them. He had long ordered a coating of solidified fire oil applied all around the valley, especially at the tunnel entrance, where it was applied daily. This Wang He, connected with deceitful monsters, evidently came into contact with the solidified fire oil in the tunnel, which caused him to self-ignite, similar to when a wooden puppet monster attempted to escape using a decoy before. Many in the camp were aware of the solidified fire oil application. The 2 guards realized this too and understood Wang He was a deceitful monster. A look of fear dawned on their faces. Everyone who gathered outside the cabin was full of dread. In just over half a year, could a new deceitful monster have emerged at Redwood Ridge? Xia Hong was also shocked, but seeing the fearful expressions around him, he steadied himself and spoke in a calm tone. Do not panic. Within the radiation range of the iron refining furnace, deceitful monsters dare not come. Besides, we've spread solidified fire oil all around the valley. No monster can get in. You two clean this up and quickly shut the door. After calming everyone and instructing the guards to clean up, Xia Hong went upstairs, with Xia Chuan closely following. To know the camp's secret code and recognize people, based on his reaction before dying, he might not even have known he was controlled by a deceitful monster. Upon reaching the third floor, Xia Hong's face turned grim immediately. This is likely a more difficult entity to deal with than a wooden puppet monster. Hearing Xia Hong's muttering and combining it with Wang He's combustion, Xia Chuan realized and said sullenly, "Brother means, Wang He was merely a probe for our camp's resources, and the deceitful monster is hiding behind the scenes?" Xia Hong didn't answer, but his tightly furrowed brows served as the reply. Clearly, this deceitful monster was similar to the wooden puppet monster, capable of controlling humans from the shadows, and based on Wang He's last moments, its abilities were much stronger than the wooden puppet monster. Since it dared to let Wang He probe, this proves that it knew of the Great Xia's valley base, and it's quite likely, when Wang He just entered, that the deceitful monster was lurking nearby. Thinking about a deceitful monster stronger than the wooden puppet monster lurking around the valley and eyeing the Great Xia camp made Xia Chuan's back shiver. He immediately suggested, "Enemy is hidden while we are visible, brother. The camp needs to pause outdoor activities otherwise." "I am thinking, wait." Xia Hong raised his hand to interrupt Xia Chuan, thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No need, since it sent Wang He as a scout. It shows the monster itself dares not enter the valley, at least not yet. There's no need to upset ourselves because of it. As it stands, it's the enemy that's in the dark. It makes no difference if we go out or not. If it likes keeping an eye on us, let it continue. As long as there are no casualties, it doesn't exist. The camp's resources are limited. Prolonged cessation of outside activities is certainly not viable. Lumber is not an issue, but cold beast meat cannot be consumed without end. Iron mines are within the valley, albeit fine, but coal mines are at Redwood Ridge, necessitating outings. Initially, the wooden puppet monster dared to confront us because Great Xia was weak then. Now it's different. Torches and solidified fire oil are inexhaustible. There is no lack of the earth-digging realm, and more than 200 people are in the logging realm. The reason the deceitful monster knows of the valley base but dares not enter head-on, instead sending Wang He as a scout, proves that the current strength of Great Xia is enough to make it wary. According to Himeng's style, the Mirror Immortal camp will likely violate the boundary to Redwood Ridge soon if we don't go out for long periods. Who knows? Our territory might even be lost. It's not worth it to prevent encountering a monster that doesn't dare face us head-on. Xia Hong's message is clear. Not going out briefly makes no impact on the monster. It will continue observing from the dark. Slowing down camp development doesn't help, especially for him who is eager to break through the cold resistance level. Prolonged inaction leads to strained resources, risking losing Redwood Ridge's territories to Mirror Immortal camp interference, all while the monster remains unscathed, potentially growing stronger with ways to target the camp. In essence, we lose more in the long run. In conclusion, by not going out, the monster simply cannot harm our people for a while, but it still lingers in the shadows. It has ample time to wait, but we do not. When resources run out, we must eventually venture out, becoming more passive then. Xia Chuan pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "But that would make outings very risky. During this period, everyone must be amply equipped with solidified fire oil and torches, and if possible, collection and logging teams should be accompanied by several earth-digging realm members. It's uncertain how strong the monster really is." Towards the end, Xia Chuan's expression mirrored Xia Hong's gloom. The wooden puppet monster hadn't ascended to the intermediate level, but already overwhelmed numerous earth-digging realm members, including 2 from Beishua Town. This new, deceitful monster appears even more unpredictable and capable. If that's the case, even a hunting team outing might not be safe, let alone the collection and logging teams. Let's not speculate blindly. Since the deceitful monster won't reveal itself, we know nothing of its true power and abilities. So remain calm. Let it reveal itself first. If not, just assume it doesn't exist and continue as usual. Understood, brother? Despite their words, neither could dismiss it lightly in their hearts. Past encounters with deceitful monsters were too horrific to not warrant caution, lest they suffer great losses. After speaking, they headed straight to the second-floor camp supply station warehouse. Leader, Lord Xia Chuan, we currently have 5,192 torches in stock and 1,210 blocks of solidified fire oil. Coal predominantly fuels the iron refining furnace these days, though it can be burned concurrently. Since the lumber surplus, under Lord Xia Chuan's instructions, we have maximized torch and solidified fire oil production. We can produce up to 50 torches and 5 blocks of solidified fire oil per day. While listening to Shiping's report, Xia Hong recalled when he and Luo Ming had only a few blocks of solidified fire oil against the wooden puppet monster, using them sparingly. Now, gazing at the small mountain of over 1,000 solidified fire oil blocks and numerous small torches, he felt slightly dazed. Though dazed, Xia Hong wasn't particularly shocked. Considering the camp's current lumber surplus, the inventory level is quite reasonable. Burning 10 units of wood in the iron refining furnace yields 1 torch, and 100 units yield 1 block of solidified fire oil. Given the camp's logging capacity, allocating just 100 people could net over 1,000 units daily, if not more. A logging realm member with a stone axe could fell a tree in a night, yielding roughly 5 units of wood, which was true early on at the dirt slope. Today, with iron tools and teamwork using saws, an individual can yield at least 10 units of wooden resources daily. As long as no major changes occur, solidified fire oil and torch supplies should remain constant. Inform Chung Feng and by Dongying about the deceitful monster. From today, anyone from the collection, logging, or hunting teams venturing out must first apply a layer of solidified fire oil at the supply station and additionally carry a torch. Collection and logging groups must consist of at least 10 members and hunting groups at least 3. No one is allowed to stray from sight. Regularly apply solidified fire oil around the valley and tunnels. Change the secret code for entering the camp daily. Avoid any possibility of deceitful monsters infiltrating. Yes, brother. Xia Chuan nodded earnestly and immediately left the warehouse to carry out the instructions. Meanwhile, Xia Hong stood in place, a shadow gradually covering his face. This newly emerged deceitful monster's power and abilities were unknown. They didn't even know what it looked like, and most crucially, it seemed well informed about the Great Xia situation. This passive feeling was truly uncomfortable, especially considering the immense pain the wooden puppet monster inflicted on Redwood Ridge before. A hint of trepidation lingered in Xia Hong's heart, his expression growing even more solemn. Just after driving away the rodent swarm and contending with the arrogant mirror immortal realm, another new, deceitful monster appears. Is it that the Great Xia is just unlucky, or does the Ice Abyss world truly intend to make human life impossible? Xia Hong stood in thought for a long time before finally clenching his fists. To counter soldiers with generals, water with soil. Initially, I planned to cautiously break through the cold resistance level, but clearly that won't do. I'll need to find a way to break through first. Even knowing that the surrounding valleys are guarded by coagulated fire oil, the fear in everyone's hearts was unstoppable. Not to mention those who haven't yet broken through to the logging realm and are stationed at the camp. The members of the logging and collection teams who venture out feel it even more. There is no solution. The pain previously caused by the wood puppet monster left all with lasting shadows on their hearts. Even Xia Hong, the leader, was filled with anxiety, let alone the rest of them. Except for some naive children, everyone's heart seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow, and their mood was not as light as before. In such circumstances, naturally, there was much less laughter in the entire camp, and the atmosphere became tense and oppressive. Xia Hong was not surprised by this atmosphere. When he asked Xia Chuan to announce the matter of the deceitful monster, he had already anticipated it beforehand. A tense and oppressive atmosphere, in the short term, can bring many benefits. First, the cautiousness of the logging and collection teams when going out was much higher than before. They didn't need reminders from the camp supply station personnel to come and get coagulated fire oil and torches themselves. When going out, they also strictly followed Xia Hong's rule of groups of 10, never out of sight of the team, resulting in fewer problems than before. Secondly, the overall vigilance of the camp was rapidly improving. Not to mention the gatekeepers, the degree of scrutiny was astounding. Now there was even a dedicated team patrolling the valley. Anytime someone went out, the return checks were numerous and extremely strict. There was no choice. The fear of the deceitful monster was ingrained to the bone. Better safe than sorry. The previous experiences of the 3 camps of Great Xia, Big Stone, and Luo Yuan were vivid reminders. Once a deceitful monster infiltrated, it wasn't something that a few deaths could solve. Lastly, the matter of cultivating. This tense and oppressive atmosphere made Xia Hong and the 8 from the earth-digging realm, the below hunting team, logging team, collection team, and reserves so that from top to bottom, everyone in the camp was noticeably more diligent and hard-working in their cultivation than before. Within a few days after that, the number of people breaking through to the earth-digging realm was enough to see it. On learning that a new deceitful monster appeared on January 17th, Xia Hong ordered Xia Chuan to spread the word and then summoned all the current earth-digging realm members of the camp, heading straight to the blacksmith room. Perhaps because the news was spread, the hunting team felt immense pressure, and Hong Gang, originally expected to take about 10 days to break through to the earth-digging realm, surprisingly did it on the second day. Hong Gang's breakthrough wasn't the end. 2 days later, Li Pingkai, Ying Xian, and Yufeng also broke through simultaneously. As soon as the news broke, all the earth-digging realm members in the blacksmith room erupted in heated discussion. Originally, these 4 were estimated to take about 10 days. Who would have thought they would all break through in just 3 days? The hunting team consists of 15 people, so now only Qiu Peng, Zhu Shun, and Zhou Yuankai haven't broken through. 12 earth-digging realm members. Once the leader breaks through the cold resistance level, even that mirror immortal camp won't be something we need to fear. There have been a lot of people breaking through to the logging realm during this time. I guess the total should be nearing 300 by now. Not yet, 283 people. But at this rate, it'll be soon. Hearing Xia Chuan mention that there were 283 in the logging realm, Yuan Cheng felt invigorated, turning back to suggest to Xia Hong, who is still hammering the bow mold. Leader, we can venture into the inner perimeter to take a look at the intermediate cold beast. The others, upon hearing this, all turned their heads with expectant expressions. They all knew that the key to breaking through to the cold resistance level was the intermediate cold beast blood. Everyone was well aware that, with Great Xia's current strength, they surely couldn't handle either the powerful and arrogant Mirror Immortal camp or the newly appeared enigmatic, deceitful monster by themselves. The recent frenzy of training was motivated by this idea. But training is one thing. They also knew that given Great Xia's total population, even with many in the earth-digging realm or logging realm, it wasn't as valuable as adding another cold resistance level expert. In truth, it wasn't just these people. The entire camp was eagerly anticipating Xia Hong's breakthrough to the cold resistance level. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing Yuan Cheng's words, Xia Hong's hammering did not cease. He merely spoke in a deep voice. No need to rush in a redwood ridge. Let's wait a few more days and finish the bow first. Intermediate cold beast is no joke. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the Rat King they had seen before and nodded. Given the strength shown by the Rat King when poisoned that evening, the difficulty of hunting an intermediate cold beast would likely be incredibly high. Without proper preparation, not only hunting, but even survival might be uncertain. Xia Hong suppressed everyone's thoughts of venturing out and remained at the camp. Every day, it was either the blacksmith room or the mine. With 12 earth-digging realm members, whether mining or forging, The efficiency was incomparable to before. The system's iron ore reserves seemed to rise by over 400 units daily, even without his participation in mining. 4 days later, that is the first year of the Great Xia, January 24th. An even more pleasant surprise occurred. "Leader, there's good news. Come in." While cultivating on the third floor, Xia Hong heard Xia Chuan's voice from outside and immediately paused, then sat on the main seat. The door opened, and Xia Chuan entered with a smile on his face, accompanied by 3 others. Upon seeing those 3, without Xia Chuan even speaking, Xia Hong had a guess in his mind and stood up directly from his chair. "Broken through. Leader, we have fulfilled the mission." The 3 bent forward in respect, speaking simultaneously with tones filled with excitement. The 3 brought by Xia Chuan were Zhou Yuankai, Xiao Peng, and Zhu Shun, the last 3 in the hunting team who hadn't broken through yet. Previously, Xia Hong had speculated that among the 15 members of the hunting team, apart from the first wave of 6, the rest had a similar starting line. The time of breakthrough wouldn't differ by much. As expected, the 3 broke through to the earth-digging realm just 4 days apart from the previous batch. "All right, Xia Chuan, inform all hunting team members to go to the camp supply station to fetch bows. Tonight, join me in Redwood Ridge to get a sense of the intermediate cold beast." "Yes, leader." Xia Chuan nodded enthusiastically. He had been waiting for a long time. Just after breaking through, being able to go into the inner side with Xia Hong, and moreover, getting to see the intermediate cold beast, Zhou Yuankai, and the other 2 looked especially excited. Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, the Zhao Long brothers, Wang Yong. The entire hunting team quickly gathered by the notification of Xia Chuan in the camp supply station's warehouse on the 2nd floor. Fetching bows? Isn't it just applying coagulated fire oil and bringing a few torches? We have 5 stone bows already, so what's the need to fetch? Hot-tempered Hong Gang exclaimed, and Yu Feng and the others who broke through with him at the same time displayed similar confusion. Since the 10,000 pounds iron embryo bow was made, to distinguish different levels, the camp supply station classified 1,000 pounds as 1 stone, 5,000 pounds iron core bow as a 5-stone bow, and 10,000 pounds as 10 stones, used by Hong Gang and others within a few days. However, Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, Zhao Long, and a few others earlier let out a few low laughs, appear to know more than Hong Gang, as they had been staying in the blacksmith room with Xia Hong for several days. "Gentlemen, the bows, coagulated fire oil, and torches are ready." Shi Ping and a few others from the camp supply station emerged, soon distributing 15 pitch-black iron core bows, accompanied by a quiver of arrows, to everyone. At the instant of receiving the iron core bow, Hong Gang's expression was immediately stunned. "Ha ha ha! Now that we've broken through the earth-digging realm, how can 5 stone bows suffice? What the leader lets us fetch are 10 stone bows, and these arrows are uniquely crafted at 7 pounds each." The later breaking earth-digging realms, including Hong Gang, finally realized and fondled the iron core bow in their hands, looking extremely excited. Don't be too pleased too soon. These 10-stone iron bows are only for temporary use in hunting. To get one, you still have to use contribution value, like others, 2,000 points. Not a single point less. Xia Chuan's words instantly calmed everyone down as they unanimously turned their eyes with envy towards Luo Yuan. Haha. Luo Yuan grinned mischievously and deliberately showcased his bow to them. Don't get too complacent. As long as tonight we can hunt a few low-level cold beasts, my contribution value can also exchange for a 10-stone iron bow. I'm almost there too. The Zhao Long brothers, who most coveted the 10-stone iron bow, couldn't help but speak out as they saw Luo Yuan showing off. All right, pack your stuff well. The monthly rental for a 10-stone iron bow is 50 contribution points, so make sure you carry it safely outside and don't lose it. Such a rental price didn't bother anyone at all. The 5-stone bow's rental price was 10 contribution points per month, and though the 10-stone bow's rental seemed 5 times as much, its functionality was far superior. Based on last time's battle against the rodent swarm, Even just two people with 10-stone bows could collaborate to hunt low-level cold beasts. A single low-level cold beast could yield at least 2 to 300 contribution value. With this calculation, a 50 contribution point monthly rental was incredibly worthwhile. Leader Xia Hong suddenly lifted his head to look at the entrance, his expression turning solemn. Hearing this, the others turned as well to see Xia Hong entering from outside, immediately ending their conversations and bowing in respect. With the E-blade hanging at Xia Hong's waist, he nodded at them before moving forward, also grabbing a bow and arrows slung on his back, and after applying coagulated fire oil, turned to inquire, "Is everything ready?" "All prepared, leader. Tonight we'll enter Redwood Ridge, possibly going more than a kilometer deep, so stay alert. I don't want anyone having issues. The intermediate cold beast isn't necessarily weaker than that long-tailed rat's king you've seen. Stay cautious once inside and act on my orders, understood?" "Understood." 15 Earth-Digging Realm members shouted in unison, their strong voices causing the wooden panels around the room to tremble unceasingly. The 15 members of the hunting team had been hunting together for over half a year, and Xia Hong certainly trusted them. In theory, a team venturing more than a kilometer deep into Redwood Ridge to search for an intermediate cold beast should be smaller in size. Xia Hong wouldn't have brought so many people if he didn't trust them. Moreover, Xia Hong's target wasn't simply to find an intermediate cold beast. If possible, hunting was definitely the aim. Otherwise, what was the purpose of making 13 10,000-pound iron embryo bows in one go? All right, let's set off. At Xia Hong's command, he was the first to head downstairs. The 15 well-equipped members quickly followed him. Under the envious and admiring gazes of everyone in the camp, the 16 moved out of the valley, blending into the night, swiftly heading towards the direction of Redwood Ridge. This snowstorm was unlike any ordinary winter day, accompanied by endless coldness, stripping the earth of all vitality. From within Redwood Ridge, the entire land was nothing but snow upon snow. Only the huge trees, covered in white snow, stood immobile amongst it, resembling white spires dangling with countless icicles. Trees could be seen as a form of life. The reason why trees in the ice abyss world were so robust could be understood from another perspective. If they weren't resilient, how could they survive in this frigid world? To the north of Redwood Ridge, within the territory of the former Lushan camp, Xia Hong felt a slight relief after leading 15 people on a patrol around the perimeter. Fortunately, we haven't found anyone else or any traces of activity. The Mirror Immortal camp shouldn't have crossed the border yet. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions relaxing a little. The purpose of coming here tonight was to check if the Mirror Immortal camp had crossed the boundary. The absence of any signs was a good thing. The distribution of cold beasts within a kilometer of the Lushan camp's perimeter is similar to our area. Within 500 meters, there are a few snow manies, frost wolves, and golden sheep. Beyond that, there are only 2 Tangjiao, all low-level cold beasts. It seems if we want to find intermediate cold beasts, we'll have to go deeper. Xia Chuan summarized their patrol's findings and suggested venturing further. Upon hearing this, everyone directed their eyes towards Xia Hong in the lead. "If you have time, hunt the game on the outskirts on your own. Let's go in." Xia Hong didn't hesitate. The goal tonight was clear: intermediate cold beasts. The game on the outskirts wasn't worth his time. Since it was their first time venturing beyond the kilometer range, where the environment began to feel unfamiliar, Xia Hong and the group immediately slowed their pace and quieted their movements, becoming alert to their surroundings. With no measuring tools, they could only estimate their depth by instinct. But once they truly ventured in, it became apparent that they didn't need anything other than their eyes to judge. In Redwood Ridge, the further in you went, the thicker the trees became. Due to the massive trees, the roots were peculiar, some even protruding from the ground, making the previously flat terrain complex. The trees with a diameter of over 10 meters on the outskirts were already considered big, but who would have thought this one would be even more daunting, with a diameter close to 20 meters? Luo Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, prompting everyone, including Xia Hong, to look at the tree he mentioned. Seeing the tree's form, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues and shake their heads. The tree was indeed enormous. A 20-meter diameter tree is rare to imagine for the average person. But describing it this way makes it clear. If the tree were hollowed out, it would resemble a skyscraper, capable of accommodating hundreds or even thousands of people. Even from 100 meters away, the 16 people appeared tiny before the tree. It was fortunate that they were regular visitors to the outer redwood ridge, familiar with grand trees, or else this one might have invoked a fear of enormous objects. It's a pity it's just an ordinary vermilion frost. Perhaps we haven't gone deep enough. So far, we've only seen the usual types of trees. Why don't we go a bit further, leader? Upon hearing Luo Yuan's suggestion, Xia Hong redirected his gaze, surveying the surrounding trees before nodding softly. While their main task was hunting, they also paid attention to the trees along the way. If they encountered any new species or rare trees, they would record and mark them. Though these tasks fell to the collection team, their first wave of deeper exploration made it convenient to record and mark things for the logging team to complete their mission later. Xia Hong led the group another 100 meters deeper and, estimating they were 1,300 meters in, halted and began to explorate both the south and north directions. Shortly after, they made a new discovery. Whoa, such a large ice tree. To the north, over 100 meters away, stood a towering ice tree laden with transparent crystal fruits. The diameter of the ice tree was estimated at 17 to 18 meters, the countless crystal fruits roughly numbering 30 to 40,000, equaling 10 to 20,000 pounds. Go mark it. It's the first time seeing such a large ice tree. Xia Hong led the group northward, and upon closer inspection, they realized that not only was the ice tree enormous, but its fruits were also significantly larger than those of other ice trees. Beneath it lay a vast marshland, spanning about 50 to 60 meters, roughly corresponding to the tree's canopy extension, emitting a fermented odor, clearly formed by the decay of crystal fruits dropping over the years. This isn't really a marsh, though. At a distance, it appeared to be a marshland because this section was not snow-covered and had a faint golden fluid appearance. But as Xia Hong stepped onto it, he realized that although the surface was fluid-like, it was only marginally softer than normal ground, with a very distinct tread sensation. It's my first time stepping on such a soft ground. Does the material from decomposed crystal fruits have such a pronounced effect on the terrain? Casually said by Xia Chuan, the word stopped everyone in their tracks, Xia Hong suddenly looking up, his face full of excitement. Realizing what Xia Hong was thinking, Xia Chuan understood as well. If crystal fruits had such an effect, couldn't they use this property to soften the valley floor for transplanting trees? Maybe not. Don't get too excited too soon. If crystal fruits had this effect, how come it wasn't discovered earlier? Wait, let me check the ground first. Xia Hong quickly calmed himself, squatting down to scoop up the soil. Describing it as scooping might not be accurate. It was more like digging. Yet, after several attempts, he couldn't dig even a small piece of what looked fluid and softer than other ground. With brows knit, Xia Hong's heart was filled with unease. His basic strength had reached a limit of 30,000 pounds. Even regular soil could be dug out by him. But the seemingly soft ground was unyielding. He shook his head, extinguishing the idea that had just emerged in everyone's minds. It appeared soft, yet in reality, it was hard. Transplanting seemed futile now. Never mind, just mark the location, ignore this for now, and let's continue north. With transplantation impossible, the group lost interest and, after marking the location, followed Xia Hong along the 1,300-meter limit to investigate north. They later encountered 4 cold beasts, but 3 were Tung Jiao, and 1 was a blue moon elf, all low-level cold beasts. Hunting Tung Jiao was cumbersome, so Xia Hong didn't act. The blue moon elf, possibly starving, attempted to ambush as 16 people passed by its tree. Having searched fruitlessly for intermediate cold beasts, the group was already frustrated. A low-level cold beast offering itself up for venting was sure to receive no mercy. The blue moon elf wasn't large, measuring only over a meter with snow-white fur, one of the weakest creatures encountered by Xia Hong so far, even weaker than the rodent, yet faster than it. The small size, rapid speed, and snow camouflaging fur meant its ambush might have worked before Xia Hong's basic strength reached 30,000 pounds. Unfortunately, it confronted the current Xia Hong. Having ventured out to seek intermediate cold beasts, the group's vigilance was high. The timing of its attack was terribly misjudged. Without Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, or others acting, Xia Hong drew his blade, dispatching the Blue Moon Elf in just 3 moves. This Blue Moon Elf likely also had an innate divine ability like other cold beasts, but meeting the leader, it had no chance to display it. Zhu Shun buried the Blue Moon Elf in the snow, marking the spot, and couldn't help but sigh. The others nodded, recalling the swift 3 slashes just now, looking at Xia Hong with admiration. Reflecting, Xia Hong was pulled from his thoughts by Zhu Shun's words, realizing the group saw a Blue Moon Elf for the first time, and explained. Its legs, the Blue Moon Elf's legs can, for a brief moment, exert 5 times their normal strength. This should be its innate divine ability. My speed during the skirmish was too fast for you to notice. Remember this if you encounter it again. The group nodded, finally understanding. Though Xia Hong met a Blue Moon Elf for the first time, he had read Luo Ming's Cold Beast Atlas, which documented the Blue Moon Elf's traits. During the skirmish, its leg power indeed almost overwhelmed him in a moment. We have been searching, finding 4 cold beasts, 3 ice trees, 2 blue jade trees, plus some unknown plants. Tonight's haul should be enough. Seeing Xia Chuan burdened with over 80 blue frost grass, along with other unknown plants, Xia Hong considered returning. Leader, just a bit further, and we'll find them. Only half the night has passed, and with so many of us well prepared, we can't go back just with this Blue Moon Elf and some blue frost grass. That's too little. Agreed. I suggest we go deeper, at least to see what intermediate cold beasts look like. Seeing his thoughts, the group began to persuade him earnestly. All right then, stash what we have and go 200 meters further. If we still find nothing, we'll return tomorrow night. Seeing the collective determination, Xia Hong nodded in agreement, deciding to venture 200 meters further. After hiding the game and plants, marking the spot, Xia Hong led them westward, plunging deeper into Redwood Ridge. Intermediate cold beasts were obviously further than anticipated. Over an hour was spent searching, yet nothing was found. In the front, Xia Hong halted, turning to everyone. Enough for tonight. Let's prepare better for tomorrow. Expand the search to 2 kilometers. I just don't believe. Leader, look over there. Leader, quick, look. Before he could finish, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, closest to him, seemed to spot something, pointing westward to interrupt him. Xia Hong followed their gaze, momentarily dumbstruck. About 100 meters away from the group, there stood a towering giant tree with a diameter of over 20 meters. Due to the distance, only a vague outline could be seen. The tree was estimated to be over 100 meters tall, currently trembling slightly. It was because a colossal creature was climbing up its trunk. Despite the distance, Xia Hong could clearly see from the outline that the colossal creature was about 7 or 8 meters long, with a robust body and 2 shiny tusks visible even in the night. Snow mane. Is it a snow mane? Snow mane. Upon seeing the colossal creature, the hunting team immediately recognized its identity. A snow mane over 7 meters long. Gulp. Everyone instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva before shifting their gaze to Xia Hong at the front. Though Xia Hong's face showed delight, there was a hint of nervousness in his heart. The delight was because, after searching the entire night, they finally found an intermediate cold beast, and it was alone. This proved that not all cold beasts lived in groups like the long-tailed rodents. This made the task of hunting intermediate cold beasts significantly easier. The nervousness, however, was purely due to the size of this snow mane. A low-level snow mane was at most 4 meters long, let alone its body size. Even from a distance of 100 meters, the size of this intermediate snow mane was twice that of the largest one he had hunted before. The snow mane's strength was not weak among cold beasts. An adult snow mane had a minimum impact force of over 10,000 pounds, already the most terrifying cold beast Xia Hong had ever hunted. And that was just a low-level snow mane. This one was an intermediate. After searching the entire night, with the thought of intermediate cold beasts lingering for so long, when one truly appeared before him, Xia Hong was not as excited but quickly calmed down. There was no choice. With that size, not calming down was hard. Can we use the old method to try? Yuan Cheng straightforwardly suggested while pulling out a torch. Everyone, including Xia Hong, showed a hint of interest on their faces. But soon, Xia Hong glanced around and shook his head, speaking firmly. Judging from the distribution of intermediate cold beasts, it's impossible unless we find a second intermediate cold beast elsewhere and use the method of attracting rodent swarms by placing torches along the way to lead it here. Upon hearing this plan, everyone immediately shook their heads in denial. The rodent swarm was one thing, but they knew nothing about the strength of intermediate cold beasts. Recklessly using a torch to attract it, especially over such a long distance, was fraught with unimaginable difficulty and danger. One careless move, and it could very well mean losing their life. Then we can only set traps first, and then use the torch to lure it into a trap. We have 16 people in total. If we coordinate properly, it might be doable, Xia Chuan suggested while gesturing to Li Yun, Li Pingkai, and Zhu Shun. The three of them took out the animal traps from their bags and laid them on the ground, then looked up at Xia Hong. Not only them, but Xia Chuan and the other 11 people were all looking at Xia Hong, clearly waiting for him to make a decision. Torches, animal traps, 10-stone iron bows, the entire hunting team is here and no one is seriously injured. Leader, don't hesitate. We might not be certain of success, but we must at least try. Seeing the hesitation on Xia Hong's face, Xia Chuan was the first to speak up to persuade him. Luo Yuan hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and said sincerely, "That's right. We've prepared thoroughly enough. Barring any unexpected circumstances, our camp won't have a new earth-digging realm for quite a while. With this formation, just give it a try, leader. 16 people, no matter how strong it is, at worst, we fail the hunt, and we can just retreat. Leader, don't hesitate. I also think we should go for it. 16 10-stone iron bows. Using maneuver tactics, we definitely have a chance." Everyone expressed their willingness to give it a try. Though Xia Hong didn't speak, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Everyone was saying that it was okay to attempt, that they were strong enough, that they had adequate personnel and equipment, and that there was a chance of success, but they were fully aware of the risks involved. The primary reason they insisted, however, was that they all knew that the key to Xia Hong breaking through the cold resistance level lay in this intermediate cold beast. In other words, they were willing to take this risk for Xia Hong's breakthrough. Xia Hong took a deep breath, glanced at the distant giant tree, and made a decisive call. "All right, then let's give it a try." Having made the decision, Xia Hong immediately began to strategize, addressing everyone. "Li Yun, you three find suitable spots, dig holes, and set up the animal traps. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, you three come with me to observe the surrounding terrain. Everyone else, find good positions. Remember, if things go as expected, this snow mane's strength is beyond what we can handle collectively, so don't engage it directly. Use bows as the main weapon, and if they prove ineffective, abandon the hunt immediately. You have half an hour to prepare. During this time, maintain a distance of at least 100 meters to avoid alerting it and ruin the plan. After half an hour, regroup here to discuss further action." "Yes, leader." The group nodded and quietly dispersed to carry out their tasks. Over the past 6 months, the 15 of them had followed him for almost 100 hunting trips, making many instructions unnecessary due to their established mutual understanding. Xia Hong confidently took Xia Chuan and the other two to scout the terrain around the giant tree where the snow mane was perched. The giant tree where the snow mane perched was over 100 meters to the west. There was no need to check further into the inner western area, so Xia Hong focused on the south and north sides. The snowmane's perception is not particularly keen among cold beasts. We circled around this area several times just now, and neither we discovered it, nor did it notice us. This one just came from the inner area, so its condition is unknown. It would be great if its head was seriously injured. Upon hearing Yuan Cheng's whimsical thinking, Xiachuan and Luo Yuan shook their heads immediately, but in their hearts, they indeed harbored a bit of hope. There were fights among cold beasts in the Redwood Ridge, especially among the stronger intermediate cold beasts. Since this snow mane just came from the inner area, it might have lost a fight and sustained injuries. However, from a distance of 100 meters, they couldn't even discern the snow mane's facial details, let alone its physical condition. Don't harbor unrealistic fantasies. If it truly is injured, it might be even more aggressive and dangerous. The four of them reached the far north, almost exiting the Redwood Ridge, when Xia Hong crushed Yuan Cheng's fantasy. He then led the group to return south. This area is basically under Lu Shang Camp's influence. Heading further north will lead into the Arrow Bamboo Forest. When it's time to engage, we mustn't lead it north, only south or east towards the outer areas. The snow mane is huge. I wonder if its reaction speed is fast. There are many trees around here, which makes finding a shooting position easier. It would be great if its reaction was a bit slow. Effort brings results. Upon returning to the original spot, half an hour had almost passed, with the others returning one after another. Judging by their expressions, finding positions seemed effortless. The last to return were Li Yun and his group, who were responsible for setting the animal traps, along with some helpers they called upon midway. Li Yun and the others had joyful expressions. As soon as they saw Xia Hong, they eagerly spoke up. "Leader, there's a natural trench in the south, 8 meters long and 3 meters wide, covered with snow and over 6 meters deep. We three, along with others, deepened it by over 2 meters, placing all 3 animal traps around the trench. If we can lure the snow mane into it smoothly, the hunt is more than halfway successful. Lead the way. Let's go take a look together." Upon hearing Li Yun describe the trench, Xia Hong's eyes lit up, and he promptly asked him to lead the way. The group followed Li Yun southward for over 200 meters, and slowly a natural trench came into view. Almost everyone, including Xia Hong, brightened up at the sight. The trench was sizable, between 2 trees over 10 meters in diameter. The snow that originally covered it had already been cleared, clearly done by Li Yun's group previously. There were animal traps placed at both ends of the trench, and one more in the center at the bottom, all connected with ropes and covered with snow. Recover the trench with snow and stick to this spot. After examining the inside and both sides, Xia Hong instantly made a decision. This natural trench seemed tailor-made for the massive snow mane. Seeing the 2 large trees flanking the trench, Xia Hong made some further arrangements. After finishing all preparations, he instructed everyone to assume their respective positions. Here's the deal. Bows are the only option. Facing it head-on is beyond me, let alone you. If you find bows ineffective, everyone retreats immediately. If they work, coordinate with each other. You don't need me to teach you how to use a bow, do you? After reiterating his point, Xia Hong paused for thought and spoke up again. Protecting yourselves is the top priority. There are many intermediate cold beasts in the Redwood Ridge, but we only have one life. Got it? Got it, leader. We're unclear about the strength and abilities of an intermediate cold beast, so it's hard to set a contribution value price. However, if we manage to hunt this snow mane successfully, it would be the first intermediate prey for our great Xia camp, significantly meaningful, so I'll set its price at. He paused momentarily before continuing. 10,000 contribution points. Instantly, all 15 heads lifted in joy, especially Zhao Long and his 2 brothers, whose hands holding their bows trembled slightly. Since we rely mainly on bows, should the hunt be successful, contribution points will not be equally divided. It will depend on who deals the most damage to it with their arrows. The higher the impact of your arrow, the more contribution points you'll get. With that said, Xia Hong had everyone disperse. That's all. Go to designated posts. After everyone had taken their positions, Xia Hong retrieved a torch from behind, placed it at the edge of the trench, glanced back at the massive silhouette of the snow mane on the tree, and drew a deep breath. Whoosh! In the snowy night, a torch flared up. The surrounding air instantly seemed to pause briefly. Xia Hong had already climbed a nearby big tree, holding his breath and quietly watching the movements of the giant tree to the north. The 15 others positioned around did the same. Crack! From the north, the sound of a tree branch breaking was heard. Everyone's heart tensed slightly as they stealthily turned their heads to look in that direction. Its vigilance was clearly high. Though lured by the torch, it didn't approach right away after coming down from the tree. Instead, it circled halfway around the torch first. A massive creature, over 7 meters long, was pacing around nearby. Even knowing it was 100 meters away, the 15 people scattered on the large trees around the trench, and Xia Hong, who was closest to the trench, all felt a sense of pressure. Such a large size, yet such quiet footsteps. Its level of alertness and control over its strength are far beyond that of a low-level snow mane. Xia Hong, up in the tree, gazed into the eyes of the snow mane with a growing sense of seriousness. Snort, snort, it's coming. As the torch burned for more than 2/3 of its time, the snow mane on the southern side snorted twice, finally succumbing to temptation and slowly approached. With its massive size, it only needed one step to cover over 2 meters. It covered the distance of over 100 meters in less than a minute. When it was less than 3 meters away from the torch, it stopped again. At this moment, Xia Hong, from the tree, had a clear view of this intermediate snow mane. Over 7 meters long, with shoulders around 3 meters high, its body was covered in a layer of thick, black to purple mane. From its lower limbs and abdomen, you could see the powerful, knotted muscles covered with a patterned, solid black skin. Its head alone was about half the size of a person, with 2 eyes as large as adult fists, brimming with ferocity and rage. 2 tusks extending out from its lower lip were more than 2 meters long, glinting coldly like 2 scimitars hanging from its mouth. Its back was covered with spikes, roughly estimating over 100, each resembling a steel spear, covered in frost, pointing sharply skywards, extremely intimidating. Notably, unlike a low-level snow mane, even though it was gigantic, it had excellent control over its steps while walking, leaving few footprints in the snow. This isn't a snow mane, it's a downright mountain. It looked entirely different from far and near. For safety's sake, Xia Hong hid 20 meters up in the tree. From this height, looking down, he could see the snow mane's back. Only then did he truly realize how large this snow mane was. Stopped advancing. Did it sense someone nearby? Or is it purely cautious? Seeing the snow mane was just 1 or 2 meters from the animal trap, but stood still, Xia Hong showed an anxious expression in his eyes. If the snow mane doesn't step on it, the torch's burning time will soon be up. As the time calculation neared 14 minutes, Xia Hong could no longer hold it. The torch was beneficial against the cold beast. Lighting one for luring was the limit. Lighting another would be assisting the enemy. If the snow mane wouldn't step on it, he had to find a way to make it step. Silently, Xia Hong took the iron core bow from his back, gently knocked an iron arrow, aimed at the snow mane's right eye below, and took a deep breath. In the ice abyss world, the bow frames were made of iron instead of wood chiefly, because no wood could withstand the power of someone from the logging realm or even earth-digging realm. Moreover, there was another significant difference between a cast iron bow frame and a wooden one. When a user applied force to bend the bow frame, the sound it emitted was extremely subtle. If careful enough, one could make no sound at all. In wild hunting, silence is the greatest weapon. Even cold beasts know how to ambush, let alone humans. Xia Hong's eyes were profound as he drew the bow to its limit, then gently released his fingers. Twang whoosh. When pulling the bow inward, it was silent due to gradual force. But when the bowstring was released, and it quickly returned to its original position, the sound was loud. Fortunately, when the bow frame returned and made noise, the iron arrow had already been released. The interval between the two was less than half a breath. For the snow mane to react, in such a short time. Impossible. Thunk. After hunting for over half a year and practicing hard in the camp, Xia Hong's archery, though still somewhat behind the Xiaolong trio, wasn't far, considering the snow mane was less than 20 meters from him, and he was shooting from above. There was no suspense with this shot. It directly burst the snow mane's right eye. Roar. Before Xia Hong could celebrate his successful strike, a furious roar from the snow mane shook him to his core. Not just him, but trees within 2 miles were shaking. The icicles on dozens of large branches all shattered and fell, making series of crisp sounds like countless mirrors breaking simultaneously upon hitting the ground. Whoosh! So fast, a gust of fierce wind swept over. Xia Hong's pupils contracted sharply, with 2 words flashing in his mind. He had no time to react and leaped down quickly. Crack! The snow mane did not make a charge. It was a simple collision that snapped the large tree over 6 or 7 meters in diameter, where Xia Hong was hiding, breaking it in half with a thundering crash. Roar! The snow mane, still with the arrow in its right eye socket, roared to the heavens. Its 2 sharp, long tusks came rushing toward him the next moment. At this moment, Xia Hong had just leaped from the tree, and his body hadn't even landed. His pupils gleamed with cold intent as he flipped backward in midair, drawing his e-blade, doing a backflip, and forcefully swung the long e-blade in his hand. Clang! The tin-forged iron e-blade clashed with the snow mane's tusk, sparking a massive fireball. The terrifying counterforce threw Xia Hong's body 6 or 7 meters into the air. Good news! The iron arrow should be able to break its defense. In midair, although Xia Hong was shocked by the terrifying power of Snow Mane, he glanced back at the knife marks on Snow Mane's fangs and the arrow embedded more than 20 centimeters deep in its eyeball, immediately realizing that iron weapons can still inflict some damage on it. Whiz. As Xia Hong continued to leap in midair to reduce the feeling of weightlessness, before he landed, the other 15 people scattered around also started shooting arrows at Snow Mane. Dozens of arrows came from all directions. The iron arrows blended completely into the night sky, making it difficult to discern their direction. Only the whooshing sounds could be constantly heard. Thud! Thud! Just as Xia Hong predicted, the iron arrows shot by the 15 members of the hunting team in the earth-digging realm did pierce through Snow Mane's outer skin, but only just that. The arrows obviously only penetrated 5 or 6 centimeters. Not even half of Xia Hong's recent shot, let alone causing injury. Snow Mane didn't even grunt. And as Xia Hong landed, barely suppressing the surging blood within his body, his flipping movement was not even completed when a violent Snow Mane's wave of impact came rushing towards him. If I had known Snow Mane was this big, I would have brought the giant axe, damn. Xia Hong instinctively raised the e-blade to block horizontally, swiftly dodging sideways. But his speed was nowhere near that of Snow Mane. Swoosh! With the fangs on top, Xia Hong was once again knocked back along with his blade, and Snow Mane's left fang even penetrated a few centimeters into his right chest. If not for using the e-blade in his hand to temporarily block and retreating on his own to reduce part of Snow Mane's impact, that fang might have impaled his body directly. Xia Hong instinctively wanted to retreat and shift his position. But Snow Mane's actions were faster, sidestepping directly to the direction he was attempting to turn, delivering another terrifying thrust. This time, Xia Hong wanted to lessen the force by retreating, but it was hopeless, because behind him stood a tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Bam! Crack! A tree so stout, yet under Snow Mane's power, couldn't withstand even 3 breaths before being snapped at its middle, and Xia Hong was sent flying backward along with the tree. Thump! With the violent impact, and Snow Mane's fangs still embedded in his chest, a mouthful of blood surged up to Xia Hong's throat. He forcibly swallowed it back down. As the metallic taste rushed to his mind, his ferocity was thoroughly ignited. Lost an eye and still so arrogant. No longer caring about the fangs still piercing his chest, Xia Hong leveraged the base of the fallen tree to stabilize his backward flying body. Switching the e-blade to be held single-handedly by his left hand, his right hand lowered forward, grasping the iron arrow still embedded in Snow Mane's right eye. Then, clenching his teeth and gathering strength, he seized the moment when Snow Mane was still pushing forward and yanked it out fiercely. Swish! The total length of an iron arrow is just 70 centimeters, and Xia Hong's shot had pierced a third of that in, considering Snow Mane's enormous head. Even if this arrow hadn't reached the brain, it surely penetrated the entire eyeball. With Xia Hong's fierce pull, he directly tore out Snow Mane's fist-sized right eyeball, and the crimson blood exploded instantly, almost dyeing his front entirely red. At the moment his body was dyed red, an intense burning sensation surged into his mind. Xia Hong's exposed skin turning red as if a layer of skin had been scorched off. And, synchronously reacting, was Snow Mane. At the moment its eyeball was forcibly pulled out, the previously furious Snow Mane immediately let out a wail, its fangs noticeably weakened. Xia Hong couldn't care less about the burning pain on his body, and, taking advantage of Snow Mane's momentary weakness, fiercely kicked its head with both legs, then quickly withdrew and escaped. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Such a providential opportunity. How could Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others let slip by? Just now, with Xia Hong and Snow Mane tangled together, worrying about collateral damage, everyone only aimed their arrows at Snow Mane's cheeks, neck, and even towards the lower limbs. Now, with Xia Hong retreating, naturally, they were no longer concerned. In 3 or 4 successive waves, a total of 5 or 6 dozen iron arrows continuously shot towards Snow Mane's eyes, mouth, nostrils, ears, and the 7 apertures connected to the cranium. These are not ordinary iron arrows. 15 earth-digging realm members, 10,000 pounds iron core bow, specially made iron arrows, combined with their superb archery skills and exquisite coordination. Thud! Thud! The previous arrow shot into Snow Mane's left ear was still trembling, not yet settled, and another arrow immediately followed, driving the previous arrow further inside, as if piling it in. The right eye, just torn out along with the eyeball by Xia Hong, was the primary focus of everyone, with at least a quarter of those 60 arrows targeting that spot. Compared to Snow Mane's 7 to 8 meter long, massive body, these mere 70-centimeter iron arrows seem insignificant, of course. But the power they carry, the destruction they bring, far exceeds imagination. Especially when the 15 members specifically targeted Snow Mane's pain points. The destructive force was terrifying. Roar! Roar! Ever since the moment Xia Hong pulled out the iron arrow from its right eye, Snow Mane's roar and cries of agony never ceased. Initially, it could dodge the incoming iron arrows. Yet, as the 15 kept shifting their positions, the angles from which the iron arrows were shot became more and more tricky, and the targets of their attacks more numerous, with broader coverage. For Snow Mane, trying to dodge became difficult. In just over 10 breaths, Snow Mane's face was already studded with 30 or 40 iron arrows, and the blood flowing along the arrows had nearly dyed its entire face red, with even its tusks half-dyed scarlet from the splattered blood, appearing even more hideous. In the distance, Xia Hong took advantage of this moment to apply the golden sore powder on his chest. Just as he was about to look up, the Snow Mane opened its blood basin mouth and let out a wild roar. A massive sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately abandoned the action of looking up, not daring to even glance, and flattened himself on the ground. A white ice spike, more than 10 meters long, flew past, almost grazing his scalp. SSS. The white ice spike pierced through the large tree behind him, and, as the Snow Mane suddenly dipped its head, the spike cut straight downward, slitting the massive tree in half, causing it to collapse on both sides. Its tongue is longer, more flexible, and sharper than a low-level snowman's. Prone on the ground, Xia Hong didn't need to look to know it was the long tongue of the Snow Mane. Realizing the tongue was slashing toward him, he didn't dare even to flip over, choosing to roll sideways on the ground instead. Whirl! With the tongue hitting the ground, Not just the snow, but even the entire surface had a deep trench carved into it. And as long as the snow mane turned its head, the trench line advanced straight toward the rolling Xia Hong. The long tongue resembled a sharp sword spat out from the mouth of the snow mane. But this sword was excessively long, too swift, and could extend and retract at will. More importantly, clang! In the darkness, 3 or 4 iron arrows shot from a hidden spot straight into the long tongue. Surprisingly, all these arrows, carrying tremendous force, rebounded upon hitting the tongue. The tongue of the intermediate snowman was no longer a weakness. Still dodging the snow mane's long tongue, Xia Hong's face showed astonishment upon seeing the iron arrows bounce off. His initial success in hunting low-level snowmen relied on attacking their tongues. After the snow mane evolved to intermediate level, its only weakness, the tongue, had disappeared. So, was there still a chance of a successful hunt? SSS. The sharp, straight, long tongue once again severed a large tree beside him. Several lines of cold sweat trickled down Xia Hong's forehead, and he already felt some regret. Dozens of arrows were still stuck in the snow mane's face. Although its left eye hadn't been blinded, 5 or 6 arrows surrounded it, and because Xia Chuan and the others were persistently attacking it, the beast was hesitant even to open its eye, while blood from the iron arrows continued to drip. In this situation, one might say they were close to a successful hunt. Yet in reality, the snow mane showed no sign of its vitality diminishing. Instead, its movements grew faster and its ferocity kept climbing. With every attempt of its long tongue, Xia Hong dodged successfully. The snow mane seemed vexed and moved its hooves, charging straight toward him. Whirl! Just the slight movement of the immense snow mane set off fierce winds sweeping across the ground. Not just the snow, even nearby large trees were swayed by it. Facing it directly, Xia Hong felt wind strength that was terrifying to the extreme. His physique was already considered robust among humans, but compared to this snow mane, he seemed insignificant. Frost and snow were carried by the gusts, causing him to sway without even moving. Can't dodge. As this thought flashed through his mind, in a lightning-fast decision, Xia Hong stopped trying to dodge. He aimed the blade straight ahead, switching from a knife to a spear, leaning his body to the right. He pointed the sharp blade tip at the snow mane's already blinded right eye, mustered force with both hands, and then retreated several steps quickly. Boom! The snow mane hit right where he aimed, and Xia Hong's body was like a cannonball, flung 30 to 40 meters away by the impact. Its carrying force broke through 2 large trees over 10 meters in diameter along the way. Bang! The remaining force was entirely absorbed by the ground, slamming Xia Hong into it over a meter deep. The exploded snow along the way buried him completely. Big brother! Chief! Chief! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In the darkness, a dozen or more exclamations rang out. Naturally, these came from the 15 men, including Xia Chuan, hiding around the trees. While shouting to confirm Xia Hong's status, they accelerated their arrows, shooting frantically, trying to drive back the snow mane as it continued towards Xia Hong. I'm okay, keep attacking, it's doomed. From under the snow, Xia Hong's slightly weak voice came, immediately settling the 15 anxious hearts. Roar! The following chilling scream from the snow mane made them understand what Xia Hong meant by saying it was doomed. Incredibly, there was a knife handle on the snow mane's right face. A bare knife handle, showing no blade at all. It was firmly embedded in its right face. Was it that impact just now that drove the chief's blade directly into it? I remember the chief's blade is 1.7 meters in total, with a 1.5 meter blade. No wonder it's screaming so badly. The chief's blade must have pierced its brain. Indeed, it's doomed. This snow mane probably can't hold out much longer. But things, evidently, weren't as simple as everyone thought. Xia Hong, who was trying to stand up, hadn't yet distanced himself when the snow mane's long tongue cleaved through the snow mist, flying straight at him. Its vitality is astonishing. As Xia Hong continued fleeing southward, Seeing no sign of slack in the snow mane's movements, his heart sank to rock bottom. Whiz. By now, with the E-blade lodged in the snow mane's head, Xia Hong resorted to using the iron core bow in his hand. Yet, under the pursuit of the snow mane, he couldn't maintain any accuracy, only aiming to disrupt the snow mane's tongue with his arrows. The distance from the trench keeps increasing, and the animal trap hasn't come into play at all. This hunt is diverging far from the intended plan. The snow mane continued pursuing him southward, clearly aiming to move beyond the shooting range of Xia Chuan and the other 15 men. Whoosh! Xia Hong turned around and shot an arrow again, then quickly turned his head to continue escaping, spotting a large tree over 10 meters thick in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he wore a determined look on his face. Swish! Upon reaching the large tree, Xia Hong sharply turned his head to avoid a long tongue and pushed the tree trunk with his hand as his body veered westward. The furious snow mane turned with him, jerked its head, and its straight tongue sliced through the air like a long sword, slashing horizontally toward him. Scratch! Xia Hong moved swiftly, leaping across 2 large trees after turning, and the long tongue of snow mane chopped down those 2 trees in succession, relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, just after turning westward, Xia Hong changed direction again. This time, however, he turned northward. Spread out, don't chase anymore. I'll lure it back to the trench side. With a loud shout, Xia Hong's words were understood immediately by Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the other 15 people who had just arrived from behind. They all quickly retreated and dispersed. The 2 consecutive turns actually formed a complete reversal. Roar! During the first turn, Snowmane didn't react much, but the second turn brought them almost brushing against Snowmane's flank as they ran back. Xia Hong's teasing behavior made the already enraged Snow Mane even more agitated. It twisted to watch Xia Hong, its crimson pupils suddenly constricting, and its extended tongue, twisting in midair like a white serpent, lunged instantly at the turning Xia Hong. From Snow Mane's flank, Xia Hong turned his head to see the softening, twisting tongue and showed no surprise on his face. The tongue of a low-level snowman could bend. There's no need to mention an intermediate one. He lowered his head, dodging the tongue, stood up, drew his bow, and shot another arrow at Snow Mane's not yet retracted tongue. After firing, he immediately stood up and continued his northern escape. The entire set of movements flowed seamlessly like running water. Swish! The arrow sliced through Snow Mane's tongue, this time making a distinct sound of tearing flesh instead of the usual whoosh. Fleeing Xia Hong's expression stiffened, though he dared not stop his feet. He seized a gap and suddenly turned back to glance. A real arrow scar appeared on Snow Mane's tongue. So that's it. I was wondering, when it first attacked with its tongue, it always came straight, continuously chasing me in one direction. An intermediate snowman's tongue, bending and softening, is at its most fragile. When you see its tongue bending and softening, continue shooting, it works. With this information, Xia Hong informed the others, immediately changing strategy, no longer fleeing straightforwardly, but weaving through the trees in the forest. Sure enough, the furious Snow Mane had lost its sanity, knocking down several large trees along the way, but still not catching up. It instantly softened its tongue, twisting to track. Puff! The others, prompted by Xia Hong, seized the moment of Snow Mane's softening tongue and pierced through its tongue root with over a dozen iron arrows instantly. Roar! The pained Snow Mane screamed continuously, yet its momentum to catch up with Xia Hong did not relent a bit. This time, however, it dared not soften its tongue again, keeping it taut as before, wildly slashing at the front-running Xia Hong. The trees along the path were chopped down by the long tongue. The ground snow was sent flying by Snow Mane's terrifying impact. The places Xia Hong fought with it were almost all covered with snow fog. The ground couldn't be found a single clean piece. Clank! Zzz! A loud metallic collision sound echoed first, followed by Snow Mane thudding heavily into the snow. Despite fleeing in front, Xia Hong heard the sound his eyes lighting up with excitement. He hesitated only for a moment before stopping his escape and swiftly turning around. He leaped into the spot where Snow Mane had just fallen. It fell into the pit, tightening the rope of that animal trap on the south side. "Everyone pull hard, don't let it get up." Xia Hong shouted loudly, and Xia Chuan and the others responded immediately, putting down their iron core bows and all rushing to the south side of the pit, quickly finding the rope on the ground. As it turned out, Snow Mane, unconsciously led by Xia Hong, while pursuing northward, reached the natural trench again from earlier, not only stepping on the southern animal trap, but also toppled into the pit head first. Roar! Roar! With its body tumbling once, Snowmane's panic was audible from its cries. Unfortunately, such a heaven-sent opportunity would not be missed by either Xia Hong or the others. The first to jump into the pit, Xia Hong directly stomped on Snowmane's head, grabbed the handle of the E-blade embedded in its right cheek, and yanked it out. Puff! As the E-blade was pulled out, crimson blood sprayed fiercely, and Xia Hong, being the first in line, was splattered all over. The intense burning sensation invaded his mind, but Xia Hong paid no heed, for the pained Snow Mane on the ground had already begun frantically flipping and struggling. Once a sharp weapon is inserted into the body, as long as it remains still, the wound can endure for a while. But once extracted, the collapse affects not just the wound but also the will. The Snow Mane on the ground was in that exact state now. The E-blade, a moment ago, thrust 1.5 meters into its right cheek, induced unbearable pain, barely suppressed by ferocity and willpower. But with Xia Hong's fierce yank, the pain multiplied several times instantly. Taking advantage of the fact that Snow Mane's struggles were not too violent at first, he reversed his grip on the E-blade with both hands and frantically stabbed at its eyes, nose, mouth, and even ears dozens of times. Roar! 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 After these dozens of stabs, Xia Hong instantly became a man covered in blood, and Snow Mane exploded with even greater motion than before. The 15 people on the outside had already grabbed the ropes attached to the animal trap. Worried that the ropes might snap, Xia Chuan also added on the white thread. But even so, the 15 people holding the ropes couldn't last beyond 3 breaths. Snow Mane's body twisted directly in the trench, deforming the animal trap on its right leg. Then it went berserk, extending its straightened tongue around, slashing indiscriminately. Whoosh, whoosh. The long tongue swung like a sharp sword, the sword edge howling relentlessly. The 15 people on the south side kept changing positions, evading while not loosening the ropes in their hands at all. Xia Hong atop the pit was also adjusting his position, but because he was the closest, he was actually stuck in Snow Mane's blind spot. Unless Snow Mane softened its tongue, it couldn't attack him at all. Exhausted, "Throw me a section of rope. Zhao Long, you 3 continue firing from the trees. The rest follow me. Don't let it get up." Xia Chuan on the south side tossed over a section of rope. Xia Hong grasped the blade in one hand and caught the rope with the other, looping it around the struggling neck of Snow Mane. In the gap of looping the rope, the out-of-control Snow Mane suddenly had a strange gleam in its pupils. Its straightened tongue instantly softened and coiled toward Xia Hong. Thud! However, just as Snow Mane softened its tongue, a swift blade light sliced directly through the air. Almost without suspense, Snow Mane's long tongue was severed. "Just waiting for you to do that. I thought you could hold it in." At this moment, Xia Hong, with single-handedly clasping the blade, his whole body blood-red, smiled hauntingly like a fierce ghost. The rope he had been gripping tightly, he had long tossed aside. That rope was merely bait to lure Snow Mane into making a move. Being this close, how could he not guard against Snow Mane's long tongue? Roar! With its tongue severed, Snow Mane roared madly, struggling even more fiercely. The 12 people on the south side with Xia Chuan found themselves unable to tug it, the rope continuously slipping from their hands. But they knew it was a critical moment. No matter how the rope slipped, they immediately picked it up again, restricting it for even one more second counted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 on the tree, Zhao Long among them, took advantage of the open-mouthed Snow Mane, drew their bows, and shot arrows continuously, several iron arrows penetrating through Snow Mane's lips and tongue, straight to the throat. Almost there, hook the ropes to the trees. Everyone, move away immediately. At Xia Hong's command, Xia Chuan and the others pulling on the ropes immediately scattered, each holding onto a segment of rope. The three in the trees, including Zhao Long, also stopped shooting arrows, leapt down, and received a section of rope from Xia Chuan, then circled around several nearby large trees. Is it ready? Ready. Ready, leader. Ready on my side, too. Ready. Disperse. After confirming that everyone responded, Xia Hong gave the order. And at this point, the Snow Mane on the ground was already standing up, panting heavily. Not to mention the eyes, Snow Mane's entire face couldn't find a good piece of flesh. Its head was almost dyed in blood red, its emotions discernible only through its heavily weighty breathing sounds. Roar. Snow Mane roared in angry fury, kicked off with its limbs, and charged fiercely toward the last place Xia Hong's voice came from. Crack! However, its charge did not work as before. To be precise, it didn't rush out at all. Countless ropes mixed with white thread entangled not only around its body, but also linked and wrapped around the dozens of large trees surrounding it. When it moved, it simultaneously tugged those dozen or so large trees. The trees within this area were at least a dozen meters in diameter. The dozen or so large trees selected by Xia Hong and the others as soon as they were pulled. Virtually all the surrounding large trees moved along. With Snow Mane's strength, breaking one big tree would be a breeze. Breaking two trees together wouldn't be a big problem. 5 trees in front might be a bit strenuous. If it were 10 trees, it would probably need to gather strength. With over a dozen trees, it would face some pressure. Dozens or even hundreds of trees. Not to mention one Snow Mane, even 3 more. Wouldn't be able to break them all at once. That was the problem this Snow Mane was facing now. Crack! Snow Mane strained to the point where its limbs were taut, but only then did the outermost trees start to fracture. When it strained until its body flushed red, only 3 or 4 of the outermost trees had collapsed. Pant! Pant! Snow Mane stopped straining and gasped twice, looking around at the ropes with blood-red pupils, finally showing a trace of fear. Realizing its movement was restricted, even escape was a luxury. Snow Mane finally, in hindsight, started to feel fear. It stretched out its long tongue, beginning to quickly cut the ropes entangling it. You wish. Its movements are already restricted. Archers, get ready. After devising for so long, now successfully, Xia Hong wouldn't give it a chance. 16 people spread around the 10 or so large trees surrounding Snow Mane, drew their bows and arrows, and shot frantically, with almost no gaps in between. The countless ropes combined with surrounding tree strength rendered Snow Mane's mobility down to a mere fraction. Facing these iron arrows, it couldn't even flee, only able to avoid them to the greatest extent by turning its head. Thud! Thud! Soon, Snow Mane's head was once again pierced by hundreds of iron arrows. Fortunately, Xia Hong had provided the hunters with 50 iron arrows each. Otherwise, given how they were using them, the arrows might have run out before Snow Mane died. Phew! 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 As Snow Mane's movements slowed down, the hit rate of the iron arrows increased. Under Xia Hong's leadership, each member of the hunting team became exceedingly cautious. No matter how slowly Snow Mane moved, they were not the least bit negligent and continued to shoot arrows mercilessly. Bang! After the team fired consecutively, almost a dozen rounds, Snow Mane's breath weakened to the extreme, finally unable to hold on. Its huge body collapsed into the pit. After struggling for such a long time, it never escaped that natural trench. By all accounts, everyone should have stopped by then. However, even so, they didn't need an order from Xia Hong. Everyone still didn't stop. They continued to shoot arrows at Snow Mane in the trench until the first person emptied the arrow quiver on his back and finally stopped. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Until everyone had emptied the arrows in their hands, no one stepped forward. All 15 eyes turned to Xia Hong, who was already a blood-stained figure at the front. "Don't rush. Let's wait a bit." Though Xia Hong breathed a sigh of relief, he hesitated as he gazed at the pit from more than 10 meters away, not letting the others advance. He had experienced Snow Main's cunning nature before. Lower-level cold beasts, due to their limited strength, couldn't be crafty in his presence. But the one in front of him was an intermediate cold beast. "Chuan, give it a try." Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan nodded, and with a light pull on the white thread, a broken tree was dragged over from the side. The rest of the team stepped back a few steps, leaving Xia Chuan alone to slowly drag the tree to the edge of the pit. Xia Chuan was smart. He didn't pull it over with a wide, open movement, but instead slowed down, creating noises akin to human footsteps. Due to the elevation, everyone's eyes could focus precisely on Snow Main in the pit. At that moment, naturally, no one dared to lose focus. All eyes were fixed intently on it. As expected, the moment the tree reached the edge of the pit, Snow Main's eyes suddenly snapped open. As if revived, it suddenly flipped its body, aiming the spikes on its back at the tree by the pit's edge, and then quickly shook its body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dodge, quickly dodge, get to the ground. The moment Snow Main revealed its back, Xia Hong had already guessed. He immediately shoved Luo Yuan beside him and then shouted a command to everyone, leaping off the tree directly. The other 14 people, including Xia Chuan, who was controlling the tree, also quickly followed him down the tree. The hundreds of cold spikes on Snow Main's back, resembling steel spears, detached from its body and shot out rapidly in all directions like javelins. Hundreds of cold spikes sliced through the night, casting a chilling glow, beautiful like a storm of pear blossoms, yet filled with murderous intent. Everywhere they passed, trees collapsed and the ground shattered. Even the air seemed to be sliced into countless pieces. Roar, bang, bang, bang. After the furious roar, a chaotic and hurried shuffle of footsteps followed. "It wants to run, chase it." Rising from the snow-covered ground where he'd been hiding, Xia Hong saw the empty trench and the silhouette of Snow Main not far away. His expression immediately darkened. "After all this effort, if I let you escape, that won't do." "Leader, Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai are injured. Qiu Peng, Ying Xian, stay to look after them. The rest follow me to pursue quick." Even as Xia Hong spoke, he had already started the chase. The others, knowing the situation was urgent, needed no further communication. The two named stayed behind, while the rest immediately followed. This wasn't something new, but the fact that it could shoot out those hundreds of quills on its back, Xia Hong really hadn't thought of that. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled continuously under Snow Main's frantic escape, and amidst the flying snowflakes in the rear were the figures of Xia Hong and the other 11 pursuing relentlessly. It seems the quills on its back are its ultimate move. Luckily, we mainly use bows today. This counts as a lucky hit. In the midst of his quick chase, Xia Hong glanced at the wound on his shoulder, his eyes showing a hint of relief. If it weren't for lacking strength, he wouldn't have let the other 15 disperse and hide in the surrounding trees, using bows to hunt Snow Main. On the other hand, thinking about it, if everyone's strength were stronger, unafraid of facing Snow Main head-on, and using over a dozen people to attack closely, Snow Main wouldn't have waited until the end to pull such a move. Even when standing so far away, and even though he had everyone jump down from the trees in advance, his shoulder was still grazed by a quill shot out by Snow Main, leaving a palm-sized wound. Why are 3 people missing? Xia Hong turned his head to see how everyone else's injuries were and found only 8 people following him, immediately asking. Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai were injured. He had left Qiu Peng and Ying Xian to take care of them. Now, there should be 11 people with him, not just 8. Xia Chuan, panting slightly, answered. Zhao Long and the others stayed back to collect arrows. Worried we might run out, they should catch up soon. Hearing this, Xia Hong nodded, his eyes showing a hint of approval. They were chasing Snow Main now, Indeed, only carrying bows without arrows left. Just in the hunt of Snowmane, all of them had shot all their arrows. Though most of them remained stuck in Snowmane, quite a few were also on the ground. Patter, 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 patter. Leader, it's slowing down. Hearing the change in Snowmane's footsteps, Luo Yuan immediately warned. Seeing Snowmane's staggering figure, no longer in the manic running state, Xia Hong smiled with joy. Let's slow down too, keep our distance, and wait for Zhao Long and the others to bring arrows. Despite being 90% sure Snowmane was at its wit's end. Yet, the earlier scenes still startled Xia Hong slightly. Who knows what other life-saving tricks or moves Snowmane might have. It's best to be cautious. Even with these thoughts, Xia Hong watched Snowmane continue on, glancing ahead with a hint of worry on his face. Snowmane had fled westward, deeper into Redwood Ridge. In just a short time, it had brought them about 3 kilometers in beyond the periphery. Counting more than a kilometer before, all 9 of them were about 4 to 5 kilometers deep into Redwood Ridge by now. We can't go any deeper. Attracting other cold beasts would be the end. At this moment, not only Xia Hong, but the others also noticed the unfamiliar surroundings. The variety of trees increased, and there seemed to be glimpses of some colossal creatures in the distance. The environment here was evidently much quieter than outside. Except for the commotion caused by Snowmane's escape and their footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. Every view was shrouded in shadows and darkness. This deep area of Redwood Ridge they had never ventured before. If an accident occurred, the outcome would be hard to predict. Xia Hong struggled internally. Reason told him to stop pursuing. Yet the desire for intermediate cold beast blood made it hard for him to abandon the already gravely injured Snowmane. Leader, we've arrived. Fortunately, Zhao Long and his brothers had arrived from behind. Not only did the 3 arrive, but each held a bundle of iron arrows in both hands. Move up, keep it pinned down, don't let it escape further. Xia Hong's face lit up with joy. This was why he nodded in approval when Xia Chuan mentioned Zhao Long and the others going to fetch arrows. When Snowmane made its hasty escape, he hadn't thought they were out of arrows. He only thought Snowmane was at death's door, and catching up would have in hand. If it weren't for Zhao Long and the others being so considerate, they'd either continue following Snowmane deeper in or risk their lives. Either method would be fraught with danger. Most iron arrows were lodged in Snowmane, and given the limited time, they probably didn't have time for an extensive search. Zhao Long and the others brought about 60 to 70 iron arrows, not a massive number. But these 60 to 70 arrows were enough to issue the final death knell to the grievously injured Snowmane. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before shooting, the 12 had already sped up and dispersed to both sides of Snowmane. Over 60 iron arrows flew rapidly from both sides. Their targets were all directed at Snowmane's head. Snowmane, already staggering, got shot left and right by the continuous iron arrows for both sides. Its head, already riddled with iron arrows and grievously wounded, was shot multiple times more, its gait deforming, and its massive body twitching and stopping. Finally, after stumbling over 20 meters more, Snowmane's vitality began to drain faster. A withering aura spread from its massive body. Bang! In the end, its limbs finally went limp.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.